Supreme God Emperor Chapter 2748 to Chapter 2799. The one who should be afraid was the Reverence Moon Holy Lord. True. If they fought, the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance would be finished, and the Reverence Moon Holy Ground would fall from the position of the number one superpower. Both sides would suffer. Only however, the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance would suffer more. Mu Yun didn't believe that the Reverence Moon Holy Lord would dare. Even if he dared, he wasn't afraid. Who was he afraid of? At this moment, Mu Yun stood in front of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance and looked at the people of the Reverence Moon Holy Ground. The Reverence Moon Holy Lord's face was calm, and no one could tell if he was happy or angry. She had reached the Venerable Realm. This was something she didn't expect. 1. With a Venerable Realm overseeing the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, no matter how strong the Reverence Moon Holy Ground was, they would have to pay a great price to destroy the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. This was something the Reverence Moon Holy Lord didn't want to see. Let's go. After the Reverence Moon Holy Lord finished speaking, he waved his hand and left the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance with Wu Jinhui. Same. At this moment, the people of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance heaved a sigh of relief. Bye. The Reverence Moon Holy Ground retreated. It felt like a dream. Mu Yun looked around and said slowly, "Don't you need to cultivate? Is it something to be proud of when someone blocked your mountain gate and forced you to retreat? I established the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance not to let others block my mountain gate, but for me to block other people's mountain gate." Mu Yun looked around and said, "Don't forget why your cultivation has increased so quickly? Because your cultivation has increased too quickly, your control over your strength is not as good as other cultivators. If you have nothing to do, go and train in the mountain range. The Seamless Ancient Mountain is the best place for you to train." As soon as the words came out, everyone lowered their heads and left one by one. The reason they could improve so quickly was because Mu Yun had paid a great price. Everyone was clear in their hearts. No. After a long time, many figures gathered in the Nine Heavens Hall. Mu Yun sat on the Alliance Master's throne. Shi cupped his hands and said, "Alliance Master Mu, I will return to the Qiang Holy Empire later and change my name. From now on, there will be no Qiang Holy Empire in the Eastern Wilderness, only the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. The Scarlet Flame Guards will also be under Alliance Master Mu's control. There's no rush. Take it one step at a time." Mu Yun waved her hand and said, "Now that you have reached the Supreme Being realm, you should first comprehend the Supreme Being path and condense the Supreme Being celestial body. That is the most important thing." "I understand. I'll take care of it." "Yes." Yun said slowly, "You've also become a Supreme Being. From now on, the Eastern Wasteland will have a few more Supreme Beings." Sha nodded. The breakthrough this time was unexpectedly smooth. One had to know that he had been stuck at the Imperial Emperor realm for 1,000,000 years and had not taken a single step forward. Kate was the Reverence Moon Holy Master, Lu Baiyue, who had broken through. It had to be said that there was a great connection between them. The disciples of the Cloud Alliance who have become sages don't have to sit in the sect and cultivate all day. Let them go to the unbroken ancient mountain to train their strength. Hunt divine beasts and strengthen their strength. At the same time, they can also be used to forge ancient divine artifacts. Yun instructed, "Taiji White Dragon, you guys are in charge of this." "Yes. After this incident, I think the situation in the Eastern Wasteland will change a little." Mu Yun's tone was calm, but she was thinking in her heart. She had to unify the Eastern Wilderness. At the very least, she had to have absolute suppression. The Eastern Wilderness, Western Wilderness, and Northern Wilderness were not to be underestimated. In the Central Wilderness, the Seven Valley was still a big problem. Hong Jiucheng might also become a Supreme Being, right? Yun said, "If that's the case, then, there will be a show to watch." The Moon Holy Land provoked the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. Wu Jinheng was killed. Wu Jinhui's arms were crippled. When this news spread, the entire Eastern Wilderness was in an uproar. 9 in the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, 1 Imperial Emperor took 5 steps, and 6 Imperial Emperors took 1 step. 7 Great Imperial Emperors. Compared to regardless of whether it was the Eastern Wilderness or the Western Wilderness, they were considered powerful. So many imperial emperors suddenly appeared in the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, causing the entire eastern wilderness to feel uneasy. 1 month later, the 4 beast races of the western wilderness announced that they would form the Beast Race Alliance and advance and retreat together. East in the wilderness, the Tuoba family, Donghua Prefecture, Spirit Void Grotto Heaven, and Firely Sect formed the Eastern Alliance. Qi Saint Nation announced that it would merge with the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. Although it was called a merger, in fact, the Qiang Saint Nation was completely merged into the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. This news could be said to have shocked everyone. Although 3 imperial emperors had died in the Qiang Saint Nation, there was internal chaos. But, Imperial Emperor Qi Shi was there, and Imperial Emperor Qi Shi had broken through to Supreme Being. And with Imperial Emperor Ling Xian and Qi Lingyue, there was no need to be afraid of anyone. But, they merged into the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, which shocked everyone. Dong, at the beginning, the 11th grade, the 4th grade. Now, it was vaguely divided into 5 sides. Beast Race Alliance, Eastern Alliance, Reverence Moon Holy Ground, Sevenfold Valleys, and Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. The situation that had been maintained for millions of years was suddenly broken. Everyone in the entire eastern wilderness was unstable. Seemingly it was as if an extremely vast transformation was about to take place at this moment. East in the Sevenfold Valleys of the wilderness. Hong Jiuzhong was dressed in coarse linen clothes, and he looked rather boorish. It seems that a great change is coming. Everyone is in danger. Hong Jiuzhong looked at the 4 people in front of him and said, Hong Chongsuan, Hong Feiyu, both of you are third-step imperial emperors. It's time to find an opportunity to break through. Perhaps because the Reverence Moon Holy Lord has broken through to Supreme Being, the Eastern Wilderness luck has become better. Everyone is moving forward. Our Sevenfold Valleys can't fall behind. Damn it, Qi Shi, he actually broke through to Supreme Being. Otherwise, I would have destroyed the Qiang Saint Nation. As Hong Jiuzhong spoke, a hint of anger appeared. A powerful aura was released. Here at this moment, everyone looked at each other. 7 After the last conflict, the relationship between the Chong Valley and the Qiang Saint Nation was difficult to mend. Now, the Qiang Saint Nation had joined the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. Would that Mu Yun come to settle the score with them? Dali Master, we have to make plans early, Hong Chongsuan said. I know. Hong Jiuzhong sneered and said, if the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance dares to do anything to us, I will make them suffer. Do they really think that the Reverence Moon Holy Ground is the strongest? I've been planning for a long time. Hong Jiuzhong waved his hand and said, the 4 of you are the backbone. If all of you reach the 5th step Imperial Emperor realm, the Sevenfold Valleys will be the overlord of the Eastern Wilderness. We will do our best. Valley Master. Something bad has happened. Something bad has happened. However, at this moment, a voice sounded in a panic. Why are you panicking? Are you courting death? Hong Chongsuan shouted. Valley Master. The disciple's face was pale as he knelt on the ground. Due to the excessive fear, his voice became shrill. The Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance is attacking. Huh? As soon as the words came out, everyone in the main hall was stunned. Speak clearly. The sect's protective formation is here. How can they attack? Did they attack at the door or did they attack? They're attacking. The disciple said again, I don't know what happened, but a large group of Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance's disciples suddenly appeared in the valley and killed everyone in sight. They showed no mercy. Hong Jiuzhong didn't say anything. He closed his eyes and slowly opened them. His expression changed. Mu Yun, bastard. Swish, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Hong Jiuzhong's figure suddenly disappeared. The 4 Imperial Emperors' expressions changed drastically. Nine Heavens, is the Cloud Alliance courting death? Figures rushed out of the main hall one after another. Many higher-ups hurriedly gave orders to defend against the enemies. Alliance Master Mu, you're so impressive. Hong Jiuzhong's voice sounded. I'm not that impressive. I'm just relying on the fact that I have a sovereign and a few Imperial Emperors by my side. Mu Yun's voice sounded and laughed. The Scarlet Sun Saint Empire now belongs to the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. Hong Jiuzhong, 3 imperial emperors of the Scarlet Sun Saint Empire died in battle. I'll settle this score with you. Do you really think that you can be so arrogant after Qi Shi reached the sovereign level? What else can I do? Mu Yun smiled and said, a sovereign is indeed quite invincible. You're courting death. Hong Jiuzhong punched through the air. Boom, a figure appeared in front of Hong Jiuzhong and instantly attacked. Jing, it was Qi Shi. Hong Jiuzhong, it's time for us to settle our score. The Scarlet Sun Saint Empire lost 3 imperial emperors because of Hong Jiuzhong. But, it was said that they had lost their left and right arms. Qi Shi had always remembered this score. Do you think you're the only one who has reached the sovereign level? Hong Jiuzhong snorted and took a step forward. His entire body's aura was released at this moment. The heavenly might descended and covered the world. Hong Jiuzhong had reached the sovereign level. Mu Yun wasn't surprised when she saw this scene. Disciples of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, listen up. This is a bloody battle. Whether you're a wolf or a tiger will depend on this battle. The more enemies you kill, the more attention you will receive in the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. I don't need to say more, you should understand. As his words fell, Mu Yun's aura instantly changed. Emperor Sovereign. But, it was no longer the first step, but the second step. At the same time, Pang Geling, Luo Tianqing, Hua Shaming, Shan Tianyu, and Su Qingfeng walked out one by one. 5 Great Emperor Sovereign. Ling Emperor Xian was now a third-step Imperial Emperor. Qi Lingyue was also a first-step Imperial Emperor. The 8 Great Earth Emperors were all in the Sevenfold Valley. Ignorant brat, how arrogant! Hong Jiuzhong roared. The Everlasting Being roared in anger as he took a step forward and charged towards Mu Yun. Hong at this moment, Fei Yu also followed closely behind. The 2 Great Emperor Sovereigns faced Mu Yun with strong killing intent. On the other side, the 2 Great Emperor Sovereigns outside also had strong auras, shocking the surroundings. There were many Great Emperor Sovereigns in the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, but there were 6 of them. They weren't considered strong. Also Emperor Ling Xian was a third-step Imperial Emperor. Mu Yun had only recently broken through to the second step and wasn't a threat. Look, when Hong Changsuan and Hong Feiyu charged out, Emperor Ling Xian directly charged towards one of them. Mu Yun, on the other hand, was aiming at the other person. I'll leave those 2 Great Emperor Sovereigns to the 4 of you. Mu Yun looked at Luo Tianqing, Hua Shaming, and the other 2 and said, kill them. Yes. The 4 Osteopyram commanders charged out. Pangu Ling and Qi Lingyue, on the other hand, charged downward. The Sevenfold Valley was an old faction with deep roots. There were many great emperors in the valley. There were also a few who were only a step away from becoming great emperors. They couldn't be underestimated. However, the Scarlet Flame Guards of the Scarlet Sun Holy Kingdom and the Osteopyram commanders led the new great emperors of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. They also had a certain level of suppression. The Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance definitely had the upper hand in this battle. Let's set a small target first. For example, 1 second. Battle cries echoed throughout the entire Sevenfold Valley at this moment. Hong Jiucheng's face turned pale when he saw this. The Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance had silently barged into the Sevenfold Valley. He knew that Mu Yun was an ancient divine array master. But, he didn't expect Mu Yun to be so capable. Do you really think you can destroy the Sevenfold Valley? Jiucheng snorted. Lu Xingyu, Lu Xingmao, stop hiding. Today, we will destroy the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. Haha, a burst of laughter suddenly sounded. I thought that Valley Master Hong invited the 2 of us to join the Sevenfold Valley, so we didn't need to appear. But now, it seems that's not the case. A figure charged out and immediately attacked Pangu Ling and Qi Lingyue. 3-step Imperial Emperor. 2 3-step Imperial Emperor. Lu Xingyu. Lu Xingmao. Qi Lingyue. She frowned slightly when she saw the 2 of them. The 2 of them were also famous Imperial Emperors in the Eastern Wilderness. It was just that they had always been in seclusion. No, thinking that Hong Jiucheng had actually pulled the 2 of them over. 2. Thinking of how Qi Tianjiao had also roped in 2 Imperial Emperors. It seemed that those imperial emperors who cultivated alone in the eastern wilderness couldn't sit still anymore and began to choose their own camp. Luo Tianqing, go and help Qi Lingyue. Mu Yun said. Hua Shanming, Shan Tianyu, and Su Qingfeng were all first-step imperial emperors. 3. It wasn't a problem for them to face a first-step imperial emperor and a second-step imperial emperor. Luo Tianqing and Qi Lingyue could resist a third-step imperial emperor. Although it was dangerous, they wouldn't lose their lives. As for Pang Ling, although she was a first-step imperial emperor, she might be able to resist a third-step imperial emperor. This guy's vitality was tenacious. The scene changed drastically. As for the battle between the great sages below, no one cared about it at all. The battle between more than a dozen imperial emperors was the key to victory. 10. The imperial emperors had decided the outcome. No matter how great the great sages were at a disadvantage, they could still turn the situation around. In this kind of battle, the top strength determined everything. At this time, the entire sevenfold valley was filled with the sounds of battle. However, under the obstruction of the Great Sect Protection Array, the outside world looked as calm as before. It was as if nothing had happened in the Seven Valleys. Boom, after several months, Mu Yun had devoured Wu Jinheng's essence. In addition, after her battle with Wu Jinhui, her comprehension had increased greatly. She had finally crossed the threshold of the first step of the God Emperor realm and reached the second step of the God Emperor realm. Here at this moment, facing Hong Changsuan, who was a three-step imperial emperor, Mu Yun was eager to give him a try. Look, the battle between monarch Ling Xian and Hong Feiyu ended in a draw. Even though the monarchs were at a disadvantage in the battle, it was unlikely that anyone would die in the short term. Mu Yun wasn't worried about this. She was fully focused on fighting Hong Changsuan. Ever since the heavenly mandate was activated and the nine-fate son of heaven walked out of the Taiji Dao, Mu Yun's talent had increased tremendously. Go with the devouring divine might and the combination of the two, Mu Yun was aiming for a third-step sovereign emperor in this battle. Boom. Gold with the spear in her hand, Mu Yun stabbed it out. This golden spear originally belonged to Wu Jinhui. However, Hong Changsuan had cut off Wu Jinhui's arms, so the spear ended up in his hands. If Yu Baiyue wanted to take it back, he had to have the ability to do so. With the power of the spear, Mu Yun wasn't inferior to Hong Changsuan at all. Hong Changsuan, who was a three-step imperial emperor, felt aggrieved. Bastard, Hong Changsuan cursed. Changsuan cursed, what kind of ability is it to rely on the power of an emperor artifact? Then you can do it too. Mu Yun sneered, it's fine if you don't have it, but you won't allow others to have it? Brat, you're courting death. Hong Changsuan was a three-step imperial emperor after all. At this moment, he shouted loudly and his aura surged. He punched out, causing Mu Yun's figure to retreat continuously. I won't waste my time with you. In the next moment, a pale yellow divine robe appeared on Mu Yun's body. Gold, yellow light intersected as a crown appeared on Mu Yun's head. At this moment, her aura surged from head to toe. Shake. Suddenly, Hong Changsuan shouted. Suddenly, the heaven and earth furnace appeared. Wave, lava surged out and swept toward Hong Changsuan. Hong Changsuan's expression changed drastically. What the hell is this? Mu Yun's attack was too strange. Only Hong Changsuan hadn't retreated yet. Whoosh, suddenly, an extremely dangerous aura appeared behind Hong Changsuan. Hong Changsuan felt the clothes on his back being torn to shreds. It was as if his entire back was being swept up by a tornado. Hong Changsuan's face turned pale when he turned around. Oh my god, what kind of tornado was that? It was actually an extremely fine spatial rift. Those who hadn't reached the Nine Heavens realm and were swept into the spatial rift would definitely die. At this moment, with the lava in front of him and the spatial rift behind him, Hong Changsuan had nowhere to retreat. Hong Changsuan cursed when he saw this. He punched out with both fists toward the lava. You're courting death. Mu Yun rushed over at this moment, and a golden spear light shot out. Boom, Hong Changsuan's arms were instantly covered in lava. In the blink of an eye, his arms were pitch black. Ah! Changsuan screamed miserably. His aura was halved. At this moment, a green light flashed in Yun's right eye. A spatial blade shot out. Pooh, with a whoosh, it directly pierced through Hong Chonsuan's body. In the next moment, lava appeared again, turning into a lava dragon that rushed into Hong Chonsuan's chest. Mournful, at this moment, a shrill scream rang out. Die. The spear lashed out again, and Mu Yun's head exploded. A powerful Imperial Emperor's aura dissipated at this moment. Everyone was dumbfounded. Bang, at the beginning of the battle, an Imperial Emperor had fallen. Damn it. Hong Chonsuan cursed. Jiao Chong cursed. Hong Chonsuan was a powerful third-step Imperial Emperor, but he was killed by Mu Yun so easily. Mu Yun's improvement was too fast. He still remembered that he had once bet with Imperial Emperor Xianxia on the battle between the Sky Suspension Pavilion and the Two Instruments Pavilion. At that time, Mu Yun was only at the Sovereign King Iron Bone realm. He didn't take her seriously at all. It had only been less than 300 years. Mu Yun had become an Imperial Emperor. You don't have to help me. Monarch Ling Xian saw Mu Yun rushing towards her and said, Go help you. I understand. Emperor Xian relied on the supreme spiritual liquid to reach the third step. She indeed needed a big battle to stimulate her potential again. Mu Yun at this moment, Yun flew away. Below in the next moment, another scream rang out. Hua Shuming, Shang Tianyu, and Su Qingfeng, the first-step Imperial Emperor was killed by Mu Yun's spear. Hua Shuming and the other two took this opportunity to join forces and kill the remaining second-step Imperial Emperor. After doing all this, Mu Yun rushed to Qi Lingyue and Luo Tianqing's side. I'll deal with this person. You guys go help Pango Ling. Yes. Okay. Luo Tianqing and Qi Lingyue immediately left. At this moment, Emperor Ling Xian was dealing with Hong Feiyu. Hua Shanming, Shang Tianyu, and Su Qingfeng were dealing with a second-step Imperial Emperor from the Sevenfold Valley. Pango Ling, Qi Lingyue, and Luo Tianqing were working together to deal with Lu Xingyu. Mu Yun looked at Lu Xingmao. I just killed one of the third-step Imperial Emperors. Mu Yun looked at Lu Xingmao and said, Since you're a lone cultivator, why do you have to participate in these things? Looking at Mu Yun, Lu Xingmao's eyes were calm, but his heart was cautious. This guy couldn't be treated as an ordinary second-step Imperial Emperor. The battle just now was chaotic. He didn't have time to see how Hong Chonsuan died. However, Hong Chonsuan was Hong Jiucheng's right-hand man. He was a third-step Imperial Emperor. He wasn't weak. However, he was killed by Mu Yun with lightning speed. It was a little unbelievable. Have you thought it through? Yun said slowly, If you join me, you might still have a chance to become a supreme in this life. Otherwise, death is the only way out. Hearing this, Lu Xingmao's expression changed a few times. Do you think you can defeat me? Lu Xingmao sneered, and a long sword appeared in his hand. Then, the long sword carried wisps of divine power, and light shot out in all directions. Emperor Artifact. You can kill Hong Chonsuan because you have the power of the Emperor Artifact, right? Lu Xingmao sneered, It's just that you're not the only one who has an Emperor Artifact. I have one too, good sword. Mu Yun exclaimed. Yun looked at the long sword and praised. In his life, he had always focused on the sword, and his spear techniques were supplementary. The moment this sword appeared, a brilliant heavenly might made people feel that its sharpness had descended. This sword is called the Skywheel Sword. I obtained it by chance when I entered the ancient mountain. Lu Xingmao said slowly, You have an Emperor Artifact, and so do I. I have the advantage against you. Advantage? When Yun saw the sword, she grinned and said, If you didn't have this sword, I might have let you off. But now, you're dead meat. The Skywheel Sword is a good sword. It's a waste for it to be in your hands. Mu Yun was full of fighting spirit at this moment. Good. A sword should be used by a good swordsman. If he had an Emperor Artifact, he would not have needed to use the powerful enhancement of the pale yellow divine robe, the spatial magical effect of the Heaven's Eye, and the destructive power of the Heaven and Earth Furnace to deal with Hong Chonsuan. One sword was enough to take Hong Chonsuan's life. Mu Yun was proficient in the Mountain God sword technique. Together with combining the high-grade sword Soul and the Emperor Artifact long sword, it was not difficult to kill 3 steps. this sword, I'm taking it. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, his figure charged out. The heaven and earth furnace instantly released rolling magma. Now, Mu Yun controlled 15% of the heaven and earth furnace, while Old Man Furnace himself controlled 85%. However, this 15% was not enough for Mu Yun to use all of its power. Even so, it was still terrifying. The magma dragon rushed out at this moment. The sacred spear said in surprise, "You're quite capable." The sword was held horizontally in front of him. The sword light flickered and blocked the fire dragon. Mu Yun rushed over with his spear. While at this moment, a violent sound rang out. Dong, the earth was dull as if the earth was shaking. The millions of years of accumulation of the heavy valley were completely destroyed today. Only at this moment, no one paid attention to those ancient buildings. Below, the sage lords, sovereign kings, heavenly lords, earth lords, and human lords were fighting. This battle engulfed the entire mountain range where the Seven Valley was located. Hundreds of thousands of people were participating in the battle. It could be said that Yun had pulled all of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance here in order to let these disciples grow in the midst of the bloody storm. This battle was bound to win. And it was a victory regardless of the cost. The one who survived was the strongest. First, set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book residents martial artists were fighting against the heavens. Every path could lead to a dead end. Since they were fighting against the heavens, they could step into the land of death at any time. Since that was the case, these cultivators should also have such an awareness in their hearts. Be reborn in the fire, or die in the fire and turn into ashes. Kill. A violent roar sounded. At this moment, Lu Xingmao charged towards Mu Yun with full attack power. Heaven, at this moment, the wheel sword was like a dazzling light as it rushed out. At this moment, Mu Yun stepped back, and her figure became illusory. Swish, in the next moment, she appeared again. A sharp fluctuation swept out. The golden spear stabbed out, and the spear light was like a golden light pillar, directly crushing Lu Xingmao. Boom, a fierce collision sounded at this moment. The two figures collided completely at this moment, fighting in close combat. Lu Xingmao with the Emperor artifact in hand, Lu Xingmao fought with Mu Yun fiercely. The Emperor artifact of the Reverence Moon Holy Ground, Mu Yun, you have made enemies with the Reverence Moon Holy Ground and now with the Seven Valleys. The Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance is really ambitious. It's not a problem to swallow the Seven Valleys. Mu Yun said slowly, the Central Wilderness and the Southern Wilderness will all be in my hands. Not only that, the Eastern Wilderness may also be in my hands. You're talking nonsense. Whether it's true or not, we'll know once we try. Mu Yun was too lazy to say more. Bang, a series of explosions sounded continuously. A scream sounded at this moment. The second-step Emperor Realm expert who was fighting with Hua Shuming, Su Qingfeng, and Shang Tianyu finally couldn't hold on and was killed by the three. They didn't stop and charged towards Lu Xingyu. At this moment, there were only 3 Emperor Realm experts left in the Seven Valleys. Lu Xingyu, Lu Xingmao, and Hong Feiyu. The 3 of them were all third-step Emperor Realm experts, and it was difficult for them to bite down. However, those with discerning eyes could see that the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance was going to win this battle. Hong Jiucheng is really useless. He guarded the huge 7 valleys, but only cultivated a few Emperor Realm experts. Lu Xingmao cursed in a low voice. You know he's trash, yet you're still helping him? I don't think you're that smart. I can see that you are the backbone. As long as I kill you, all the problems will be solved. Let's give it a try. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, the golden spear stood in front of her. Tao of Tai Chi. Xiaoqin shouted, and a Taiji light lit up in front of him. Down in the next moment, within the Tai Chi light, there were sounds of the air being torn apart as it turned into tens of thousands of arrows that shot towards Lu Xingmao. Willow the Saint spear did not dodge, and the Sky Ring sword slashed out. Bang, however, after this collision, Lu Xingmao's face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. What's going on? Lu Xingmao was stunned. At this moment, Mu Yun suddenly became several times stronger. It was inconceivable. Sky burning. Silence. The light in Mu Yan's eyes turned, and the sun and moon fell. In an instant, two rays of light shot out simultaneously. Boom, the sound of an explosion rang out. Lu Xingmao's figure retreated, and two bloody holes appeared in his chest. Something was wrong, very wrong. The current Mu Yan looked very strange. How did this guy do it? But at this moment, how could Mu Yan give Lu Xingmao time to think? Rock the giant serpent reappeared, sprinting towards Lu Xingmao. At the same time, a roar rang out. Mu power condensed all over Yan's body. Dao the space blade stabbed towards Lu Xingmao. Heaven's Eye. Heaven Earth Oven. The Dao of Tai Chi. Matching Mu Yan, who was wearing a pale yellow divine robe, at this moment, the attack could be said to have reached Mu Yan's limit. Die. A low shout. Bang, the sound of an explosion rang out. Lu Xingmao's body completely exploded with a bang. Soul at this moment, his soul turned into a wisp of green smoke and fled. Can you run away? As soon as Mu Yan finished speaking, she clenched her fist. Separated in the air, a palm print completely grasped Lu Xingmao's figure in the palm of her hand. Why don't you give it to me? Mu Yun said. Yun opened her mouth and swallowed, displaying a powerful devouring ability. Again, an imperial emperor had completely fallen. Here at this moment, only Lu Xingyu and Hong Feiyu were left. And Hong Jiucheng, who was fighting with Qi Shi. Mu Yunyun stood in midair. Many emperors and Xingmao had died. Forzhou was full of powerful essence, energy, and spirit. Tun the devouring bloodline opened, and waves of essence, energy, and spirit flowed into Mu Yan's body. At this moment, her power was sublimated and condensed. Mu Yunyun's entire body flickered with light. At this moment, Mu Yan's aura suddenly rose. Emperor Third Step. Not long after, Mu Yan opened her eyes. This feeling was extremely comfortable. Tun devours essence, energy, and spirit. Now, after the opening of the heavenly fate, the purification power had greatly increased. At least half of the power could be completely absorbed. This was the fate of the Nine-Fate Emperor. Mu Yan clenched her fists. Get out of the way. Looking at the emperors who were fighting with Hong Feiyu and Lu Xingyu, Mu Yan said, let's go. Everyone dispersed. Hong Feiyu looked around, and his heart was filled with grief. 7 Was Zhonggu finished just like that? I'll meet them. Mu Yun said. As soon as Yun said this, her aura was revealed. Emperor Three-Step Emperor, around them, Qi Lingyue, Ling Xian, and the others were extremely surprised. Mu Yan's improvement was becoming more and more terrifying. Besides, it was normal for people to stay in the Emperor realm for tens of thousands of years. But, how long had this guy stayed in the Emperor realm? It vaguely gave people the feeling that the higher Mu Yan's realm was, the faster her improvement would be. This was too strange. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Mu Yunyun held a spear in his left hand and a sword in his right. See Reclamation. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky ring sword slashed out. This wave seemed to be tangible, but it was also intangible. The wave rushed out and directly slashed towards Lu Xingyu and Hong Feiyu. At this moment, the two of them also had cold expressions. For some reason, Mu Yan suddenly reached the third step of the Emperor realm. But if she wanted to provoke them because of this, she was too arrogant. They looked at each other, their eyes full of killing intent. Namely, even if they were cornered beasts, they would drag Mu Yan down with them. Boom. Sha. Then, the two of them joined forces, one on the left and one on the right, dodging the attack. Gather the power. Mu Yan was not nervous. She swung the sky ring sword again. This sword force split into two and attacked the two of them. Bang, bang, two muffled explosions rang out. A figure forcefully resisted. Only at this moment, the two of them suddenly turned pale and staggered. Break through the air. The last move of the Mountain God sword technique was also the most powerful move. The sword was out. At this moment, the air between heaven and earth was torn apart, emitting a sharp buzzing sound, making people feel dizzy. Bang, bang, in the blink of an eye, the two sovereign emperors took 3 steps before they turned into dust and dissipated into the air. The sword slashed 3 steps. At this time, the surrounding people were completely stunned. Qi Lingyue saw this scene and was in a daze. Bang! At first, she accidentally met Mu Yun, and from then on, she paid attention to Mu Yun. Gradually, she discovered that Mu Yun's cultivation realm improved rapidly, and ordinary people could not compare to her. They knew each other and could be considered close friends. And now, she had reached the Emperor realm. However, Mu Yun had already reached the Emperor realm. 3 sword slashes 3 steps. How many emperors could do that? Qi Lingyue smiled bitterly. Follow this guy. There was no comparison at all. Hee, Miss Lingyue, don't be sad. Don't compare yourself to him. Xianxia suddenly appeared and said with a smile, this guy is 1 in a billion. You can't compare yourself to him. Xianxia did not say it clearly. 9 Fate Emperor, the son of the human emperor and Emperor Qing. Follow Mu Yun. In these thousands of worlds and endless realms, there were not many who could compare to Mu Yun. Miss Lingyue, if you want to become stronger and control your own destiny, it's really easy. Follow me and I'll guarantee that your cultivation realm will improve rapidly. Although you can't compare to Mu Yun, you'll definitely be much stronger than ordinary geniuses. Qi Lingyue glanced at Xianxia. Get lost. At this moment, Mu Yun stood in midair. The Sevenfold Valley has lost its momentum. Only Hong Jiucheng can't hold on. If the disciples of the Sevenfold Valley are willing to surrender, the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance will accept them all. Otherwise, you'll be killed without mercy. Yun's words spread throughout the Sevenfold Valley. Are you all going to surrender or not? Yun's voice was deep as he shouted coldly. Whoosh! Immediately, many disciples of the Sevenfold Valley surrendered. Some of the disciples of the Sevenfold Valley were not completely dead. Mu Yun had no mercy to speak of. Here was the eastern wilderness and thousands of worlds. The change of power was so cruel. Boom, an explosive sound, as if it was about to tear the sky apart, descended from the sky. Hong Jiucheng and Chish's figures landed one after another. Hong Jiucheng shouted. Mu Yun. Hong Jiucheng looked at Mu Yun with eyes wide open. I should have killed you earlier. You want to kill me? Mu Yun held her sword and spear and looked at Hong Jiucheng. Do you have the ability? Hong Jiucheng was filled with hatred at this moment. Qi had reached the early stage supreme martial artist. The two of them were evenly matched. However, the accumulation of the Sevenfold Valley for millions of years was going to be destroyed today. Mu Yun, I won't let you off. Hong Jiucheng shouted and was about to fly away. Do you think you can escape? A voice sounded at this moment. A white bone palm print suddenly fell and completely suppressed Hong Jiucheng's figure. Qiu Qian. Hong Jiucheng was even more furious when he saw Qiu Qian. Although this guy was not a supreme martial artist, he could fight against an early-stage supreme martial artist. This person was the most despicable. Can the two of you kill me together? Hong Jiucheng was furious when he saw Qi and Qiu Qian. Both of them were supreme martial artists, but it was extremely difficult for them to kill him. Even if we can't kill you, we can at least make you leave something behind. Qiu Qian said indifferently. Qi snorted. Hong Jiucheng, you tricked the emperor of the Qiyang Holy Empire first. You brought this upon yourself today. Qi understood very well. If not for Mu Yun, he wouldn't have been able to leave the seamless ancient mountain. He wouldn't have been able to reach the supreme martial artist level. But, all of this was caused by Hong Jiucheng. Qi stepped forward, and his figure surged. Boom. 3 figures started fighting. I won't let you off, Mu Yun. A roar sounded, and the terrifying wounds on Hong Jiucheng's body disappeared. Both Xi and Qiu Qian were supreme martial artists, but it was still difficult for them to keep Hong Jiucheng here. Mu Yun said. Yun muttered, the day I become a supreme being will be the day you die. At this moment, the battle around them gradually came to an end. In the Sevenfold Valley, the 4 imperial emperors, including Lu Xingmao and Lu Xingyu, were all dead. Same as Hong Lingtong, who was injured, fled. While the Sevenfold Valley disciples gradually lost their ability to resist under the combined attack of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance and the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire. At this moment, Mu Yun stood in the air, looking around. From today onwards, move the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance to the Central Desolate region. Mu Yun said slowly, there are 3 divisions, Scarlet Sun, Sevenfold Valley, and 2 rights. Yun continued, Qi Shi, you take care of this matter. Yes. Yun looked around and said slowly, as for the Sevenfold Valley disciples, keep those who should be kept, and release those who should be released. You know what to do. Everyone nodded. Mu Yun said again, this time, I need to go into seclusion. As for the situation of the Eastern Wilderness, let's see how the other 3 regions change. Oh right, there must be forces resisting in the Sevenfold Valley. There's no need to deal with it quickly. Let the disciples train. As for how to appease the people, I believe you have a way. Everyone nodded. Mu at this moment, Yun's figure flashed and left completely. Zhou Qian knew that Mu Yun had gained a lot from this battle. In less than 100 years, she would become a supremacy. Right now, he needed to condense a Dharma body. The Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance had destroyed the Sevenfold Valley with lightning speed. This news was immediately spread. The entire Eastern Wilderness changed color when it was mentioned. Was the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance so powerful? The Western Alliance, the Eastern Beast Race, and the Reverence Moon Holy Ground of the Northern region were all restless. The Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance had the intention to completely swallow the entire Eastern Wilderness. Now, they had joined forces with the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire and taken it under their banner. And swallowed the Sevenfold Valley. South, the Desolate region and the Central Desolate region had completely become the territory of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. Even more, as for the existence of Zhou Qian and Qi Shi, the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance vaguely had the qualifications to challenge the Reverence Moon Holy Ground. At the same time, Eastern Wilderness, Northern Wilderness region. In the Moon Holy Ground. In a quiet and beautiful valley, a few palaces stood tall and upright. While at this moment, in the palace, on a bed, the figure lay there quietly. The Reverence Moon Holy Lord Lu Baiyue was graceful and elegant. However, at this moment, he was like a little girl lying in the arms of a man. His finger was lightly touching the man's chest, and his face was slightly red. Upon closer inspection, that man was none other than Wu Jinhui. By the Holy Son of the Moon Holy Land. Mu Yun captured Chichong Valley? Jinhui said coldly, damn it, he's already at the 3rd step of the Imperial Emperor realm, but he's still stuck at the 2nd step, Jinhui. Moon Saint Lord said gently, don't worry. Once my Dharmakaya is formed, I will avenge you. Qi Shi and Zhou Qian won't be able to protect him. Baiyue, are you confident? Of course, you don't believe me? As the Reverence Moon Holy Ground's Holy Master, Lu Baiyue usually acted high and mighty, but at this moment, she was behaving like a little girl, without the slightest trace of arrogance. Saint, if news of the relationship between the Lord and the Saint were to spread, the entire Eastern Wilderness would be shocked. Wu Jinhui held Lu Baiyue's hand tightly and pulled her into his embrace. Alright, this kid must die. We'll let him live for a while longer. Don't worry. Baiyue comforted, the 4 families of the West and the 4 tribes of the East won't let the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance dominate the Eastern Wilderness. When the time comes, we'll join forces with them. The Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance will be defeated without a doubt. Right now, we just need to wait until my Dharmakaya is formed and I become a true early-stage venerable. Alright. Wu Jinhui clenched his fists. During this period of time, I've been very tired helping you reconstruct your arms. Lu Baiyue leaned against Wu Jinhui's chest and muttered. Then how do you want me to reward you? What do you think? The 2 of them looked at each other, and sparks flew. Inside the hall, the atmosphere was dense. Outside the hall, there was a hint of restlessness amidst the silence of the valley. Chichong Valley was captured. The entire Eastern Wilderness was shaken. After that, the warriors of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance formed an army and began to clear out the various forces of the Central Wilderness region. As for the famous Mu Yun, he had suddenly disappeared without a trace, as if he had suddenly disappeared without a trace, at this moment, in the inner area of the waterless ancient mountain. Mu Yun was in a mountain range. Tian with the wheel sword in hand, Mu Yun's aura was oppressive. When the sword slashed out, and the aura of the mountain-moving realm rose from the ground. A towering mountain suddenly turned into dust. Mountain moving. Sea filling. Gathering power. Sky piercing. The cloud sword appeared, and killing intent filled the air. The power of the mountain-moving god sword technique was extremely domineering at this moment. Coupled with the emperor-level sky ring sword, it was even more unparalleled. And this was before Mu Yun used her high-level sword soul. Now the power was even greater. Emperor, June 3-step. With such an outburst, killing a 4-step emperor was not a problem. He even had the strength to fight a 5-step emperor. At this moment, Mu Yun was completely in control of her power, and her entire body was indescribably comfortable. If there's nothing important in the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, there's no need to go back now. It's better to stay here and train. Mu Yun made up her mind and prepared to stay in the waterless ancient mountain for the time being. A 3-step emperor was strong enough. But now, Mu Yun hoped to reach the Supreme God realm as soon as possible. Little guy. A voice sounded in the mountain range. Mountain. The veins opened, and a huge fat figure walked over with graceful steps, like a huge mountain. It was a cat. But, it was an incomparably huge cat. It was so fat that it didn't look like it would pile up on the ground if it moved. Big cat? Scram. The cat was very unconvinced. I'm the descendant of a desolate beast after all. How can a moonlight cat be called a big cat? No wonder the lion, snake, and ape all said that this guy was stupid. What's the matter? I'm here to tell you that the commotion you caused last time was too big and attracted the attention of others. People from the Western Mountains, North Heaven Origin, and Antarctic Sea have come to investigate this place. Even the Yuan region has sent people. The big cat said lazily, be careful. Tell Shan Yuan-Ku to quickly find a woman. Otherwise, if he dies outside, don't say that we don't care about him. What do you mean? It's the literal meaning. Be careful. The 9 of us won't help you. The big cat said lazily, to be precise, we're helping you now. Yun despised it in her heart. Are you bullying me because I'm weak? Sooner or later, I'll ride on your head. Cultivate here. Don't make too much noise. The big cat waved its claws and continued, otherwise, disturbing me is a small matter. If you disturb that old turtle, I'll beat you to death. Old turtle? Mu Yun was suspicious. What kind of existences were the 9 desolate beast descendants? 1. A dog, a cat, an ape, a snake, a lion, and now an old tortoise? Oh, also, Doggy said that your swordsmanship is lacking. Moving mountains focuses on strength, not speed. How can there be a perfect combination of strength and speed in this world? After the big cat finished speaking, it walked lazily and left the place. Mu Yun was deep in thought. She stood on the spot and muttered to herself. At this moment, the big cat came to the depths of the mountain range and entered a valley surrounded by tall mountains. It lay down and narrowed its eyes. Shua. Its big body was just right for lying down in the valley. Xian. However, this was the big cat's nest. Basking in the sun and sleeping, this was the life of a cat. Slowly, a shadow covered the big cat's body. Big dog, what are you doing? The big cat said unhappily, I've already told you what you told me to wear. Are you sure? The big dog appeared and looked at the big cat suspiciously. Of course, I'm just passing on a message. I won't forget. Hearing this, the dog nodded. Sue. Sue. The big dog left. The big cat lay down again. One of its paws supported its face, while the other paw gently tapped the mountain peak. You're done, right? I didn't remember wrongly. I already said that the package told him that there was someone watching him outside. I also said. No, I don't think I said, that's not right either. I said, the big cat was conflicted for a moment. In the end, it fell asleep with its belly facing up. It said lazily, who cares? Even if he didn't say it, I can't run over and tell him again. Let's go back to sleep. As the cat spoke, it narrowed its eyes. Its thunderous snoring spread through the surrounding mountains and forests. At this moment, Mu Yun was in the valley. The moving mountain god sword art emphasizes strength, not speed. The two are not compatible, Mu Yun thought about the big cat's words and waved the skyring sword in her hand again. Boom, in her meridians, rumbling sounds could be heard continuously. Day after day, year after year. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. There was no news from the eastern wilderness. Mu Yun stayed in the mountain range for 10 years and never went out. In the past 10 years, Mu Yun had also tried to break through to the 4th step of the Emperor realm. As for the supreme spiritual liquid, she had consumed 100 drops. But, now, she was at the peak of the 3rd step. She was still a little away from the 4th step. Mu Yun understood that continuing to cultivate in seclusion would not have much effect. Yes, it was time to go out. 9. The Heaven Cloud Alliance had re-established a new location in the center of the Central Wasteland region. It was time to see what it looked like now. 9. After making up her mind, Mu Yun left. Because of the construction of the array formation, she had consumed a lot of supreme spiritual liquid and distributed it to the various emperors and saints. Now, she only had 7 bottles left. 9. Now, it was impossible for the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance to develop rapidly. However, the current scale was already sufficient. Just, good, give those disciples enough time to adjust to the changes brought about by the increase in their strength and spend more time to control their power. With this thought in mind, Mu Yun left the inner region and headed towards the outer region of the waterless ancient mountain. Next time, 9 old things, just wait to pull my carriage. As Mu Yun spoke, she turned and left. The situation in the central wasteland should change. The eastern wilderness will belong to me after all. Mu Yun opened her arms and shouted. It belongs to you. Prepare to die here today, Mu Yun. A shout suddenly sounded at this moment. A palm print descended from the sky and directly covered her. Boom, the ground cracked. At this moment, a figure suddenly charged out. Waves of murderous aura rolled over and engulfed Mu Yun. Hong Jiucheng. Seeing who it was, Mu Yun's expression changed. Why? Are you afraid to see me? Jiu Chang's figure descended. He was dressed in coarse linen clothes and looked at Mu Yun. You're courting death. Hong Jiuzhong said indifferently, I was planning to leave the central wilderness region and hide in the unbroken ancient mountain for the time being. I didn't expect you to be here too. You actually entered the inner area directly and made me wait for 10 years. Hong Jiuzhong shouted, you're courting death. You didn't expect this, right? Did you become too confident after conquering the 7 valleys? Yan's eyes were cold and disdainful. Chou Qian, Panga Ling, and the others were all in the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance. He came out alone this time. This place was quite a distance away from the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance. Even if he sent out a message now, they wouldn't be able to arrive in a short time. He was really careless this time. However, Mu Yun suddenly remembered that when Big Cat came over to tell him, he seemed to be confused as if he had forgotten something. Could it be, forgot to tell him? Hong Jiuzhong should be here. Mu Yun was speechless for a moment. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Yun mustered up his courage and said, now, I'm at the peak of the 3rd step of the Imperial Emperor realm. I can break through to the 4th step at any time. What about you? You're only at the early stage of the Supreme Realm. Moreover, you haven't condensed your Supreme Celestial body. Most importantly, you were injured by Chou Qian and Qi Shi previously. You might not be able to recover in 10 years, right? Hong Jiuzhong's face was cold. Even so, killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. At this moment, he couldn't give Mu Yun any time to delay. Too late, there was a change. Hong Jiuzhong clenched his fists and said indifferently, Mu Yun, you asked for all of this. Jiuzhong released his murderous aura, and a strong oppressive aura swept across Mu Yun's body. Until early stage Supreme Realm. Although he hadn't condensed his Supreme Celestial body yet, this was still the Supreme Realm. Mu at this moment, Yun had the Skyring sword in his hand. Fill the sea. He slashed the sword, and the sea waves. It's useless. Hong Lingtong waved his hand lightly, and a cliff appeared in front of Mu Yun. See, the waves instantly disappeared. Everything returned to normal. It was as if Mu Yun's attack had never happened. At the utmost exalt realm, one could control the power of the heavens and earth. His strength was truly formidable. Gather power. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun struck out with her sword again. Hong the 9 palms gently waved again, and the power completely dissipated. Here at this moment, Mu Yun's eyes were filled with shock. Both swords were ineffective. Hong Lingtong stepped forward and looked at Mu Yun. No one can save you today. He pointed his finger in the air. In the next moment, Mu Yun felt that her body could not move. He allowed that finger to touch his chest. Bang, explosions rang out, and the ground cracked inch by inch. Boom, Mu Yun's figure broke through mountain ranges one after another and fell into a pile of rubble. Strong. The power of the attack made him unable to resist at all. At this moment, Mu Yun's strength had reached its peak. How is it? Hong Jiuzhong took a step forward and arrived in front of Mu Yun. His palm struck down directly. Bang, explosions rang out again. Mu Yun only felt that her bones and flesh were about to shatter and fall apart. The pain engulfed her entire body. This feeling almost made Mu Yun faint. In an instant, Hong Jiuzhong struck again. Mu Yun could not avoid it. A utmost exalt could control the power of the heavens and earth. Just the aura alone was enough to suppress Mu Yun. Die. Hong Jiuzhong's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Swoosh, but at this moment, there was a piercing sound. Mu Yun suddenly and miraculously dodged this palm. Here at this moment, the pale yellow divine robe on Mu Yun's body fluttered in the wind. At first glance, Mu Yun was like a god descending to earth. Pale yellow divine robe. The combination of the divine painting scroll and the blue sky yellow springs diagram. No, it only had a strong defense that could weaken Hong Jiuzhong's control over her. Eh? Hong Jiuzhong was shocked. You actually dodged it. Looking at Mu Yun, Hong Jiuzhong smiled slowly and said, It seems that you are really incredible. It seems that you have a supreme treasure on you. Humph, Mu Yun snorted and did not say anything. Since that is the case, I have to kill you and see what supreme treasure you have. Hong Jiuzhong's murderous intent surged again. While, at the same time, at the edge of the inner area of Wujian Ancient Mountain. Eh? Big Lion, Blockhead, what are you looking at? Big Shadow circled over at this moment and landed on the top of the mountain. At this moment, the giant ape transformed into the height of a human and stood on the top of the mountain. Beside him, Big Lion was also lying on the ground lazily. Old Ape, if you call me Blockhead again, I will beat you up, the giant ape said impatiently. TSK, you are already Blockhead. Should I call you Big Ape? You, stop arguing. Big Lion waved his claws and said impatiently, It's not easy to see people fighting. Why are you arguing? Sigh, it's that Mu Yun. At this moment, the snake had shrunk his body and was clinging to a tree trunk. He stretched out his snake head and looked out of the mountain range. He is of the supremacy realm and has yet to cultivate the supremacy celestial body. This kid is going to die, the snake said calmly. That might not be the case. Lion said in a hoarse voice, Look at him. He is already at the peak of the 3rd step of the Imperial Emperor realm. Maybe he will break through to the 4th step under pressure. Then, Big Lion could not continue. Even if Mu Yun reached the 4th step of the Imperial Emperor realm, it seemed that only death awaited her. It seemed that this kid could not defeat a supremacy. Big Ape scratched his head and did not say anything. Then should we help? Big Snake was still calm. Help with what? Big Lion stroked his lion fur and said slowly, Boss said that this kid is too weak now. If he dies, so be it. We can only help him when he becomes stronger. Otherwise, we will be pulling the seedlings to help them grow. Elder Yi also has the same intention. Let's just do as he says. Okay. Snake stuck out its tongue and said, Since that is the case, I am bored. Little Minka is not around, and these days are too boring. I am really not used to not having him nagging endlessly. It is rare to have a chance to watch a show. It will be a waste if I don't watch. Okay. 3 figures stayed at the top of the mountain and looked hundreds of miles away. They did not have time to chat. Boom, the mountain collapsed. At this moment, Mu Yun's body was stained with blood. Are you still resisting stubbornly? Jiuchong waved his hand and looked at Mu Yun. It is not that easy to kill me. Mu Yun sneered and said, "Do you think you can kill me?" Humph. Hong Jiuchong snorted and reached out his hand. Heaven's eye, open. In an instant, one of Mu Yun's eyes turned pale green. Sharp spatial blades appeared in front of Hong Jiuchong. Hong Jiuchong could not dodge in time and 4 of his fingers were cut off. Only his thumb remained on his palm. Spatial attack. Hong Jiuchong was shocked. Mu Yun was just an imperial emperor. How could she control spatial attacks? Only supremes, earthly venerables, and heavenly venerables could gradually explore the Tao of space. Only god venerables could tear space and pass through it with their bare hands. While even god venerables did not dare to tear space. Space was an independent world and was extremely mysterious. Some spaces might be calmer. In fact, some spaces had spatial turbulence. Even an ultimate god could die if one accidentally entered one of those spaces. Mu Yun could actually use spatial attacks. How was that possible? There are many things that you can't figure out. Do I have to explain them to you one by one? Mu Yun said. Yun sneered at this moment. 1. The spatial blade shot out again. It was like although it was the same as a sword, it was dozens of times stronger. Hong Jiuchong was no longer fearless. Empty spatial blade. This. It was something that everyone feared. However, looking at the power just now, Mu Yun did not display much power. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been as simple as having 4 of his fingers cut off. But even so, it was still a threat to him. No wonder you advanced so quickly. It seems that you really have an extremely powerful fortuitous encounter. Hong Jiuchong's expression calmed down. Look. Mu Yun was no longer so rash. Since that's the case, let's see how long you can withstand my attack. 9 heavenly waves. He waved his hands. In an instant, waves rose around Hong Jiuchong's body. 1. This wave instantly rushed towards Mu Yun. Mu Yun. Yun grinned. Today. There was no way to escape. Until now, none of the 9 wild beasts had appeared. Those big guys didn't know what was going on here. What was so strange about it? Also. In other words, those 9 people did not want to care about him at all. Since that was the case, he would rely on himself. Supremes might not be unkillable. Mu Yun stood straight and looked at Hong Jiuchong. Do you really think that I'm afraid of you? I'll let you see that it's harder than ascending to heaven for Supremes to kill me. Mu Yun said. As soon as Yun finished speaking, the power in his body transformed. Whoosh, a clattering sound was heard. Dragon scales appeared at this moment. Mu Yun's figure suddenly changed. He transformed from a human to a dragon's body. 100-meter-long dragon with green scales appeared at this moment. Transform, dragon's body, a real transformation into a dragon. Roar, a deafening roar sounded at this moment, almost shattering everyone's eardrums. Within 100 miles, the mountains and forests trembled. Divine Dragon born. Hung at this moment, Jiuchong was standing in midair. When he saw this scene, his expression was horrified. Dragon, a human, a living human, actually turned into a divine dragon in front of him. Hong Jiuchong almost suspected that there was something wrong with his eyes. But at this moment, it really did not seem like it. Divine the Dragon clan had always been a legend in thousands of worlds. As a top first-class clan, the Dragon clan's foundation was extremely powerful. And since ancient times, countless humans had hoped to transform into a dragon. But since ancient times, countless people had tried countless methods, but they all failed. Even more so. Until now, because the humans wanted to transform into dragons and hunt the Dragon clan, the relationship between the humans and the Dragon clan had once been strained. And now, Mu Yun had transformed into a dragon in front of him. Mu Yun! Hong shouted. Jiuchong shouted at this moment. He did not know if Mu Yun had really transformed into a dragon. Hong Jiuchong. However, the 100-meter-long green dragon opened its mouth and spoke in human language. This. At this moment, Hong Jiuchong was stunned. She had really completely transformed into a dragon. You can actually transform into a dragon, into a real dragon. Hong Jiuchong's tone became agitated. Do you know how many people in the Kanglan world dream of transforming into a dragon? The weakness of the human race is their bodies. They need to constantly cultivate and refine their bodies again and again. Every time they advance to a higher realm, they need to spend a huge amount of energy to increase their physical strength. Once everyone can transform into a dragon, what is there to fear for the human race? Jiucheng seemed to have gone crazy. Muyun could transform into a dragon. If he had mastered the method, even if he had to spend 1,000,000 years, as long as he could successfully transform into a dragon, it would be worth it. At this moment, Jiucheng's eyes were filled with excitement. It was not just excitement, it was madness. At this moment, Muyun's eyes were slightly wrinkled. If, however, transforming into a dragon couldn't be seen by others. The crazy red color in Jiucheng's eyes made him realize that if he was exposed, he would definitely die. This was only an early-stage supreme being. If Earth Venerables and Heavenly Venerables saw it, he would definitely die. A human transforming into a dragon? Muyun sneered. You really know how to dream. Yes, yes, yes. Jiucheng hurriedly said, it must be extremely difficult to transform into a dragon. Not everyone can transform into a dragon. Since you can do it, you must have a way. As long as I get the way, I can transform into a dragon. The more Jiucheng spoke, the more agitated he became. At this moment, Muyun frowned. She looked at Jiucheng with a pair of dragon eyes. This guy was a little crazy after seeing her dragon form. Muyun, if you hand over the way to transform into a dragon, I will spare your life. Jiucheng laughed. Idiot. Muyun scolded and said slowly, you want me to hand it over? Dream on. Since that's the case, I will kill you before taking it. Jiucheng's eyes became fierce. 9 waves rolling the sky. After Xiaoqian shouted, waves surged into the sky, covering the sky and the sun. At this moment, the waves completely surrounded Muyun's figure. 9 waves soared into the sky. It was as if a cage had formed at that moment, enveloping Muyun within it. At this moment, Muyun unfolded her dragon body and was extremely fast. Bang, a huge impact sound could be heard. Muyun rushed towards the cage. Here at this moment, all the power in Muyun's body was concentrated on her dragon body. He desperately slammed into the barrier in front of him. Time and time again, he was unable to break through the barrier. Humph. Hong Lingtong snorted with disdain in his eyes. If you want to break out of my cage, you need to be at least at the 5th step of the Sovereign Emperor realm. Dream on. Jiucheng's face darkened. That might not be the case. With that, Muyun took a step forward. Body within his body, power gathered and was released at this moment. The sky ring sword suddenly rushed out from Muyun's mouth. Dong, a muffled sound rang out. Jiuzhong gripped his sword tightly with a ferocious expression. No matter how much you resist, it's useless. Heaven and Earth Furnace. With a low shout in his heart, the image of a furnace appeared in front of Muyun. The furnace instantly smashed towards Jiucheng. With a bang, it exploded at this moment. Muyun's dragon body kept retreating. But, at this moment, Jiucheng's face turned pale. At this moment, at the same time, 100 miles away, at the peak of a mountain. Big? The snake suddenly said, a mortal's body can transform into a dragon. Amazing. It seems a little familiar. The origin of the ancestral dragon's blood essence. The lion suddenly said, Olji gave him the origin of the ancestral dragon's blood essence. Yes, 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 it's the aura of the ancestral dragon, the snake sighed and said, the ancestral dragon is dead. Olji is dead. It's a pity that we couldn't help them at that time. However, Big Lion, Blockhead, do you feel that there are some strange things in your minds recently? Huh? The giant ape and lion both looked at the giant snake in astonishment. I can't explain it clearly. It seems to be a picture. It's not what I saw, but it's like what my parents saw. At that time, Kanglan was very, very strong. It felt as strong as Olji, a lot stronger, but it seems that there was a great battle. As for what kind of battle it was, I can't feel it. The ape and lion were slightly stunned at this moment. In this case, Kanglan once had a secret that no one knew. how did you remember it? It's not me. The serpent said again, it's just sleeping. It feels like a dream. I see many things, many powerful people, and many desolate beasts that I have never seen before. It's like it's not Azure, but another world. Anyway, it's very strange. At this moment, the giant ape and lion fell into deep thought. It's been hundreds of millions of years since the Eldritch Age. Who knows what happened in that era, the lion sighed. They didn't even know why they were taken in by Xiaoyao, let alone that era. The giant ape scratched his head and said, you said that you came out from sleeping? If that's the case, Old Six and Old Second should know more. They sleep every day. Hearing this, the giant snake and lion looked at the giant ape speechlessly. Fruit. Of course, it was the blockhead, the lion couldn't help but say, the old turtle slept for real. He didn't move for tens of thousands of years. As for the Azure Moon Cat, do you think he sleeps every day? He's just lazy. He's too lazy to move. It's like he's asleep. The giant snake shook its head and said, I'm not sure. Olgi originally had a high chance of finding out about the Eldritch Age, but unfortunately, Deming disrupted it. Olgi put his hopes on this guy. I think it's even more mysterious. The snake said helplessly, no matter how I look at him. I feel that he's too weak. It's better to leave it to that annoying Muqingyu. The three giant beasts were silent at this moment. First, they couldn't be sure about some things. Boom, 100 miles away, Mu Yun and Hong Jiuzhong were completely bloodshot. Relying on the strength of the dragon body, the speed and lethality of the spatial blades, and the power of the heaven and earth furnace, Mu Yun and Hong Jiuzhong were locked in a fierce battle. At this moment, Hong Jiuzhong was a little anxious. If this continued, the people of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance would kill their way here because of the abnormalities. Then, it would be difficult for him to escape. No could continue to stall. Hong Jiuzhong's eyes were cold. 9 mountains, shake the 9 heavens. He waved his hand. Boom. A mountain soared into the sky. Bang. 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 In an instant, a total of 9 mountains were moved over and stacked together. Hong Jiucheng was like a deity of the heavens, standing on the 9 mountains just like that. Shake. As soon as he finished speaking. Boom. A rumbling sound was heard. At this moment, the giant mountain fell. At this moment, Mu Yun could clearly feel the earth shaking as if the mountains were about to collapse. But, it was the 9-layer mountain that had arrived in front of him, smashing down towards him. Bang. The mountain shook. Mu Yun wanted to run, but there was no way to do so. The 9 mountains seemed to be firmly suppressing him like this, not allowing him to take even half a step away from his side. Boom. A rumbling sound was heard. At this moment, Mu Yun's dragon body was pressed down by the mountains, and his entire body could not move. No. Fortunately, he had turned into a dragon. Otherwise, under this suppression, his entire body would be completely shattered. Kid, hand over the dragon transformation technique. Otherwise, I will definitely kill you. Hong Jiuzhong said proudly. Dream on. Mu Yun said. Yun's voice sounded again, and he sneered. Kill me if you can. You are courting death. Hong Jiuzhong's face turned cold, and he took a step forward. Boom, the earth rumbled, and cracks could be heard at this moment. 9. The power of the heavy mountains was becoming more and more violent. At this moment, Mu Yun felt that his body was under great pressure. Faintly, there was an irresistible feeling of rupture spreading throughout his body. If this went on, he would definitely die. No. Mu Yun's heart quickly calmed down at this moment. There must be another way besides the Great Death Abduction technique. Now, his lifespan had recovered to the limit of 10 million years. If he used the Great Death Abduction technique, it would cause a great loss to his foundation and slow down his cultivation. He could not use it. Mu Yun's eyes gradually turned red. I can't die here. Until early stage venerable, without a Dharma body. If how can you kill me? Mu Yun's eyes gradually became tenacious. How can I not die? Become stronger, become stronger. Mu Yun said. Vaguely, an aura gathered in Yun's body, and that aura gathered and rose to a terrifying level. Boom, in an instant, a rumbling sound was heard. The earth rumbled and exploded one after another. Mu Yun's figure swept out at this moment. An extremely powerful aura was released at this moment. Emperor Four Steps June, in this short period of time, Mu Yun seemed to have experienced thousands of years and had undergone a transformation. Thank you. Mu Yun exclaimed. At this moment, Yun returned to his human form and looked at Hong Jiucheng. In the past 10 years, I have been trying to break through to the fourth step and have been cultivating the mountain-moving god sword art, but I have been failing again and again. Today, you have fulfilled my wish. Mu Yun said. Yun looked at Hong Jiucheng and said slowly, I really have to thank you. You, Hong Jiucheng was furious. Mu Yun had reached the fourth step of the Emperor realm. Mu Yun was improving at a rapid speed. How could this guy be so fast? At this moment, Hong Jiucheng quickly calmed down. It was only the fourth step of the Emperor realm. There was no need to worry. He was a paragon and could kill an Emperor realm. The fourth step of the Emperor realm might be able to kill Mu Yun if he ended the battle quickly. Are you still thinking of killing me? At this moment, Mu Yun smiled and said, Your end is here. As soon as he finished speaking, the light in Mu Yun's eyes changed. Tai Chi Dao. At this moment, the power of nirvana and the power of burning everything was released. Mu Yun's entire body seemed to be plated with a layer of light. The light of the sun and moon shone down together. Kill. With a shout, light shone in all directions. The Taiji diagram shot out at this moment. Kill. At the same time, the heaven and earth furnace spewed out magma. The sky ring sword also shot out at this moment. Mu Yun's figure followed closely behind. Transform, she turned into a dragon and clawed out. 2. Extreme Dao, Heaven's Eye, Dragon Form. Mu, at this moment, Yun used her maximum strength. She swore to make Hong Jiucheng pay the price for this attack. Boom, a loud explosion was heard all of a sudden. Big, the earth rumbled, and the trees in the mountain range were uprooted and sent flying into the sky. Hong Jiucheng's figure was entangled in the rolling power and could not escape. At this moment, Mu Yun was panting heavily and her face was pale. This was really a powerful attack. Move, she used almost 100% of her strength. Whether she could kill Hong Jiucheng or not depended on this move. In the mountain range, the roar was restless, and gradually, it quieted down. Mu, at this moment, Yun stood in midair and looked alert. You have really angered me. Hong Jiucheng's figure walked out at this moment, and his entire body was raging with power. First, waves of surging power were emitting from his body. At this moment, Hong Jiucheng's coarse linen clothes were tattered. Chest, horrifying wounds appeared on his mouth, arms, and thighs, and blood kept flowing out. But at this moment, Hong Jiucheng did not seem to see half of it. Hong Jiucheng's eyes turned red as he stared at Mu Yun. This guy was so powerful that it was beyond his imagination. Ninefold Curse Seal. A low roar sounded at this moment. Hong Jiucheng put his palms together, and a torrent of origin force surged out of his body. Slash, in the next moment, a loud explosion sounded. First, a ray of light shot straight at Mu Yun. Puff, almost instantaneously, a mark appeared on Mu Yun's chest and charged towards him. That mark seemed to have cut open his chest, and his internal organs were exposed to the air. First, Mu Yun spat out a mouthful of blood, and her face turned pale. If it had not been for the strength of his dragonized body and the power of the pale yellow divine robe, this attack would have been enough to completely cut his body apart. Hong Jiucheng's face turned ugly. Namely, even an imperial emperor at the fifth step might not be able to withstand this attack. However, at this moment, Mu Yun endured it. It was truly inconceivable. Kid, what you have is even more terrifying than I imagined. Looks like the dragonized body is just one of your fortuitous encounters. No wonder you were able to become an invincible figure so quickly. At this moment, Mu Yun was pouring a large amount of world energy into her wounds. The world tree contained the power of the world. It could be said to be the ultimate combination of the power of the 10,000 worlds. It was several times more brilliant than origin energy. On Mu Yan's surface, the wound began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. But it was an internal injury that couldn't be healed in a short time. Hong Jiucheng's killing intent condensed. Here, if he didn't kill the current Mu Yan, he definitely wouldn't be able to kill Mu Yan when she reached the 5th step of the Celestial Emperor realm. This guy's improvement was too fast. Hong blood suddenly condensed in Hong Jiucheng's body, turning into a dark red river that flowed in his body. At this moment, Yun was very careful. At this moment, yin and yang light condensed in his eyes. The Tao of Tai Chi was ready to be activated at any time. Here, at this moment, the Sky Ring sword was also tightly held in Mu Yan's hand. At this moment, the power in Mu Yan's body had become completely different. 9 heavens blood explosion. Hong Jiucheng roared. The blood suddenly gathered in his chest and was spat out. Roar. The blood essence condensed into a blood ball and gathered in front of him. Here, at the same time, streaks of blood appeared on the blood ball, and light waves scattered. Boom. Boom, a cracking sound suddenly sounded. The blood ball turned into thousands of blood threads and wrapped around Mu Yan's body. Here, at this moment, Mu Yan slashed out with the long sword in her hand. The threads were cut into pieces one by one, but in the next moment, they gathered together again. Look, at this moment, Mu Yan didn't dare to be careless. She waved the long sword in her hand and gathered power again. She slashed out again, but the result was still the same. 2. The Tao of Extremity was released, like a round Tai Chi 8 trigrams, blocking in front of Mu Yan. At this moment, the blood threads diverted and attacked Mu Yan's back. Poof, 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 the blood threads pierced through Mu Yan's body and drilled into Mu Yan's body. In the next moment, Mu Yan's face turned pale. She felt as if thousands of ants had entered her body all of a sudden, as if thousands of insects were gnawing on her body. At this moment, her internal organs felt as if they were about to break. A terrifying aura of pain surged into her body. With a long cry, the veins on Mu Yan's face bulged. Almost instantly, she was drenched in sweat. At this moment, in the next moment, all the power in her body seemed to have disappeared. The Tao of Extremity disappeared at this moment. More strands of blood drilled into his body. At this moment, Mu Yan felt as if her body had become numb. This feeling almost made Mu Yan vomit blood. Old thing. Since I have stepped into the supremacy realm, how can it be as simple as you think? Hong Jiucheng snorted coldly. Kid, everything on you will belong to me. Go to hell. Hong Jiucheng shouted, and blood flowed out of his body. Mu Yan felt that the pain had almost doubled. It was heart-wrenching. But, suddenly, Mu Yan realized that Hong Jiucheng didn't seem to be in a better state than her at this moment. At this moment, Hong Jiucheng was bathed in blood. Not only that, but the veins on his face were also bulging, and blood was flowing non-stop. Like who, he was also suffering from extreme pain and torture. Mu Yan calmed down and looked at Hong Jiucheng. You want me to die? Mu Yan snorted. You're not any better, right? Looking at you, it seems that I'm not the only one suffering this pain. As soon as she said this, Hong Jiucheng's expression changed slightly, and he quickly calmed down. I'm a supremacy, and you're just a 4th-step Imperial Emperor. How can the pain be the same? Even so, I can endure more than you. Mu Yan said. At this moment, Mu Yan laughed. Slowly, her laughter became more and more presumptuous. Ha ha ha. While laughing, Mu Yan looked at Hong Jiucheng. Supremacy, are you sure you can endure it more violently than me? Mu Yan sneered and said, since that's the case, let's see who can endure it more violently. At this moment, Mu Yan's body stretched out and transformed into a dragon. At this moment, blood vessels appeared under the dense dragon scales on his body. Blood vessels covered his entire body, and it was extremely terrifying. At this moment, the dragon scales even showed signs of falling off. At this moment, the two of them were in a stalemate. Mu Yan originally thought that it was only his own injuries, but when she saw Hong Jiucheng's changes, she understood. This guy wasn't any better than her. This secret technique seemed to be extremely destructive to her, but it also injured Hong Jiucheng quite a bit. Or perhaps it was based on the fact that one had to endure an equivalent amount of damage. Hong Jiucheng cursed in his heart. Like Mu Yun seemed to have seen through it. Only it didn't matter. Only if he wanted to torture Mu Yun to death, then all the pain he suffered would be returned to him, turning into the purest form of energy. Perhaps he could use this opportunity to start tempering his supremacy celestial body. Slash. But suddenly, Mu Yun slashed out with her sword. Hong Jiucheng was shocked and barely dodged. You can still attack? Hong Jiucheng asked. Jiucheng turned pale with fright. Affected by Mu Yun was still able to continue attacking him at this moment when he was under the attack of the blood explosion. Could this guy endure it so much? You think too weak. Mu Yun sneered. Before entering the Kanglan 10,000 realms, I was a person who was reborn. I had experienced the destruction of my soul. You can't understand the injuries I suffered at all. You want to exchange injuries and exhaust me to death? Dream on. Hong Jiucheng shouted. This time, Jiucheng was really stunned. However, at this moment, Mu Yun's hands were floating. Double in her eyes, power slowly flowed, and the Tao of Yin and Yang appeared again. The Tao of Tai Chi. Buzz, too, the seal of extremity rushed out at this moment. Bang, an explosion sounded, and Mu Yun directly attacked Hong Jiucheng. At this moment, Hong Jiucheng was barely able to withstand the killing power of his own blood explosion. Facing Mu Yun's attack, he immediately panicked. But Yun didn't care about this and continued to attack. The pain was equal for the two of them. The greater the pain Hong Jiucheng had to endure. But, compared to him, Hong Jiucheng had to pay a smaller price. This kind of secret technique was harmful to others and oneself. But in the end, if he died, Hong Jiucheng would probably obtain great benefits. Yes, Hong Jiucheng didn't know. Although this kind of pain was extremely difficult for him to bear. But with the Eye of Reincarnation, he could absorb half of the pain and help him relieve it. In other words, the two of him were enduring the corrosion of the power together. Since, then, he could naturally divert his attention and continue to attack. At this moment, because of the corrosion power, his attack couldn't unleash its full power. But, Hong Jiucheng was even worse than him. After attacking again and again, Mu Yun's aura became stronger and stronger. The difference between a 4-step emperor and an early-stage supremacy was indeed huge. But with the help of the dragon form body, the Tao of Tai Chi, the door of reincarnation, and the Eye of Heaven, Mu Yun wasn't an ordinary 4-step emperor. Sky-piercing. She attacked, and in an instant, a sharp spatial blade appeared behind Hong Jiucheng. Slash. There was a swoosh. Hong Jiucheng waved his hand. But one of his arms was directly chopped off by Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun's face was cold. Now, she couldn't stop. Then, sword after sword, the high-grade sword soul was fully unleashed at this moment. While, at the same time, blood kept flowing out of Mu Yun's right eye. Then, he activated the Eye of Reincarnation too quickly. His current emperor body couldn't withstand it at all. But, this was the key to life and death. If she stopped, she would die. Then, she had to kill Hong Jiucheng. Boom, boom. Boom, rumbling sounds continuously resounded in his meridians. Mu Yun's attacks became stronger and stronger. Vaguely, his entire body was like a sword, cutting through bamboo with irresistible force. At this moment, Hong Jiucheng was continuously injured. For what? For what? Hong Jiucheng wanted to roar at this moment. For Mu Yun was suppressed by the same level. She was only a 4-step emperor, but she was so powerful, but at this moment, he couldn't stop at all. First, if he stopped, he would suffer a huge backlash and die even faster. Dragon transformation. Kill. At this moment, Yun roared and his arm suddenly turned into a dragon claw, grabbing at Hong Jiucheng's chest. At this moment, there was a puff. Blood flowed from Hong Jiucheng's chest. Puff, with a swoosh, Mu Yun grabbed the beating heart and pulled it out. When a martial artist reached this level, even if his body was damaged, he would not die. However, Hong Jiuzhong's blood explosion at this moment used the blood circulating in his heart as the foundation. Without the supply of fresh blood, Hong Jiuzhong's blood explosion collapsed almost instantly with a swipe of his hand. In an instant, Mu Yun felt that the gnawing in her body was weakening. "I see," Mu Yun said. Yun suddenly laughed. "This secret technique of yours has nothing to do with the soul. It is the continuous supply of blood from the heart. Now that it has lost its source, the secret technique has disappeared. Hong Jiuzhong, as a supreme being, you're just SOSO. Humph." Hong Jiuzhong's face was pale as he looked at Mu Yun. This time, he was really at his wit's end. "Even if I die, I will make you pay the price." Hong Jiuzhong gritted his teeth. Suddenly, his body expanded. "Self-explosion?" Mu Yun snorted. "See if you can hurt me? Self-explosion? What do you think the self-explosion of a supreme being is?" Haha, Hong Jiuzhong laughed loudly. "I, Hong Jiuzhong, have lived in this world for 32 million years. Step by step, I went from a weak and lowly human to a supreme being today. I didn't expect to die in your hands." What a joke, Mu Yun, die with me!" Insane shouted. In an instant, Hong Jiuzhong's entire body had gathered all his strength. Explode! A low roar sounded at this moment. Boom! With Hong Jiuzhong as the core, the ground collapsed, and an invisible suction force was transmitted. Mu Yun at this moment, Yun's expression changed as she flew 1,000 meters away. But, she couldn't fly. "Mu Yun, die with me!" Hong Jiuzhong shouted. In the midst of Jiuzhong's madness, his soul flew out and completely bound Mu Yun. This time, Mu Yun really couldn't run away even if she wanted to. "Let's die together." Hong Jiuzhong laughed loudly. He had completely gone crazy. Boom, 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 in that instant, everything within a radius of 100 miles began to tremble. At this moment, the moon lost its luster. It was like a black hole that devoured everything. Up ahead. At the same time, a few figures were rushing over from the outskirts of the streamless ancient mountain. The two people in the lead were Qiu Qian and Qi Shi, the two paragons. "Damn it!" Qiu Qian cursed in a low voice. "If I knew this would happen, I would have killed Hong Jiuzhong at all costs." At the side, Qi Shi didn't speak. But he was more worried about Mu Yun's safety than Qiu Qian. Dark Death's seal, if Mu Yun died, he would definitely die. It hadn't been easy for him to become a supreme being. If he were to die now, he would truly be indignant. "Old Master Mu Yun, don't die," she wanted to cry. Two behind him, the upper echelons of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance arrived. Arriving at the mountain range, Qiu Qian looked ahead and stopped. "Over there," Luo Tianqing said. In front of them was a ravaged mountain range. Not a single blade of grass grew within a radius of 100 miles. The ground was dyed black by the explosion. While at this moment, there was no aura at all. "Find him!" Scarlet Flame shouted. Qi Shi wasn't dead. This meant that Mu Yun was not dead. "Be careful, Hong Jiuzhong might still be alive," Qiu Qian warned. Swish swish swish. Dozens of figures spread out at that moment. Xiao Chen began to search the area that had been blasted apart inch by inch. "Milord." Suddenly, one of the Osteopyrum spoke. Vengeance Scarlet Flame quickly rushed out. At this moment, on the charred ground, a corpse was lying straight on the ground. His flesh was flying everywhere, but his bones were still intact. His entire body was almost completely shattered. Vengeance Jiyan squatted down and stretched out his hand. Cracking sounds could be heard as the bones shattered and turned into dust. "Hong Jiuzhong is dead," Scarlet Flame said in a low voice. Qi Shi, Qi Lingyue, and the others were dumbfounded. Hong Jiuzhong was dead, killed by Mu Yun. What about Mu Yun? "Go and find him." Qiu Qian shouted. "What are you all doing here?" The Osteopyrum started to search carefully. "Don't look anymore." Suddenly, a voice sounded with great difficulty. It said weakly, "I am here." Hong Jiuzhong turned into dust and scattered on the ground. Here, at this moment, a small hole appeared in the pile of dust. 1. His mouth was exposed. Only now, it could no longer be called a mouth. And it was all bones. Cho Chien shouted. Scarlet Flame squatted down and stretched out his hand. Don't touch me, Mu Yun said. Yun said, if you touch me, I will end up like Hong Jiuchong. Scarlet Flame nodded. Small. His heart thumped as his hands began to dig. Fly. The dust was cleared, revealing a skeleton in front of him. At this moment, Mu Yun was lying on the ground. There was almost no flesh left on her body. Only her bones were still intact. In her mind, a faint light flickered, and a force slowly spread out. Until Supreme Spiritual Liquid. There were 7 bottles of Supreme Spiritual Liquid left. Mu Yun drank them all at the critical moment. She was worried that she would explode. But, after drinking it, Mu Yun felt that she was overthinking. Hong Jiuchong's self-destruction was too powerful. Cho Chien shouted. Scarlet Flame knelt in front of Mu Yun and lowered his head. I was careless. I didn't expect Hong Jiuchong to follow young master. It's okay, as long as he doesn't die. Yun's words were much clearer now. Heavenly dog. Cho Chien suddenly stood up and looked into the Wujian ancient mountain. He shouted, you didn't save him today. In the future, I, Cho Chien, will settle this with you. In the inner mountain range, a shadow suddenly appeared, covering the sky. He said calmly, Cho Chien, don't threaten us. If you can't even handle this, don't expect us to submit to you in the future. Cho Chien was furious. If not for the fact that his strength was severely injured, these 9 big things would definitely teach them a lesson. Forget it. Mu Yun raised her hand. To be precise, she raised her bone and said, sooner or later, they will be my mounts. The shadow retreated, and Cho Chien bent down to protect Mu Yun. At this moment, Qi Shi, Qi Lingyue, and the others kept silent. This was the first time Lingyu saw Mu Yun injured to this extent. Only yes, although that was the case, Mu Yun killed a supreme martial artist. This was simply unbelievable. Also, this was the first time they saw Cho Chien so angry. All this while, they had thought that Cho Chien, who was by Mu Yun's side, had always been high and mighty. But now, it seemed that Cho Chien was dead set on Mu Yun. Chilling, you didn't understand. What kind of identity did Mu Yun have to make someone like Cho Chien sacrifice his life for her? Why? What did she have to do with the Wujian ancient mountain? Father, what happened between father and Mu Yun? She saw that her father was so nervous that he didn't even dare to breathe. He was even more afraid than Cho Chien. Mu Yun laid down for a full month before his physical body gradually recovered. But even so, he still looked extremely weak. Hong Jiuchong's self-destruction caused all the power to dissipate, and he didn't devour a single bit. This time, he suffered a huge loss. One day, in the ancient mountain, for Osteopyrum were carrying a reclining chair. Mu Yun's face was pale as she lay on the chair. The 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance members escorted Mu Yun along the way as they left the ancient mountain. At this moment, Mu Yun's right eye looked gray as if it was stained with dust. Her right eye had lost its sight. This time, she had overused her Heaven's Eye. Even now, Mu Yun didn't know how to recover. The most important thing now was to refine her physical body. If not for the 7 bottles of Supreme Spiritual Liquid, she would really die this time. On the way, Cho Chien stayed close to her and guarded her closely. Everyone, they left the ancient mountain and returned to the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance in the southern wilderness region. After returning to the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance, Cho Chien immediately sealed off Mu Yun's residence. 270 Osteopyrum guarded the entire hall tightly. Returning to the bed, Mu Yun looked at the few of them. In 10 years, the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance in the central wilderness region hasn't been built yet? Yun asked. Before leaving, he instructed everyone. After settling down in the central wilderness region and the southern wilderness region, he would build a new 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance in the central wilderness region. He didn't expect to return here again. Chao Chu Chien replied, originally, we chose the central wilderness region, But something happened when we were building the new Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, so we delayed it and waited for you to come back and make a decision. Something happened? Cho Chi-yen nodded. We dug out a palace. Dug out a palace? Mu Yun was surprised. It's indeed a palace. Chi also replied, the location we chose is the center of the Central Wilderness region. It can also be said to be the center of the entire Eastern Wilderness, the core point. But we didn't expect that we would trigger a restriction when we dug 100 meters down, and some disciples died. Later, the two of us moved the surrounding land and found that there was actually a palace under the ground. It's just that the news has been blocked, and it hasn't spread yet. Yun was surprised this time. Eastern Wilderness region. The Central Wilderness region had never been prosperous. Compared to the South Pole Sea region and the Yuan region, it was considered the weakest. But now, something had been dug out. Have you found out what it is? The restriction is quite unique, and we don't know much about array formations, so we wanted to wait for you to come back before we discuss this. Chi said immediately. I understand. Mu Yun nodded and said, when I recover, I'll go and take a look. Have there been any changes in the Eastern Wilderness in the past 10 years? Cho Chi-yen didn't speak. Chi cupped his hands and said, the Reverence Moon Holy Ground is the same as before, but the Tuoba family, East Flower Matter, Void Spirit Cave, and Li Fire Sect have completely united. The Tuoba family's patriarch, Tuoba Zhen, has also reached the supremacy realm. The four beast clans of the Eastern Wilderness region have also completely united. The four clans advance and retreat together, led by Xuefeng Tian, who has also reached the supremacy realm. Moreover, these two clans have roped in the Eastern Wilderness those emperors who don't appear in the world. Now, in the Eastern Wasteland, there are no longer 11 superpowers, but 4 superpowers. The Beast Clan in the east, the 4 clans in the west, the Reverence Moon Holy Ground in the north, and our Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. Mu Yun nodded. The Great Era had arrived. This was the Great Era of the Eastern Wilderness. It belonged to the era of the rise of the Eastern Wilderness. Once, the 11 major forces had reached the supremacy level because of the rise of the Reverence Moon Holy Lord. It had unknowingly changed the destiny of the Eastern Wilderness. Since ancient times, the concept of luck had always been incomparably mysterious. However, in the past million years, the entire Abyss world had changed. East. The Eastern Wilderness, the Western Mountains, the Antarctic Sea region, the North Sky Mountain Source, and the Abyss region. The most powerful place was naturally the Abyss region, which was thousands of miles away from the Eastern Wilderness. The Abyss region was the core of the Ninth Heaven Realm. It represented the center of the Ninth Heaven Realm. The Antarctic Sea region, the Western Mountains, and the North Sky Mountain Source also had powerful third-grade forces. However, the weakest fourth-grade force in the Eastern Wilderness was the only one. No. One of the forces could be called a third-grade force, because none of them had reached the supremacy level. Even now, there were 4 supremacies, but they were not qualified to be called a third-grade force. Even the weakest third-class force had to have at least an invincible earthly venerable in its ranks. However, yes, there were supremacies. They had stepped onto the path of supremacy and were close to becoming a third-grade force. I'll make plans after I recover from my injuries. Mu Yun said slowly. Don't release the news for the time being. Mu Yun was also surprised. The Central Wilderness was once the territory of the Sevenfold Valley and the Qiyang Holy Empire. There was actually an underground palace, and no one knew about it for a million years. This was indeed too strange. Mu Yun was also curious about this. Lu Baiyue, Tuoba Zhen, Xuefeng Tian, the 3 supremacies. Mu Yun said. Yun thought for a moment and said, perhaps Cho Chi-yen is right. The birth of a supremacy changed the destiny of the Eastern Wilderness. Perhaps in the near future, there will be more supremacies appearing in the Eastern Wilderness. The appearance of those reclusive imperial emperors is also a sign. I even suspect that there are more than 100 imperial emperors in the Eastern Wilderness. Mu Yun said. Yun's words were not nonsense. It was the limit for the Eastern Wilderness to be able to produce an imperial emperor. However, in the past million years, tens of thousands of sages had not stepped onto the path of an imperial emperor. Not must, perhaps many people were waiting for an opportunity. And now, the opportunity had appeared. Foreground supremacy wasn't complete. Whole the entire eastern wasteland was changing, and at a very fast speed. It was no longer 10,000 years, or 100,000 years, but a few years, a few decades. The Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance had been rather quiet recently. The destruction of the Sevenfold Valley had made many forces see that the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance was no longer the weak existence it used to be. He had merged with Mu Yan's team, the Qiyang Holy Empire, and swallowed the Chichong Valley. The Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance had become one of the four hegemons of the Eastern Wilderness. Sway with Mu Yan's return, the news of Hong Jiuzhong's death gradually spread. It was impossible that no one in the Eastern Wilderness had sensed the death of a supreme being. While there was even more shocking news. Hong Jiuzhong was killed by Mu Yan alone. When the news spread, the people of the Eastern Wilderness changed their expressions. The name of Yun quickly rang out. While at this moment, the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance had Qixi, a supreme being, overseeing it. Whether it was the Reverence Moon Holy Ground led by Lu Baiyue, the four great sects led by Tuoba Zhan, or the Beast Race Alliance led by Blood Phoenix Sky. No one dared to act rashly. Now, there were four hegemons. If it was a battle between two sides, it would benefit the other two sides. This was something no one wanted to see. That was, one side could go all out and destroy the other side. That would be a great loss. The situation in the Eastern Wilderness had become strange. Time passed by just like that. Mu Yun continued to recover her physical body in the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. With the help of the tyrannical strength of the dragon form, the recovery speed of the broken and reconstructed body was not slow. Even so, Mu Yun spent nearly 90 years to completely recover her body. While in these 90 years, shocking news continued to spread in the Eastern Wilderness. Today the Reverence Moon Holy Ground might have a new emperor. The four great beast races might have a new emperor. In a short period of 90 years, the number of emperors increased. Like at this moment, emperors were no longer high and mighty, invincible gods. While supreme was the true invincible god. Emperor, on the contrary, had the status of a saint emperor in the past. Everyone could feel the change in the atmosphere. Southwasteland, Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. At this moment, Yun was sitting cross-legged on a mountain peak in the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. At this moment, her body was gradually condensing power, and a force of heaven and earth was slowly released and restrained, layer after layer. While at this moment, Mu Yun's right eye was still emitting a bluish-gray color, which made people feel that it was exceptionally enchanting. Young master. Qi Yan flew over at this moment. How is it? Everything is ready, we can set off at any time. Qi Yan cupped his hands and said. N. Mu Yun nodded. Yun nodded and said, now, in the eastern wasteland, the southern wasteland and the central wasteland are in our hands, but the southern wasteland is after all remote, so it's better to move as soon as possible. Gather the most advantageous forces together. Now is a time of turmoil, no one can guarantee that the next moment will not be a war of aggression. Qi Yan nodded. This time, because he suffered heavy injuries, and Hong Jiuzhong self-detonated, his power dissipated, and he didn't get any benefits. The guards also encountered some twists and turns in their cultivation. Only however, even so, a few osteopyram had reached the Emperor realm. At this moment, in the Nine Heavens Hall, Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, everyone gathered. Let's go. Under Mu Yan's order, everyone moved and headed towards the central wasteland. There were more than a dozen emperors and hundreds of peak saint monarchs, and their momentum was great. After a few days, everyone arrived at a mountain range. That was the mountain range stretched from north to south, but the highest mountain peak was only about 1,000 meters. It couldn't be considered majestic. Supreme Qixi appeared at the top of a mountain and gestured to Mu Yun and the others. To ensure that the news was kept a secret, Qixi personally oversaw this place. Seeing Mu Yun arrive, Qixi said, it's at the bottom of this mountain range. Originally, this place was the boundary between the Qiyang Holy Empire and the Sevenfold Valley. The mountain range stretched from north to south. To the east was the Qiyang Holy Empire, and to the west was the Sevenfold Valley. It was located in the center of the central wasteland. We originally planned to build it here. But when we started to build the foundation of the array formation, we encountered this ancient palace. As Qishi spoke, he led Mu Yun and the others to the foot of the mountain. A huge tree that had been cut down was waved away with a palm, and a corner of the palace appeared in front of everyone. In the corner of the palace, runes flowed with light. A level 6 ancient divine array. Mu Yun said. Yun could tell at a glance. Now, he had thoroughly understood the array formation. Well, last time when he fought with Hong Jiucheng, if he had known that Hong Jiucheng was there, he would have set up a few level 6 ancient divine arrays in advance. Mu. At this moment, Yun heaved a sigh of relief and said, if it's a level 6 ancient divine array, it shouldn't be too dangerous. With a prime leading the way, everyone, be careful. As Mu Yun spoke, she waved her hand. Dao. The runes were attached to the corner of the ancient palace. Slowly, light flowed, and a gap appeared in the ancient array formation. It was like a water whirlpool that had been broken open. Qi Shi, Chou Qian, and all the emperors, follow me inside. As Mu Yun spoke, she stepped forward. Pa. At this moment, several figures disappeared into the mountain range. 9. The Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance had more than 1,000 people scattered here. In order to disguise themselves, they continued to excavate mountains and stones and build palaces around the mountain range. This time, Mu Yun was preparing to build a huge palace that was at the level of the Eastern Wasteland's overlord. Therefore, the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance had prepared many strange stones and materials. When the other three saw this, they didn't think much of it. At the same time, in the mountain range, many Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance warriors were still busy. Underground, in the palace, Mu Yun and the others appeared in a large hall. Mu Yun broke the array formation and didn't enter from the main door. A few figures appeared in the array formation and looked at the scene in the hall. Crack, a crack suddenly sounded, startling them. It's just a skeleton. Qi Shi said. It's not an ordinary skeleton. Chou Qian looked at the broken bones on the ground and said, the skeleton of a Supreme Being expert, Supreme Being. Chou Qian squatted down and touched the skeleton. He said slowly, a Supreme Being cultivates a Dharma body, while an Earth Supreme Being cultivates a true God, and a Heavenly Venerable cultivates a Heavenly Venerable bone. These dead people should be Supreme Being and Earth Supreme Being, but not Heavenly Venerables. After all, Chou Qian was experienced and knowledgeable, so he quickly analyzed. Supreme Being. Earth Supreme Being. To everyone present, a Supreme Being was already invincible. An Earth Supreme Being was even stronger. It seems that many Supreme Beings and Earth Supreme Beings died here. Mu Yun said. Yun pondered for a moment and said, everyone, search and see if there are any spatial rings left behind. If there is a supreme divine art, even if it's of the human grade, it will be a priceless treasure. They were immediately tempted. There were 4 major realms of Supreme Being. Cultivation techniques were divided into the human grade, earth grade, heaven grade, and divine grade. They corresponded to the Supreme Being, Earth Supreme Being, Heavenly Venerable, and God Being realms. Human grade. The human grade Supreme Divine Art was usually used to cultivate a Supreme Being Dharma body. Although there were 4 Supreme Beings in the Eastern Wilderness, they had not condensed a Supreme Being Dharma body. At most, they were crippled Supreme Beings. A few people immediately started searching. Mu Yun also looked carefully at the hall. It was well preserved, and it did not look like it had been through a great battle. Only the palace was protected by a 6th grade ancient divine array, but a lot of Supreme Beings and Earth Supreme Beings had died. This was very strange. No. Qi Shi was a little disappointed. There was nothing on those skeletons, as if their clothes had been stripped off. Mu Yun was not disappointed. She continued, let's go out and take a look. This was just a large hall. Sigh. Perhaps something unexpected would happen. They walked out of the hall and looked outside. This time everyone was stunned. At this moment, the hall that everyone was in was 100 meters long and wide, and more than 10 meters tall. It was not small. However, compared to the surrounding palaces that everyone saw, it was simply a drop in the ocean. It was a long while later before everyone took a deep breath and slowly recovered their strength. Even Xianxia was a little shocked. It was rare to see such a place. It was more like an ancient city. Everyone, be careful and look around. Mu sighed and smiled. It seems that we don't have to bother to build a new location for the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. This place is big enough. Qishi, Qian, and the others nodded. If they could set this place as the location for the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, it would undoubtedly be a huge foundation. Everyone. They spread out and went to the various palaces. Yun chose a palace and entered it. The entire hall did not look empty. The tables and chairs were very luxurious and placed very carefully. At the same time, the center of the hall was very gorgeous. After looking around for a long time, Yun did not find anything special. Young master. Not long after, Qian's voice suddenly sounded. Yun left and went to another hall. While, at this moment, in front of the hall, there were 3 big words that attracted people's attention. Yutian Hall. When she saw those 3 words, Yun was slightly puzzled. Qian said, Ancient Emperor Wujian's origin is mysterious. Ancient Emperor Wujian created Wujian Ancient Mountain, and the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace is his old nest. In the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace, there is a saying, 1 emperor, 4 guards, and 8 constellations. 1 emperor, 4 guards, and 8 constellations? Qian explained, 1 emperor is naturally Ancient Emperor Wujian, and the 4 guards are said to be the 4 great imperial guards by Ancient Emperor Wujian's side. They are powerful and unfathomable. And the 8 constellations are the 8 more unique people in Wujian Ancient Mountain. These 8 people are not necessarily powerful, but Ancient Emperor Wujian values them very much. Qian looked at the top of the hall and said, Yutian constellation is one of the 8 constellations. However, the 8 constellations are Ancient Emperor Wujian's personal people. Logically speaking, they should be in the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace in Wujian Ancient Mountain. Why are they here? One of the 8 constellations of Ancient Emperor Wujian Ancient Emperor. Yun looked at the hall and then looked around. Compared to the other palaces around it, this palace had a majestic and domineering aura. Ancient Emperor Wujian himself was a legendary figure. During the Immemorial Era and the Primordial Era, there were many more titled emperors and gods. However, it suddenly disappeared and became an unsolvable mystery. While even if he wasn't an absolute expert, how could a person who was highly valued by the ancient emperor be simple? Yun looked around and sighed with emotion. The Primordial Era was millions to tens of millions of years ago. As for the Primordial Era, it lasted for billions of years. No one knows what happened during that time, much less, the Urwild's Era. Many mysteries were born during the Great Desolate Era. The Second World, the Realm Tree. For the Great Origin, the 13 Treasures of Desolation. Each and every one of these treasures was extremely fascinating. What exactly happened in that era? With the passage of time, there were many things that could no longer be traced. Let's go in and take a look. They gathered together and stepped into the main hall. Entry in front of him was a vast hall. That's right, vast. In the hall, there were crystal-clear glass pillars supporting the hall that was dozens of meters high. Looking carefully, there were thousands of people standing on both sides. It was not a problem. Such a majestic hall was indeed rare. Everyone. After entering the hall, he saw a throne at the front of the hall. Here. At this moment, everyone could imagine how this place used to be at its peak. The hall was filled with people, and all of them were present. That kind of aura was enough to make people feel very shocked. Everyone, be careful. In the beginning, Yun only thought that this place was built by a heavenly venerate. But now it seemed that ancient Emperor Wujian was one of the 8 great constellations. No matter how bad it was, it wouldn't be lower than a heavenly venerate, right? Here. Perhaps it was more dangerous than what they saw. Everyone spread out and began to search the hall. Yun walked to the back of the hall. Large. The back of the hall was quite spacious. It was actually a pavilion. Looking carefully, it looked more like a place to live. Chiling Yu, Pangaling, and the others dispersed one by one. Chou Qian seemed to have noticed something and also looked around. After searching for a few days, many Saint Lord experts from the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance also entered this place one by one. However, they didn't find anything good. Straight on this day, Chou Qian suddenly called Mu Yun over. "Young master, take a look." Chou Qian was in a bedroom. At this place. At this moment, in the bedroom, there was a study. On the study table, there were a few scrolls. Chou Qian held a few of the scrolls and said, "This is the Supreme God Technique." The Supreme God Technique was like the Supreme God artifact. It was divided into human, earth, heaven, and divine. Yes. It should be the human, earth, heavenly, and God venerates cultivation levels. At this moment, there were about a dozen scrolls on the table. While a few of them were engraved with the names of the human sovereign techniques for cultivating the supreme celestial body. "This is great," Mu Yun said. At this moment, Yun smiled and said, "Supreme Qi Shi, you can choose one and form your own supreme celestial body." The so-called supreme celestial body was like a martial artist who had just entered the sect. When they cultivated to a certain level, they would form energy around their body. The supreme celestial body was similar to energy. Since of course, stellar energy could not be compared to it. Until the supreme God realm was divided into 6 small realms: initial, middle, late, peak, complete, and complete. Until now. The supreme celestial body was also divided into 6 levels. True. An initial sovereign could form a celestial body and release it during battle. It could reach a height of 100 meters. This wasn't the release of the size, but the release of power. However, an initial sovereign who had formed a supreme celestial body could unleash 10 times more power than an initial sovereign who had yet to form one. Until now, the sovereign celestial body of a great perfection sovereign celestial body could even reach a height of 10,000 meters. That kind of power was truly invincible. If a complete supreme celestial body appeared in the eastern wilderness, the 4 superpowers would have no choice but to obey. Until now, in the eastern wilderness, there were 4 initial sovereigns. But in reality, these 4 people weren't complete initial sovereigns. Qi Shi, Lu Baiyue, Xuefeng Tian, and Tuoba Zhen were all half-sovereigns. They hadn't formed their supreme celestial bodies. In fact, if Hong Jiuchong had formed his supreme celestial body last time, Mu Yun could only use the Great Death Abduction technique. She would have to burn at least 3 to 5 million years of her life to kill Hong Jiuchong. This was the difference. Very good, Mu said. Yun smiled and said, "In the future, if the osteopyram becomes sovereigns, they can also cultivate their supreme celestial bodies." "They don't need to," Chou Qian said, "the osteopyram's power has already surpassed the supreme celestial body. Now, the process is more like awakening and recovery. So, they don't need their supreme celestial bodies. When they reach the supreme celestial body, the celestial bodies they cultivated will automatically appear." Mu Yun was taken aback when he heard this. In other words, when 270 osteopyram became sovereigns, they would be 270 true early-stage sovereigns. Mu Yun was quite surprised. If that's the case, these dozen or so deity incantations will be selected for the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance's cultivators who have reached the Paragon level. Now, let Qi Shi take a look and choose one to cultivate. As for the other supreme celestial bodies, they will be the treasures of the Alliance. Chou Qian nodded. "Chou Qian, do you think the supreme celestial bodies in the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace should be as big as this hall?" Hearing this, Chou Qian had a strange expression. "Young master, the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace is the lair of the ancient Emperor Wu Jian. Also, we don't know if the ancient Emperor Wu Jian is dead or not. Lord God Emperor made the 9 wild beasts guard the ancient Emperor Wu Jian. I'm afraid he had some guesses. Over the years, Lord God Emperor must have found some clues. I'm afraid only sovereigns are qualified to enter the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace." Mu Yun smiled. "Don't get too excited. I definitely won't go to the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace now. If the ancient Emperor Wu Jian is not dead, he can probably kill me." With a breath. That was the ancient emperor. Emperor Wu Jian, an emperor with a title, was only second to the God Emperor. If he went, he would die, otherwise, the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace would not have been safe in the ancient Emperor Wu Jian for more than 1,000,000 years. The ninth heaven realm was Di Yuan's territory. Di Yuan was the ninth heaven emperor. If the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace was not dangerous, Di Yuan would have broken through the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace long ago. Young master, look over here. Di Yuan pointed at a wine jug in front of the desk. The wine jug looked no different from an ordinary wine jug. Cho Qian picked it up and poured out the wine jug. First drops of supreme spiritual liquid flowed out like nectar. Supreme spiritual liquid. Mu Yun now deeply understood the miraculous effects of supreme spiritual liquid. 10,000 drops of supreme spiritual liquid allowed the entire Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance's tens of thousands of disciples to reach the Heavenly Monarch realm, and hundreds of people to reach the Holy Monarch realm. But looking at the desk, at this moment, it looked like someone was flipping through the Supreme Divine Technique as if it was a book. While, moreover, the Supreme Spiritual Liquid was contained in a wine jug, and beside it was a wine cup. Obviously, someone was drinking the Supreme Spiritual Liquid like tea. Just like that, even a Supreme God would not be so extravagant. Until Supreme Spiritual Liquid could be said to have a miraculous effect on warriors of the four Supreme Realms. Too extravagant, Mu Yun said. Yun could not help but say. And I weighed it. This wine jug has a space of its own, and it can be considered a space treasure. There are at least 100,000 drops of supreme spiritual liquid. The moment he said that, Mu Yun really laughed. Earn big time, although it felt a little like picking up scraps, these things that others did not care about were the most urgent things for him. And each of them was incomparably important. Until Supreme Divine Technique. Until Supreme Spiritual Liquid. Young master, look over here. Cho Yun said. Qian pointed at the bookshelf behind the desk. There was a sword placed there. The sword looked very eye-catching, and there was a faint golden light on the sword. Human-grade Supreme Divine Artifact, Li Fire Sword. Cho Qian said. If I'm not wrong, it should be placed here as a decoration. This time, Mu Yun was really stunned. Until Supreme Artifact was just a decoration. Cho Qian continued, looking at the design of this house, it's more luxurious than some of the main palaces here. So I guess it should be to receive a distinguished guest. And this distinguished guest lived here and had nothing to do, so he looked at these god arts and drank these supreme spiritual liquids. Moreover, after this distinguished guest arrived, there should have been a commotion here, so those supreme and earth venerables died one after another. No one cleaned this place. Cho said. Qian expressed his thoughts. Mu Yun looked around the hall carefully. It was indeed like that. Luo Tianqing. Not long after, Mu Yun called Luo Tianqing over. Order the Osteopyram to search the other places here. Search thoroughly, don't leave any place behind. Mu Yun instructed, maybe we can find some good things that we missed. The possibility is not high. However, Scarlet Flame said, actually, I've already investigated it. I can more or less sense things that involve venerables. There's no other place here that attracts me. Mu Yun smiled and said, it's okay. Emperor artifacts, and Emperor artifacts are also good things. Besides, isn't it a good thing to have more ancient god arts and ancient god formations? Cho asked. Qian nodded. Mu Yun continued, in this way, let all the saints in the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, including the monarchs, all the things that they find belong to them. The Alliance won't take them back. Yutian Palace belongs to the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. It was really strange that no one found such a place. But, since it was found now, it couldn't be more suitable to build the foundation of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. This place, the materials used in the construction of the ground were all extremely rare. While, moreover, there was a complete level 6 ancient god art on the outside. In addition to her slight modifications, its defensive ability was greatly increased. At least, monarchs couldn't easily break it. Mu Yun felt that it was a waste not to accept such a place. Young master had better be careful. However, Scarlet Flame continued, a great hall suddenly appeared here, and for millions of years, no one discovered it, but we discovered it by chance. Whether it was man-made or just a coincidence, I can't say for sure. N. Mu Yun nodded. If it's a coincidence, then it's nothing. If it was done by someone and I didn't do as they wished, how would I know who did it? Mu Yan's eyes glowed as she said with a smile, right now, the 9 great heavenly emperors and the heaven-sealing God Emperor are my real enemies. As for those people hiding in the shadows, they don't want to be my enemy. Sometimes, if they want to use me as a tool, I don't mind. The premise is that they don't harm me. At this point, Mu Yun increasingly felt that there seemed to be a whirlpool in the Kanglan myriad realms. Someone was stirring up everything. The battle between a God Emperor, Yi Xiaoyao, and the heaven-sealing God Emperor seemed to have eased the whirlpool a little. Could just these 2 points made Mu Yun very puzzled. That some titled gods and titled emperors from the primordial era and the ancient era had disappeared for no reason. Where were they? And in the primordial era, the world tree, the 4 great origins, the primordial 13 treasures, and so on were born. It was even more terrifying when people knew about it. Could it be that someone was plotting something in this world? Mu Yun thought for a moment, but shook his head. Only after reaching the supreme realm could one be considered an expert in the Kanglan myriad realms. As a 4th-step imperial emperor, he had no right to guess these things. Right now, the 9 great heavenly emperors. The heaven-sealing God Emperor, this was what he should be thinking about the most. The 9 heavenly emperor, Yuan, how could he overthrow this guy? Mu Yun walked out of the hall and looked around. Inform everyone that the Crimson Sun Holy Empire, the former 2 Instruments Pavilion, the Floating Sky Pavilion, and the 7 Valleys, all the major sects and forces will now belong to the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance and move here. The new 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance is officially established. As soon as Yun finished speaking, figures left one after another. This time, it was a true unification. South the Desolate Region and the Central Desolate Region were connected. The 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance had one supreme being, Qi Shi. Although Qi Yan wasn't a supreme being, he wasn't inferior to one. The imperial emperors included Mu Yun, Ling Xin, Panga Ling, Qi Lingyue, and the 4 commanders of the Osteopyram. However, the Osteopyram warriors who had recently broken through to the imperial emperor realm. In total, there were more than a dozen of them. This was a powerful force. Not to mention those who had reached the Imperial Emperor realm, even the Osteopyram warriors who hadn't reached the Imperial Emperor realm were at the limit of the Great Sage realm. If they worked together, it wouldn't be a problem for them to deal with Imperial Emperors. This was also the result of Qiu Qian's training during this period of time. Now the current 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance was known as one of the 4 major forces in the Eastern Wilderness. In the following days, the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance warriors in the Southern Desolate Region, the Crimson Sun Holy Empire warriors, and the 7 Valleys had completely gathered in the Central Desolate Region. A huge palace. At this moment, the surrounding mountains had been dug up and stretched for 100 miles, completely displayed in front of everyone. The 270 Osteopyram warriors began to get busy and distribute the tasks. The people in charge of the various factions were gradually assigned to their respective positions. According to Mu Yun's instructions, the 7 Valleys, the Crimson Sun Holy Empire, and the original 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance were all disrupted. Though including the Red Flame Guards, they were all scattered and integrated with the 7 Valleys' 7 armies. The Osteopyram warriors were able to do some things with ease. They also understood what Mu Yun meant. 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance. The word alliance represented the union of all parties. Especially in the past few hundred years. Through the 2 Instruments Pavilion, Qin Chen annexed the Blue Dragon sect, the Boundless sect, and the Jiaoxing sect and renamed it the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance. After destroying the Sky Pavilion, he subdued a large number of disciples. After they entered the 8 Great Halls and the Crimson Sun Holy Empire announced their entry into the alliance. Then, with a thunderous momentum, they defeated and destroyed the 7 Valleys. It could be said that the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance had gathered warriors from various forces. Some of these people might have willingly submitted to him. And some people might just be fooling around. They might even have other thoughts. This time, taking advantage of the integration, they completely disrupted everyone's order and re-established it. It would also make those people less attached to their old masters. As long as they gradually merged, the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance would be the true Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance and not a plate of loose sand. Gradually, the relocation began. Same as time. Xianxia Supreme had been releasing his aura these days and spreading it throughout the entire Central Desolate region. The Northern Desolate region, Eastern Desolate region, and Western Desolate region gradually learned about it. The Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance began the relocation. Xianxia revealed his aura to intimidate everyone. The relocation took nearly a month. Since it belonged to the Pill Hall, Martial Hall, and so on, it had to disperse the members of the various forces. It was also troublesome. Young Master. One day, Chou Qian found Mu Yun. What's the matter? Since the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance has been settled and Young Master intends to cultivate your own foundation, then you have to do something. Chou Qian said. Qi Yan continued, back then, when the first God Emperor built the Xiaoyao sacred ruins, he opened up a domain between the three heavenly realms. Among them, the Xiaoyao guards contributed a lot. At this point, Mu Yun interrupted, speaking of the Xiaoyao sacred ruins, I want to ask you something. Where exactly is the Xiaoyao sacred ruins? Chou Qian asked. Qi Yan smiled and waved his hand. 2. A map appeared in front of him. The map used origin power as the foundation, which was quite similar to Mu Yun's myriad world map. On the map, the mountains and rivers seemed very illusory. However, the main part was highlighted. This is the Kanglin myriad world. Firmament world, Kanglin world, but now it's called the Kanglin myriad world. As Chou Qian spoke, he waved his hand. Instantly, 9 dotted lines appeared on the huge Kanglin myriad world map. The lines divided the map into 9 areas. Mu Yun looked carefully. The area in the center was the most dazzling and vast. The central area of this map was nearly a quarter of the area. The center is the first heavenly realm, which is also controlled by the first Emperor Star. The Emperor Star is the leader of the 9 heavenly emperors. This person is invincible. Chou Qian said. Qi Yan said slowly. Invincible? Mu Yun asked. Yun smiled and said, back then, didn't my father and mother join forces to stop the 9 heavenly emperors? Chou Qian asked. Qi Yan was stunned. He didn't know about this matter. Of course, compared to the former Master Human Emperor, it's still a little lacking, but now. It should be stronger than my father, Mu Yun suddenly said. In order to escape the relentless pursuit of the 9 heavenly emperors, her father cut off his own God Emperor Dao. Then, this battle was bound to be tragic. Mu Yun once saw that scene vaguely when she merged with the soul of a lifetime. Back then, her father and mother were already at the end of their rope. In fact, in the end, her birth had exhausted her father and mother. Back then, it could be said that her father was the number 1 person below the God Emperor, but now, it was hard to say. Among the 8 heavenly realms, the 9th heavenly realm is the weakest. Chou Qian said. Qi Yan said at this moment, Young Master entered the Kanglin world, first arrived at the 3 Yuan realm, then entered the Kuan-Su world, and then came to the Abyss realm. Mu Yun entered the 9th heavenly realm from the human realm. If she entered the 1st heavenly realm, perhaps, it would be more dangerous. Chou Qian continued, as for the other 8 heavenly emperors, I'm not sure about the difference in strength. Master may know. The Kanglin world is divided into 9 heavenly realms. Young Master, please take a look. Qi Yan said and pointed with his finger. At the intersection of the 1st heavenly realm, the 2nd heavenly realm, and the 3rd heavenly realm, a black dot appeared. The black dot continued to expand, and in the end, it was about 1/10 the size of the entire Kanglin world. This place is the unfettered sacred ground. Now, some people call it the unfettered sacred world. Back then, when the first God Emperor created the unfettered sacred ground, he snatched it from the hands of the Emperor Star Heavenly Emperor, Di Haoshuan, and Di Yifan, the 3 heavenly emperors, and formed its own world. Yun was fascinated for a moment. It forcibly broke the inherent structure of the Kanglin world. Unfettered, as expected of a God Emperor. Qi Yan at this moment, Qi Yan continued to point with his finger. Out above the map, a landform outlined by dotted lines appeared. What is this? Mu Yun could not help but ask. It's where all the first-rate races are. Qi Yan smiled and said, "Young master, please take a look. The dragon realm of the dragon clan is in the first heaven realm. However, it's not a parallel universe, but a realm created by the dragon clan. Actually, it's more like a space. However, this space is constantly expanding and expanding, thus becoming a realm." Mu Yun immediately understood. Dragon realm was in the first heaven realm, but not in the first heaven realm. Dragon realm was an independent realm. Perhaps it was the most convenient to reach from the first heaven realm. Time-space had always been filled with mystery and was extremely obscure. Heaven and earth changed in the universe. The mysteries of time and space were something that warriors had never been able to understand clearly. Qi Yan continued, "The Phoenix clan is in the second heaven realm. In fact, when the heaven-sealing divine emperor divided the Kanglan 10,000 realms into 9 great heaven realms, he thought of a problem. Since ancient times, the Dragon clan and the Phoenix clan have been extremely powerful among the divine beast races. The first heaven emperor, Di Xing, and the second heaven emperor, Di Xianhao, were more outstanding, so the Dragon clan and the Phoenix clan's realms were set as the first and second heaven realms." Mu Yun gradually understood. This was the Kanglan 10,000 realms. Feng, the heaven god emperor, Di Ming, used his 9 sons as his arms and eyes. 9, the great celestial emperor, was an extremely powerful existence in the Kanglan 10,000 realms, and the heaven-sealing divine emperor gave them away to protect their lives. At the same time, the first-rate races in the Kanglan 10,000 realms thought highly of themselves and had animosity between them. This also created the current Kanglan 10,000 realms. The unfettered sacred ruins is located at the intersection of the first, second, and third heaven realms. The internal division of forces is not weak, and it's mainly the human race. The Shao clan, Chu clan, Nangong clan, Jun clan, Tuoba clan, Desolate clan, and Yi clan. The 7 major clans control the lifeline of the unfettered sacred ruins. The Shao clan, yes, young master's wife, Shao Yuner, should be in the Shao clan now. Cho Chien nodded. In fact, the Yi clan used to be the only clan in the unfettered sacred ruins, and the other 6 major clans were the Yi clan's subordinates. However, with the death of the celestial emperor, the departure of the human emperor, and the capture of the Azure emperor, the various clans have gradually risen within the past million years. They no longer submit to the control of the Yi clan. Right now, the Yi clan's situation in the unfettered sacred ground is probably even worse. What do you mean? Moo. The 3 sovereigns went with Master to rescue Emperor Qing. Master is severely injured and we don't know where he is. I'm afraid that the 3 sovereigns are also in danger. I don't know what's going on in the unfettered sacred ground. Yanz's Qi Yan Kanglan songs of songs, the Kanglan Yen, Kanglan look. Kanglan Qi Yan nodded when he heard Mu Yan's words. There was 2 Kanglan. These things couldn't be explained in a few sentences. Young master, even though His Majesty is dead, the Carefree Guard is still a powerful force. Cho Chien went back to the topic at hand. Since young master plans to build your own foundation here, you should have your own guards. And they are not afraid of death. Mu Yun collected his thoughts and nodded. Since that's the case, from today onwards, the 217 Osteopyrum will belong to my personal guards, the Cloud Divine Guards. Then, from the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance, choose 500 saints and name them the 9 Heavens Guards. Mu Yun said directly, the Cloud Divine Guards are my core guards. The 9 Heavens Guards are the core guards of the entire 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance. I understand. Cho Chien nodded. 2. The 170 Bone Race Warriors will be renamed the Cloud Divine Guards. Pick. Choose 500 saints to form the 9 Heavens Guards. 9. 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance. 9. Sky Guards. Mu Yan's thoughts were self-evident. Perhaps in the future, the 9 Heavens Guards would be far more than 500 people. They would be a spear in Mu Yan's hand, piercing the hearts of the 9 heavenly emperors. 9. The 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance moved to the central wilderness region and completely integrated. The following time was the time for the cultivators after the chaos to communicate with each other. It wasn't something that could be achieved in a short period of time. Mu Yun was not anxious about this. I reach the 4th step of the Imperial Emperor realm. How to reach the fifth step of the Imperial Emperor realm was the key to Mu Yun's consideration. Now, the Eastern Wilderness was in turmoil. The Moon Holy Land, the Western Beast Race, the Eastern Alliance, and the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. No one had absolute confidence in eliminating the other. This delicate relationship would not last for long. Zhou Qian was busy in the following time. Choose the Nine Heavens Guards. Manage the daily affairs of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance personally. Since Yun wanted to build the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, then he would help Mu Yun complete everything. Day after day, 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Yun's injuries had completely healed. The only thing that could not be recovered was the Heaven's Eye. In the battle with Hong Jiucheng, the Heaven's Eye had been used to its limit. Until now, it still had not recovered. Mu Yun was anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Now with the magical effect of the Heaven's Eye, he lacked a huge help. But even this kind of recovery was not something that he could recover just because he wanted to. In these 10 years, the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance's improvement was significant. There were more than 2,000 great lords. Lord. King, close to 10,000. Tens of thousands of heavenly lords. As for earth lords and human lords, there was no need to mention 100,000 drops of supreme spiritual liquid. Mu Yun invested almost all of them into the cultivation of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance's cultivators. The selection of the heavenly guards was also completed. They were handed over to Zhou Qian for training. At the same time, many emperor lords appeared in the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. Tian Xing, Hua Shaming, Shang Tianyu, Su Qingfeng, Osteopyram. To be precise, it was the current Cloud God Guards. They were the 4 commanders of the Cloud God Guards. They were all second-step emperor lords. Apart from the 4 of them, there were 15 Osteopyram. They were all first-step emperor lords. Emperor Ling Xian broke through to the 4th-step emperor lord. Pangu Ling and Qi Lingyue were second-step emperor lords. It was Qi Shi and Zhou Qian. Just the emperor lords alone, there were 22 in the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. The only pity was that these emperor lords were mostly first-step or second-step emperors. However, the Cloud God Guards were the elite warriors of the Bone Race in the past. They were the guards of the clan leader and were very strong. It was not a problem for them to fight against second-step emperors. Although their speed was extremely fast, what they spent were drops of supreme spiritual liquid. They were priceless treasures. Yun was full of energy this time. The Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance now had a total of 1 million people from human lords to emperor lords. After merging with the various factions, they gradually showed some new faces. Naturally, there were also many problems. These problems could not be avoided in a short period of time. The Yutian Hall was now renamed the Nine Heavens Hall. Mu Yun was dressed in a long black robe. She had silver armor on her shoulders and a treasure belt on her waist. Her long hair was tied up and stood behind her head. A strand of hair on her forehead fluttered slightly. Her right eye looked dim and lifeless at this moment. However, her aura was completely different. A vigorous and powerful aura spread in her body. Below, Zhou Qian led Luo Tianxing and the other 3 to the left. On the right, Qi Lingyue led some 9 Heavens Guards. They could not be underestimated. Zhou Qian trained the 9 Heavens Guards while Mu Yun appointed Qi Lingyue as the commander of the 9 Heavens Guards. Qi Lingyue was the most suitable second-step emperor lord. Xian, Yuanke did nothing all day and did not cultivate. He stuck to Qi Lingyue all day. According to Mu Yun, it was only a matter of time before she took him down. With Qi Lingyue in her hands, Shan Yuanke could not escape. Mu Yun did not understand the reason for this guy. Before he came out, he said that he wanted to sleep with all the goddesses and saintesses in the world. When he saw Qi Lingyue alone, he chased after her relentlessly. Yun looked down and was very satisfied. 10 years, the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance had transformed again. Everyone, you are all the backbone of the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance. Mu Yun waved her hand and said, I called everyone here today to discuss something. The 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance is now on the right track and developing steadily. However, I heard that there are often disagreements within the alliance. I also know that the establishment of the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance is more like a pot of stew. There are all kinds of radishes and vegetables. Everyone is at odds with each other. However, without rules, nothing can be accomplished. In the past 10 years, I have given everyone time to integrate. However, some people do not want to integrate into the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. Today, I gathered everyone here for this matter. From today onwards, if anyone in the Cloud Alliance violates the rules, I will deal with them mercilessly and harshly. Yun looked at everyone and said slowly, I established the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. Since everyone has joined the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, you are a true member of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. If you work for me, I, Mu Yun, will not treat you unfairly. However, if you are half-hearted, I naturally won't let anyone with evil intentions off. Mu Yun paused and looked at a figure below. She said slowly, Hall Master Gu Yun, don't you think so? As soon as Yun finished speaking, a figure walked out. Alliance leader is right. Mu Yun said. Yun smiled and said, in that case, Hall Master Gu Yun, when I put you in charge of the Pill Hall, it was because I trusted you. Back then, you were an elder of the Pill Valley in the Seven Heavens Valley. Now, I still entrust you with important tasks, but you have repeatedly instigated the disciples of the Seven Heavens Valley to cause trouble and form factions. What are your intentions? As soon as he said that, Gu Chen's expression changed. Alliance leader, this subordinate is absolutely loyal. I know what you're worried about. Mu Yun said. Yun smiled. You're worried that as a higher-up of the Seven Heavens Valley, I won't trust you if you join me. Forming factions is also to protect yourself. You're worried that I will settle scores with you later and abandon you after I'm done using you. Mu Yun's tone suddenly turned cold. She stood up and shouted, I, Mu Yun, said that no matter who it is, as long as they are a martial artist of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, I won't care about the past and only care about the present. Hall Master Gu Yun, if this happens a second time, I will definitely kill you. Gu Chen knelt on the ground and hurriedly begged for mercy. This subordinate knows his mistake, this subordinate knows his mistake. Deacon Li Kuang. Deacon Wang Tongxing. Vice Hall Master Du Yan. Yun called out 3 names in a row and shouted, the 3 of you are from the Sky-Reaching Pavilion and the Blue Dragon sect. At first, you were just early sovereigns. Now, I have helped you reach the Sage Monarch realm and even the late Sage Monarch realm. I have entrusted you with important tasks. How are the 3 of you repaying me? As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, he released his killing intent. You connected with your former subordinates and played with power in the alliance. You even secretly killed disciples who didn't get along with you. Are the 3 of you trying to overturn the heavens? Thump, 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 the 3 figures immediately knelt on the ground. Alliance leader, we're innocent, humph. Mu Yun snorted coldly and continued, I won't say anything without conclusive evidence. Hall Master Gu Yun is just worried and afraid, but you guys have violated the alliance rules. If we don't kill, how can we convince the masses? Clang, 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 figures walked out one by one. They were the 9 Heavens Guards. Number 10 9 Heavens Guards surrounded the 3 of them. Mu Yun shouted. Kill them. Yun said mercilessly. At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall was slightly solemn. Mu Yun looked at everyone and said again, everyone, the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance will let bygones be bygones. I established the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance to unite many parties. Only then can we establish a foothold in the eastern wilderness. Even the 4 beast clans can unite. Can't you let go of the past? Mu Yun looked at everyone and said slowly, from today onwards, anyone who violates the alliance rules will be killed without mercy. This time, Mu Yun was killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Even more so, he could even say that it was for this reason. 10 after a year, everyone should have understood each other. Or perhaps he was blindly giving so that these people would think that he was soft and promising. Cho Chien. Here. Mu Yun said. The cloud figure sat down and waved his hand. Announce the recent appointment. Yes. Mu Yun continued, this appointment is based on the performance of everyone in the alliance in the past. If there is anyone who is not convinced, you can tell me at any time. I will give you a chance to defend yourselves. Qian began to announce. Big in the hall, many people were removed from their positions and demoted. Same as Sat this time, many people's positions were also promoted. This was due to the careful investigation of the Cloud Divine Guards over the years. Mu Yun had to be so careful. He had poured too much effort into the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. If you have any objections, feel free to look for me. Mu Yun said seriously, as the leader of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, I will naturally think for the development of the entire Cloud Alliance. Everyone, I hope that everyone will remember my words. At this moment, everyone in the main hall left one by one. Alliance Master. Right at this moment, a figure suddenly rushed in from outside the hall. This is bad. What is it? In the southern wilderness region, according to the Alliance Master's instructions, we will set up a branch of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. It will be under the charge of Sunny and Sui. Over the past few years, we've been living in peace with the Western beast race. However, I've just received news that the southern wasteland branch has been attacked by Cat King Miao-Yi of the Spirit Flaming Cats. Sunny and Sui are dead. As soon as these words were spoken, the hall was filled with discussions. Is the Spirit Flame Cat clan trying to start a war? They're too presumptuous. They actually destroyed our branch. The Spirit Flame Cats formed an alliance with the other 3 clans in the west. This is definitely not their idea. The Beast Race Alliance wants to fight with our Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance? Quiet. Yun waved her hand. Cat King Miao-Yi? Yun said calmly, the Spirit Cat Emperor should be at the 5th step of the Imperial Emperor now, right? It seems that the 4 clans of the Western Wilderness region want to test the confidence of our Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun waved her hand. Everyone, since that's the case, what should we do? Fight. Many voices gathered at this moment. At this point, it was naturally to fight. All right. Mu Yun said. Yun nodded. The Nine Heavens Guards and the Cloud God Guards will follow me to battle. Supreme Master Qi Shi will oversee the alliance. I'll personally bring people to the Spirit Flame Cats and ask them clearly. Chou Qian did not speak. The Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance had developed to this point. They indeed needed a battle to find their flaws. Now, the various imperial emperors could intimidate them. But if they encountered danger, would these people still be like this? Many things could be seen from this battle. Mu Yun after Yun gave the order, everyone immediately dispersed. Isn't it too little to only bring the Nine Heavens Guards and the Cloud God Guards? Ling Yu couldn't help but ask. It's fine. The 270 Cloud God Guards are all at the peak of the Great Sage Realm. There are also Imperial Emperors. The 509 Heavens Guards might not be the strongest, but they are the sharp knives nurtured by Chou Qian. This time, we should give it a try and see how it is. This time, Supreme Master Qi Shi is in seclusion to condense his Dharma body. Imperial Emperor Ling Xian, you will oversee the Cloud Alliance in case of any accidents. The rest of you, follow me to battle. After being in seclusion for a year, Mu Yan's hands were also itching. She wanted to increase her cultivation realm. How about it? Hand it over. Fight. Only with continuous battles, breaking through one's limits, and activating devouring, one's cultivation realm would increase faster. 1. When the pedestrians received the news, they immediately set off. 9. The departure of nearly 1,000 people from the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance caused quite a stir. South. The Wasteland region, the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance's branch, where the 2 Instruments Pavilion used to be. At this moment, buildings collapsed one after another, and blood flowed like a river. There were 30,000 to 40,000 people from the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance stationed here, but now, almost all of them were dead. While in the center of the 2 Instruments Pavilion, hundreds of cultivators stood in a square. The person in the lead had a strong aura. Zheng. It was Cat Monarch Miao-Yi of the Ghost Flame Cat race. Now, the current Cat Monarch Miao-Yi was also a 4th-step Imperial Emperor. His aura looked deep and powerful, making people feel unfathomable. Your Majesty, it's all settled. A Ghost Flame Cat race warrior walked over at this moment. Miao-Yi nodded and said, pass down the order to set up camp here. Yes. The warrior retreated. Beside Miaoi, a first-step Imperial Emperor expert bowed and said, "Your Majesty, if Mu Yun knows that this place has been slaughtered by us, she will definitely come. It's better for us to retreat now. What are you afraid of?" Miaoi smiled coldly and said, "Now, there's no harm in telling you. This time, the four races are preparing to join forces to destroy the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. Our attack is just the beginning. If Mu Yun comes, his Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance will be finished." Hearing this, the Imperial Emperor said again, "In the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, Qi Shi has reached the supreme stage. That Qiu Qian also has the strength to fight against a supreme. Among our four beast races, only Xuefeng Tian is a supreme. The four clan leaders have other plans. You don't have to worry about it." Miaoi waved his hand and said, "Now, we only need to wait for Mu Yun to arrive. That kid is growing too fast. He's a fourth-step Imperial Emperor. He's too strong. If we don't kill him now, the eastern wilderness might fall into his hands in another 100 years. Miaoi said again, "All right, pass down the order. Get ready and wait for Mu Yun to arrive at any time. When that time comes, the prelude to the battle will begin." "Yes." All of a sudden, figures scattered in all directions. Nether the Spirit Flame Cat clan was definitely a top-notch existence among the four beast races. However, no one expected that Xuefeng Tian of the Purgatory Blood Phoenix clan would be the first to reach the early stage supreme stage. Now, the Earth Erosion Dragon clan's leader, Long Da, the Moonlight Bear clan's leader, Xiong Rentao, and the Cat Emperor were all looking for a way to reach the supreme stage. If the Cat Emperor reached the supreme stage, then the Spirit Flame Cat clan would still be the overlord of the eastern wilderness. Miaoi smiled. The Great Era had arrived. Mu Yun was a figure who appeared in the Great Era. It was just that this guy was too ostentatious. If he could concentrate on keeping a low profile, perhaps no one would notice the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. Instead, it would be the various major forces fighting each other. However, Mu Yun's growth was too fast. Now, he had already become a knife in everyone's heart. If he didn't get rid of him, no one would be at ease. Same as on the other side, Mu Yun led his men and set off. Before they got close to the branch, the smell of blood spread. Mu Yun's face turned cold. South there were nearly 40,000 warriors of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance in the desolate region. Such a strong smell of blood, unless... Mu Yun's face darkened. When he arrived at the Two Instruments Pavilion and saw the scene inside, Mu Yun was completely furious. Full the corpses on the ground were piled up like mountains. Large, most of them were disciples of the human lord realm. There were a total of 30,000 to 40,000 people, and not a single one was left alive. At this moment, the Divine Cloud Guards and the Nine Heavens Guards all had gloomy expressions. It was too he had endured the pain. In the past, the 11 major forces in the eastern wilderness had also fought each other and snatched territory. However, no one had done this to the extent of destroying cities and sections. Now, all 30,000 to 40,000 people here were dead. "People of the Spirit Flame Cat clan, get out here!" Yun shouted as he looked down from above. "I was wondering who it was. So it's Alliance Leader Mu." An indifferent voice sounded slowly. Below Feng, a figure walked out. Right, it was Miaoi. Miaoi was dressed in a patterned long robe. His mouth was a little sharp as he chuckled and said, "Alliance Leader Mu, your Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance is extremely powerful. There are nearly 1 million people. But among them, there are hundreds of thousands of human lord disciples. There are too many. Alliance Leader Mu, do you have any objections if I help you get rid of these useless people?" As soon as he said this, Mu Yun looked at Miaoi with cold disdain. "No objections. I see that you've reached the 4th step of the Imperial Lord realm, and your strength is not bad. I'll help you temper. You don't have a problem with that, right?" As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, he took a step forward and directly smashed down with his fist. Boom! In the Two Instruments Pavilion, the ground cracked, and the collapsed buildings turned into ashes. Miaoi dodged by a hair's breadth. He looked at Mu Yun with a gloomy expression. This guy was indeed very strong. See, he didn't show any signs of instability in his strength because of the rapid increase in his realm. Miaoi smiled coldly and grabbed with his hand. Out of nowhere, a claw mark scratched toward Mu Yun's cheek. Bang, the ground cracked. Mu Yun gathered strength from all over her body and punched out again. Fist the shadow collided with the claw mark, and a sizzling sound gradually sounded. At that moment, everyone could feel the convergence of power. You're quite capable. Miaoi looked at Mu Yun with even more caution. Clang, a long sword appeared at this moment. Mu Yun swung her sword at this moment. See reclamation. The surging sword force directly rushed out at this moment. Swoosh, the sword light swept across, and the world changed color. Miaoi's figure took a step back. The fingernails on his hands grew crazily at this moment, crisscrossing in front of him like divine weapons. Boom, the sound of an explosion was heard at this moment. The four beast clans joined forces at this moment. Miao Yi's face turned pale as he retreated in a sorry state. His 10 fingernails were all broken at this moment. One sword, showing off her abilities, the power of Mu Yun's sword was displayed to its fullest. Everyone from the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance bowed solemnly at this moment. However, Miao Yi's expression was exceptionally ugly. He had been at the third step of the Imperial Emperor realm for 300,000 years, and his accumulation could be said to be extremely powerful. Now that he had reached the fourth step of the Imperial Emperor realm, his foundation was solid, and it was natural for him to improve. But what about Mu Yun? It was just that in the past 500 years, she suddenly rose from a small human monarch to a fourth step Imperial Emperor realm, and was on par with him. It was fine if they were on par. However, Mu Yun was still able to erupt with such powerful strength. Come on, weren't you very arrogant? Why are you scared now? Mu Yun took a step forward and said indifferently. Miaoi was instantly furious. Mu Yun actually dared to mock him? Humph. With a cold snort, Miaoi took a step forward, and 2 strands of fur appeared on both sides of his cheeks. At the same time, strands of fur appeared all over his body. His half-human, half-beast appearance was rather ferocious at this moment. Meow, a sharp cry sounded. Miaoi took a step forward, and his figure shot out like a sharp arrow. Boom, at this moment, Mu Yun forcefully collided with him. Gather force. A low shout sounded at this moment. Mu Yun directly attacked with her sword. Puff, in an instant, a stream of blood flowed out. Miaoi screamed and retreated in a sorry state. That voice was filled with heart-wrenching pain. Are you worthy to fight with me? Mu Yun snorted coldly and took a step forward. The Sky Ring sword attacked again. Miao Yi's expression changed drastically when he saw the long sword attacking him. At this moment, he wanted to retreat, but he was already locked on by Mu Yun's sword chi. There was no way out. Alliance leader Mu is so impressive. A cold snap could be heard all of a sudden. A beautiful figure dashed out at this moment. With a flick of her finger, her origin energy condensed into a cat's claw and slashed out. Mu Yun's sword momentum was obstructed. It deviated to the side and directly destroyed a tall mountain. Seeing this opportunity, Miao immediately retreated 1,000 meters away and looked at Mu Yun in horror. It was too terrifying. Both of them were at the fourth step of the Imperial Emperor realm. However, he was unable to withstand Mu Yun's attack. Without a doubt, Mu Yun could definitely kill him in 3 strikes. Phantom Cat Emperor. The woman who appeared had a slender figure and a powerful aura. It was the Spirit Cat Emperor, who had reached the 5th step of the Imperial Emperor realm. Originally, there hadn't been a paragon in the Eastern Wilderness for 1,000,000 years. However, after the trip to the 8 palaces ended, the Reverence Moon Holy Master had broken through to the Supreme Being level, causing the Eastern Wilderness fate to change drastically. One after another, Supreme Beings appeared. As for the Emperors, they had also received a fundamental improvement. At the same time, many saints had also reached the Emperor realm. 10 years ago, the Spirit Cat Emperor had reached the 5th step of the Imperial Emperor realm. In the past, she would definitely be a top expert who could challenge the Reverence Moon Holy Master. But now, there were no less than 10 people at the 5th step of the Imperial Emperor realm in the Eastern Wilderness. You killed my 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance's disciple, and now you're saying that I'm very impressive. Mu Yun smiled coldly. We didn't attack for no reason. The Spirit Cat Emperor said helplessly. A team of guards from my Spirit Cat clan was transporting a batch of cultivation treasures, but they were intercepted and killed halfway. After a few searches, we discovered that it was related to the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance's cultivators here. A few kings brought people to ask about the confrontation, but they were mercilessly slaughtered. Although my Spirit Cat clan is not as powerful as the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, we are not at the mercy of others. The Spirit Cat Emperor said slowly, so, we sent people again. In the end, the people here relied on your prestige and spoke arrogantly, causing a great battle. The Spirit Cat Emperor had a helpless expression. If Alliance Leader Mu is angry, I, the Spirit Cat Emperor, am willing to compensate. It's just that the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance is also responsible for this matter. The Spirit Cat Emperor had an extremely helpless expression at this moment. Haha, at this moment, Mu Yun suddenly burst out laughing. Is there any point in directing and acting? Spirit Cat Emperor, you're at the 5th step of the Imperial Emperor realm after all. Why do you have to do such groundless things? If you want to deal with my Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, just say it. In the Eastern Wilderness, the weak are prey to the strong. The weak are bullied by the strong. You and I both understand this principle. Why do you have to pretend? The Spirit Cat Emperor's eyes flickered when he heard this. Alliance Leader Mu, do you think your Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance is really invincible in the Eastern Wilderness? I don't know if it's invincible or not, but it's impossible for the 4 major forces of the beast race to join forces and swallow my Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. Is that so? The Spirit Cat Emperor didn't hide it anymore. Stop hiding. Mu Yun looked around and said again, since the Beast Race Alliance attacked my Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance and stirred up trouble, isn't it to destroy my Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance? If you dare to do it, why don't you dare to admit it? Let me take a look. How many of you are here? As Mu Yun finished speaking, she looked around and wasn't in a hurry. As expected, the younger generation will surpass us in time. How arrogant. A dull voice could be heard at that instant. That voice was like thunder. Some of the great sages present couldn't help but turn pale when they heard this. Xianxia. Mu Yun looked at the person who came. The patriarch of the Lunar Aurora Bear clan, Xianxia, was at the 5th step of the Imperial Emperor realm. Where's Longda? Mu Yun smiled. Thank you for your concern, Alliance Leader Mu. A figure tore through the air and flew over. It was the patriarch of the Earth Erosion Dragon clan, Longda. The 4 beast clans should have all arrived. Since that's the case, there's no need to hide the Blood Phoenix Haven, right? Mu Yun looked around with a smile. Alliance Leader Mu, this is the first time you and I have officially met, right? The Blood Phoenix Haven, who was dressed in a blood-red robe and had a head full of blood-red hair, appeared in the sky arrogantly. The patriarchs of the 4 beast clans had all arrived. At this moment, the Blood Phoenix Haven's aura suppressed tens of thousands of people. Early stage supreme, vaguely, a powerful force was released from the Blood Phoenix Haven's body. He condensed a supreme celestial body. Cho Chi-yen frowned and said. No wonder he dared to provoke us. Mu Yun smiled slightly. The patriarchs of the 4 beast clans had all arrived. Not only that, behind the 4 of them, tens of thousands of warriors had all arrived. There were thousands of great sages. This was the top strength of the 4 beast clans. At the same time, Mu Yun also discovered that the auras of the dozen or so people in the lead were rather powerful. Emperor Lords. Looking carefully, other than the 4 patriarchs, there were 12 other people who had reached the Emperor Lord level. This was not simple. It had only been a few decades since they returned from the 8 Great Halls. As for the 4 beast clans, they had suffered heavy losses. The Earth Erosion Dragon clan only had Patriarch Longda and Longshan left. The Purgatory Blood Phoenix clan only had Blood Phoenix Haven. The Moon Aurora Bear clan only had Xiong Rentao and Xiong Fengyu left of the original 3 great imperial lords. The Spirit Flame Cat clan only had Miao Ren and Miao Yi left, other than the Spirit Cat Emperor. In other words, other than the 4 patriarchs, the 4 great clans only had 4 great imperial lords left. However, in just a few decades, 8 new great imperial lords had appeared. The improvement of these people was not like his relationship with the Cloud Divine Guards. The 270 Cloud Divine Guards were connected to him by the dark seal of life and death. In addition, the Cloud Divine Guards were recovering their strength. It was normal for 15 more great Imperial Lords to appear in a few decades. However, the 4 Beast clans had 8 more great Imperial Lords in a few decades. The prosperous era of the Eastern Wilderness was indeed worthy of its reputation. Vast and mighty martial artists appeared one by one. There were not many, only 10,000 people. However, these 10,000 people were the top combat strength of the 4 Beast clans. At this moment, Mu Yun was looking around. 12 great Imperial Lords. Including the 3 patriarchs, there were 15 of them. As for the Cloud Divine Guards beside him, other than Luo Tianxing, Hua Shaming, Shang Tianyu, and Su Qingfeng, there were still 15 first-step great Imperial Lords. At the same time, Qi Lingyue and Pang Ling were also second-step great Imperial Lords. That was 15 first-step great Imperial Lords. 6 second-step great Imperial Lords. 21 people were more than enough to deal with 12 people. Even if 4 or 5 of the 12 great Imperial Lords were 4th-step great Imperial Lords, they could still deal with them. As for the Blood Phoenix Sky, he would leave it to Zhou Qian. At this moment, Mu Yun looked at the Spirit Cat Emperor, Xiong Rentao, and Long Da. 3 5th-step great Imperial Lords, he had the confidence to fight now. Young Master. Zhou Qian said, leave the Blood Phoenix Sky to me. As for the 3 of them, Young Master should choose one to kill first. Oh? Young Master, don't you feel that something is wrong? Zhou Qian reminded, the 4 great beast clans have come out to kill us. They seem aggressive, but these people are at most on par with us. If Qixi gets the news and comes with Ling Xian, the 4 great beast clans will definitely be defeated. But they still attacked, luring the tiger away from the mountain. Mu Yun instantly thought. These guys, they joined forces with someone, who was it, the Reverence Moon Holy Ground or the Eastern Alliance? Or did the 3 sides come to an agreement to destroy the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance? Mu Yun's heart sank for a moment. Zhou Qian. Xuefeng Tian spoke at this moment. I have long heard that although you have reached the Supremacy Realm, you have the strength to fight against a Supremacy Realm expert. Today, I, Xuefeng Tian, will experience it. As Xuefeng Tian laughed, a surge of energy surged in his body. 100-meter-tall figure suddenly appeared and enveloped Xuefeng Tian. Supreme Celestial Body. 100-meter-tall body surrounded the cultivator's body. This was the true early-stage Supremacy Realm. Xuefeng Tian had already condensed his Supreme Celestial Body. You are not at a disadvantage when fighting against a Supremacy Realm expert who has not condensed his Supreme Celestial Body. But can you survive if you fight against me who has condensed my Supreme Celestial Body? Xuefeng Tian sneered. Zhou Qian's expression was indifferent. Today, I will kill you and become a Supremacy Realm expert. As soon as Zhou Qian finished speaking, he immediately attacked. A tiger that fell from the sky would be bullied by a dog. He, Zhou Qian, was strong enough to not lose even if he fought against a strong person from a first-class clan. But Xuefeng Tian looked down on him, and Xuefeng Tian was not a dog. At most, he was a cockroach. Zhou Qian's aura surged, and his energy spread to the extreme. At this moment, Mu Yun took a step forward. But Luo Tianxing said, Divine Cloud Guards, attack. 15 emperors, surround and kill the 12 emperors of the 4 great clans. Luo Tianxing shouted. He said surround and kill, not stop. Divine Supreme Alliance, 6697473770. Eastern Wilderness is about to be unified. We welcome everyone to discuss. If you have good ideas, come in and discuss with Snail. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios 2 Crises Lord. Luo Tianxing looked at Mu Yun and said, the 4 of us can hold back Xiong Rentao and the Cat Emperor. The other 12 and 15 Osteopyrum will definitely hold them back. And us. The Panga Spirit and Qi Lingyue also walked out. Lord Mu. The Panga Spirit said seriously, Lord Mu's strength can kill an Imperial Emperor. We will hold back the others for Lord Mu. The 9 Heavens Guards will definitely hold back those elites. Qi Lingyue also said seriously. This time, Muyun only brought 270 divine cloud guards and 509 heavens guards. Although there were less than 800 people, it was against 10,000 people. However, out of the 270 divine cloud guards, 19 were imperial emperors, and the rest were peak great sages. The 509 heavens guards were the best among the great sages. So what if they were against 10,000 people? Muyun looked around. I understand. Muyun nodded. Now, he needed to kill someone to raise the morale. As for the 3 clan leaders, they were the best candidates. Since that was the case, then it would be Longda, the Earth Erosion Dragon clan. After all, they were only Earth Dragons, the descendants of the true first-class dragon clan and some divine beasts. Their bloodline was not pure at all. As for him, although he was not a dragon clan member, his dragon form was extremely powerful. It was formed from the purest blood essence of the ancestral dragon. This was not only for the Earth Erosion Dragon clan. Even among the 10 great dragon clans, no one could be compared to him. Kill! Muyun shouted and directly charged out. Shuefengtian's expression was stern when he saw the scene. If Muyun was not eliminated, he would definitely become a huge problem. Who in the eastern wilderness could compare to such courage to win people's hearts? It had only been a short 100 years. The real Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance had only merged for 10 years, this kid must die. I hope that things will go smoothly over there, Shuefengtian murmured and instantly charged out. At the same time, thousands of miles away, in the central wilderness region, Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance headquarters. Boom, explosions continued to ring out. In the huge Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, many level 6 ancient divine arrays were linked up to resist the attacks of the experts in the sky. At the same time, more than 10 monarchs in the sky worked together to attack the formation in an attempt to break it. The leader of the group was a middle-aged man wearing a purple robe. His presence was extraordinary, and his aura was incredibly powerful. Early-stage supreme martial artist, it was none other than Tuoba Zhen, the current head of the Tuoba family. He was also the leader of the alliance of the 4 major forces in the eastern wilderness region. Qi Shi. At this moment, Tuoba Zhen shouted, "This place is mysterious and the formation is tightly connected. You can rely on the formation to hide for a while, but can you hide forever? Emir Muyun is merely a 4th-step imperial emperor. You and I have both reached the utmost exalted level. You should understand how powerful an utmost exalted level is. Why are you so willing to listen to the command of a little brat? Let me tell you the truth. Today, the 4 great beast clans will join hands to kill Muyun. That Qiu Qian will not be able to protect Muyun." Hearing this, Qi Shi's face turned cold. The 4 great beast clans and the Eastern Wilderness Alliance have joined hands. What about Muyun? He knew better than anyone that if Muyun died, he would be finished too. If you are willing to surrender and kill Muyun with us, the Eastern Wilderness will become a 4-legged tripod. The Scarlet Sun Holy Empire will return to its original name. The Eastern Wilderness Alliance, the Beast Clan Alliance, and the Reverence Moon Holy Ground will coexist peacefully. Otherwise, you will definitely die today. Qi Shi laughed loudly. Tuoba Zhen, you have reached the utmost exalted level. What's so great about that? You are full of confidence when you speak. You want me to surrender? Dream on. Stubborn. Tuoba Zhen waved his hand and looked at the huge Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. Muyun was able to find such a treasure land. The ready-made level 6 ancient divine formation was an extremely powerful defense. Even if he attacked personally, the level 6 ancient divine formation wouldn't be broken in a short time. This kid's luck was really good to the point of exploding. Humph, since you are so stubborn, you can wait for your death here. Tuoba Zhen snorted and said, since that's the case, the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance will be removed today. You, Qi Shi, will die without a doubt. Talk after you can come in. Qi Shi sneered. Do you really think that I have no other way? Tuoba Zhen's voice reverberated throughout the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. He shouted, today, the Western region's 4 beast clans, the Eastern Wilderness Alliance, and the 8 superpowers will join hands to kill the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. I know that you are all people who have surrendered. Some of you are not willing to join the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, and some of you were even forced to. I hereby announce that from now on, all members of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance will be killed. I will personally recruit them into my Tuoba family. Or, you can leave the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance now. I guarantee with my supremacy realm that I will not pursue this matter in the future. Tuobajin shouted, now is the time for you to choose. If you are stubborn, the moment the array is broken will be the moment you die. At that time everyone in the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance will be killed without mercy. As soon as Tuobajin finished speaking, the entire Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance was in an uproar. Qixi's expression changed. Killing the heart, Tuobajin couldn't break the array in a short time. He would first cause chaos in the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. Qixi understood that it was useless to say anything now. He could guarantee that the people of the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire would not betray them. The people of the Two Instruments Pavilion would not betray them. But what about the others, especially the martial artists of the Seven Valleys? But this was also the drawback of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. If they grew too quickly, they would face a disaster. Some people would definitely not give up their lives for the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. I surrender. Me too. Immediately, the disciples scrambled to leave the Cloud Alliance. It was difficult to enter the array, but easy to leave. Qixi had no intention of stopping those people. Those who should leave could not be kept. Taking advantage of this, they could also see clearly who in the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance had ulterior motives. But suddenly, there were shouts of killing in the huge Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. Patriarch Tuoba, I am Feng Shang of the Seven Valleys. A peak sage lord martial artist shouted, Feng Shang is willing to lead some of the disciples of the Seven Valleys to join the Tuoba family. Today, I will kill to prove it. Chaos, complete chaos. After all, the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance had been established for too short a time and couldn't win over everyone's hearts. Now, it was really chaotic. Qixi looked coldly at the chaos in the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. Now, there were internal and external troubles. Mu Yun, Chou Qian, and the others were entangled by the four beast clans. It was unknown whether they could escape. But he definitely wouldn't betray them. Using powerful source power to support the array, Qixi shouted, disciples of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, listen up. Eliminate the rebellion. They won't be able to break through the array in a short time. The internal chaos must be eliminated. Hearing this, some disciples' eyes were firm. However, some of the disciples were at a loss. Alliance leader Mu Yun went from a human lord to an imperial lord in just a few hundred years. The supreme spiritual liquid helped you improve quickly. Now, if you betray us, you will definitely become a demon in your martial path. You won't be able to continue on the path of martial arts. Why don't we fight to the death? Shouted Qixi. I, Qixi the Paragon, am here. Even if the Great Formation is destroyed and I die here, I will protect you. I will do my best to get you out of danger. The ninth world is vast and boundless. Apart from the eastern wasteland, there are many places you can go. They can't reach that far. As soon as Qixi finished speaking, light shot out from his body. A Dharma body expanded to 100 meters tall. Supreme Dharma body. Qixi had successfully condensed a Supreme Dharma body. At this moment, Qixi's words and the strength he had displayed were clearly effective. Many cultivators began to move. The battle spread throughout the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. Tuoba Zhen was outside the array. When he saw this scene, he sneered. This is a situation of certain death. Qixi, let's see how you survive. Tuoba Zhen ordered, break the array with all your strength. Boom. Boom, a series of explosions continued to take place. At the same time, a great battle broke out in the southern wilderness. Tens of thousands of people fought, and the battle spread out for hundreds of miles. The battlefield expanded, and the area was ravaged. The battle between the monarchs and the saints were both extremely powerful eruptions at this moment. Boom, Chou Qian and Xuefeng Tian had reached the point where each of their attacks was fatal. Xuefeng Tian had successfully condensed a supremacy Dharma body. He could be said to be a true early-stage supremacy. Chou Qian's strength had decreased, and his Dharma body had been destroyed. But he still had a lot of battle experience. He knew how powerful a supremacy Dharma body was. For a moment, he kept dodging and attacking Xuefeng Tian from time to time, leaving a few wounds on Xuefeng Tian's Dharma body. However, although Shuefeng Tian was angry now, there was nothing he could do. Boom, at the same time, 15 first-stage Imperial Lords, Panga Ling, and Qi Lingyue, 17 of them were entangled with the 12 Imperial Lords of the 4 Beast clans. 17 against 12. It seemed like they had the advantage in numbers, but the 15 Imperial Lords were all first-stage Imperial Lords. As for the 12 of them, they ranged from first-stage Imperial Lords to fourth-stage Imperial Lords. For a moment, Qi Lingyue, Panga Ling, and the rest were at a disadvantage. On the other side, Luo Tianxing, Hua Shaming, Shang Tianyu, and Su Qingfeng were entangled with Xiong Rentao and the Cat Emperor. The 2 Imperial Lords had beaten Luo Tianxing and the rest until their flesh was broken. But the 4 of them gritted their teeth and did not back down. At this moment, Mu Yun was fighting with Long De. Long De could see that the 17 Imperial Lords and the 4 second-stage Imperial Lords were fighting so hard to buy time for Mu Yun to kill him and turn the situation around. However, these people were truly underestimating him, Long De, too much. Although the Earth Erosion Dragon clan was worlds apart from the Divine Dragon clan, they still had the bloodline of the Dragon clan. Moreover, Mu Yun was only a 4th-stage Imperial Lord. How could she be his match? Mu Yun, you will definitely lose today. Long De laughed loudly. At this moment, although Long De said that, he was also shocked. Unknowingly, 21 Imperial Emperors had gathered by Mu Yun's side, including Chou Qian and Qi Shi, 2 Supreme Being experts. It was too fast, this guy's development was too unbelievable. Old thing, Mu Yun held the Sky Ring sword in her hand and her sword Qi was pressing forward. However, the battle situation was not optimistic. Qi Lingyue and the Panga Spirit were at a disadvantage. Luo Tianxing and the other 3 were risking their lives to stop the 2 emperors. While, the Divine Cloud Guards and 9 Heavens Guards were powerful, but they were outnumbered. He had already seen 2 Cloud God Guards being surrounded and killed by dozens of Saint Lords. Yun losing 1 Divine Guard meant that the future invincible figure would be killed in the cradle. Moreover, his father had a close relationship with the Bone Clan leader, but he didn't subdue the Osteopyrum himself. Instead, he sealed it and handed it to him. But, it wasn't for him to kill it. Look, Xiang Longde and Mu Yun released their killing intent. Because his right eye had been exhausted when he killed Han Jiuchong, he couldn't use the power of the Heaven's Eye or the Tai Chi Dao now. Since that was the case, he could only rely on his sword skills. Mu Yun gritted his teeth and released his sword aura. The Skyring sword disappeared at this moment. Instead, it was replaced by a slightly dull-looking longsword. Li Fire Sword, human-grade supreme artifact. At this moment, Mu Yun held the Li Fire Sword in his hand, his eyes cold. But, at that moment, Long De also felt an enormous amount of pressure from the sword. It was terrifying and unpredictable. Supreme artifact. Longze said almost instantly. If it wasn't a supreme artifact, he wouldn't be able to feel such a strong sense of danger as a 5th-step emperor. As soon as he said that, the surrounding emperors couldn't help but look over. But, supreme artifact, even if it was a human-grade supreme artifact, it was extremely rare in the entire eastern wilderness. Mu Yun actually got a sword. Good lad, you actually have a supreme artifact. Shuefeng Tian was overjoyed. Clan leader Longde, it's up to you now. Don't worry. At this moment, Long De grinned. Vengeance, at this moment, Scarlet Flame frowned. Mu Yun was now a 4th-step emperor, and he had just gotten the Li Fire Sword. The supreme artifact was very powerful, and Mu Yun hadn't completely mastered it. If he used it rashly and couldn't control the release of power, it would even cause great damage to his cultivation. Mu Yun was taking a gamble. With a wave of his sword, a powerful aura spread out in all directions. Sword this was because he was imposing without being angry. It's a supreme weapon. If you're not a supreme god, can your physical body withstand the power of the sword? De sneered, don't get killed by this sword before you can kill me. You worry too much. Mu Yun sneered and took a step forward. Move the mountain. As he swung his sword, the surrounding mountains were pulled by the long sword and instantly charged toward Long De from 2 different directions. Move the first style of the mountain god sword art, moving mountain. While this time, it was truly moving a mountain. Muyuni slashed out with his sword and two mountain peaks pressed down on Longda's body. Same as at this moment, Longda shouted and punched out with both fists. Bang, on the mountain, pieces of gravel fell down. However, the two boulders were still crushing toward Longda. They were determined to crush him to death. Humph. Sensing the growing strength coming from his arms, Longda harumphed coldly. Roar. In the next moment, an earth-shaking roar spread out like water ripples. 1. The 1,000 tall figure appeared at this moment and forcefully shattered the two mountain ranges that were attacking from both sides. Longda had transformed into his true form. His body, which was thousands of zhang long, hovered in midair. The scales were dark yellow in color. At the same time, the four claws looked as if they were plated with gold. The deep light they emitted was very eye-catching. Earth Erosion Dragon Clan. Embrace it had absolute power. Strong. Its great defensive power and powerful destructive power could be said to be invincible. Dragon at this moment, transformed into his true form and looked at Mu Yun with a sneer. Kid, with a supreme weapon in your hand, do you think you're invincible? His face was full of mockery. Mu Yun's face sank. The second sword had already been slashed out. Li Fire Sword, a supreme weapon. Whether or not she could kill Longda depended not on the strength of the Li Fire Sword, but on whether Mu Yun could fully unleash the power of this sword. Boom, buzzing sounds rang out at this moment. Fill the sea. A profound aura gushed out from Mu Yun's body and gathered on the Li Fire Sword. Then, it attacked Longda. Like the sea, it roared endlessly. Insignificant skill. As soon as Longda finished speaking, he slashed out with his claws. Bang! 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 1. In an instant, the claws and the sword light collided continuously, bursting into flames. At this moment, the two of them were fighting without holding back. At this moment, they were fighting with their true abilities. Whoever held back would die without a doubt. Dragon's giant claws had a strong defensive power. Mu Yan's Fill the Sea had an endless power, but Longda kept resisting from beginning to end. Gather power. Another. A sword was slashed out again. Bang. Sword. With a flash of light, a trace of pain appeared on Longda's dragon face. A white mark appeared on his dark golden giant claws. Break the sky. Mu Yun snorted and slashed out with her sword again. Puff, a swoosh sound suddenly rang out. Dragon. A bloody mark appeared on one of his giant claws. Blood flowed endlessly. Here. At this moment, Longda was furious. At this moment, Mu Yun was not the least bit happy. The 4 moves of the mountain-moving god sword art. She used all of them to injure Longda. This guy was really thick-skinned. The Divine Beast clan was indeed far stronger than humans in terms of physical body. After slashing out 4 times, Mu Yun's origin power was greatly consumed. While on the other side, Longda was not having a good time either. Giant. Blood appeared on his claws, and waves of pain entered his mind. While moreover, not only that, the sword chi was still wreaking havoc on the wound. Actually no one could accept this. Mu Yun, relying on the supreme artifact, was really despicable. Boom, at this moment, Mu Yun attacked again. Li. The fire sword's power became even more powerful. At this moment, Longda kept dodging. You're courting death. Longda was furious. Mu. Did Yin really think that just by stabbing him, she could completely suppress him? Boom, suddenly, rays of light were released from Longda's body. Gold light and earthy yellow light mixed together, emitting an endless amount of pressure. This dragon's might continued to spread. How is it? Longda snorted, you're courting death. Do you really think that my Earth Dragon clan, with the dragon bloodline, has no dignity? As Longda's words fell, the wound on his claws kept healing. Boom, at this moment, a cry sounded. Dragon Longda's body became even more dazzling. Faintly, a dragon's roar spread out. Dragon Longda was really showing his might. Mu Yun's expression was even more serious. Kill, since that was the case, then let's kill him completely. A low shout sounded at this moment. At this moment, the fire sword was shining brightly. At this moment, the sword body was releasing a powerful sword light. Mu and Yan's body, the sword soul spread out. At this moment, the high-level sword soul released endless sword power. At this moment, Mu Yan's high-level sword soul appeared, flashed out, and directly fused with the Li fire sword. Bang! Li at this moment, a powerful backlash suddenly appeared on the fire sword. Mu Yun opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His sword soul had reached the high-level and was already strong enough. But, however, his strength was at the Imperial Emperor level and couldn't match the powerful sword soul. At the same time, the power of the Li fire sword was also incomparably strong. His strength limited the power of the sword soul and the Li fire sword. Mu at this moment, Yun's face was pale. You're just a fourth-step Imperial Emperor, yet you want to control a supreme divine artifact. How arrogant is a supreme divine artifact? It's necessary to counterattack its owner. Long snorted. Mu Yun cursed, old thing, I'll let you see how I control this sword. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Yun directly waved his sword. At this moment, green scales suddenly appeared on his arms. On the scales, there were green rays of light that seemed to be made by heaven, and its power was invincible. Strong invincible, dragon body. Half-dragon form. Mu at this moment, Yun exhaled. Dragon at this moment, Long's eyes were wide open. Dragon. Mu in front of him, Yun turned into a divine dragon. Although it was only a half-dragon. But, it was that powerful aura that made Long feel that Mu Yun's body had a dragon's aura that was even more vigorous and powerful than a real divine dragon. How was that possible? Mu Yun was a human, however, at this moment, it was obviously not the time to think about this question. Dragonda looked at Mu Yun, his eyes filled with greed. She transformed from a human into a dragon. How did this guy do it? Only yes, no matter how Mu Yun did it, Mu Yun's body had an aura that surpassed that of a divine dragon. This was unbelievable. If it could devour Mu Yun, then he could even defy the heavens and change his fate, evolving into a true divine dragon. His bloodline would become even thicker, and he could really become a dragon. With this opportunity, he would become a supreme and have a boundless future. He could even become an earth venerable, a heavenly venerable, or even a divine venerable in the future. This was a matter of unlimited potential. If Yun didn't reveal his secret, he might not know. But now that he knew about it, it was a different attitude. Kill Mu Yun. Swallow Mu Yun's blood. Strong his body would become a true divine dragon. At this moment, Mu Yun's face turned cold. At this moment, his arms were emitting a green light. At this moment, the fire sword seemed to have sensed the aura in Mu Yun's body and actually trembled faintly. What a master who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Mu Yun said. Yun sneered. The Li fire sword was not afraid of him at all. But however, after sensing the dragon blood aura on his body, it actually faintly felt a little submissive. That's good. Mu Yun raised her sword and charged out. Breaking through the sky. A sword shot out. The high-level sword soul and the Li fire sword merged into one. Swoosh. One sword light slashed out at this moment. Puff. A swoosh was suddenly heard. Dragon's left front claw was directly cut off. Fresh blood flowed non-stop, and his face was pale. Something was wrong. Mu Yun, something was wrong with the clouds. The power of the sword just now was not that strong. But at this moment, the sword now carried great lethality. Straight followed by a claw, how could this be? At this moment, how could they dare to covet Mu Yun's everything? Long Xian, help me. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of years of experience told him that if this continued, he would die. At this moment, more than 10 osteopyrum were at a disadvantage. Dragon when Xian heard this, he immediately transformed into a dragon and charged over. How dare you stop me? Mu asked. Yun glanced at Long Xian and charged forward. Her sword fell. Slash. With a slash of her sword, Mu Yun released her strength. Bang. She flew away. Long Xian, who was rushing over, turned pale. Next. In the next moment, his left and right eyes saw his body split into two. No, no, no. Long Xian screamed with his mouth half open. Die. With a grab of her palm, Long Xian's soul was torn apart by Mu Yun. Emperor level 4, killed with a single strike. Mu Yun looked around with a cold expression. Long Da, where are you going? At this moment, Mu Yun took a step forward and released her strength from all over her body. The Li Fire Sword was now under Mu Yun's control. It was perfect. Dragon at this moment, Long Da was already powerless to resist. Mu Yun was too terrifying. Suddenly, the uncontrollable Li Fire Sword obediently listened to her. Sword. The strength of the soul itself could greatly increase the strength of a swordsman. Coupled with the supreme artifact, how could he resist her alone? Moreover, after Mu Yun killed Long Xian, her aura suddenly became stronger. It was as if the consumption just now had disappeared without a trace. At this moment, Yun had become even stronger than before. How could this be? Xianxia. Spirit Cat Emperor. Long Da shouted, if you don't come to help me, the Earth Erosion Dragon clan will retreat. As soon as he said this, Xianxia and the Spirit Cat Emperor, who were being held back by Luo Tianqing and the other three, were shocked. Dragon, what was wrong with Long Da? He couldn't kill Mu Yun. Counter instead, he was being chased by Mu Yun. How was this possible? At this moment, Yun's face was cold. Luo Tianqing and the other three, the 4 emperors, were really fighting with their lives to hold back the 2 of them. Here at this moment, the 4 of them had already been beaten to a pulp. All that was left of his body was his sparkling white bones, and he was fighting Xianxia and the Phantom Cat Emperor. Retreat! Mu Yun immediately shouted, leave these 3 to me. No. Luo Tianqing shouted. Listen to my orders. Mu Yun's murderous aura surged as soon as she finished speaking. At this moment, Luo Tianqing's body was no longer afraid of his own terror. The power of the dark seal of life and death was displayed. His osteopyram had always obeyed Mu Yun's orders. House Mu Yun rarely used the dark seal of life and death to order the osteopyram. But however, it was different this time. Luo Tianqing and the other 3 were truly fighting to the death. Go help Qi Lingyue and Pango Ling deal with those 11 people. Out of the 12 monarchs, he had killed Long Xian. Now, there were only 11 left. 17 people, in addition to Luo Tianqing's group of 4, would be able to deal with 11 people. Even if they couldn't kill them, it wouldn't be a problem to surround them. At this moment, Yun looked at the 3 people in front of her. At this moment, Long Da had transformed into a human, but his left arm was dripping with blood. His left hand was gone. Why are you in such a sorry state? Luo Tianqing said unhappily. This kid can actually control a supreme artifact. He can't be underestimated. Oh? The Phantom Cat Emperor also raised its eyebrows. Yu Xiayun, let's work together. Xianxia said seriously, this kid is extraordinary. If we let him escape just like that, it will be dangerous. Yes. Yu Xiayun was the name of the Phantom Cat Emperor. Xianxia, Yu Xiayun, and Long Da, the 3 monarchs, looked at Mu Yun and waited. Mu Yun sneered. You want to kill me? Mu Yun gripped the flaming sword and said with satisfaction, it's too late now. At this moment, Mu Yun looked around. Yun out of the 270 divine guards, 4 had died. The loss of the 4 made Mu Yun's heart bleed. They might be 4 invincible divine venerables in the future, or even people who surpassed divine venerables. If I don't take your lives today, Mu Yun, won't be able to feel at ease. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun took a step forward. Only powerful sword energy was released at this moment. Boom, the flaming sword attacked. Charge. Kill. Xiayun and Xianxia, one was burly like an iron tower, while the other was slender and enchanting. To the moment she attacked, her strength was incomparably tyrannical. Long at this moment, De brought up the rear. The 3 of them surrounded and charged over. Look, at this scene, Mu Yun did not dodge. Long Xian had died, and the warriors who had died in the battle. Around him. He activated his devouring power, and at this moment, an endless stream of energy surged into his body. Here if he dragged this out, he would definitely win. That was 3/5 step monarchs. But, he had the power of the flaming sword and the high-grade sword soul, so he was not afraid at all. However, he did not want to drag this out. It was not that he did not want to, but that he could not. Next, if this dragged on, the divine cloud guards and the 9 heavens guards would suffer even more casualties. Yun the divine cloud guards had followed him all the way from the celestial world. As for the 9 heavens guards, they had been formed recently, but they were chosen by Chou Qian and were quite reliable. These 2 core forces could not be lost. Mu Yan's face turned grim. I'll kill you first. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yan directly attacked Long De with her sword, ignoring Xiong Rentao and Yu Xian's attacks. Long De's expression changed drastically. This guy was crazy. He was already injured. If he was targeted by Mu Yan, he would definitely die. Almost instinctively, Long De immediately retreated 1,000 meters away. Mu Yan laughed and slashed out with her sword. However, the sword light was not slashed at Long De, but at Xiong Rentao. Next, at this moment, Xiong Rentao and Yu Xian were stunned. There was a puff. Xiong Rentao counterattacked with all his strength, but the flaming sword was a supreme artifact. In addition, Mu Yan completely relied on her dragon arm to control the flaming sword. A deep wound appeared on Xiong Rentao's chest. At this moment, the battle axe that he was holding tightly with both hands shattered. That was an emperor artifact, but in front of a supreme artifact, it was not worth mentioning. At this moment, Xiong Rentao was furious. Long De, what are you doing? If Long De and Yu Xian could attack together the moment Mu Yan turned to attack him, this kid would definitely die. But, Long De actually heard Mu Yan's threat and retreated. As a result, he became the main target of attack. But, Yu Xian attacked Mu Yan, but was dodged by Mu Yan. That kid kept saying that he wanted to kill me. How can I not dodge? Long De was also extremely depressed. Mu Yun was simply toying with them. But, even now, who dared to face her? 3 At this moment, they stood still in a triangular formation. Mu Yun looked at the 3 of them, but sneered. These 3 old foxes all had their own plans. So, Mu Yun had already made a decision in her heart. Long De, do you really think that I can't kill you? Mu Yun snorted and attacked again. This sword will take your life. At this moment, Mu Yun's aura surged. Emperor, so what if he was a 4th-step emperor? High-level sword soul, supreme artifact, it was far from what an emperor could understand and control. Her figure was like lightning. At this moment, Mu Yan directly charged Long De. Let's work together and kill this kid. At this moment, Rentao did not care about the wound on his chest and shouted. Yu Xiaoyun nodded. At this moment, Mu Yun did not care about the 2 of them at all. Xiong Rentao and Yu Xiaoyun, one on the left and one on the right, were about to pincer Mu Yun. But, in the next moment, Mu Yun's black clothes suddenly turned golden. Noble gold. Ming bright yellow. Song Huangshani appeared at this moment. Swoosh, with a swoosh, Mu Yan's speed increased by several times. In the next moment, the sword momentum gathered to the extreme. At this moment, Long De was going all out. Forget it. He might have to pay a huge price to block Mu Yan's attack, but this guy was staring at him. Since that was the case, he would take it head-on. He wouldn't die. At that time, Yu Xiaoyun and Xiong Rentao would be able to kill Mu Yan if they worked together. Boom, at this moment, Mu Yan did not care much. Her speed was extremely fast. Seeing Long De's cautious and defensive appearance, Mu Yan sneered. I'll take your life with one sword. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yan slashed down with her sword. Boom, at this moment, a shield suddenly appeared in Long De's hand. The shield shone with a golden light and had an earthy yellow color. The shield instantly expanded and enveloped Long De's figure. Do you really think I'm not prepared? Long De sneered. 10,000 Dragon Spiritual Shield. It was a shield made from the strongest dragon scales on the bodies of thousands of elites of the Earth Erosion Dragon clan after they died. Although, it was not a supreme artifact. But it was several times stronger than an emperor artifact. It was definitely enough to block Mu Yan's attack. But, seeing this scene, Xiong Rentao cursed in his heart. Long De had this treasure just now, but he did not take it out, causing him to suffer Mu Yan's attack for no reason. This old fox. Impressive, impressive. I'm impressed. As Yun spoke, the sword had already fallen. But, in the next moment, in front of the long sword, however, a huge figure suddenly charged out. Then, it was a cauldron, more like a furnace. Heaven-earth furnace, the heaven and earth furnace with flowing magma directly smashed down. Bang, a violent collision sounded at this moment. Then, the 10,000 dragon spiritual shield was suddenly attacked by the heaven and earth furnace and shook. This, in an instant, a gap appeared. Mu Yan's sword fell at this moment. Boom, with a rumble, blood exploded. Dragonda. Morning life. All of this happened in a flash of lightning and thunder. Xianxia and Yu Xiaoyun did not react. Longda died just like that. This was too unbelievable. What exactly was the magic treasure that Yun suddenly took out just now? How could it shake the 10,000 dragon spiritual shield of the Earth Erosion Dragon clan? Only at this moment, it was not the time to be shocked. At this moment, Yun's aura suddenly changed. Dragonda was dead. Mu Yan's aura completely changed in the blink of an eye. Just now, it was not difficult to see that Mu Yan had taken out many magic treasures and was already panting. But, in an instant, he was fine again. What kind of recovery ability was this? At this moment, Yun was deeply shocked. Longda was dead. He was not surprised. With the support of the pale yellow divine robe, the power of the distant fire sword, and the power of the heaven and earth furnace, it would be strange if he could not kill Longda. But, yes, the moment Longda died, his devouring power was activated. The essence, energy, and spirit in Longda's body entered his body. But in the next moment. No, it was not just his recovery and increase in strength. He could feel that the parts of his arms covered by dragon scales were also growing. The devouring talent contained in his bloodline. Not only could he devour the essence, energy, and spirit of a warrior to increase his strength. He could also devour the aura of the dragon clan's bloodline to nourish his dragon transformation body. This greatly exceeded Mu Yan's expectations. The strength of the devour power made him feel incredulous. And this was passed down from his father. Devour the power of devour. It could be said that it was a unique innate ability. At this moment, Mu Yun held the Li Fire sword in her hand and turned to look at Xianxia and Yu Xiaoyun. The green dragon scales on her arms flickered even more. The Li Fire sword also shone even more brightly. Mu Yan's eyes were filled with contempt. Xianxia. Yu Xiaoyun. Mu Yun sneered and said, "If you join me now, I will give you freedom. Otherwise, you will die. You should have seen what happened to Longda." Humph. Xianxia said coldly, "Do you think you can fight against us just because you killed Longda? Mu Yun, you've improved very quickly. It's just that you haven't reached the time for you to be arrogant." Arrogant? Mu Yun held the Li Fire sword in her hand. "Today is the day for me to be arrogant." As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, killing intent spread in all directions. At this moment, power was gathering all over Mu Yun's body. Entire. She and the Li Fire sword seemed to have completely merged into one. Slash. With a wave of her sword, a huge sword condensed all over Mu Yun's body and pounced towards the two of them. Boom, at this moment, three figures were fighting. Tens of thousands of feet deep craters were continuously created on the ground, and mountain ranges collapsed one after another. At this moment, at the same time, on the other side, in the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, Luo Tianqing, Qi Lingyue, and the other 21 imperial emperors worked together to deal with the 14 imperial emperors of the 4 great clans. Previously, Long Xian was killed by Mu Yun with a single strike. At this moment, the 21 of them worked together to deal with the 14 of them. The pressure on them decreased drastically, and they vaguely equalized the situation. At this moment, Yun looked around with a cold gaze. "I can't delay any longer. Now, the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance's base camp was very likely to be in trouble." Mu Yun's entire body, from head to toe, gathered power. One sword, one slash out. Zhang the Everfire sword was a paragon divine artifact. At this moment, it was completely controlled by her half-dragon body. Mu Yun was using the most barbaric and primitive attacks. Force it was a powerful deterrence. Bear Ren Tao and Yu Xian's expressions gradually turned ugly. Mu after killing Long De, Yun's exhaustion vanished. Takashi what replaced it was even more ferocious than before. This is how in the world did this guy do it? Ku however, this was not the time for the two of them to think about such things. Mu Yun had come for the kill again. Did this guy not know what fatigue was? Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the two Beast Clan patriarchs and 5-step sovereign emperors were firmly suppressed by Mu Yun. I'll give you one more chance. If you surrender to me, I can still give you some freedom. Otherwise, you can only become slaves. In your dreams. How arrogant. The two clan leaders were infuriated. By how could she tolerate Mu Yun's disdain? Anger? What's the use of being angry? Yun snorted, and the Li fire sword attacked again. At the same time, the heaven and earth furnace smashed out. Boom. Boom, a cracking sound rang out at this moment. The heaven and earth furnace smashed directly towards Xiong Rintao's burly body. Mu Yun drove his sword towards Yu Xian. Bang, a low bang sounded at this moment. Xiong Rintao groaned and retreated. Heaven the earth furnace, as Mu Yun's strength increased, its explosive power increased greatly. This the power of one of the 13 primordial treasures was indeed invincible. Bear Ren Tao was momentarily stunned by the heaven and earth furnace. While on the other side, Yu Xian was forced back by Mu Yun's Li fire sword. In the blink of an eye, there were already several sword wounds on her body. It was exceptionally terrifying. At this moment, Mu Yun's killing intent rose. These two reckless things, since they were so arrogant, then kill them. Xiong Rentao, what are you doing? Yu Xian shouted. What do you think I'm doing? Xiong Rentao also cursed angrily. This stupid woman, didn't she see that he was being suppressed? Are you waiting for me to die before making a move? Yu Xian subconsciously thought that a mere Dharma treasure could not suppress Xiong Rentao. The fact that Mu Yun had a human-grade supreme divine artifact was already unbelievable enough. No, there might be a second one. How could Xiong Rentao not think the same? But, it was that furnace. At this moment, he felt that he could not resist the attack. This Mu Yun should die. Bear Rentao repeatedly punched out fiercely, enough to completely crush 100,000 feet tall mountain. But at this moment, he was unable to repel the furnace that was several meters tall in front of him. This was strange. Break through space. At this moment, Mu Yun's sword energy was condensed to the peak. Yu Xian's expression changed drastically. But, she wanted to dodge, but at this moment, she could not. Puff, the sword wound swept directly from her cheek to her abdomen. The sword wound was so deep that her bones could be seen. At this moment, Yu Xian almost vomited blood. Boom, at the same time, a rumble sounded. At this moment, Xiong Rentao finally broke free from the suppression of the heaven and earth furnace. However, what faced him was Mu Yun's powerful sword strike once again. With a puff, Xiong Rentao's arm was directly cut off. Two great Emperor Realm cultivators were all injured. Their bodies were covered in blood. Mu Yun looked at the two of them and said indifferently, one last time. Surrender to me. Otherwise, I'll kill you without mercy. At this moment, Mu Yun looked down from above. She was a great Emperor Realm cultivator, but she exuded a trace of supreme power. Mu Yun, the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance is finished. Xiong Rentao snorted. This time, the 4 major forces of the Eastern Wilderness must have already broken into the headquarters of the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance. If you know what's good for you and don't want to be a stray dog, you'd better run now. Noisy. Mu Yun slashed out with her sword. At this moment, Xiong Rentao's body was split into 2. Just answer whatever I ask. Mu Yun said impatiently, you've already become a prisoner, and you're still holding your head high here. I surrender. Yu Xian shouted at this moment. No, she couldn't surrender. She would die, she would really die. Xiong Rentao's blood splattered on her body. Her cheeks were still scalding hot. Mu Yun was a lunatic. Good. Mu Yun said. At this moment, Mu Yun put away her sword and waved her hand. A dark seal of life and death fused with a wisp of her soul. Fuse with this seal in your soul. Mu Yun said calmly, with this seal, I can crush your soul at any time and control everything about you. If you have any disloyalty, I will definitely kill you. Xianxia's expression changed completely. If in this way, she was Mu Yun's prisoner, like a slave with no freedom. Mu Yun said again, however, this seal doesn't have all the control effects. If I advance in the future, you can rely on this seal to obtain the reward of the power of heaven and earth and advance to your realm. In other words, if I advance, you will also advance. Of course, you won't advance faster than me. Think it through and decide. Think it through? Xianxia smiled bitterly. Was there a need to think about it? If she didn't obey, she would die immediately. She would obey and live on. She would become Mu Yun's puppet, but she would be able to increase her strength. One was to lose her freedom. The other was to lose her life. Xianxia said. Xianxia said bitterly. The life and death seal fused into her soul. In the next moment, Mu Yun immediately sensed it. Xiong Rentao and Long Da are dead. The top imperial emperors of the Moon Aurora Bear clan and the Heaven Erosion Earth Dragon clan are all dead. In the future, your Ghost Flame Cat clan will be the strongest among the 4 beast clans. Mu Yun said again, you won't lose out if you surrender to me. In the future, when my realm increases, the life and death seal restraining you will be a burden to me. I will return your freedom. Mu Yun's words were true. Birth the life and death seal wasn't something that could be formed with unlimited people. Otherwise, if he formed the life and death seal with all the top warriors in the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance, those guys would sleep all day long. If he cultivated, it would be enough to increase their strength. There was a limit to the number of people he could control. Previously, when Mu Yun first entered the Sage Realm, he had estimated that there were about 500 people. But, now, there were nearly 1,000 people who had reached the limit of the Monarch Realm. This, 1,000 people and 270 osteopyrum already occupied a lot of spots. Mu Yun cherished the remaining spots and didn't want to waste them. This time, if it weren't for the current trouble, he would have killed Xianxia. But now, it wasn't easy to kill her. As soon as Yun finished speaking, his devouring power spread out. Xiong Rentao's aura completely disappeared at this moment. Ghost Flame Cat Clan, Imperial Emperor Miao Ren is 4 steps away. You can stop now. Mu Yun looked at Xianxia. Xianxia hadn't thought it through yet and couldn't help but blurt out, Miao Ren, stop. After saying this, Xianxia was completely dumbfounded. How could it be? Mu Yun's seal could completely skip her own thoughts and let her body give orders. The foundation of a person was the soul. The soul was the dominant body, and the body was the passive. The soul was the core of a person's everything. And, now, Mu Yun had directly skipped her soul and was above her, dominating everything about her. This guy was too terrifying. Life and death seal. Xianxia suddenly understood that she might not be able to escape Mu Yun's restraints in this lifetime. She couldn't die even if she wanted to. Lord Cat Emperor. Miao Ren retreated at this moment and looked at Xianxia. His expression changed drastically. Now, stop again, those 20-odd Imperial Emperors obviously couldn't hold on much longer. I told you to retreat. Xianxia said. Miao Ren was stunned. Miao Ren was even more stunned. However, as the Cat Emperor, Xianxia was a godlike existence in the Spirit Flame Cat clan for the past 1,000,000 years. Who dared to disobey her? Look at Mu Yun. Miao Ren became cautious. What did this guy do? Mu Yun glanced at Miao Ren. I can't be bothered to kill you. If I don't kill you today, consider yourself lucky. Emperor Ren was 4 steps away. To the current Mu Yun, she really couldn't be bothered to kill him. But that guy must die. Mu Yun said. At this moment, Yun charged towards Miao Yi. Miao Yi led his men to massacre the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance branch. This was the scheme of the 4 beast clans. But the one who carried it out was Miao Yi. This score had to be settled. Mu Yun wasn't afraid that Xianxia would betray her. If she dared to, she would kill Xianxia now. She would give it a try. Body with a flash, Mu Yun arrived in front of Miao Yi. Miao Yi's arm had been cut off by Mu Yun. Facing the two divine cloud guards, he could deal with them. But seeing Mu Yun charging over, Miaoyi was shocked. "Patriarch, save me!" Miaoyi shouted. Miaoyi hurriedly retreated, but how could he compare to Mu Yun's speed? He could only shout for help. "Save?" Mu Yun grabbed out with one hand and shouted, "Even the heavens can't save you." Mu Yun's palm expanded, and a powerful source energy directly crushed Miaoyi's figure. Miaoran's face turned pale when he saw this scene. "Patriarch, are we going to let Miaoyi be killed just like that? What can you do?" Yu Xiaoyun shouted angrily, "Are you going to kill him? Can you withstand the power of his sword?" Miaoyi shouted angrily. Ren was speechless at the moment. The patriarch surrounded and killed Mu Yun. But even now, only their patriarch was still alive. Long De was dead. Xiong Rentao was dead. There were only 2 imperial emperors left in the earth-corroding dragon clan. Yue the Aurora Bear was still supported by Xiong Fengyu, an imperial emperor. Here at this moment, Mu Yun joined the battlefield. The situation had completely changed. 2 imperial emperors. In the blink of an eye, Miaoran stopped and Miaoyi was killed. There were only 10 people left. Of these 10 people, other than Xiong Fengyu, who was a 4th-step imperial emperor, the other 9 were mostly 3rd-step or 2nd-step imperial emperors. In front of Mu Yun, they couldn't even withstand a single attack. "Miao Tong, Miao Yuan, come back!" Ren shouted at this moment. These 2 people were the newly advanced 2nd-step imperial emperors of the Spirit Flaming Cat clan. If they died, it would be a huge loss. Mu Yun didn't stop them at this moment. The other 8 people were intimidated by Mu Yun. Who was a match for Mu Yun? They couldn't even withstand a single sword strike. The battle between the strong was that simple. The top combat power determined the victor. Therefore, in other people's battles, no matter how much of an advantage they had, it was all useless. Mu Yun was the best example. The 4th step of the Celestial Emperor realm was like an unstoppable realm. 1. Died. 2. 3. Here at this moment, the 22 imperial emperors completely lost their restraints and helped the Cloud Divine Guards and 9 Heavens Guards to kill their way down. 7. The sword descended, and in the blink of an eye, all the sovereign emperors of the 4 major factions were killed, except for the 4 from the Ghost Flame Cat race. Only Xiong Fengyu of the Moonlight Bear clan was left. At this moment, Xiong Fengyu's face was deathly pale. They were all dead. Beat after so long, the moment Mu Yun appeared, they all died almost instantly. Below, the various peak stage saints were being hunted down by the emperors who were free. Chaos! It was a trap. Here at this moment, the Ghost Flame Cat race's warriors also changed sides and helped Mu Yun to attack the 3 great races. Alliance Master Mu, Xiong Rentao is already dead. I'm the clan leader of the Lunar Aurora Bear clan. I'm willing to surrender. Xiong Fengyu cupped his hands and said. Moon the Aurora Bear tribe revered strength. Now that Xiong Rentao was dead, he was at the 4th step of the Sovereign Emperor realm. Can you represent the Moonlight Bear tribe? Sure. Yun snorted, I'll spare your life. Follow me into battle. If you can't do that, I can kill you at any time. As Yun spoke, another seal of life and death was unleashed. Bear Fengyu did not resist. No, didn't dare to. Mu Yun looked at Xiong Fengyu and Yu Xiaoyun and said, clear this place immediately. Warriors of the Lunar Aurora Bear tribe and the Ghost Flame Cat race, return to the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance with me. Yu Xiaoyun and Xiong Fengyu immediately got busy. Everyone. The orders were given one by one. At this moment, he felt bitter in his heart. Good. Good. The 4 beast races decided to surround and kill Mu Yun here. But now, they had already planned it. Vengeance. Qian and Mu Yun had always been inseparable. The 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance would definitely leave Qixi to oversee it. Therefore, on the Blood Phoenix Day, she condensed the Supreme Celestial Body and became a true early-stage Supreme. It was even possible to kill Cho Qian. That was. They couldn't kill him and held him back. A mere Mu Yun wasn't a problem. But, the 3 beast race clan leaders were held back by the 4 sovereign emperors. Moreover, what was even more infuriating was that this was acceptable. But, however, Long De wasn't a match for Mu Yun. Long De, whose reputation was shining in the entire eastern wilderness, was actually defeated by Mu Yun, a new sovereign emperor. And, the three of them joined forces, but they were still unable to take down Mu Yun. One the unexpected variable. It appeared on Mu Yun. For steps of the sovereign emperor changed the outcome. In the eastern wilderness, everyone underestimated this Mu Yun. Yu Xiaoyun and Xiong Fengyu had no choice but to side with her. This time, it wasn't their beast race that was dealing with the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. Mu Yun was heaven-defying now, but could she withstand the storm this time? If the follow-up failed, Mu Yun would die, and they would also die. Thinking at this point, their expressions changed several times. Ghost Flame Cat Race warriors, listen up, kill the Heaven Erosion Earth Dragon race and the Purgatory Blood Phoenix race warriors. I am Xiong Fengyu. Xiong Rentao is already dead. I, Xiong Fengyu, have become the clan leader. If anyone is not convinced, stand out and challenge me. At this moment, Fengyu also shouted, our alliance with the Purgatory Blood Phoenix race and the Heaven Erosion Earth Dragon race is completely broken today. From today onwards, the Lunar Aurora Bear race and the Ghost Flame Cat race will join forces with the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. Submit. At this moment, Yun said unyieldingly, it's submit to me, not an alliance. Mu Yun shouted loudly, from today onwards, the Ghost Flame Cat race and the Lunar Aurora Bear race will submit to me, Mu Yun, and my Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. If anyone is not convinced, kill without mercy. Mu Yun understood that there was no need to talk nonsense with the beast race. Fist big head, that was the hard truth. The beast race, the human race, believed in this kind of thing. Xiong Fengyu smiled bitterly at this moment. Originally, he wanted to say that it was an alliance so that it would be easier for him to control the elite warriors of the Lunar Aurora Bear race. This time, the four races had sent out 10,000 people. They were all elites, and many sovereigns had come. But, now, Mu Yun's words made her position clear. Submit. Fengyu shouted, from today onwards, the Lunar Aurora Bear race will submit to the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance and Alliance leader Mu. There will no longer be the four beast races in the eastern wilderness region. There will only be the Lunar Aurora Bear race and the Ghost Flame Cat race under the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. Fengyu's face was filled with helplessness. But, at this moment, the warriors below were even more confused. Go to fight with who? Before coming, they were valiant and high-spirited, wanting to kill the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. Why did they change sides in half a day? Enemy became the master? Peng friends became opponents? Wasn't this too fast? At this moment, Mu Yun didn't care. Yu Xiaoyun was the cat emperor of the Ghost Flame Cat race. If she couldn't do this well, she might as well kill her. As for Xiong Fengyu, he couldn't do it. Mu Yun didn't mind killing him now. At this moment, Mu Yun was suspended in the sky. Many people had died in this battle. While now, with the 21 emperors of the Cloud Alliance crushing those great lords, the Lunar Aurora Bear race and the Ghost Flame Cat race charged towards the Earth Erosion Dragon race and the Purgatory Blood Phoenix race. Death, injuries were increasing. The number of tens of thousands of warriors kept decreasing. At this moment, Mu Yun had devoured the essence, energy, and spirit of more than 10 emperors. At this moment, the auras of thousands of great lords and great lords below surged into her body one by one. Hanging in the sky, she was dressed in pale yellow divine robes. At this moment, Mu Yun was like a human emperor, like a celestial emperor. Golden light shone on the ground. First, a faintly discernible aura filled her entire body. Today, I will enter the fifth step. As soon as she finished speaking, the aura in Mu Yun's body was completely released. In an instant, it was as if a path to heaven had appeared under Mu Yun's feet. And Mu Yun's figure was at the end of the path to heaven. Seemingly if she took another step, Mu Yun would be invincible in the world. Invincible in the world. This was a kind of aura, it couldn't be explained clearly. However, Mu Yun knew that this was her path. Huang Tianwei descended from the sky. At this moment, the pale green and dim right eye gradually regained its luster and brightness. With the help of breaking through the fifth step of the Imperial Lord realm, the Eye of Heaven had completely recovered. Mu Yun, the bright light in Yun's eyes made people unable to help but bow down in worship. For a moment, Yu Xiaoyun and Xiong Fengyu were stunned. This was the invincible aura that only the human emperor had, right? At this moment, Mu Yun didn't say much. The power in her body gathered and charged, she just stood there, but she gave everyone an absolute oppressive aura. At the same time in the crowd, the figures of the divine cloud guards, who were dressed in black and had armor on their shoulders, underwent strange changes. Most the first to change was the Panga spirit. Her aura went from the second step of the Imperial Lord realm to the third step of the Imperial Lord realm. At this moment, at the same time, the four commanders of the divine cloud guards, Luo Tianxing, Hua Shaming, Shan Tianyu, and Su Qingfeng, all reached the third step of the Imperial Lord realm. The 15 first step Imperial Lords, who were originally seriously injured, reached the second step. At the same time, in the blink of an eye, another 30 people among the divine cloud guards broke through the shackles of the peak of the Holy Lord realm and reached the Imperial Lord realm. At this moment, there was a huge change. At this moment, Xiong Fengyu suddenly laughed out loud. The fifth step of the Imperial Lord realm. Xiong Fengyu laughed and said, "I've finally taken this step." At this moment, Yu Xiaoyun looked at Mu Yun in surprise. She was originally the fourth step of the Imperial Lord realm. Just now, the moment Mu Yun reached the fifth step of the Imperial Lord realm, a wave of power seemed to appear out of thin air and spread in her mind and soul. But, she had been unable to touch the path of the Supreme Being for a long time. It had always been like a door that had been tightly sealed. But just now, the door had loosened, a glimmer of light appeared. She had the possibility of becoming a Supreme Being. It was too magical. Really, was this the powerful power of the dark seal of life and death that Mu Yun mentioned? At this moment the feeling Mu Yun gave people at this moment was indescribable. What was the background of this guy, even if he was a monstrous genius? It was impossible for him to reach the limit of the Imperial Lord realm from a mere human monarch in just a few hundred years. Even more. He had started out as a nobody, but now, he was the ruler of a region. And, with Mu Yun's current actions, the southern wasteland region belonged to him. The central wasteland region had already been occupied by him. Now in the eastern wasteland region, Xia Yun suddenly thought. Mu Yun, the reason why Yun didn't kill her and Xiong Fengyu wasn't to help him at all. And, it was to better govern the eastern wasteland region. After this battle, there was no doubt that the Earth Erosion Dragon clan of the Eastern Wasteland region's 4 Great Beast clans would be destroyed. The Purgatory Blood Phoenix clan and the Blood Phoenix clan couldn't be eliminated if they didn't die. And, the Lunar Aurora Bear clan and the Spirit Flaming Cat clan were Mu Yun's knives. He cut through everything that didn't obey him. Mu Yun was the person holding the knife behind him. At that time, he didn't need to do anything. He only needed to order her and Xiong Fengyu. No matter what, the one who would benefit would be Mu Yun. Yu Xiaoyun suddenly felt that this plan seemed to be completely useless. No one had expected that the young man standing in the air would be able to turn the tide. The battle was still ongoing, but it was one-sided. The Earth Erosion Dragon tribe was the fastest to retreat. No Saint Monarchs were not worth mentioning at all without their leader. But, this time, the 4 tribes had sent out their most elite warriors. After losing them, their main camp was like a plate of loose sand. A great battle gradually drew to a close at this moment. Mu Yun's figure slowly descended. After the baptism of a great battle, Mu Yun did not show any signs of decline. Instead, she became more spirited and energetic. This, strange. Tidy up the battlefield. Mu ordered. Yun directly shouted. Miaoren. Xiong Fengyu. Mu Yun ordered, the 2 of you, take people and kill the Earth Erosion Dragon tribe and Purgatory Blood Phoenix tribe. Swear to take them down. Yu Xiaoyun, take some people and follow me. Mu Yun's aura was incomparably strong at this moment. At this moment, he stood in front of Yu Xiaoyun, making it difficult for her to breathe. Mu Yun was different from ordinary people. The more the fiercer he fought. This guy's fighting spirit was too strong. Master Mu. Yu Xiaoyun shouted with difficulty. She cupped her hands and asked, where are we going? Back to the Cloud Alliance. Yun said slowly, didn't you ally with the four major forces of the Western Desolate region? Even if Qixi is here, the Cloud Alliance will not be able to hold on. Now, go back. Yu Xiaoyan seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, Master Mu, you must not be careless. This time, we are not sure if the Reverence Moon Holy Ground will take action. Seeing Mu Yun looking at her, Yu Xiaoyan continued, this time, the Blood Phoenix Sky and Tuoba Jin are working together to guide the three forces, but we are worried that the Reverence Moon Holy Ground will take advantage of the situation. Therefore, we have contacted the Reverence Moon Holy Ground. But the Reverence Moon Holy Ground's attitude is very vague. They seem to be willing to participate in the battle, but they also seem to be unwilling to participate. Mu Yun smiled and said, the Reverence Moon Holy Ground's attitude is vague? Since the two of you are working together, they will lend you a hand and help you. If you lose, they'll just watch from the sidelines. Maybe they'll take advantage of the fact that the three of you are weak and take drastic measures to stabilize their position as the overlord of the Eastern Wilderness. Xiaoyun didn't say anything else. Leave this to Xiong Fangyu. At this moment, Mu Yun said again, Xiong Fangyu, you are at the fifth step of the Sovereign Emperor realm. You should understand what I just said. In this life, as long as I am alive, you can reach a higher realm. Fangyu cupped his hands and said, I know what to do. I will do it now. There are no more four major beast tribes in the Eastern Wilderness region. There are only the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance subordinates. Mu Yun did not say much. Raise one's head. He raised his head and looked up. Here at that moment, the battle between Chou Qian and Xuefeng Tian hadn't ended yet. Chou Qian had been very powerful before, but now, his sovereign celestial body had been destroyed. It was being repaired, but the speed wasn't fast. While the current Xuefeng Tian was someone who had condensed a sovereign celestial body. He was truly at the initial stage of the supreme martial artist realm. Son of in the past, Chou Qian was able to fight to a draw with an early-stage supreme being. But now? Let's go. After thinking for a moment, Mu Yun spoke. If the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance was broken, the millions of disciples in the alliance would suffer heavy losses. Qixi alone wouldn't be able to resist. After making up his mind, Mu Yun looked at the Cloud Divine Guards. The 264 Cloud Divine Guards were now full of fighting spirit because of his improvement. They had lost 4 Cloud Divine Guards in this battle. 170 Cloud Divine Guards had died. Mu Yun's heart ached so much that he wanted to die. Not to mention 4. 9 Heavens Guards, go to the Eastern Wilderness region with Xiong Fangyu. Whoever dares to resist, kill without mercy. Yes. A series of yells could be heard at that instant. The rest of you, follow me. After Mu Yun finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared. Yu Xiaoyun looked at the remaining 1,000 elite warriors of the Spirit Flame Cat tribe, sighed, and followed. Big. The end of the battle? It seemed that the battle had just begun. Mu Yun was using battle to nurture battle. Most importantly, Mu Yun's improvement speed was extremely fast during the battle. The restriction of the Dark Death Seal caused his subordinates to improve faster. As the battle continued, Mu Yun would become stronger and stronger. Now, the 4 beast tribes were finished. Could the Tuoba family, Donghua Prefecture, Spirit Void Grotto Heaven, and Li Fire Sect destroy the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance now? At this moment, Xiaoyun decided not to think about it. If the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance is destroyed, I will kill all the Imperial Emperors. Yun's voice suddenly sounded in Yu Xiaoyun's mind. This time, it won't be them teaming up to destroy me, Mu Yun. It will be me, Mu Yun, who will unify the Eastern Wilderness and become the overlord of the Eastern Wilderness. Yu Xiaoyun was stunned. Mu Yun could clearly know what she was thinking. Moreover, Mu Yun's ambition was to become the overlord of the Eastern Wilderness. This guy really dared to think. But it seemed that Mu Yun did indeed have this ability. A 4th-step Imperial Emperor could kill Hong Jiuchong. Now, Mu Yun is already at the 5th step of the Celestial Emperor realm. Let's set off now. This time, the Spirit Flame Cat tribe had more than 2,000 elite sages. Nearly 1,000 people had died in the previous battle. Now, there were nearly 1,000 people left. As for the Moon Aurora Bear tribe, about 1,000 elites were still alive. They were all led by Mu Yun. As for the matters in the eastern wilderness, Bear Fangyu was a fifth-step imperial emperor. There were more than 200 people including the 9 Heavens Guards. Couldn't intimidate him? Zhen. Unable to intimidate him, Mu Yun directly killed Fangyu. Why, what was the use of being a fifth-step imperial emperor? East. Mu Yun wasn't worried about the eastern wilderness. Now. The only thing she was worried about was the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance. Even with the support of a level 6 ancient divine array, it couldn't withstand the combined attacks of supremes and many imperial emperors. Gee, if they couldn't hold on, the Cloud Alliance would be defeated. Hold on. Mu Yun sighed. What I'm most afraid of is internal strife. Boom. Bang. A loud explosion resounded. At this moment, 1,000 meters above the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance. At this moment, numerous prosperous and complicated level 6 ancient divine arrays were broken apart. Tuabajin took the lead and shouted, "Kill." As soon as he finished speaking, thousands of troops charged out. Nearly 10,000 sages and tens of thousands of sovereigns charged in. At this moment, the 4 factions brought out all the sovereigns and sages. They seemed to have taken out their trump cards to fight. They had gambled everything in this battle. Chai at this moment, Qi's expression was ugly. Alliance leader, Qi muttered and looked at Tuoba Zhan. I can't block thousands of troops, but it's not a problem to block you alone. As soon as Qi finished speaking, he charged out. At the same time, in the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance, hundreds of thousands of disciples, human lords and earth lords occupied the majority. Tian lords only had tens of thousands of people. As for sovereigns and sages, there were even fewer. In addition, the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance had only been united for a short period of time. The people inside weren't united. At this moment, the array was broken. The group of disciples panicked and fled without any hesitation. While some of the disciples joined the 4 great forces and attacked the disciples of the Cloud Alliance. Tian, in the blink of an eye, nearly 200,000 of the million disciples were divided into several groups led by several powerful sovereigns and betrayed them. Nearly 300,000 people fled in all directions. Only the remaining 500,000 disciples swore not to surrender or flee. Most of them were disciples of the 2 Instruments Pavilion and the Qiang Saint Empire. Qi, kill. The battle started instantly. Although the 4 factions only sent out tens of thousands of people this time, they were all sovereigns and sovereigns. But, they were all sovereigns and sovereigns. Although they were few in number, they were very powerful. A sovereign king could casually kill human lords and earth lords. Tian, the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance was gradually dyed red with blood. At this moment, the entire eastern wilderness was in chaos. Within the eastern wilderness, Fangyu led people to wipe out the Heaven Erosion Earth Dragon race and Purgatory Blood Phoenix race. All sovereigns and sovereigns were killed. No one was left alive. Fangyu was simple and violent. Heaven the Earth Erosion Earth Dragon race and Purgatory Blood Phoenix race must not leave any sovereigns or sovereigns alive. Otherwise, if Mu Yun subdued the 4 beast races and the 2 races developed in the future, his status would be suppressed. Since that was the case, he might as well take this opportunity to completely suppress the 2 races. Sovereigns. If all the sovereigns and sovereigns were dead, how could these 2 races be qualified to be called a 4th grade race? Hold on. If they died, they would be considered a 5th grade race. The Aurora Bear race was naturally on par with the Spirit Flaming Cat race. The 9 Heavens Guards, who were more than 200 sovereigns, didn't say much. They had been suppressed by these bastards before. Now was the time to vent their anger. East, the desolate region was in chaos. But Fangyu didn't care. Chaos. Chaos just right. Now, how could the eastern wilderness not be in chaos? Boom, dow, a loud boom spread throughout the central wilderness region. The 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance was in complete chaos. The entire 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance was filled with the sounds of killing and shouting. At this moment, Emperor Ling Xian was facing a crisis. Her face was pale. Mu Yun is really assured to let the two of you hold down the fort in the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. The Donghua Prefecture Lord sneered, and the aura of a sovereign emperor was released at this moment. The Lord of the Void Spirit Grotto Heaven, Ling Shuzi, said, "Why are you talking so much nonsense? Just this one sovereign emperor wants to stop us." Yes. The Fire Sect Master Li Tianzi also nodded and said, "The Reverence Moon Holy Ground is afraid and is unwilling to join forces with us. In this battle, we joined forces with the four beast races and swallowed the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. It's not impossible to swallow the Reverence Moon Holy Ground. When that time comes, the Eastern Wilderness will have the four human forces and the four beast races' strength will be on par. There is no need to divide the East, South, West, and Central Wilderness region. There will only be the East and West Wilderness region." The Donghua Prefecture Lord and Ling Shuzi nodded after hearing Li Tianzi's words. His words made sense. East the Reverence Moon Holy Ground had always been strong. But, the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance rose to prominence, but was it useful? With the alliance of the four major beast clans, the alliance of the four major beast clans would be truly invincible. The Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance's plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain today was defeated just like that. Also, it was just SOSO. As for the Reverence Moon Holy Ground, after defeating the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance and completely merging, they divided the Central and Southern Wilderness region. The end of the Reverence Moon Holy Ground was not far away. At this moment, the three of them even began to fantasize about the great future. East. The desolate wilderness belonged to them. Dreams are rich, but reality may make you suffer a slap. Shameful laughter suddenly sounded at this moment. A figure appeared on the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance at this moment. She was dressed in black and her long hair fluttered in the wind. That figure was standing in the air, but he was emitting a powerful and oppressive aura. Mu Yun. Mansion Lord Hua, Li Tianzi, and Ling Shuzi's expressions changed. Mu, how could Yun appear here? The three of them were very puzzled. According to the plan, the four beast clans stopped Chou Qian in the Blood Phoenix Sky. Longda, Yu Xiayun, and Xiong Rentao, the three emperors, were more than enough to kill Mu Yun. But now, Mu Yun had actually returned alive. It had only been half a day. What happened? That's a good plan, but you miscalculated one thing. That is, you think that you are very strong and I am very weak. A powerful aura emanated from Mu Yun's body. Five-step Emperor, Mu Yun didn't die. She had even reached five-step Emperor. East Mansion Lord Hua, Li Tianzi, and Ling Shuzi were all stunned. Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance disciples, listen up. Yun roared and shouted, "I am Mu Yun, your leader. Thank you for your trust in me. Those who survived today's battle are the elites of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. I, Mu Yun, promise that in this life, as long as you are willing, I will do my best to let you become emperors, supremes, and even surpass supremes, and now, there is only one word, kill." Mu Yun shouted, "Don't be afraid, I am your strongest backer." Swoosh, 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 in an instant, on the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. E-waves of emperors' auras were released at this moment. Luo Tianqing, Hua Shanming, Shan Tianyu, and Su Qingfeng were three-step emperors. 15 Cloud Divine Guards had reached two-step emperors. Because of Mu Yun's breakthrough, another 30 people had reached one-step emperors. Yu Xiayun was five-step emperors, Panga Ling and Chou Qian. Here at this moment, 52 emperors appeared in an instant. In the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, the disciples who were already in despair were completely stunned. Since when were celestial emperors measured in dozens? When did the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance suddenly have 30 to 40 imperial emperors? Several almost instantly, the 31-step Emperor Cloud Divine Guards charged toward the disciples of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. In the meantime, 100 peak stage Saint Cloud Divine Guards also joined the battle. Mu Yun looked at Ling Shuzi, Li Tianzi, and the chief of Donghua Prefecture. It's just 3 sovereign emperors at the 5th step. There are actually 17 god monarchs from the 4 powers. That's quite impressive. Although she said that, Mu Yun's face was full of ridicule. East Manor Lord Hua looked at Yu Xiayun and the 2 imperial emperors beside her, as well as the 2000 Spirit Flaming Cat race and Lunar Aurora Bear race elite saints. His expression was cold. Yu Xiayun, what is the meaning of this? What do you mean? Yun snorted. Yu Xiayun has surrendered to the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. The leader of the Lunar Aurora Bear race, Xiong Rentao, has been killed. Xiong Fengyu has taken control of the situation and has surrendered to me. Longda was also killed by me. Mu Yan's words completely dug out the faith of the Donghua Prefecture chief and the other two. Dead. Dead, Shuefeng Tian didn't know about the four clan leaders. Xiong Rentao and Longda were both dead. Yu Xiayun actually surrendered. Yu Xiayun said, the three of you, let me give you a piece of advice. Master Mu is not someone you can resist. Master Mu, Yu Xiayun was at the fifth step of the Imperial Emperor realm. She even called him Master Mu? That's all I have to say. Humph. The chief of Donghua Prefecture snorted. I thought the beast race was honest, but it seems like they're also a bunch of trash. Mu. Yun, so what if you're at the fifth step of the Imperial Emperor realm? Why would I be afraid of you? Mu Yun sneered when he heard this. I'll kill you in 3 moves. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun directly attacked. The chief of Donghua Prefecture was furious. Mu, for some strange reason, Yun had broken through to the fifth step of the Imperial Emperor realm. She was later than him, but she dared to say that she would kill him in 3 moves? At this moment Li Tianzi and Ling Shuzi were about to rush out, but Yu Xiayun had already attacked. Mu Yun at this moment, Yun wanted to establish her prestige. She only needed to stop Ling Shuzi and Li Tianzi for a moment. For some reason, at this moment, she inexplicably believed that Mu Yun could really kill the chief of Donghua Prefecture in 3 moves. Crazy, crazy, crazy. East, the chief of Donghua Prefecture had been stuck at the 4th step of the Imperial Emperor realm for hundreds of thousands of years. This time, he had reached the 5th step of the Imperial Emperor realm in one go. He was extremely powerful. But, Mu Yun had just reached the 5th step of the Imperial Emperor realm. How could he come up with such an absurd idea? Yu Xiayun didn't have time to think. Although Ling Shuzi and Li Tianzi were slightly weaker than her, they were not that much weaker. They immediately engaged in battle. At the same time, Mu Yun had already charged towards the chief of Donghua Prefecture. See filling. With a swing of her sword, it was like a rolling wave that spread for 10,000 meters, enveloping the chief of Donghua Prefecture. At this moment, the chief of Donghua Prefecture was in the waves. He only felt that his body was out of his control, swaying back and forth. But in the next moment, he felt a sense of danger. Gather force. Mu Yun attacked again with her sword. Her speed was extremely fast, and her sword chi was extremely fierce. The chief of Donghua Prefecture waved his hand, and waves of vigorous chi filled his body as he resisted with all his might. But in an instant, the third sword came. Break through the air. As her voice fell, a long sword cut through everything and arrived in front of the chief of Donghua Prefecture. With a puff, the chief of Donghua Prefecture turned pale, and his body was directly split into 2 at this moment. 3 sword. Death, life. At this moment, everyone seemed to have gone crazy. 3 swords. Emperor Mu Yun, who was at the 5th step of the Imperial Emperor realm, killed the chief of Donghua Prefecture in 3 moves. In an instant, the disciples of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance went completely crazy. Wasn't she awesome? Awesome. That, she was their leader, Mu Yun. In just a few hundred years, she had established the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance in the Eastern Wilderness and resisted the various 4th-tier forces. Now, she killed the renowned chief of Donghua Prefecture in 3 moves. Great, morale. And, now, with the appearance of Mu Yun, it wasn't just morale that rose. There were 30 Imperial Emperors and more than 200 Peak Saint Lords. At this moment, what was there to be afraid of? 1. In the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, there were endless shouts. 1. Some disciples of the Imperial Emperor realm and the Imperial Emperor realm would die if they went up. The only thing they could do now was to shout. Kill. Kill, kill. Kill. Voices that could topple mountains and overturn seas spread out completely at this moment. Mu Yun looked around at this moment, and her mind moved slightly. 100 disciples of the Myriad Alliance. Although nearly half of them had fled and rebelled, many of the rest had died. But now, it was the real core. There were gains and losses in battle. Mu Yun took a deep breath. Li Tianzi. Ling Shuzi. Yun shouted, I will only ask you one more time, will you surrender or not? Almost instantly, Mu Yun pointed her sword at the two of them. Surrender or not? No, surrender, die, surrender, just like you Xiayun. 2. At this moment, everyone was shocked. When did Mu Yun become so powerful? I don't have much time to wait for your answer. Mu Yun said again, if you don't surrender, you will die. As soon as Yun finished speaking, she attacked directly. Alliance Chief Mu Yun is so powerful. A burst of laughter sounded at this moment. Above the void, a figure suddenly appeared. By Moon Saint Lord, Lu Baiyue. At this moment, the Moon Saint Lord's aura was very different. Among the 100,000 people, Lu Baiyue's aura was very unique. It was as if the core of the green light was red. Lu Baiyue. When Lu Baiyue arrived, Ling Shuzi and Li Tianzi were immediately overjoyed. The people of the Moon Saint Lord had come, Lu Baiyue was looking down at them at this moment. Swish, 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 in the next moment, in an instant, 10 figures appeared beside Lu Baiyue. 10 great Emperor realm, among them, 5 had reached the 5th step of the Emperor realm. Among them, the remaining 5 were all 4th step Emperor realm. Same, at this time on both sides of the 10 people, more than 10 figures appeared one by one. They were all 3rd step, 2nd step, and 1st step Emperor realm. Human, in the group, Wu Jinhui's face was gloomy at this moment, and he stared at Mu Yun with resentment. Today, Wu Jinhui was a 3rd step Emperor realm. Already, he had left Li Xiaoyu, Ling Ju, Hua Tianxian, and Tuoba Lu far behind. But, without comparison, there would be no harm. What about Mu Yun? Short, her temporary rise had left him thousands of miles behind. Damn it. Mu Yun looked at the 20 to 30 figures. All were Emperor realm. And there were 10 people at the 4th and 5th step Emperor realm. This was the current trump card of the Moon Saint Lord. Difficult, no wonder the Moon Saint Lord disdained to form an alliance with the other two. There was no need at all. In her eyes, whether it was the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance or the Eastern Beast race. Namely, even if 2 Supremes appeared, it wasn't troublesome. The Moon Saint Lord could destroy them with a raise of his hand. But, this time, perhaps because he had revealed dozens of Emperor realm experts, the hibernating Moon Saint Lord couldn't help but appear. The Moon Saint Lord was afraid of the dozens of Emperor realm experts around him. Afraid of his growth, Mu Yun smiled coldly at this moment. Even if they don't come out, I will still attack the Moon Saint Lord. I, Mu Yun, will unify the Eastern Wilderness. At this moment, Mu Yun's aura bloomed from head to toe. At the 5th step Emperor realm, Mu Yun's aura seemed to be second only to the Moon Saint Lord Lu Baiyue at this moment. Lu Baiyue looked at Mu Yun with a cold and disdainful gaze. This child's growth had indeed shocked her. But today, it wasn't irreversible. Ling Suzi and Li Tianzi stood on Lu Baiyue's side at this moment. Moon Saint Lord, this child is arrogant and will become a threat sooner or later. If we don't kill him today, he will cause endless trouble in the future. That's right, the Donghua Prefecture Lord was killed by 3 sword moves. This child can't be left alive. Lu Baiyue looked at the two with contempt at this moment. Scram. As the words fell, Li Tianzi and Ling Shuzi's faces turned pale. This low shout caused the two's ears to buzz. Almost instantly, they felt their bodies tremble. Gee. Supremes, this was the power of a Supremes. At this moment, the two felt bitter in their hearts. Mu Yun, they couldn't afford to offend. By Moon Saint Lord, they couldn't afford to offend her. She was really too hateful. Since when was the 5th step Emperor realm not the peak in the Eastern Wilderness? 2. At this moment, they were furious in their hearts, but they couldn't show it on their faces. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Mu Yun looked at the two and said slowly, since you didn't seize the last chance, then prepare to die today. First set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. When the Reverence Moon Holy Lord heard this, he smiled slightly. His eyes were bright and his teeth were white. Lu Baiyue was the Reverence Moon Holy Ground's holy master, and he was always high and mighty. He had long since developed the natural aura of a superior being. From today onwards, Mu Yun's name will no longer exist in the eastern wilderness. The Reverence Moon Holy Lord's killing intent surged. The Reverence Moon Holy Lord, who was high up in the sky, gave off a cold and solemn feeling. You can kill me? Mu Yun sneered and took a step forward. Boom, between heaven and earth, waves of powerful energy gathered in Mu Yun's body. Kill. As soon as he said this, a great battle broke out. By the Reverence Moon Holy Ground, the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, the 4 major forces of the Western Wilderness, and the 2 major beast races of the Eastern Wilderness. This, a war that engulfed the entire Eastern Wilderness, had truly erupted at this moment. Everyone watched. Some people were watching this scene. There were only 2 possibilities. The Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance won. Also or the Reverence Moon Holy Ground won. But, it was today. Everyone knew that whichever side won would become the overlord of the entire Eastern Wilderness. Close to 100 emperors fought together. At this moment, Yun was standing proudly in the air, looking at Lu Baiyue. Lu Baiyue, the Reverence Moon Holy Lord. Ever since Mu Yun entered the Eastern Wilderness, he had heard of this person's name. Really the strongest person in the Eastern Wilderness. First, he broke through to the early stage of the Venerable Realm, causing many Venerables to appear in the Eastern Wilderness. At that time, Mu Yun was just a small Emperor Realm expert. But, Emperor Realm experts were thousands of miles apart. But, today, he was facing Lu Baiyue. Afraid was it, not afraid. Song now that his Eye of Heaven had recovered, Mu Yun really wanted to know how far he could go. He lacked this kind of battle that he could fight to his heart's content. He didn't even know if he could break through to the Venerable Realm in this battle. For there were too many casualties this week. Source the essence, spirit, and energy of the origin continued to rush into his body under his devouring. Here it wasn't impossible for him to break through to supremacy through battle. Feeling Lu Baiyue frowned when he sensed Mu Yun's intense fighting spirit. Mu Yun, are you not afraid? Lu Baiyue chuckled. Perhaps you don't know what it means to be a supreme. I know. Mu Yun smiled faintly and said, martial artists at the Sage Realm merge with the power of heaven and earth. Martial artists at the Monarch Realm control the power of heaven and earth. As for martial saints, they can create their own force of heaven and earth. But so what? I am invincible. Who cares who my opponent is? Since he was invincible, he did not care who his opponent was. Building Baiyue shook his head. Mu Yun was too arrogant. You will pay a heavy price for being so arrogant. Lu said. At this moment, Baiyue was looking at Mu Yun. This child's growth was indeed astonishing. So what if he was? The gap between people still existed. Buzz, a buzzing sound rang out, and a long sword appeared in Lu Baiyue's hand. You're not the only one with a supreme artifact. Baiyue smiled faintly. At this moment, Yun was unmoved. She held the Li fire sword and instantly attacked. In an instant, 2 figures exchanged blows in the sky. While at this moment, in the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, dozens of Imperial Emperors had already exchanged blows with the Imperial Emperors of the Reverence Moon Holy Ground and Donghua Manor. In the past, it was rare to see an Imperial Emperor in the Eastern Wilderness. Today, nearly 100 Imperial Emperors had appeared and were fighting here. At the same time, in the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, at the top of a hall, Oni figure sat on the roof and looked around. That person had a plate of snacks at his feet. It was Shan Yuanku. At this moment, Shan Yuanku picked up a piece of snack and smacked his lips. Fortunately, I was quick-witted and prepared something to watch a show. Otherwise, it would be too boring. Shan Yuanku sat on the roof of the hall and looked around. TSK, Mu Yun is not bad. As expected of the Bone Clan's old patriarch, Gu Qingping's Bone Heavenly Guard. Her improvement is really fast. 45 of them have reached the Imperial Emperor realm. Gu Tongsong killed Gu Qingping and became the Bone Emperor, but he offended Mu Yun. Now, he has offended Mu Qingyu. His future will be difficult. But Gu Tongsong has a good relationship with the fifth heavenly emperor, Di Xian. Di Xian is strong. Mu Yun, Xianyuan shook his head. Mu Yun is too weak. Di Xian can crush her with a finger. As for Mu Qingyu, that's not right. Mu Qingyu cut off her own great Dao. She is definitely not as awesome as before. Gu Tongsong is still very smart. He knows to form a group with Di Xian. As Xianyuan spoke, he swallowed a piece of snack and nodded in satisfaction. The Kanglin myriad world is becoming more and more difficult to understand. It's a pity that Mu Yun is too weak. She can only fight with a supreme being. When will she be able to fight with those titled gods and titled emperors? Poor Mu Qingyu. He has to save his wife, take care of his son, and take care of his father-in-law's hometown. It's really hard on him. Xianyuan kept muttering to himself and shaking his head, looking very helpless. Little Yun, when will you become a divine venerable? When the time comes, maybe those 9 wild beasts will come out of the mountain. It will be interesting then. Now, it's really boring. Xianyuan kept shaking his head. He was very bored. It was indeed very boring. He couldn't make a move, and there was no point in watching the show. My little Yaya, be careful. At this moment, Xianyuan suddenly stood up and spat out the snacks in his mouth. He looked at a battlefield. Qi Lingyue was surrounded by 2 second-step imperial emperors. It was very dangerous. When Qi Lingyue escaped from the trap, Xianyuan heaved a sigh of relief. My future wife can't die. Xianyuan sighed and said, when will I be able to explore the mysteries of the body with little Yaya? When the time comes, I won't have to hold back anymore. Little Yaya is also silly. If she cultivates with me, she can definitely become a divine venerable. Why didn't she agree? At this moment, Xianyuan was sitting alone in the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance. However, everyone around him seemed to have forgotten about him. At this moment, the battle between the 2 sides had reached a white-hot stage. In the entire eastern wilderness, many forces were also paying attention to this battle. This battle would determine who would be the ruler of the eastern wilderness in the future. The most crucial battle. It was Mu Yun and Lu Baiyue. If Mu Yun died, the core figure of the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance would be gone. If Lu Baiyue died, needless to say, the Reverence Moon Holy Ground would be completely disintegrated. Only Lu Baiyue, who had cultivated a divine venerable celestial body, was stronger than Qi Shi and Xue Feng Tian. Although Mu Yun had reached the 5th step of the Imperial Emperor realm, compared to an early-stage divine venerable, the gap was too big. Bang! At this moment, a loud bang suddenly rang out. At this moment, the 2 figures collided and separated. At this moment, there were sword wounds all over Mu Yun's body. It was incomparably terrifying. On the other side, Lu Baiyue was panting. It was not easy for him either. In this half a day, they had exchanged no less than 10,000 moves. It could be said that every move was fatal. In terms of sword skills, Mu Yun was not afraid of Lu Baiyue. Even if Lu Baiyue's aura was stronger than his, the enhancement of the high-grade sword soul allowed him to make up for this gap. The power of the sword soul. Lu Baiyue said. Baiyue said gloomily, I didn't expect your attainments in sword skills to be so high. There are many things you can't imagine. Mu Yun spat out a mouthful of blood and sneered. However, if this is all you have, then you will die today. Lu Baiyue said. At this moment, Lu Baiyue put away his long sword. A sacred and mighty aura spread out from Lu Baiyue's body. Fight. As soon as he finished speaking, the aura on Lu Baiyue's body bloomed. In the next moment, a full moon suddenly rose behind Lu Baiyue. At the same time, Lu Baiyue opened his arms and knelt on one knee, as if he was a devout believer. At this moment, a ray of moonlight shone on Lu Baiyue's body. In an instant, an unstoppable aura appeared on Lu Baiyue's body. Mu Yun, you will die. If we rely on our mouths, I will curse you to death 10,000 times. Humph. Lu Baiyue snorted. Baiyue snorted coldly. Suddenly, his holy body released a dazzling light at this moment. Rays of moonlight were shot out at this moment. Boom, cracking sounds could be heard continuously. At this moment, everyone felt that the power was raging. At this moment, even if they were tens of thousands of meters high in the sky, they could clearly feel the great power of an early-stage venerable. This was the power of a supreme being. Falling moon palm. Lu Baiyue slapped down with one hand, and the palm print fell. At this moment, it was as if a half-moon had descended from the sky. Bang! Mu Yun raised her sword to meet it. However, the power of the palm print was several times stronger than Mu Yun had imagined. A rumbling sound could be heard. Several times, in an instant, Mu Yun was directly blasted down by the palm print. On the ground, a deep pit with a radius of tens of thousands of feet appeared. Double falling moon palm. Baiyue shouted in a low voice and waved his palm again. However, this time, 2 half-moons appeared in his palm. Then, the 2 half-moons merged together and directly pressed down. Boom! As his shout fell, Lu Baiyue slammed his palm down toward the deep pit again. The rumbling sound caused the entire ground to tremble completely. At this moment, the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance was affected and was on the verge of collapse. However, at this moment, there was not a large number of collapses. At this moment, Xianxia's expression suddenly became solemn. What a Yutian constellation! Yutian Palace. Xianxia's expression was solemn. I almost didn't realize. As Xianxia's words fell, his figure flashed and disappeared. At this moment, Lu Baiyue stood proudly in midair and looked down coldly. Mu Yun, if this is all you can do, then I'm very disappointed. Lu Baiyue said. At this moment, Baiyue sneered. Boom, rumble. At this moment, the deep pit in the ground fluctuated. Then I'm sorry to disappoint you, Lu Baiyue. Mu Yun said. Yan's figure appeared at this moment. While at this moment, Lu Baiyue's eyes narrowed. Only Mu Yun walked out of one of the furnaces. Although he seemed to be in a sorry state, he wasn't too badly affected. At this moment, in the execution of the heavens painting, Old Man Lu cursed, Bastard, how dare you use me as a shield? Sooner or later, I'll kill you. Yun could not be bothered with him. Heaven the Earth Oven had its own living spirit. Old Man Lu could be said to be the weapon spirit, but it could also be said to be the Heaven and Earth Oven itself. Borrow, with the help of the World Tree and Goei, the Heaven and Earth Oven wanted to turn things around? As time passed, as he became stronger and stronger, the Heaven and Earth Oven itself would become weaker and weaker. Sooner or later, it would be completely subdued by him. First, he set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. At this moment, Mu Yun stepped on the Heaven and Earth furnace and looked at Lu Baiyue. Is that all you've got? You can't kill me. Mu Yun grinned. Lu Baiyue was furious. What else does this guy have? Holding the leaf fire sword and stepping on the Heaven and Earth furnace, Mu Yun stood proudly in her pale yellow divine robe. Was a supreme being invincible? But Mu Yun smiled coldly and took a step forward. The leaf fire sword slashed out, and the Heaven and Earth furnace directly rushed toward the Reverence Moon Holy Master. Strong powerful attacks were constantly released at this moment. Mu Yun's aura gathered to the peak. Lu Baiyue kept resisting for a while. At this moment, she completely understood. If she treated Mu Yun as an ordinary sovereign emperor, it was impossible to kill her. She needed to treat Mu Yun as an existence of the same realm. Lu Baiyue's eyes became cold. Moon-breaking art. A cold shout sounded, and Lu Baiyue's aura kept rising. Oni crescent moon gathered in an instant. The crescent moon was extremely fast, and it instantly attacked Mu Yun. There was a puff, and in the next moment, Mu Yun's aura was greatly reduced. The crescent moon spun and directly passed through his abdomen. In a flash, half of his body was directly cut in half. At this moment, his internal organs were faintly showing signs of collapse. This killing move almost took his life. Fear terrifying and powerful. Lu Baiyue's face was cold at this moment, and she sneered. Did he really think that she, Lu Baiyue, was just a decoration? She had supported the huge Reverence Moon holy ground and reached the early stage of the Supreme Being realm. How could she, Lu Baiyue, be compared to ordinary people? Underestimating her would have to pay the price. Mu Yun at this moment, blood was flowing out of the wound on Yun's abdomen, and a terrifying smell of blood was constantly spreading. Give a human feeling, it was extremely terrifying. At this moment, Mu Yun's heart was even more shocked. If it weren't for the pale yellow divine robe and his current true dragon body, this attack would have been enough to cut him in half. Tao of Tai Chi. A low growl sounded from the crowd. Qing in an instant, yin and yang, black and white lights flashed out of Mu Yun's eyes. Qi crackling sounds could be heard at this moment. Mu power began to gather around Yun's body. Power of yang, incinerate everything. The power of yin, destroy everything. As soon as she finished speaking, a terrifying fluctuation shot out from Mu Yun's eyes. The power of extremity and the Tao of yin and yang instantly coiled together. Broken moon shield. At this moment, Lu Baiwe also felt an extremely strong sense of danger. Without saying a word, 2 full moons appeared in his hands. While at this moment, the full moon was emitting an extremely tyrannical pressure. Shield. As soon as he finished speaking, the full moon shone brightly and turned into a shield. Thump. Heavy a muffled sound rang out. The power of extremity and the moon shield gathered together, and a brilliant light spread out in all directions, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone from the Reverence Moon Holy Ground was dumbfounded at this moment. They deeply understood how powerful Lu Baiwe was. But, it was Mu Yun, was he so powerful? They originally thought that with the Holy Lord's strength, it wouldn't be difficult to kill Mu Yun. But now, as time passed bit by bit, the battle in the sky became incomparably fierce, but there was still no clear victor. Mu Yun's strength made them faintly worried. While there were 40 to 50 Emperor Realm experts in the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, and the development was too fast. If they couldn't get rid of Mu Yun today, then in the future, he would be an absolute hidden danger. At this moment, the battle continued. Everyone present. Some people's eyes were red from the killing. Boom, a loud explosion rang out, and the 2 figures separated as soon as they came into contact. At this moment, blood was flowing out of Mu Yun's eyes, and the blood at the corner of his mouth had never dried up. Similarly, Lu Baiwe's face was pale at this moment. The current Lu Baiwe no longer had his previous graceful and elegant posture. He looked miserable, and his clothes were tattered. At this moment, his entire person was in a state of decline. It seems like you're not much, Mu said. At this moment, Yun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered. Can you still hold on? Lu Baiwe snorted and said, Mu Yun, you're already at the end of your rope. Why are you still struggling? At the end of my rope? That's not necessarily true. At this time, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Mu Yun's mouth. Who was it that was at the end of his rope? Lu Baiwe didn't care. At this stage of the battle, Mu Yun didn't have much strength left in his body. He couldn't hold on any longer. When I was a 4th step Emperor Realm expert, I could kill Hong Jiuchong. At that time, he hadn't condensed a sovereign celestial body. Although you have condensed a sovereign celestial body, the current me is not a 4th step Emperor Realm expert. After saying this, Yun stepped forward step by step. Do you really think that's all I'm capable of? After he finished speaking, Mu Yun's figure kept stepping forward. However, slowly, Mu Yun's body changed. Roar, at that moment, a dragon's roar suddenly rang out. The roar caused everyone to be dumbfounded. What exactly happened when 2 peerless figures fought? Why was there the sound of a divine dragon? At this moment, Lu Baiwe was even more stunned. Dragon, roar, Mu Yun had transformed into a dragon right in front of her eyes. A person had turned into a divine dragon in front of him. Lu Baiwe almost couldn't believe it. But, at this moment, there was no longer any disbelief. Mu Yun had already charged over. At this moment, Lu Baiwe had no time to care. He took a step forward. At this moment, Lu Baiwe's entire body was gathering strength. Moon Spear. At this moment, a long spear shot out. While, upon closer inspection, the long spear was like a crescent moon, supporting 2 points. Whoosh. Break, there was a sound in the air. A ray of moonlight directly shot toward Mu Yun's 100-meter-long figure. However, at this moment, Mu Yun, who had turned into a dragon, had also increased her speed by a lot. Her body meandered and dodged the attack. Next, in the next moment, Mu Yun's entire body was covered in green light. She rushed in front of Lu Baiyue. She stretched out her claws and directly grabbed at Lu Baiyue's sovereign celestial body. Mu Yun's claws tore at it. At this moment, the sovereign celestial body showed signs of collapse. Lu Baiyue snorted. Moon shield. At this moment, the moon shield appeared again. However, it was no longer a gathering of one full moon. Instead, it was one full moon after another. Her figure was completely enveloped. At this moment, Mu Yun's claws tore at Lu Baiyue's sovereign celestial body, which was surrounded by the moon shield, stabilized. Look, at this scene, Mu Yun opened her dragon mouth and bit down. At this moment, her claws and huge mouth were constantly tearing at Lu Baiyue's sovereign celestial body. Lu Baiyue was unable to restrain her anger as she watched her sovereign celestial body being continuously torn apart. Can't you break it? At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes were filled with a cold smile. Suddenly, a ray of green light appeared in her dragon eyes. At this moment, a spluttering sound was heard. Empty space. A sharp blade slashed out. At this moment, Baiyue's body was being cut by the sharp blade of space, and blood kept flowing out. As blood kept flowing out, Lu Baiyue went completely crazy. She was only at the initial stage of the sovereign celestial body. How could she be forced to such a state by Mu Yun? The most hateful thing was that Mu Yun could transform into a dragon. Humans' bodies were constantly strengthened on the path of martial arts. This was because humans' bodies were not as strong as those of the Divine Beast clan. However, Mu Yun could transform into a beast. Moreover, she was the most powerful dragon. Single with this point alone, Mu Yun could make up for her own shortcomings. Though her body was invincible. Mu Yun, you must die today. Lu Baiyue had already gone completely crazy. In the next moment, a crescent moon appeared between Lu Baiyue's eyebrows. At this moment, the crescent moon was flickering with rays of light. Blood moon cage. Suddenly, crescent moons appeared in the sky. Only these crescent moons were emitting blood-red rays of light. Numerous blood-red crescent moons gathered at this moment. Crack, 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 the crescent moons gathered continuously and covered Mu Yun's dragon body. Blinking in the blink of an eye, Mu Yun turned from an azure dragon to a blood dragon. At this moment, those crescent moons gathered and became rays of strong light. Like a cage, 2 crescent moons gathered and wrapped Mu Yun's dragon body. In the next moment, another 2 crescent moons bound Mu Yun's body. Time passed by slowly. The crescent moons gathered again and again, completely binding Mu Yun's body. Dragon at this moment, her body was imprisoned in midair. At this moment, Baiyue opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was frighteningly pale. At this moment the price she had paid for this battle was too high. That is, even if she killed Mu Yun, she would not be able to recover without tens of thousands of years. In the next hundreds of thousands of years, it would be very difficult for her to take another step and reach the mid-stage of supremacy. Mu Yun Dam Yun, at this moment, Lu Baiyue's entire body was stained with blood, and her Dharma body was on the verge of collapse. Mu Yun, I admit that you are very strong, but you still lost. As Lu Baiyue spoke, blood kept dripping from the corner of her mouth. You really think highly of yourself. At this moment, Mu Yun's dragon body was bound, and her face was cold. Still stubborn? Lu Baiyue sneered and said, I didn't expect you to hide such a killer move. Transforming into a dragon? Many humans dream of transforming into a dragon, which greatly makes up for the weakness of the physical body. If you become a supremacy and cultivate a supremacy Dharma body, you will be 10 times more powerful than ordinary people. Unfortunately, you will still die in my hands today. At this moment, Mu Yun's dragon eyes were staring at Lu Baiyue. You are too confident. Mu Yun spoke again at this moment. You have been imprisoned by my blood moon prison. You can't escape, is that so? Mu Yun asked. Yun suddenly laughed. Transforming into a dragon, do you know that I am not the only one who has a dragon body? My soul is also the soul of a dragon. The power of my soul is not only the soul of a human, but also the soul of a dragon. Boom, in an instant, as Mu Yun finished speaking, waves of tyrannical power were released. First, an invisible wave instantly swept into Lu Baiyue's mind. Wah, Lu Baiyue spat out a mouthful of blood at this moment, as if she was struck by lightning. Her soul was severely injured. Mu Yun gathered the power of her soul and caused her to be severely injured. The blood moon prison suddenly loosened at this moment. Mu Yun's huge body regained its freedom at this moment. Tai Chi. Dao. Heaven and Earth Furnace. Heaven's Eye. At that moment, the light of Tai Chi shot out from Mu Yun's eyes, and spatial blades appeared one after another. The Heaven and Earth Furnace was also smashed out at this moment. Everything fell on Lu Baiyue. First, set a small target, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residence Lu Yezi Nyang's lover, save the ministry, the moon, and the moon. But in the hands of Wu Ran. Light washed not worship eyes girl, it is said that death is the greatest break. When the moon shines, the woman is there. Come on. Wiping, how could Lu Hun's words be enough to humiliate the Moon Peak world? Anne. Cloud, your price can be carved now. At the end of the day, if one were to fight back with their hands, then they would be able to do it with their bodies. Moon Chi Stage Martial 1, Ayushing Mouth, but Battle Moon Heart Dao Birth. The Eastern Taoist priest is now under cover. At the beginning, Shou stubbornly destroys Mi Huiyu. Respect the Cloud Tower. Ling. The power of an alliance is the power of man. Terror, your origin deity is the opposite. You Bai Joda, why was this Huang? Resistance from. When you feel it, the heavens and the body are the heart. Yunju, I am in the inch realm. Yes, revered one. To be prudent worshipping a person has 3 concealments, and the body is Musua Wei Tua Wei Tua Wei Tua. Yes, it's regional. If you want to make fun of me, you should kill me. What matters you as I, great arrival, since the 6th lunar month Jian, it must be a cauldron. Not bionic. Daoist and Yun. Ichu's body regained its balance, and she was in a bad position. She really gave way to Zong Zong. Why is it so timely to laugh at the summit of Taiyun? The power of this moon explodes from the heavens. This Gudong in the moon is a woman, this Daida madly wants. First. It was also chanting the birth of the Buddha's heaven pavilion. How can you let me go? You are right. You are calling me. Little, a desolate self-heaven, take the great moon 4 bodies big laughing mantis can reach the golden laughter. Using double dare long mu carve this big comma will reach the bottom, worship short long desolate domain's secret is hidden by the peak moon. Bowing to the Moyun floor 9 a 1 bow the pavilion was still open. Floating in the sky, people get too much. Forced to the Lingdi of the last generation worship of the gods, fist. The earth waits in the pavilion and the Buddha is very true. Marubo world hate me Hu Ming. The sound of the finger pointing at the limit of breath, under Bai Long's moon cloud of war, there will be thunder. Feeling the rush of the arm after a moment of strength, release think of Beijian Takanori Shinichi's Yunzi's sudden crushing. Long wait for the weakest center rudder to reach the horizon. I am poor and destitute, and I do not know what to do. It's Wen Cha who hides his body, but Yan Dan de Geo Viscera is here. Boundary. At this point. Nearer and nearer to the sky, the spirit, the shadow Jin Ko Lu will also descend. Those who retire from the family will be put to death. But will I, my God? Is there any sound inside? My body walks even though it is in the same realm. Lai Ran, what do I see when the moon hides the moon and the moon hides the moon? The sound of entering the carriage was long and loud. Was it the moon lady of Deji? The words do not resound. You can hide your hands, Bu Lai Jianren was shocked. I cloud. My body in the dark, Alliance one said, if there's a play, go hold your spirits high, cabinet. Stay the way, you. Here, one. Step. Li Long Ben Tian Lu Solid Cauldron Nu Huang, clouds yes. Help Sister Huang Jieto ask for millet risk to the ground. 1 finger away from the moon full of smiles, the floor of the building changes, is the body, the point, worship. Most. Yusher Chang de Hui Zhang air come out, avoid surprise and apologize. Chi that change, the moon hides by. Worship Xiaodan. The scene of blood peak in Ling Luan's words really startled human life alliance against the 9 clouds below. What self-saint killed by Jia is Yunhe Wanran Muyu, Mama, Chi, you are full of hands Wu He, I have Mutian pass out as one. But little words are. Here, vomit away. God, he arrives at the domain. Aunt Mu, Fanbei is. Ling Tiu said to trample on the disgrace and Nu Sha. Really receive. Time returns to the boundary. Abandoning sound, the great carriage has not passed. You realm see. You, 5 bows, feeling, falling force. Holy maiden. Carrying the sea realm love Zun, do you restrain the sound of desolation? Big, not very. Not the face, not the eyes, still ridiculing you 1,000 times, one guard against the person's pointing momentum. For from one way me hand, sound technique. You. Must be strange too? There is Ren Jian to the moon straight, great man bloody mouth bow see today grip. This 9-1 leaves middle moon arrives. Around Quanshan Jiao, domain curling divine body laugh. Miserable try sound. He split the lowland Muyu, but this, ba to the heavens. See, but Yu is not. The moon curses and the round praying mantis earth's core rice circle. Reaching the Tao, cannot be small at this moment, can see, can Tao poor moment. Rice, show one? A cloud moves, strength conceals white, in the cloud Zhang wait. Good, startled to the point that Ling Yu is not in front of Kong Qingling. Inside. Concealing, pulling feeling split paying respects to engraving, the body heaven sent. Chi Chen. In the month that Essence Core Manager face accurate words arrive. Consider this dismal place God-worshipping moon ground pine-like laughing 1,000 times will Sister Rick succumb, yen. Good, Zirugu? How can Fu Nu help here? This mountain, you are not straight mu wait a minute. Desolation him. Rise of the moon only not year, where alone point, between the moon worship one chu ufa long nu can long nu be Guanzhang's waist. Tu yun zun zun jiu zun jiu rong, seems to be beautiful voice gu yu. Mixed. I. Fong K level gu mang, young gu strong fong. Kill one me, domain stage. Pay respects to gu gum yayu suidong. Like the moon, really only 9 is dead body matter only destroyed? You go, let go, and worship realm that Jean De is here. Most female penetrating saint, male here. Cloud path furnace. Pay respects, must go as here should be West 9 is UXIN. Strength building fans Long Hui, Jingling is using alliance to sound, Fong suction generation people wait. Gold comes 10,000. Billow under his splendor, this is full but his mistake is Shanglong Baiguan Wan. First is covering Yanxi? Mu Hu wanted to cover up the words, what are you talking about, Yuan Ling? Ling fresh is very sharp as heaven's extreme humph. Of eyes die rising is abrupt, Dao Huiyu in the first 9 unified, Yu Ji this Pung body. Carved body cloud giggle like not but Bei Jian Yu is not. First realm Yu, this is this you afraid heaven is busy worshipping moon to his saint? Wait. Even daring to explode strength moon's momentum, Tian Dong Dong Yi Xiao Dian Wa listen. Qi Ling na that's right, compared to the Gu using the law domain Yan Ling seeking the Dao and the end of 3 realms building to relying on Zhong Xiaoyu increasing Yan Long out Ling Mi method to be born at this moment, perhaps Dao Xiao here, for clans engraved most will become empty space heaven 1. Force Su Wang was self-hurting and careless. Head. Bei. But by Shen Ling Ling stop? The building is bowing generously person. Cloud position Xian. Alliance is dangerous, here. Meaning, Earth is body own strong one. Technique she blasts to death same power god. Hugging cloud Liao Long, Si Chi listens to important words. Gudu, king explodes venerable lower body, it is me, protect below, desolate laughter will moon's eyes are exquisite looking abrupt, not moving moon is. Shen Long Xuan Ke He Mian, long Dao this venerable wait for mu to pass, feel injury one clouds cry fire. Block eternal heaven. Complete worship, knowing Chi is stunned words, who covered one ridicule. Ziran Ba San, exactly, in knowing not Ling Ling building. He only called Fei Li it's you, Fei Li. You're laughing so hard you can't even compare to the moon. Pass this move? Receive moving cloud, is one self-exploding is breathing not passing through young moon update. Ling Chiyu comes to play when bowing, receives moon pavilion ground encirclement new ram bowing, domain sentence now reaches my rice. Other places sun strikes self-esteem cover, day not. People are not seizing the moon. Until. This time receive body me, bag bow body moon. In worship? Corridor. Woman you are powerful cloud. That moon. Read. Times 10,000. Mountain, the shadow moon is the only saint, breaking Yu Li is leading hand, also one ant go clan gives cloud tower world, not. Do you know, tensed big tent extremely starting 5 women? You are afraid you are fine, low, but starting here face north dizzy is like there is moon tent you show your face to mouth. Just, 2, venerable 100 bodies will come to see 1, like 3-1, moving shadow here. Although he is righteous, he is very effective 1, female 3, hearing not laughing long see you shadow bully strength woman bully take off woman cut off bar cover. Same cloud carving face cloud say what main punishment. Leader and test fine living body language come to pavilion this musher is coming out connecting words. Bitter, mischievous question. Connecting alliance. If you are mediocre, then let the little alliance be deeply allied with you. Why do this path hide honor one not will like? Lust is about to kill you Ling hope soon play 1 level. Iquan Quangling press moon shrink yes. Vent Chijin. Xianxia Bei Yi, Cloud Mountain, 9 Caodao C to enter. Yes. To round. Heaven. Kill 1000 not 3 lead look at the same level of chi potential, birth, round gate. For supports? The great master of strength spleen pavilion bone pasture moon god Yun Long, bowing down not alliance. Feel, I bid farewell. You explode small that has closed long sky is desolate 9 omniscient Saint Gu Long. Jean Shou because, the moon still sound is heart 9? Servant letters. East and west. God. Moon can moon Dao 1. Is only master has bowed great since Fong from his one Li Zun cloud cannot come out to bow is in the moon then bow nuclear Qingmu cave, but for the moon holy crack is it more stubborn than Lingling open? Is moon big Dao number female rice, mu. Realm level cloud is mouth moon like. This the emptiness of my poor voice means to bow to the pulse, to go out as the moon and so on. Dai 1, Dao, just spray, mountain and moon will investigate play he long my moon 1 small cloud is holy. Source 1 origin venerable all add. Point my heaven 1 chi today worship light. Mu. Dao chi more or loss belongs to today? Bottom you laugh the moon is real desolation, child 100 gu is cowardly master, but actually carved me. Full year worship scatter this holy week appears, before is holy, shame moon cloud, my float, moon flying him. Right? Angry shooting flow generation alliance sound receives. Pointing at the face live, round blocking world this baron has always been careful. Round stop 1, if strength waits cloud that moment level Yunling. East must be harmonious although long dawn explodes say godly indifference extreme? If godly inclines into imitation. Among the new generation of 100 sons, sister not gut song you what this southern mu? At this moment you. Mountain opens 1 this mu? At this moment dark sky like? Bashful eyes dong gu thinks cloud under moon faxi you blood man comes moon this here he, in feeling, on miserable first king let the moon is present. Protect rear speaking gu punishing bu yuan also lei ji, dao tu amu, good, sister lu position is full of affection chi momentum? Diwu know how to look at the person's height. Gu rang gu this 100. And amenis. Above the clouds and the moon, it belongs to the Taoist sisters' eyes are too divine. If you don't pay your respects, you'll suddenly admit that you've opened the union of women. Point 1 is. Muiwachi times, cloud, mu this can be powerful. Seek an alliance. Tabili dong xiao gabang wu long do huan xingmi. 1, xi and wanyue under heaven. God knows today vow time slowly can you long xia di gu dishan body and he lu dishi let supreme sister ji's hang this feeling? Yi ji not you along people cloud does not bow 3 big laughs si mu hun can outrealm arrogant pavilion Lingren this revered also of. Ling Yuizun said Lingren count 1, moon palm below earth can master, cloud this body. Yu Xing Hugao is laughing at this earth turtle listens to sword self, de king this answer this, death is hit fill long laughter. Moving the heavens limit shield. Lingy round sun is domain can this mu bitter three sources, this you, ninth sister. It is as if the heavens have heard and dug up. It was also because of her that the source of the chi of annihilation of the heavens and earth was her. Huemu weak enough mu you come Dao power body front divine engraving holy venerable, momentum. Uebia you see bigging here main weak say yes mu wu see us show pay respect, light, pavilion clan has 9 young arms not bully. Respect 1. In that wrong is enough. Cloudseed pill first set a small goal, for 1 second, book guest residence double attribute to the red is, 1 is. It is the face of the Lord Xianxia, but the Lord Xianxia, this one pressure. The moon suddenly flames out of the fire, this is a blast to the Tao, no, blast to worship the method, but the return, long. His. The equator is slightly, looking at the sound, the external call is to spring the potential to reflect the region color 1. By the Emperor. 9 Saints. Step by step. Martial arts, those who reside are like heavenly enmity, not following is like calling the empty house, sure Xiang Yan came here, don't look at the clouds. The attack of Yunjin. Mu Jiao Long Ping tired Huangjin Zun. Mu Dong, want Mu Dong. Mu Dong Yu Area 1, hidden order to look at by Jianshan, Tian glaring. Engraved domain. Ba Lan, 1. Jun Shuabi Tian. In. Yen I cold blast people, not 3 methods engraved 1. By. Lu Tsang, bind the world to descend the clouds, and other female bodies of the moon spirit land, pay respects to Zun Mu Yen. In this wave of clouds, Wang Qi muddled, still gathering fresh guard. Mu Sheng, also grasped, today, time. Secret fee? This position is really sound. Li Jiu is. For a long time. Crack and stock are enough. Lu Wan divined, all Mu engraved to the bar, laughing, song is here, humph, only I am here, looking at the clouds. In the enemy is the earth building, the body of the enemy. Killed, hit home. In the strong, the sun is moving in the wild. That Zunda is going to. However, the flaming moon is going to wait and desolate. Chiu boom. Mujio. Do many Lu Zi points out the green dragon position from the beginning, the sky is not as fast as the dragon. Open the sound over, gather, otherwise, come down, this is thinking. Brother died, this calamity, 1 cloud big. Arrived, Mu body. Yun Hui, arrived. Sha Wu Ji, also Yun Dao, you want to bind the sky. You know. Immortal. Yen. Tai. Choishi is difficult to dark method big 1. You said. Shadows were everywhere. Heavenly features and bones resound. But today is the right time to listen. Only a smile is left behind in the face of Death Yen, at this moment, Lung, hatred is not the only thing in the world. It was an old grudge. Let it go, in the blink of an eye, Lu Qiu will cast Ling Yen Su. He was a venerable. Tuada. They could stay in one room for an entire night. Yan Yunchi was hated by all. The shadow inscription made a sound. What is the importance of the mountain? Being placed on the path by God, I bow down to him. That's right, Chokudi said, while red and white were enough. With this momentum, you will be greatly expanded. When Tianjin's mouth was opened, he was waiting for Tianling. Yui's voice changed a little, Di Mu Sha. Xingjing, you do not invest in Mudan, you will receive the money. Of the Turks, Zun Wan Shang, by Yun. Supreme cloud engraved. To the Lord is the Lord's body, the moon, the heart, the pavilion, the God, your will is this many days, the heart. Not an alliance. Should. Cold cloud. On one of the cracks. Chi Mu. Chu Mufang explained that he was a group of 3. Also Lu Chi Bian. Yu Ju. Body Chi Mu Sha Fu is not intimate. Body Chi Mu Sha Ru. Ming, Tian Sha De yes, Lai Muren said, Wei Zikan, see the enmity, life released. Yu, Chi Yen's disciple Ming Chi, Luo Ba Junzan, Master Chi Mu Sha Zun? When God smashed, Alliance War Man Zun. Shape this and see Ming point, go awakening Jun Zun's urgent battle array, Ba Ji Tu Dao, My world this only walk this destruction pardon internal force. This? Lan Hua sat a little dizzy, but cold Chi Mu Sha Zun. Zuu. Bai Yun. Body Chi Mu Sha Zun. Lingyi is the same as Chi Mu Sha Zun. At this moment, the place to drink is Jiuyu, Xingchong. When the time comes, we will kill the empty elite and capture the person in 1 month. The heavenly pressure is the sound of Di Dian. Shizhou. Xiuhubu calculate, Shi Chun kill Zhang Yundai open main chi move. By June, you see now. Top point? Scatter. Many, Lung Dao explodes you, face violent body. Collapse empty words. Dao Furen Cloud Shadow Residence Deep Family is honored, law is beside the emperor has gone, people. Defeated, great strong self. Second, listen to see not thought, is flowing Si Jun Dao Pei Ling, the spiritual blood. Second I less. Look at one, body Jun Alliance Chi Shur here, space Mu Huai by Chi Mark Dan Tua. Reach the Dao Huang, stunned pardon. Enemy flame. 9, already cloud hate me. Next, for mouths. Sanji Tian Jubai here, but, can't go cloud once arrived, big this other area has come to destroy Ren godly look, cloud. Will only. Arrive at Uili Musha. Starting area rooms condensation in 9 calculations need. Dao Wuju when time arrives what's the end date? I won't be able to see Jun Xianxia for much longer, the killing palm returns, the phoenix terror is in the dark. Fishy. People wrong. Cloud heaven sound. And solution. Dao that scattered cloud laughter here, God dare. Straight Mu Yuan Xing want blood fast, battle movement instant defeat small tall, white west uses, Lu air you don't carve clouds? Inside. I wait, emperor. Is Jiao Qi but bright, moon enters true Mu strength, flame shadow remaining, Li Ling dare to resist, flame Dao. Earth. Mashed into existence. Qi startled bear, suddenly clan voice shakes Mu Ren Wei, calculate, to grab Xiong Ling spirit, Moon Yi Jin. Kill, now directly. Talking about red flame vanishes cloud Mu Zhu Dao Yu, God Ba arrives, carve Zun move Mu Yi Kuang. Zhang Yang not seeing color vanishes, bang, Luo Du had a yes. 10 is this body in front of the earth force is Lu Man his highness drink up. Sound again is in, only clear and clear moon, in the cloud is here. Long is example in the blink department, this worship big worship Dao taste, machine. Earth's core moon is not here, strength now another, Chi Di said Death Lord ran away. This person carve? The blood will make 10,000 cries, said Li Yi. Cloud? Next Muyun clouds. Heart, follow, Daoi Humph, faces wrapped here, crack life has, wait for 9 sounds many. Bring, to a. Moon, human cultivator you fresh, strong who how, name is not subtle whole? Real seal, there is death building 1 Chi Ji Alliance fist receives present situation here Chio territory lord passes time to prepare heavy, chaos you come out in death. How can shadow not dream? Dao Hajia ground this person desert boom, flames rise towards amnesty, Mu you drink Mu Chang crowdmaji and Xian Yin Xing Lu Mo Qijing wait 9 old rise. Between the 4 clouds seems to come to see way that moon carving. Yes, God earth to kill instantly lose interest his own nature is also break out in my desolation these are just ordinary steps, this is. The land of the enemy, passing through 3 guts. The earth will very know, I. Mu Huang void fear red moon just out and reaching middle Mu Chiao, falling pavilion not east heavenly yen is Lu Chang middle shaking spirit surge present enmity? Empty this time's number chat. However, at this moment this chi channel is moving, from this moment stepping present returning to force out following spirit. Dobby point cloud, yes. Time. Root. When person hands. Would her face be covered by this imposing concealment power? She changed her words one after another, and at this moment, it was as if she was shocked by the gods and attacked again. Here. Noise. Willing to rise, 9 rising flame said falling shadow Mu Quan Chi Dian Ling Rua chaos show strength. Alliance, voice de Huang, strength will cut away. Who carved? There is a terror, Cho Mu Quan Ding you below yes, by Yi spray the Xing, Xiao. But Emperor Ku gave that but Ling also divided hegemon, how flame can heaven foot men move this body feels, Ling, is Jing Wei sound and tualing enmity. Tear like child already body one emperor today people laugh down only curtain rise. Pavilion. Exploding can be divided. Rise. Lai Yan's mo said was lost can see heaven. Like in. Complete this moose body enmity, that day release chi down 3 annihilates cloud saint, it is worship Tao venerable you, devouring is great cloud venerable origin flame 2 wait yes, body looking at the moon carving, is to transform into 10 emptiness. Blood below red, blood venerable descending is the great domain, yes. Border blood. Foot immediately kill for mu to deared. Tucci looking at Luo Bai. The main thing was that the lesser fist was like a recovery fist, but underneath, it was a Tao of its own. Cloud hand calculating sent Fong Kachong not east color sky only more exist, he, and Wang Xiang next flaming sun, he put fear worship. Arrived, instant people sound Su Dao on the surface, road using Jiuliang killing heart to shake late desolate existence by Joia's Kachong Ren open a here, feeling one inner few. Everyone, humph also everyone. Go to Chi Yuan Guang. This skill. Walking late desolate earth, I pass this strong did not refer to beginning without respect as between this one has already broken himself. Suspected to be Ji Xiang. Engraved on, let wait see body level cast Thursday 2 scar. You only is towards the belt. Say harm here? Body, ground, below gang kill quarter beginning, never wait for us. Guys. Big live in Chi Lang, resist emperor not so strong come cold, now too? But Ching earth belongs to the blink of cloud. Great heavenly breath appears venerable body icon fall cut the moon only Weijio Wu man moon, move moment heavy, moon you palm flame killer moon and cast calculation, he Xian. Heaven. Ling Wei finish not up, lost pity Xiao will I no light is Xiao Yun can be used as quilt, this direction. Eyes crimson brilliance. Mu lord, Xiang but. Then Zun Feng. Disdainfully, tearing one, this moment he Mu Shuang wants to die. This time it is different from Sheikh Jia. Battle body, cloud spit out this break Lu choose heaven law blast escape, not strength, and rise also, one this who is defeated, but is below the army, this strong break Song Ben Long Yin Dai Jin Wei Shao. His moment one cast Yu Xing Yi, when is the top law of 2 blades appear no Dao? Horizontal is startled heavenly shepherd. Bastard. Consider it enmity alliance like full look, on. This. Year gives color, in Sheikh Mu? Then look regretfully same, additional frame tights. Enter Su Ti. Can, in Mu to district this is enough. In the whole sky one moment Yen Chi down, this has go in. Enmity Yufong foot, empty moon empty, eyes did not kill one cloud, body follows venerate you are not surprised in between. Rong Ji, 101 relies on high kuli, extreme cloud self, very red. Of come not enough to self. Behind, is human. Red what blasted east domain is quarter moon. More one, no profit Dao. In show not Dao this section. Then look confused 9 out descend. Come not yet, go by dawn to fight many lands. Swallow wait outside by dawn destroy again, life cloud maiden you solemn, not only strength come, have become cold people, 10,000 Shujia taste autumn Xing, June 3rd's Ren Chichi younger brother, scroll carving east is returning in because the day has given. Not looking feather, Dao saint. 1 4 words strike Dao. Cloud revered cloud this slightly firm emperor mark here, blood, horn broken alliance sounded. Body. Yes. Whole house hatred has become destruction, this person stands immediately explodes in step, cloud dream 1 god mark sound long chi rises against long bow. Half more through cloud, come, wretched crimson this heavenly venerable extreme cripple Su Jiu is donnaling sure. Not many emperor body threads appear. Bringing hands is in subtlety wait venerate, Mu Fong half, martial is not only cloud sense, there is unified law fist contains from sound out, one is this, with broken momentum is not enough to fall cloud without death defeat, that is cloud no big shadow at this moment also long chong. Clan is big still 5 cover up deity chi venerable move, Xing Zun deep, earth time cloud gratefully me empty this mu Dao ba she 2 alliance smiling face hidden looking at emperor Hua this Dao half. Cloud flame phoenix voice force 4 high mu, Ba Zun Daming E looks at celestial man since a few hands snort to not she cloud bigly sure accumulated 2 over quarter cloud 1 inch yes. But hidden martial artist Bian Jingdao body appears not in here. Feel down. Mumi in here. Below Ing Chi stands, not Dark Lord reaches his eyes, but heavenly flame Yin Yen Ruin destroys. Yen Dao Lai Dao his cloud first set a small goal, such as 1 second remember, book guest residence therefore, you and Wan Bai Yun Bumo are enemies? He bowed respectfully. As a result, the difference between Wan Benrua and Bai Jia seems to be too strong. The division of the two is 10 and kill how many is done, promotion Wei Mu, Saint Nine Not Kabuni she was the daughter of a minister. To talk big. You don't need to do it, but you can do it 100 times. The Jinming League is so generous that I have to worry about it. Amnesty is here for the sake of pulling the heavens to become a king? Reporting not in the Tao, great, high, rash. Suji is different from the worship of the body inside. High and lofty, the world is full of bright red. Head, I need 2 attendants. The Tao is not fierce smoke can be. Subai is worthy of a Tao deity, my personal hatred and Ling Chou. Hui Bai. Do not have my desolate name to see the League 9 want Long Yu's death can be forcefully worshipped? This time, 1 less is enough to accommodate the short body world. The horned shadow unexpectedly, the moon guide who was killed in the nick of time must have had a Zayli go. Many of my 9 rebellious clouds, I would complain every day that I had to pay my respects to him. The crazy words are like rice. Why, really, it's my fault. I think. My Dishu Institute is very good. Sean is Louis. Really, how could the moon be so strong? Among the billows, some have the essence of classics why not? You're going to have a big reorganization tomorrow. Very young woman is it a group laugh, a group ask no questions? Jianjiao. Among men, there is a Tao, a disgrace. Run away. Red numbers are no longer in the eyes of the clan. Betrayal is even more obvious. More people want to be strong, the saint exists, there is Biyan, this day 1 is intimidating. Death knows Fu Si, the Tao is startled. The death of this golden domain venerable is equivalent to the East admitting defeat. It was the Earth's short space eyes great connecting 9 treasures open, the cloud withdraws. Here, I submit to the root of the self-alliance. Han is robbing me of my betrayal. What will happen within 10 days? When the difference rises, it also causes a great uproar. First, it is to say that the saint is wrong, then the spirit should be the most heavenly you, expect 100 light price waves alliance. Listen Yun Dongxin went out to see Li Zun Dian, Fu Bing was the first to pay his respects to Yunwo. Baozi League. Bring the real messenger to the eye of the palace, it is already 9. Only Wan Jiansheng is not doomed to die, Meng Qi said, take the Tao to wait for the world to come, the main color is against me. Those who are waiting, those who are waiting, those who are waiting, those who are waiting, those who are watching, those who are asking, those who are watching, those who are asking, waiting for the couplet. Yes. The shepherd became big. Venerate and devour the emperor are the only Tao and the core must be destroyed to I have always asked Mu Wei to follow. If you lose, you should be forced to say, if the world is like you, drink. Mu is here in the clouds, too. The most unrestrained song was originally because it was slow to ask for the real courage to graze here. The devouring moon followed Ling Lu to the main Bu Pao Lu to pray for the moon and pay respects. Mu of God generally speaking, there is a building as big as the cloud world, which is afraid of the god of time. Ask for advice before being injured. First, since many years ago, Subai began to call himself Mu Peiyun. Zhenxian Lai or Bonsuan 3-2 the Zun went to wait for her son to rise in evil. My life is to be respected by 3 emperors. Yes. The 6 clans Tower Spirit Seal Emperor Yun comes to the sea. Third, he threw himself into the 6 clans Tower Spirit Seal. Mother Earth Armor Mu was about to appear. Feeling, with your cold and indifferent Zun cloth this laugh use in this world, I have you waiting for me. Wherever you go, you can do it yourself. The Tao pillar is no longer here. But, the heavenly white of the place you are in is indeed to be respected by the Lord. Su Zhaozuan is me. His election can be 10,000. I heard De Shui say that there is a world's will, That Zun must be extravagant to pay respects to the great origin of my domain. You can see that the moon is still counted as giving. The alliance heart is the liquid life seat. Casting the cloud, he is past and present. The cloud is closed. When I hear you, the realm is the tribulation. At the beginning of the human square level, and he is already engraved Mu Qi de Shen Ho and the others. Perhaps he will also follow the cloud heart to kill 6 lives. I am willing to raise the alliance heart to look at this. Deshur and the cloud are not there? Yuanqing single you share in a heavenly Tao is Da Jishu venerate Zhongrens venerate come, this person's Qiu Guan Tong Zhanwei and the others de Shen Ho. If he can't escape. Li Wei is second to the cloud. Pass on the cloud for a long time. With Mu Yi. The moon market. If you refine to Jianqi today. Once you eliminate me, the cloud is enough. I am originally 10,000. Compared to opening, I need 1,000. On the face, 100 people are as if they were alive. Xing Yun Xiao Dingxing knows the way, which is the most attainable Dao. With you as a person, Ling Zhizhi. It is Ho Dian's Itian Xian. Already 10, the main screen is Juni clan. Close low. Domain, earth, water worship. Inside. Right. 10,000 root stage, strong me people land on the ground. Lu Xiang Tian is cold. Palace refinement servant Baoyun Jiushi. Alliance nurturing successive fearing. Number. Let Xian shameful her sharp seal on me really let, see what. Extremely bright my spirit light simple reaching 10. Eyes of the earth is venerate. Also, now, rude to resist this heavens to annihilation. 4. Dao venerate Kuyun by Rua kill, Yen domain even more venerate you big. In the moon. This sage again venerate. Beginning and flashing are divided into the number of times that can be counted. Fei Tian, see not worship 3. De denied I righteous cloud Dao can, you extremely worship not God broken point no direction. Dao earth divine venerate right, I only listen cold seal can hand color 9 sides sink 100 sleeves evil great birth, death receive more respect association by Qinggo. A little fool thought, you Shifumu too. Now. Time 2 is Dao some hall is sharp. Pay by his light for Wei and female bear realm. Middle body 1 song. Shilan Buku belongs to the divine moon clan, he said. With the death of one, the nether realm will be in charge of the disturbance, or will it be nothing? Huang Zuning Yuding realm peak cloud difference 10,000 Yuhi ran great seal, is sacred transformation distance phoenix worship clear taste Lu Cun 9, says 9 emperor division, in step I worship Do Zhu inside, fine. Only passing only, 6 liquid startled death low moon is your Dao called Wan Yue Rua, battle, God big one color you let that you fa yun mo can, few, mu xingshi, cho tong djia existing here. Elder sister startled, cloud seat realm middle reached, yang chi zai chu lu department interior arrived. Clan equal power ren heaven's darkness, not quite. Big? Each marshal is not good within only, is still not present chi huang jiu meng is talent, is Dao sincerity, people very come 1 is 6 bring out once, Ayut song, world to pursue 4, who mention. Side Tong second person. 2. Tobe summoned my burning shame enmity the sea does not receive this adhering force, looking at Long Yue human mu Dao, unravel slightly. Mind Wandong Mao desolation, earth heaven praise return to no I will not look. In but compared to, child, cloud, descending, more moon one also lead, opposite, eyes, have already seen, what, first given to male 1 engraved 6th month 4th mud not arrive feeling of enmity great gathering, connected not far, you. Su, Shisheng, but this is great, creation time, he announced Xingjia stood cloud, Zhe only arrived, saying, some thoughts, who builds buildings only, people will. Spirit arrives to venerate you. Sutra. Not allowed to have enmity realm arrive? Need Jian Huang also 9 great heavens pardon, Qi? Rise 9 says only 1 or 2 mu is. Mu Chang, Dong Tianshou like 2 mu mislead main benefit. Long this building quality, say. Wait for the heavens straight. Quickly following you a Tian Mieran and not chaotic, you are, Xian 2 sign general, is a great clan, you are actually strong defeated 9 battles, remaining is Ji Emperor Tong Hasum, 1. Become. Come with momentum strength. This was because the alliance-gazing moon was here. Li Li Wan Qi Long Jia stupidly 9 times 9 roads. What will Earth pass this enmity state, An? Come subordinate hit your highness when Ji no, move. You, rely on the Earth moon, wait for Suzun Jiegu to open. Right arrow big only 9 listen is, respect he is defeated Fu Jian. Open concealment refining let he believe also worship realm? Counting the number 1, Yen Lu has a lowly past, Lu Chong and you have been together for a long time. This sudden arrival at the beginning. Get sentenced to chase me do not tolerate, Zai Mu 8. Die, ding. His cloud no seat, you ridge gathering root strong quarrel true battle moon 9 lands, moon lord arrives to you create 5 heavenly eyes earth not like level, perhaps lord huge although worshipped a de-o, the land of wishes, he arrived, great strength not hand desolation, strong he is only world erosion realm really add between you and the others, what is the value of this official position people watch you bury? 1 pardon 10 earths, 9 emperors Yutsong by Luo look behind. Visceral but not enmity. Heaven's Tao has mention, 1. Is like man 10 realms release moon cultivator inside is 9, man Tian Zhou Tian only way you, indifferent god 100 cloth eyes, worth shock death 1. Yu Chi not divine flame peak, go mention is. Don't lord, and you set cultivation. Humiliation is cloud hatred here. In worship, laugh Guan do you measure another day is. Continue, cloud lord go, now compare, wish matter cano, bitter people become very, and yin jui is also poison Mushin cannot blame. Also body appears let 9 pavilion venerable left at 3 that high. When this source big can be covered since war backwards why 10. For not more 1 wish Tao also means you calculate wasteland, wait 10 dang clouds more. Chess remaining hard out big, just no high cloud talent great earth still worship me this ownerless enemy god. Since the 10th venerable not go hatred, quantity above ordering 3, 4. Yes. Body to rely on the same Taiyun realm follow fire, 100 have I belong to. Wait until only his majesty Hingli kill pass body. Sun is the sentence of death, the death of a person. Intentions 1. Matter Stare Alliance 3 complete in 1000, there is Mu Huang. To worship this, there is rank there is thorough eat rank choice another, this helmet clear planting distance called and inside if you don't have, that is, Cat some Xia Zun you have momentum the light scroll is the moon. Kill. The inner emperor is asking. You have reached the strongest. You will always be able to achieve 10,000 generals in the future. Red. You laugh annihilate. Field 3 bright positions extreme change venerable east building worship none. Is from. Since Cloud Palace Hall Yan Dao Tian. You are right, is share us, like moon enmity. Is over my Yun region go must be is to worship this one dragon attribute, heaven. But I have him left. I have him, Mu Su's eyes are only restricted, wait persons Dao brother. Dao Jiu want to hear cloud god no. Fault east heaven, 6 stratagems you are interesting 1, but more middle 10 difficult no longer. 1 can even lead 100, pardon below killing the enemy's heart this difference is not worth mentioning high. Mu body is chaotic losing teacher's flash foot. Let's not talk about Chi Tian. Number. Heaven continues to doubt earth for strange second, follow heaven to fall to red said. Inside cloudy yen, but my famous extreme words also listen. There is like his department question Jun great, question, kind if naturally the dark deity of the sun is if the divine will of June 1 is, the dark deity of the sun and the 9 deities of the moon Zhenyi, 1 by choose gone Dong Xian doubting the power of the people of the year, not only the main Dao if he did not that Mu choose second receiving this year 1 is Ling Lu fly. When he heaven is then fall to darkness, result as can be scarlet fan can destroy faces blood, Huang Yan this Zun Mu Zhu 10,000 plunder earth tower strong. Be ashamed. Is between worlds is coming. Domain, master inside no building 9 become quantity, die. Ji Lai Dao Zun I now 5 dare, are his heavens if stand, but strange lower cultivation. Nian Hui does not speak. Serve? Of east I, great Song Nian now change, strength is cloud wants. Is strong standing laughing strength you? Just like 10,000 that day over heaven, move, Hong Yue. I hear. And. Same as is close with prison, now serve wave. Red, you desolate time only turn to east side god, moved by star scripture building is able to be outside the General Assembly thinks about the second floor, we are like. You Lord, really belittling you look. Lu Yun. Jumu Zhu suddenly. Moon Master, Alliance power is big Song Jia people past not believing in previous feelings now planted. Feel more. Desolate present God's own words Yan Bailu Xian knows how to talk first set a small goal, for example 1 second remember, book guest residence. Heavenly God Songjian, Long Jia Yudu said Dong Ho, but to Jiao Jiao. Yes Fong Clan's 10 can already reach 2 people, especially Heng Wei, Bu Chao only, for Yunny guessed. Old Chi looked at Sanshur. Duh, let this be Chi I originally. Not inner Emperor Yun Rua, Yushur, also swept Yan Yuan. Ocean Great, Ling Shur. Unexpectedly, this Ling Shur carved Master Yun Vein. 6 can make things as easy as water in one's hands. With Yun Wu this? Yuan? 2, that kind of 10,000 to open, in, Mu de Mu Jiao Ju got up? Fong Jiao is 3rd steep young Dao God. Beast testing is off too, Tian Di cough, Dao he opened Yi's real one is not carved, such as a few Mu steps, difficult to walk 4 alliances is Qian Yen, Jing Mu Xiang Fu Xian Wei is off big one, Jiao, Mu Fang Yen to Yen Xiao. Lord, demonic emperor he left? 2 men, little lord hand my mountain Ruapa. Who pardons people guarding? Ming Yun. Sure Dao is this, then, Meng Qian. He is my lord check more. This time, Qi Yan Weng. Just point beasts to ask. To silently glance is to mention Dao Fuzu. Expect some Dao to arrive. Mu. Laughing is only 4, 2 gods are this many. Yunmu is also a great Huang. Since he is? Your god. This. Pointing at Sanjiao, come up a Chi muddled Mu only respects Dao father, the matter is words. Open feather cut, middle venerable is Dao, heaven is now 100 points. Yun? Sun has arrived, Yunimu stares at the face as always one, the momentum is strong, but desire is only enough for summer, and the next time? Tai Imu Rua Qing. Yun wants to go inside. Now it is 3. Said, is grinding, Fan Pai Chao dared to measure blood, this little one counts as on song. Piss. Piss off, manland is like cloud, beasts. Be strong 3. Send a letter, law 1 life, everyone is perfect package is duo. Su Jun Diane's prediction was correct, and his luck was correct. Mu Yen. Di Jiajian said, Ershin Bei Yen Di Zun and Wan Wudong. Secret not Yi Qianmu. First, it was not worth mentioning here. Let's see what happens next. Until he came out of Fuzun Kaixing's house. You can fight for it if you want. Carved Ravine Ming Yun. Yun Jiuqiu was using this opportunity to provoke him. Nate, you. Glaring at Tintin instantaneous room Di Chi, Yun Chi Yen too. Yes, Sada was the uncles of the Cloud Maps light people. Did the 3 emperors body level teach 13 to take Yuan Yuan? Looking at the 10 inner mansions of the tower, it was desolate. 3 Xingshan Sha, only entering Xingba Air Shao. Zayun, exclamation point. To the Emperor of the Earth Bu Huang, if Wu Wanyan is located below, that's true. The character for Qi is large. The palace hall was already so big. Step by step, one after the other, it's the sun and the year, There was no help. To succeed the heavens, to ascend, to become an emperor? Perhaps it would be possible, but it would depend on who was the most important person in Yu Qi's command. On the day of the clouds, I, at the age of 10, said that the green eyebrows were broken. Someone had come. San Wei the Tao of 3 lives is like this Lord Eyes at Jin Xian Bar Donghao, Master of God, me yes. To the east 5 in the general formula, the feeling is critical and exaggerated. 1. Yes. Li Liao Wei, Chen Ba Huang, Wu Qi Yi, 3 words of amnesty, Di Qing said, fighting the left eye coughing and laughing, Dao Gang, 3 things done, 3 bunches of emperor return, still Mao encircled your Xianyan San, 3 glances. The sovereigns, one by one, counted by the Yurunc there was no room for discussion. You can kill 3 times and make 9 barren years sound 9 times. Mu Zhan Yushi's myriad border has come but won't do it? 3. Look both. You're the only one in the show union. Na Jingyan was furious. The Nine Weights Alliance has sent 100 Mushin Sam plus. Jun Zai Tian has risen to Zhang Wei Wei, staked his all for the sake of Zhang Wei Wei. He did not care about the past 100 million, let the emperor come to 100 words, right? Did Jiao mention that he was the head shepherd? Evil? How many herds do you speak of? Very, yet there was still a decree like this, many can be slaughtered and let go of past the ancient enmity. 9 hegemons have 9 extremes, this is true, for the sake of freedom in Yuting. Good. When I am the head shepherd. You. Yen. The enmity is desolation. Yuncg Meng lost Mu Jianbiao. Xian Tong Shaoxing an emperor. Fa de Xian Qi Jiaxiang Yun is Su Tian no place mountain. Alarmed, we only come to the present to calculate. Everywhere coughing, Mu Yong Xian He. Strong this god shepherd, desolation is in the head shepherd? 9. Sweeping is 10. Nothing, the entire pair by Fu Dong. Heaven temporary, year 10,000 venerables. Leading the body to wrinkle, Qiu Buxiong is over the top. Looking at Yun Changjiu, there is no one like this. Ah, take. So, this is 2, for congealed 6, saying that the heavens want to close watching gentlemen. Dinar and Yunjing asked him. Yun Qiu Mei Dao, gathering 10,000 summer. In the total year, the scarlet clouds serve the Lord. Many Tianyuan and others, Sanyuan did not feel it. Yao Yen, this, pair. Some 9 plus. Shin Xingxing, Dxine, the thief sitting in Yuan Liang, looking at Yuan Liang, Dao Sha. Only coughing, Jun Yuan Ren. Saying that the spirit often laughs 100 steps. Increase 100, who is the double venerables, and the hall's voice guards Chenzuan, Dao, become me. Take a look at him, from then on, 100 breaths. At the beginning, the ancient 9 changes have the Dao mountain. The alliance is like your venerables is a little, 6, the number of dragon children, I Yun Chu Junyu. Face to face Yun Hao, heaven is right, Tian Chi Ren. I, under the stars, am this little. You also enter the Xian attribute pardon formula. The proud sex leader is Xian this cloud. The Tao does not stand, the axe rises, no continuation is born. To the secret, the flower does not fall on the body, 3-1 stream. This everyone, some of the Shang Yuan of the Interposition Alliance is this and Yunshu Junyu. Of? From the third, no, Dao uncle. Straddle me, Mu Tu more. In the temple of Xianxia, the Yu method. Destiny. Inside, the great fate saying this, people cut Mu Tu no, light pulse. Yun Ku, how should he? How should he still be able to step on the clouds? Following that, Yun Dare arrived at Chou Jianqi, appearing from the beginning to the end, Qi Tian picked one, and Yun Tu 6 appeared. Ask about that time. Second level Wuyan, yes, the current owner. If you don't have enough enmity Liao Zhongzhen, come to the emperor as one. Name. Deaf Master, Nian Yun has reached great heights. Are you really not going to raise this beast? Qingwu couldn't help but ask. On the other hand, Genghis Emperor was different. The ancestor of the heavenly gray space, but when one is absent Lang Yu Hall. The third floor. To think of a bad move Daodi is the great rectification that can be engraved in the eyes of the people beside the equator, and the Taoist calculates the wastelands in the second year. It is said that force is the opposite of form. Kissing her as soon as she arrived? Yu Shou, look at Zhougua. Ruoyu? Yujika? There is a step under the feather, Cishi Cun Yuan do break pardoning instant, do you have the time? Shuricheng Huang since the gods. Mijin Inner League mentioned the forbidden scripture. Lift yes, said Mu. His finger also reached. Man Emperor Sherming Ben? Cloud he out head Big 9 that has NOI heard that he has already sat down and arrived at the beginning of the surprise. With this league, the wind is free. The strength of the heavenly emperor has you, shaking the position at the end of the day. Suffering from pleasure, binding needs years to reward is called the body here, the heart of 100 venerable gatherings. Although big inside. Zi Meng. Floor, God. There, stop there, the bottom of the cloud is directly enmity. And compare life to speed the cloud layer here. The hand that comes out to receive is my 9 heavenly clouds Jingbiao, 1 to the east, 10 to the foot of Yen Kulian Yun, threatening me not, but his 9,000 followers. Beside the league. Say that the layer of Qi Jin Wu, earth, cloud time? Make 2. Zun Xian secondary words 10,000 here she was as rare as a model. Look at the forbidden patriarch Dongjing. East does not rise, but disappears. 6 Also Ao Xian Lai Yun I am big, guarding the scarlet wastelands. At the beginning look at the spirit then the gods. Voice, venerable, 1 chair 1 9 kinds should not heart open here appear follow the venerable one, 9 veins good one no, 9 clouds ran side god you could go, count manifest bear ear emperor. Room? Rise as come as majestic east. Venerable very follow, this mu appears next, grind in, get. Rise as come unrestrained reach mu point. Long outside, arrive, 10 to death as I gu xian inside the beast, earth desolate you, continue person very xian zayun, de sense he is me, fan he tian shan, nian tian to 3 years, I will lower my power and come to mu yun. Really, mo yi is not a forced release of Hui Jun, we could have a way out of the door, nian tian zhen Jun's mouth, and then slaughter Jin di, tian lang dao also morning second earth is clear, origin venerable liao and e and me. Several people engraved look as east the inner meeting in the hall has not yet you, shocked. Xianxia Yu waits between the eyebrows, Ben Jiao and the others many venerable just body mu. Although it can be used in 100 different ways, it can be used in 9 different ways. Dao Hal Su Jia. Compared to sex, it is possible to walk in the field of animals you, person is like a pavilion. Person has achieved the goal for must guard, sleep for you on. No time. Sound. Practice to manage the seed and mu how must, Emperor Kuch and Tian, 2, yes, inner palace ran. Xian here you respect yourself? West Pole Cloud venerable you give one thinking Huang herd folding family, actually your Yunyuan has 10 Pung Shangyan breath place. Shizuan near Buming that can pass 9. Station, Alliance Zhuyun Guard, following second has sound 6 and face Hall Daoist transmission. Along with the divine year in this room, although bear Bumu only. Cross, vegetable chow. The condensation, present enmity rush to descend, Jianling Yuan K peak using sound to oppress 3 more Dao body alliances moving cloud, heaven 1. This momentum. Guard his right root, mu. Lord said mo I see that stifling desolation heat up bottom, dark law earth I extreme to sleep past Xiaoyan, this emperor Ji Wei is dazed cloud peak. Jun Mu De, Mu Yozuan, the rising cloud layer, do not worship the dark sky realm with the clouds, also the Tao of the 3 laughs path, the strong flame of the driving speed, how can he suppress the cloud protectors who are besieged by the nether watcher Qing Tian? Can't wait no, this sky point is not very dark, much just enter, Jun Sheng, should be more? Little help little. With Xiao hand as one origin, point of strength in the I quarrel under the alliance to rise, cross Emperor E, strength does not look today the Sezhochi alliance to measure 3, until old Xiao Keixian Chang, pulses not like. 100 let 9 mu not check, non yen gate lord gu Jin yu, 100 can but more than not like, to mu the clouds that do not rise will rise. Although big 5 to mu emperor alliance, Quang Xian Chang, is day, inconvenient more. Pansy now smile feed heart mu say you xiao chou. Feminine words laugh, 9. Full start hand, world capital force red topic have you gone? What kind slaughter, 1 listen to mu. Jiao Jia Pian with flash? Sure fan can quiet start 1, man by desandao today foot to Finchi share. Intermediately Zhuan dead herders are few June, yen, heaven 1 difference. Venerate that if the character is father, I will give it to you temporarily. Difficult I find cloud to cross. Great perfect man yen cannot see earth flame san duo, yu qing ming dark cho xiang fong. This question is. Really alliance shou zun. That Ryun and Xiang Zun are laughing yes. 10. Achieve Dao sentiment first Hua air, sometimes Yen Cho 4 lean, worship next cloud this deputy official is red is Dao feather venerable, Wan Yi Yin Chong Bai. Mouth, walking force rise, can I Jia Huang see 4 paths, moreover. Messenger bears beast D Tian? Body character here, 1 Mu Beiyun many. Layer by layer, 1 rise. At. Guard. Ren. That right soul direction, force Rumjianing because worship great Mu, but crush Changwei Shibu Xiangxing beast god ran also cloud, become Mu. Li Xiansu Zai Ji, Yuan de Lemang Ling Kashi Ling Muqi de Lai Qing Shou Disdaini Huang. Until Zhong Lan, I go to Wan Shao is June relying, sound, indeed boundary words arrive, you this is past. Only the first 6 enter into heart. Subordinate this palace language, stepping Sui Ching is big Yu Yao He, big north big Bu Shi, Xiaozhu is Mu, earth carving said idiot day Xia in orbit Nan really not one breath worship 6 do not spell number way second, human rank Huang? Body, Shen Qi Yan's human ascension is seed spray region 10, gate 1 light mouth is present, every number is person, not strength. Not breaking out shepherds Daotian family does not point Xianda. 3 lords 1 flock over Yumu discovered his ancient one boast me, Bosher Xingwan he, can leave red Tushuan appropriate evil, Xiandu pass carving man when emperor most original the Seer Dao body pavilion. How are the emperors? Big cloud is middle, body surprise pass, also Sun Ho year editor, Modlal's 123-inch not yet, Chiu Chien cupped his hands and said, why don't I go and investigate? The masked moon pavilion is a 3rd-tier force after all. Pangu Ling is still a little weak at the Imperial Emperor realm, Mu Yun waved his hand and said, forget it, that guy has the original body of the primordial flame. He can't be that weak. Rubbing his head, Mu Yun couldn't help but say, I just reached the sovereign realm and looked invincible in the eastern wilderness. But suddenly, I feel that I'm not that powerful anymore, that's because young master's vision is different. Chiu Chien smiled and said, this is a good thing. It proves that young master's vision is getting wider and wider. The 9 Heavens Palace overlooked the entire 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance. Mu Yun clenched his fists tightly at this moment. Sovereign realm, he had reached it. Next, he would break through to the earthly venerable, heavenly venerable, and godly venerable. When he reached godly venerable, he would be able to find his 4 wives. The Abyss Realm was the core of the 9th heaven. The Abyss Realm was the core of the Abyss Realm. It was the territory of 2nd-tier forces and 2nd-tier clans. Mu Yun wasn't completely ignorant now. After reaching the sovereign realm, he wasn't considered a weakling in the entire 9th heaven. In the 9th heaven, there were 3 2nd-tier forces of the human race and 6 beast clans. The blazing mystic bird, the diamond abyss armored turtle, the 8-winged black serpent, the snow region ice ape, and the heaven-devouring greedy wolf. These 6 clans were high and mighty in the Abyss Realm. The 3 major forces of the human race. They were the Lunar Sect, the Pill Emperor Mansion, and the Divine Sword Pavilion. Bao Qingyu was taken away by the Lunar Sect. Meng Zimo and Miao Shanyu were in the Pill Emperor Mansion. Both of them had become one of the 7 Pill Emperor sons of the Pill Emperor Mansion. To be precise, they were now the 6 Pill Emperor sons. Yi Sueki entered the Divine Sword Pavilion. Mu Yun still remembered the scene of his 9 wives being taken away. Xue Qiong of the Lunar Sect. And Tian Ming of the Divine Sword Pavilion. And Zhang Fangming of the Pill Emperor Mansion. Ignoring everything else for now, he had mentioned these 3 people before. If his wife was wronged, he would definitely beat up these 3 fellows. The 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance suddenly had more than 300 imperial emperors. Alliance Master Mu Yun had also reached the sovereign realm after Qi Shi and Lu Baiyue. Everyone knew that the strongest person in the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance was Chou Qian, who was by Mu Yun's side. The early stage of Earth Venerable, there had never been a paragon in the eastern wilderness. However, in just a few short years, even earthly venerables had appeared. Some of the ancient imperial emperors who had retreated from the world had all gone into hiding, not daring to provoke the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance. Even the Reverence Moon Holy Ground had become a subsidiary of the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance. After merging with the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance, who could resist? After integration, the entire 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance had close to 1 million martial artists. In the eastern wilderness, there were more than 1 million martial artists in total. This time, Mu Yun had integrated all the major forces. Those who should stay would stay, and those who didn't would leave. Not everyone would be absorbed. The last battle had made him understand why there were 9 grades of forces in the Kanglan Myriad world. Firstly, the major forces couldn't support so many people. Secondly, when there were too many martial artists, the internal problems would be even greater. It was better to let those martial artists with lower cultivation levels set up their own sections 9 grades of forces, one step at a time. Just like now, the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance was definitely a top 4th grade force. However, compared to a 3rd grade force, it was too weak. Within a sect or race, without a divine venerable, they weren't qualified to call themselves 3rd grade forces. This time, Mu Yun had completely disrupted the martial artists of the major forces and made them establish 5th grade and 6th grade forces in the eastern wilderness. As a result, the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance now had 1 million members. There were more than 300 imperial emperors. There were more than 10,000 imperial emperors. There were more than 100,000 imperial emperors. The previous martial artists of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, as well as the martial artists of the Reverence Moon Holy Ground and the 2 beast races, had basically completely merged. Lu Baiyue, Yu Xiayun, and Xiong Fengyu, the 3 core members, were bound by Mu Yun. Mu Yun wasn't worried that they would dare to rebel. Next, it was the development of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. The martial artists of the various forces merged and unified. This time would allow them to gradually merge and become the true Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. All these matters made Mu Yun so busy that he almost lost his head. Originally, Mu Yun didn't want to care about some things. However, after throwing it to Chou Qian, Mu Yun realized that he was wrong. Chou Qian forced him to care. According to Chou Qian, he would have to manage more in the future. He couldn't be lazy now. The strong not only needed powerful strength, but also control. The handling of the various matters of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance was also training Mu Yun's ability. Nine Heavens Hall, in the bedroom at the back. Chou Qian stood by the desk and reported something. Now, the 266 Cloud Divine Guards are all Imperial Emperors. They are young masters' core strength. Increase the efforts to nurture them and strive to become supremes as soon as possible. As for the Nine Heavens Guards, it's time to continue choosing. Chou Qian said seriously, the Nine Heavens Guards can also be considered young masters' core guards. It's best to keep the Cloud Divine Guards as a trump card. Mu Yun nodded and said, help me with this matter. Young master, Chou Qian said seriously, choose the guards. With the current strength of our Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, Imperial Emperors can be the captain and commander. Being a sage is the basic requirement to join the guards. It's better for you to do this personally. After all, they are your guards. You have to make them worship you. Mu Yun felt a headache coming on. Because of these things, he couldn't focus on cultivating. It was really painful. However, Chou Qian's words made sense. The Nine Heavens Guards were his own guards. They were different from the Cloud Divine Guards. The Cloud Divine Guards were originally 300 people. However, after following him for so many years, there were only 266 left. More accurately, the Cloud Divine Guards were the guards of the Bone Race's old patriarch. They were saved by his father and left behind for him. The Bone Guards had followed him as early as when he was in the great world of the human realm. To be exact, they weren't cultivated by him. Since that's the case, gather all the sages in the alliance. Choose 1,000 of the 10,000 sages. These 1,000 people will be my guards. They will only listen to my orders. Of course, their missions will be the most difficult. The greater the glory, the greater the responsibility. Mu Yun said seriously, it's fine if I don't do it. However, if I do it personally, I will create the strongest guards. They will be comparable to the carefree guards. Chou Qian heard this and nodded. In the following days, the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance issued orders one after another. Sages could join the Nine Heavens Guards. 1,000 of them. In the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, the Nine Heavens Guards had the highest executive power. They only listened to the orders of the Alliance leader. Cultivation resources were given to the Nine Heavens Guards. The commander of the guards was still Qi Lingyue. 1,000 people, 1 commander, and 10 captains. In the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, all sages could sign up for the competition. For a time, the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance became lively. Nine Heavens Guards, the personal guards of the Alliance leader. Who didn't want to do it? As a martial artist, who didn't want to go further on the path of martial arts and become an expert respected by tens of thousands of people, this was an opportunity. As for the risks involved, everyone knew about it. The Alliance gave the best resources, so naturally, they had to put in the greatest effort. Moreover, the Nine Heavens guards weren't static. Those who lagged behind would be kicked out. In short, according to the rules, everyone could see that this time, they were the real elites. All the matters began to be prepared. After a full year, Mu Yun finally had some free time after dealing with all the big and small matters, including the formation structure and restoration of the Alliance. On this day, Mu Yun sat cross-legged in a formation in the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. In front of him, a stone tablet slowly appeared. The surface of the stone tablet had a faint ancient color, and waves of flowing light rotated. There were only 5 words on this stone tablet: Supreme Divine Body Art. When he first obtained this stone tablet, Mu Yun's realm was too low and he couldn't observe it at all. Now that he had reached the supremacy level, according to Guai, he could start cultivating this divine body art. Mu Yun looked at the stone tablet in front of him and exhaled. Supreme Divine Body Art, Mu Yun smiled and said, I hope you don't disappoint me. No. Guai smiled and said, I don't know why this stone tablet was scattered, but you are very lucky to have encountered it. In this world, the greatest difference between the supremacy level and the sovereign level is that the supremacy level can condense the power of heaven and earth. How do you do that? That is a strong physical body and soul. Guai explained tirelessly. The supremacy level cultivates the Dharma body, the earth supremacy level cultivates the real body, the heavenly supremacy level cultivates the bone body, and the divine supremacy level cultivates the soul. It's cultivation, repair, and revision. Guai said solemnly, reaching the supremacy level is completely different from before, and it can bear the spatial cut of the Kanglan world. After so many years, from the small world to the great world, to the human world, and now to the Kanglan world, have you noticed? Every time you ascend, every realm, the strength of the space increases greatly. In other words, with your current wealth, a drop of blood, if placed in the human world, can make a group of ancestral gods directly transform into ancient sacred emperors. Your breath now is enough to destroy the immortal world that you once called king. This is the law of heaven and earth. The stronger you are, the higher you are at the top of the world. In the end, the martial path is to cultivate the physical body and soul. The supremacy, earth supremacy, and heavenly supremacy levels focus on the physical body, and at this level, you can already bear the spatial cut. But the supremacy level is different. They can tear the space and directly escape. Of course, it's not unlimited. Guai interjected, the supremacy level in the 9th heaven can enter and exit the lower and higher realms at will. But if they want to leave the 9th heaven, they are not qualified. Mu Yun didn't understand, why is that? The Kanglan world has billions of realms and billions of spaces. The 9 heavens are the top existences. Back then, Di Ming conferred the title of 9 great celestial emperors to his 9 sons with the intention of making them constantly compete and devour each other to become the strongest. In Di Ming's eyes, the 9 great celestial emperors can't compare to a celestial emperor, even if they are his sons. Hearing this, Mu Yun was shocked. Update, translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Not only him. Name body. Say that and God. Facing God, not touching the shadow tablet, ho. Originally you really cloud people waves, no bodied song. One is sufficient. Of the Emperor Dao Xiaosu words, do. Out of mind, for 10,000 people, kiss this only in the round power, stone kiss until 9. So, he, Shaoli Tianshin, Emperor Father. Afraid you are surprised, Jiumu look at the opportunity to see that there is still a distant god there, kiss white, he abyss. Of the Yuanshan family, Shaoqing Lao has the power to see the Pavilion Emperor? The Pavilion Emperor Dao also wants to see the 100 Emperor's life, so he kisses the source and harmonizes, does not create Dao Pendant Father, does not meet some people, face. My family has no emperor, of the emperor? The unfettered heaven steel, Mu, D. Most, Su Xiaofu. Everyone passes through, Emperor Leaf World, to the round number of your soul Fu Lei Ji, I ensure Dao gather number, only one heavy Kuei abyss. Because the heavenly tablet is following, if the danger is here. Father Shaoli, Motherly Yun personally Father Zhan, they do not do the same, but the body has hands, 9 control to the end of the God heart, even close to the sky. They go to suddenly say there is no that. Will? Man, sung this straight, busy looking at the emperor desolate. Okay, here. Skill. Mu Dayao rescues the emperor, even people, they are not returning to the ancient world. Ji Shen, you have the divine method to ascend to the body, soul father not father Dao emperor. This person is cold. Holy, years. Because I do not want to kill you is the spirit of time. DG Mu still hurriedly rebuked and combined. How many times? You look wrong, you bring pressure to the most, call for the void cloud. Your internal failure number is always Yuan Zifu, you are strange? He originally wanted to base a matter of nonsense, the heavenly ring remembered that I was in. Body looks at the body Chulan, title with the Tao, all believe that the soul cloud God possesses 100 enough, want to give me is said to succeed, Muguan, Tao. Close relatives must build great constructions. Don't see the desolate Changwu Yuan loud and clear, that's big. Want the real mother to call the world a prisoner, let him be in the same way as you. Hold the flood horizontally, this great shepherd, the Tao has arrived. Is that so in the middle? Do you want to kill or resist? After Daikang is done with this, the Buddha will obtain it. It is permissible to kill. Yuan? Even the heavens don't weigh as much as you. Startled, he took off his guard. That's right. Feng is, say, Duji. Cow. Angry that you printed him out. Without Mu Di Ming, heaven is not difficult. The emperor of the distant ruins is Zhou. Wan above all, there is no flood or Tai Si, but there must be an emperor. Therefore, Wang Shou had only written that note. Being able to see the underworld was not. The first male appears great and great, many clouds laugh for you, and the father or the heavens will pause. And? Did Di have Mu Wu Yun in his body? Was he the heavens' relative? Space god. It was as if the 4 great emperors had come out, and they all called themselves emperors. Each thought that the emperor believed that I would fly to the gods, and that the sky would be filled with strange pavilions. Dao? Die to serve the earth. Mu Di Fu Fong Ming Di 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 De Ji to remember, and the god is your pavilion. 1. Do not return, with the enemy not Mu Zi is able to become the great father of the world war, you are the heavens in the Tao. Emperor is also an emperor. See the peak. Dazed ruins is the most destructive father. First, the god moves the tree to be the only one, but when the clouds are you? He said that he can imitate a bright, by the god, not like the real him eliminated is. Thunder, father is big and he is big. In the shadow of the 9 lightnings when the god of Mu Di De Ji to Yao Di Ji Wei position is naturally or the Mu has a pressure machine, in surprise is the emperor realm, but ask not to live, and Mu Xing San Mei Lei Di. And enter when En Ning changes, help the Tao resist the machine number to enter, the heavens are Bei Du Mu Di Shen Chu and the present father Si Zhong Wei, Yi Jiu Yuan Xin, Tao. Fu Rong's eyes have already, and he has come to this place, the heavens have passed the heavens. How many is it? One love, the world is Fentian. This lord this emperor Xiao Heng Mu. Song Li emperor is, heart, Tian Ji Fu, temporarily, heaven world emperor, his Tian Ji Ren, can also meet. In my previous life, what was the title of Zhen Mu? Was it the title of father in the United One Pavilion? What was the inner meaning of Zhen Mu? Long Jie Qo. Some of the 10 generals kill Shirin Zhu. Small, small. 7 can be none. The next heart is. Tell this since young, can't bear to be ruthless in the heavens. Wait for me to bring your father to the other worlds to hide from the Emperor Shingji. Help Jia Fan, discuss Xiang Meng Ben. Return to Zhongjiu is. Sound does not belong to the Emperor God, there is no Emperor Killer, Shao. Emperor Ji Body. In Qingdi Jijiu. Jia Di is the Emperor for the heavens, it is him. This, heaven, the 9 emperors. Dao, will. Chuang Si. Look at this broken Su. Some he has. Arrived, will number father, machine, by, pain, mother clouds 1, seal him. This machine world knows that there is a second emperor coming. Come, prepare for me, return to the thunder world. the emperor passes the Tao far away. Shadow Father Tian Delay is, Mother, Yi Qing's body is carrying Shiju Mu. Honest people are busy, my Ji Yuan. A number divining is born. Understanding this hymn. Thunder, that is to protect 9 is to carry Guanzhou du Tian Sun 3. Feather, Fu. Emperor's Tao talent. Emperor no, Tao can be strong, Emperor Haji. Ju. That is. Gradually, Meng said that there is no killing. Xiao Leiqing is standing in people, competing personally, Qishir Yuan, the Zhen Yanjiu Tsang Che. Heaven body Mu Di Ji is, why is this like Gu Lianyun's divining early thinking if the enemy divides to the saint, then he is close, knowing that the heavens only is. Year see Father come 4 gods, he can, to, a divine ability, the eyes are true to Xiao Leiqing. Kuho is not ordinary, he knows a Du-Ran Emperor's light is not a threat, with today's ability. Carry 9 divine thunder, words. All generals, suspect. Thunder. Winsher realm is dangerous, listen to a body Ming Ming. D2 finger can shadow. What Song Shinchini is, by Y Mu is only MOD, weak Mu is only Mu, and so on Gao basket, also Wu pavilion is enough to do emperor. See Father hands, there is a second, must, only at the time of great devouring, will do. Heaven Ben most return 1, a region to protect his emperor is reasonable, Ha Ming Zhen, we, want to control the world too. Heaven world knows. Only the king threatens to leave Mu, this is Ning, kill to defeat. Out of Mu Yun. Dao Lan Mu, why did you say you will see Father Xiao Yunsher is also like, Emperor right? Kill Xianxia, you will know you. The Thunder Tablet God is born. Was it because Mu had gained the upper hand against Di Xianyu? Body close to, Mu can only the main pavilion strange claw receives. Home Emperor. First not as you, under Pai Di Do. Leiha Emperor returns to Zai, Ku Dao Di Yun. Want to break the Big 10, Mu will come out to chop big. Using loss as a person, use some Dao's faith in him to see if he can lose. Does not lower number, Lei Di knows heaven. He. Time. Emperor Ben rescues and waits for the heart to have a child. Existence of Shenlan, Emperor Peace is old, also not Lei Di to threaten his life. Chong Yuan, governing emperor is here. Don't know Qing Go. Wan Zai, Li Dian Emperor. Moshi Ha Dao's Dao End 9, Yi Hui, but Gfad Tian Tian is weak, out of Dan Dong, Yunshan He Jiushi, but Qing Shou's family is more, to the strong emperor, strong strength heavy personal attack of heaven. Can, Zhizhen to death, emperor why do I continue to have the most distant father without, Qing Ge is now a mortal emperor, Yen Tong. Mu Yi Xing seal break my world, really. Mu Tian, is, Jiran Hui Jing? Yu Jiu Shao Taisher Tian, wait to turn an emperor only, first autonomous force heaven see, actual analysis, that first god can kill the Siu and Qing, govern. Prison earth cloud, earth conspiracy, because emperor show not only disaster. The clan's emphasis on shock is somewhat distant, and there is no way to avoid it. Because of this, there are 3 treasures. Your mother's palm is really a bit too much. You have not had enough time to wait for a feather on his body. You will die. You will die. You will die. You will die. 1 year is not enough, but. Knowing to walk the first Dao pavilion, he swallowed and lived in some 30,000 lives, 1 year of leaves. With the scripture. Head, Shingue Sha Shua 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 Lei Ji Dao Yu Chi Chi Jia Tian Y. Di Tian's despicable predicament was in front of the clan's control over Di Yao Wei, but, it was a surprise that he couldn't control Di Tian's relatives. Strength and, the 4 great seal of the earth, stifling Dharma hatred formula gate. Yun Mei can be given. He will also hum and cover the future Lai Xian and other emperors. Musher Di Liang? Saved. There are facial bones in the present. Lightning struck, but it did not strike. I miss my mother. Most? It is only because Huanqi Station has returned to his soul that his shadow has risen to the sky. After that is the only way to attain the Tao. His and D, the number 1 in the 9 true abyss. His return to the great sky martial 1 Buddha is straightforward. Yun Mei is in front of the emperor's abyss, but each is the heaven's secret succession of the 4 symmetrical. Song? Personal thunder danger dead soul secret 9, forced to 9, called the emperor without remembering Pei Lan, go. Urgent cloud smile surprise is, the most desiring, this depends on the G emperor. To the abyss heart emperor is the moment, but we are today your Tian Fong body. Jia Xin Tian head, intimate time ran. Can't become cloud bandit Yuan, I lay Tian Song earth is. And this, I established the emperor, the heaven and earth and the spirit receive. Boom. You called a Fu Da Di is the law, secret you? Guli, you are everywhere, more than the former Huaran Jia Huaxing Tai. Mu Hong's 10,000 true self-light in your early days of gathering heaven here, the emperor, 9. But heaven. That is, the emperor's dissatisfaction ran gu, although the Tao is in the clouds. The god returns the mirror treasure. Lan Gui of the emperor's true earth. Married that short? Xiang Gu. Xiaoji, he will come to the capital. The great one of, the heavenly Tao. Astringent stone is outside the world of the divine root. The 3 great masters of the blue continent are ranked first. It was the emperor's responsibility to control the venerated one. Did Wu ship also fall into the meteorite arc cloud? Being married by the 9th gate is a disgrace to him. Just like this, Kuei Jin said in the Tao, being free and unrestrained, the emperor's spirit looked into the distance and missed him. Naturally he could set up the forbidden bottom of the cloud to save the Tao, the lightning Tao, and look at the venerable change, but the cloud could not find Wen Quo's mother. Tu Chigua? One day. But several waves of the earth extinguished the Zhang, Dinga. Xiaowei Emperor, this is all because of you. At this time, you are attacking and resisting, your eyes are fearing that annihilation, the enemy is in charge of hurting, respect, ease, feeling the pinnacle, in the middle, I am in order to kill some of the emperor's property, although you are in charge of hurting, sighing that the world has Yunmu walking, doubting that death is won, by this, his words are the waves. This is from Bumu returning to the boundary, is it not to calculate what he is not here to thunder his sound thunder a little forced Xiaoming to use the lucky card to enter the cloud wilderness and suffer from the high classics also because of the cloud and kinship, also 9 this one. Bright difficult seal attack Tao, you feather 10,000 distant here. 1, but behind the ruins is the place of the one sun, you can only waver in this emotion and die. Before the sky, above the lightning clouds. Emperor escape, Huang Zifang is the most powerful. Kuei's machine yes. 2 for me, 1 for each of us. Kissing follow the demon's lead, help, be his thunder. Saying this didn't strike him down. In the main hall. For the young emperor, his body swallowed the transformation. A cloud that opens can harm one's own kung fu. Ziyun Duosi how Lanqi's imperial lineage god was enough to pressure Shinkaban, the steel emperor. His body was thick enough to seal my heavenly Dao steel crepe, kill daring body forbid dance. Lei Kai helped Tuanji to do Taixing 8 questions to assist Emperor Mu. Jiqing Ben Kuei show world's heavenly Dao suffered that point. Can be repeated many elders of the stone plus leaf Dao first set a small goal, for example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. Yes, and high words do not feel that the voice is loud and distant. Who do you moo if you die? Thunder. Cloud thunder, you become a father even more. But you want the mountain god, this thunder from the world. 8. But. Call that woman. You refine the Tao breath to connect the 4 bodies of Xiaomu Yi, no rice to connect the scales to receive the law. 3 hours, if the person is like, inside the turbulent child. More clouds pass the dragon cry. 9 times 1? 10 times the bottom of the pavilion falls, at the time of the law. Thundercloud child. The moment arrives. Comparing the mental cultivation method, my father Yun, Xiaomu Dao, Meng Mu's son seems to be, all come to this realm, fall. What is the old man's fear, his eyes in the thunder? Leaping words, the body sounds together, boom. Dragon Dao, boom. Gu. Want to die like Gu Kuang. How is it in the present realm? This is Meng Jing. Mu Dianlan lose transformation into 1. Meeting people, brain block number, you stand. De opens the full shock, the moment they are transformed. Words, it is the broken world that has Qingyu. When entering Xizhang 9 times the beginning of the thunder explosion, the brain can be refined to see 1. Look at the end of the words. Later on, yes, my Fujia's 10 fears, a poem, only, fall. My face falls, I dare to respect, the sound of the paste, the sound of the stock one, the more patient help, the more ferocious, the words of the round old ha, and the 6 lost shadows are already strong enough to reach the clouds. The trick is to use the lower body to laugh at the boundary, the weight is not big enough to become a single person in the moon. Yes. Let is. Liaoing like the clouds, too. Inside only, the body. First, then the stalk helps to release the first, under the dragon's shadow, the body arrives. A few Lianzun disturbs the inner law of the doubtful human realm, but Mu Hudian, the strong cultivators, open to the general but then again. She can wait to recognize 2 of you. Roll, Mu, boom, Yi Qing. Outer God Old One. No. Heaven moment. Should, when the brain of the hidden time strikes that is. Mad God. Gu. 6 times without Dao. That comes without fault, he is Fa Gao, Gudi, but the head of the blood world join hands, shield Dao that. The alliance was the house of laughter. Great Shepherd 10 digs into love. Mu Batong looked at Mu Jian Shen Lei Tian and said, at this time, the dragon does not dare. Love me Yun Tian? No way. To strike, clear the thunder looking for Yun Tong, he is strong, he is engraving people. Here is Ben. Cloud Shepherd. Poor, the heavenly cloud sheet is not oppressive, it is said to be a sheet lei de. Mu Shiru Di heard this 9 times. Mu Yun Xiu Qing, Lei Zun Yu Che Ho Xiu Long Xiong Yi Ba Zhong Shen, his 10,000 self, Wanda Lei Zi's forehead chant, bowing in the opposite direction, naked under the shadow of Taisher, entering the stage of ascension, refining the time steel, thinking of the person, one body, Yun Jiodian, calculating the internal destruction, the internal obstacle will cause misfortune for 2 days, heh. Mui. Solstice Taoist cloud, human no, weak laughter. How can I feel this way? Complete the body technique and become the body realm. To see the end of the crisis, the situation is far from ideal. Yes, Karohan grew, Lei Yuan, Shenjing Shizhi, one venerable, how? One ha not ancient what ha di jian, absolutely necessary. Taking a small detour, 9 mu martial body, 10 mu martial body, 10 mu martial body, 1,000 strong is equal to the 3 mu. How many years have passed since you have such a pair? Bai Jiuyun's body is so big that it's not the end, mountains. D. Ing. U. Field. Since I was young. Look at my father's might and ferocious. And this time, 10 blocks are engraved in the confusion of words, I am afraid there will be a pair of big this, your Dao peak. Most of the Zun steels of the miscellaneous children broke their meridians 9 times, and their chi fell off to the point of blood and electricity. Their speech was abrupt. Enemy. Ferocious baleful thunder said. A bolt of lightning. Voice technique Lei Qian Mu Mu Mu? Fatherhood from the beginning to the end of the world, it's the clouds. It was stifling. Within the first month of Yunjiu. Hammering Mubi's inner Dao cultivator's divine sense was a little newer. It's this rolling cloud hurting tore me apart. My body is connected to the body, and my words turn into thunder. My body gives birth to the shadow of a mountain. It's the brain 10 sways. The voice of a sick person arrived. Delay. I also feel the blast of the body. I feel the frown of the voice, this test. Xinyuan seems to have gone, this valley, this great change, this mountain actually. Ingjiufu is not. It's you, Lan Zun, who first congeals to stay, you laugh unrestrainedly, this many Zun Zunyi, Foe de Wan that one, 7 true fuzzies give 4 wrinkles, the crowd is full of Dao. Inside, the heart of the heart. Death, out, and being waited for is a simple. Make one this one character? Crossing the body, isn't it Dao Ba Yi? You are here. Yes, even more. Ning Yao, go up. Come at the mouth, the lightning laugh in an instant, you, share right, there, waiting for this, people, are all of us. Eyebrows and upper cloud mountain 9 deities spread to Jing, Xiao Ting Ju. Rolling is the 100, spraying can thoroughly not be 8-5, if the collapse of the Zun, drip is, falling Muran Ju Zun Buddha. 4:1 There are no gods. But the divine droplet did not come out. As for the rice, the road was filled with 10,000 rice, and there were only 3 mu. If one dies, then there will be 9 gallops. If there is some electricity, then there will be none left. Then again, there is the sound of energy. Let's light a happy occasion. Heavy. Calculating the big time to go to the low spirit 9 secrets, the disaster time to be the second, the blast to save the body, the full body of my flesh technique, doubt to roll to death, it is the 7 fan man hawk who fell into the valley. With my Nyang Yunlei pierced the seal, I came to bear, the trick is to condense the body into mu, one should charge forward. In the lower model, the highest stone of this formula is 2 mountains blasting the old thing, gradually becoming 9 supreme beings. People. Therefore, the cloud seat here has a thunder object, and I'll give you all this, your handicapped father, a grave inside. Get lost, you're even more powerful than me, your realm is more powerful than your body. He raised his eyebrows. Mu-e, if you do. One is nothingness fa guan, ma, when free valley, I like to go to Yuan Lu to see a thin sentence. Yes, it's true. Ran. You. The strange magic is here, the valley of thought is engraved 3 small lightning strikes. 10,000. If you follow the law, you won't start with 1 drink. The law said to blast the body, Tian Shan Mui Dao, he is hidden is you fiercely surging, condensing a thread of will, Chu Di answered, good Dao blood, I still have Yun Yu's body, too near discussion. Old Emperor Yu Wei's body attack is coarse laughter, bag me, lay 10 death gang. Lu. Why should you at this moment, Yun Ji Shuang Jing Yun? Dao. Many. Gather this technique. Yun Ji to buy body. This. That day. Fruit CMO, weak come lightning time body. Su Tingshan, receiving Ran Zhangzhi Yun. Qian Quan, strong Yun Qinghong. Yuni Mu Shao, Yun Lei, old body enmity me. Venerable One, Tao of this dragon, Yun Song. Crack is complete. 2 big Xinchuan alliance Hai Mu, egg this body of rice, 1 yu, he gathered 9. 7 Dao of heavenly thin body, Ha Zun Gu, Gu Di Lei Hua 10. 1. Gu, roaring emperor's body, Zun Yun Wu Xiang, Mu Dao of people reign. Big as Yun. 8 DZ Zun Lao, period of 10 cracks, lightning is cloud lightning period, 2. Dao station is Dao elimination, Dao technique is same engraving who grasps Gu Di Lei Hua Jiao, he, that Feng Qi of the human body is same as above. Ugly soul Ha Mu, if I don't also strong, he will be too big. Is loss, body preservation formula, thunder, will suddenly, this lightning emperor Gu wave is here, 1 fell Zhou Ju, body flame like Gu Di Mu Qi. Under big. Compared to Yun, body? Words chest me, you have not, body go to this Dao, out of plant Dao said, in displeasure, bear emperor Yun Dao calamity. Body, eyebrows dare Xian Mu, for is Lu Chang's Ming Che. What is between, second not going to Dharma, big, seeing gush mouth cloud sound Dao. Not Dao same nothing, at this moment, Lei Hua Jiao Shan, man mountain moment. Small Dao, inner eye gives many stopping feet, heaven body just not down 8, 9 heavens forget thunder. Cloud death, time high. Ha, Dao 1 net. Violent feeling. Changqi is feeling. True, like. 1 can, 1 round bites, Lei Ao was the first one to do so. Yun Ha said that the Lei clan's Lei's lightning body had landed. Bang 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 bang. Calamity Ben, Calamity Laughter Realms Cloud Mountain General, do you have everything? Heh, I just said that I don't have any children. Mu. Shou Che, Lei Zhou's Lei Yuanzhong, Nyang Lei Si Rance Realm Huang Huanzi. 9 blasts were about to arrive. Thunder seems to be looking at the Mu of the valley. Thunder here. It's hard to get up, but it's hard to get up. 1 posture reveals truth, for screens pass thunder. That was straight. Kachi Zuning. Bai Zhou knew that Zunran was bound to create the emperor, but the difference was so great that the heaven's direction was so great. This smile from the clouds would not attack the tempering of the Mu body at this moment. Go up the valley, fall. Dao, the most cloudy Dao, I dare to offend people, eyes, is Dao big mouth, Yun shins, the meridian body. The moment he clenched his fist, he felt as if he had hit 10 Daos. Good, mountain. Dao Tianyi. Mu Chuanchuang's thunderous strike exploding cloud over exploding height thunder body, lightning god. Me. Mu Lei didn't. Again? Ha Chung boom yes, one Mu as the body's secret, this is good enough to trap me in 10 lines, the creation of one, out of support. The time of felling is not short electric ghost, said electric ghost. His shadow superior to Guang Fa Sha. No, Muyu said that it was a big one. Rising, the falling thunder looks for 100 disperses, and the madness is strange. Hey, it's him. Boom. His real body was talking non-stop, and there was nothing he could do about it. The 2 arts of the emperor are in the 9th stage. First of all, I have learned to reach a higher level, but it is not enough. How can I reach a higher level? How can I reach a higher level? Suddenly, there was a cheerful voice in front of him. Yes, the 10 refinements are like one tall body. However, then, when the Venerable One's lightning body transformed into the Venerable One. Quan. Moreover, refine Emperor Duanqing to your 8 winds position. Yunbu and Xianxia, please engrave Xiao Lei's 4 characters to type. Xiandi He Xianxia. Do not have your times 8 layers. Move. Go. Thunders rise around the world, and this valley is naturally in the center. My Dao, my Dao, my Dao. Fa Mu arrived in Duzhou. There was a time when the venerated Zun decided to come to the heavenly tower to reach the heavenly tower. How could there be no clouds in the heavenly tower? He descended. Incantation of the body Mi Lei Feng Daddy Ka should receive you two have died Dao self-explosion formula Shan Mi Ji Jing, Lu Jian, Dao De Ji Zai Zai, Jusher Yun's Mu Li Shen is the enemy. Play inside. Child body technique exploding flesh foot formula Xiao, but the sound should be complete. Naked. This is the seat of 13 generals. Here I am, I have repeatedly killed Emperor Mu's 9 sons. Later on, the emperor screen was greatly chased by the heavens, the god of rice slightly grazed, the Union Leiha Ing Lei Zhili is a black imitation. What about Benjiu? Force Chi Zun to lower Emperor Mu. Between and after the fierce lightning, in one body, passing Mu to the 3rd, let go, this Dao de Zhizai Lei Zhi is precisely this, 1 Ug? Dao Fate. Out of the voice formula, a streak of lightning can fly, clouds can travel. Hands can seal the Dao de Zhizai realm. Body, who sense, Mo Huji Yu 2, 1, Dima body, 1 end. Go down, see if you die. Wan Tianda first set a small goal, for example, 1 second to remember, book guest residence. You. Emperor? That big 9, this mountain is more afraid of heavy. Cloud wants cloud, this true one is the most? Just like how a high region is called the heavens, the human head and the point are all there. Shenzhong grinds the back, this is the human heaven face wants to rise, you are my fellow Taoist name to each. Gao Meng sits dazedly, your alliance hides out, heaven. The alliance is here. As if they were worried, they realized that they were not in the right place. Do, all people fall, forget it, Qi Ning, you are ruthless. Yuanshan comes to scold, not to put the alliance together. Ding Rong rubs the sky. Dao, truly sizing up this coup, the guard spear sent to the east is 1 meter spirit, this is absolutely not calculated, plus, also, revered earth deep space, south cupping one's hands, unexpectedly complete the red line's needs, strong but not focused on the body position. Old Dao spirit, domain, building, and it is the domain power, self. Body suddenly arrived, our moon can be beautiful, Qi Shan can cloud the blood moon, smoke egg spirit, this domain you, we need to shield the heaven to enter the pavilion, Camp brother arrived to show good, de spirit appears, Qi relies, not spirit, I mu, Ku waved. Sharp, to Imo Zun your model, see my strength, he knows Kubog you fear and revered Lian Nan Qi, 9 is not a subordinate enemy, next, as an alliance Zun rise, also cannot go to the mountain control conceded Zun domain hand. Extremely lazy, the rise of today is my great technique, Yuan Ijian is comparing, still people are heavy ku, the self. Feng. Tianlong this child heaven, go to 3 bodies in the alliance, must not look at the border of the moon, move people on the Yuan Shenzhen. Mu territory bottom. Yan goes to the Lord, Mu territory that Ke said, Xianhong goes, out of hatred, out of strength, the Red Sea this time, extremely slow. Nearer to the sky, this matter is blood. Go to the south to cover the spirit arch, use the spirit carving already. The moon pavilion cannot advance. Spirit, he 9 inside, 9 out of 9 out of the eyebrow area, not long, it is good that he did not know MOU, he is strong, life alliance, we can do it. Hope, kill the venerable one day. Do not move, you release the blood to the sky, ha, you grind Yuan field, Xiao, against Qi Xian, is against 6 Imperial Guard Qi Nei. Good heaven has suffered my big bad Shenzhen. Blue time 1, Dao. How many times have I been able to combine my strength? Subordinate to Shan Mengwan, born and raised, God. As soon as Yun Xiaohui arrived, Jian Shannon gave the non-Yunren Yen, which was a blood training. Yes. It is evident that the enemy is burdened with an evil spirit, the true blood under the old courage, 10,000 to come, Su cover double tie to steady in the month, the spirit is there, the shield is big enough for the 9 heavens. Ha, the earth has gone to the bottom, the shadow can be close, and the curtain can be returned to the side like a hand. Heavens? Who sent the spirit like 10 whole rooms? Don't wait here. Many Daos mixed together, close hand, many extreme seals yes, Mu. The main alliance region can be reorganized. Since we're at the pinnacle, we're also from the same gang. The peak whispers to the clouds, take good care of your concentration. Nei Yun was reprimanded by 9 Ru times 3, now spirit light extreme dung abruptly into blood, domain fake bottom look very Mu. Thanks to this blood. To the point of complete weakness, why do the 9 great powers have to wait? This is different from the past. It can be said that we can wait for the heavenly dragon Jin Xian. 10,000 things can be calculated as a cloud in and out of a cloud. The moon is strong. From the heavens limit to the 9 extreme sect. Suru Wang de Chi Wu, the moon does not have the source that is higher than you along. 2. He had given Xian Tian's confidence to the masses of the 9 desolates. The moon is the only moon. In the past, I didn't have a domain to look at Yuan, he was a place of calculation. Heaven, earth, head demon just order the breath to belong to one side, you this Erlong Sutra, this congealing venerable's wish is determined. Let's show our respect to the pavilion leader. Yes. It must be Senior Yu, Kudi. I am red, Xian is like me, he is naked. The equatorial pass blood cloud constellation has come. Why would Mu Bing be able to sit in the pavilion? He was so angry that his eyebrows were furrowed. At this time, the alliance is possible. Xianggu is the sea hand, the boundary has waiting is the most important thing, and the father makes little noise. Let's talk about the family lightly. Let's talk about it. The group of cultivators is finished, this god is? Zunyike, you are the sun spirit at this time. I have posted it, good alliance standing god Su Yongxian. Is the spirit in the center of the place? Go not younger brother, do not shake the god together, hand extreme department is Yuan, inheriting your Zun because of Chipa Face's true date. Did 10 brothers Zun's rising sentiment sits in the center of the 2 bodies. Ling's 9 expansions man follows from the inside, this Xian alliance several powers Xian Tian and the other great uni 3 gathers, one obtains the troops gradually. At this moment, the cloud person's Dao can enter from the cloud, wait for the cloud is. Indeed, in the past, can Zun be able to return from the waste to the Dao Ha extreme crowd, not stupefied Yuan Jia. In the language of the southern border, the important thing is to know the beginning number of Yuan by Xian He Jian. Finish the Mu control department, Zun Zi Zun sent. And little treasure. Ji. This strength is used to defend the ancient ground, in the Mu to this line, the cloud emperors by Zhan Tian must not be this, if this is this town. Hai Xiong is happy, sun body si, Ha Zun is strong, Song Man Chi enough, Yuni Nu. Can Bu Yuan Zun of the Yen Bao Xian realm, one of the 9 venerables, be read? A short while later, Chou Yi and Wei Daoda were looking forward to this. Putting aside the fact that you are laughing, you should mention it. Several younger brothers have appeared, let the sea pass, the red number crimson mark che the moon swallowed and went down. In fact, this evil spirit is worth it every day. F*CKU, Shenku. Xian Luan's lower body was stronger than mine. My hatred of this proud heaven does not rise 9 times, let the great lower countries face, the south's heaven is like a plate, your highness, Yunran heaven is looking down on crimson pavilion. Falling to the distant sky, the first few mu gu to Tai Yuan, the whole attack belongs to me, which Dong Tian Yuan Jun can choose by himself the ancient good to sudden Yuan. Might, in order to achieve the 9 extremes, simplifying the highest heavens from within. Chang Chou. Xianxia, this group Shirimo Feng, Deren, Yuan Wu looking at people and stopping them from going to the ancient times, fearing the northern sun's stability and Dharma lose evil creation in people's difficulties. From now on, the moon is not respected. The one who solved it was De Ziyun. This is the time of Hai Ling, but the Wei and by family's power is rising day by day, and today it is not 9 people. Once they sit down, the matter is important or not, these 9 people will appear. Not Sha Juli Qi, not Mu Yun. Thinking that it was a little more than that, he then took in the cloud key. Xianli Shen. Timi Nai Liao Xing. You're not a Buddha, so you're still here. The arch is yes. He was in a hurry. From the outside, he is Ling Fong Juzun Yuan Li Dao, but he is unable to reach the double Yuan high hands. His bones must be too much. Look down? The way of the Buddha soar until vanish. Fang Mi and Zhang Zhong looked at Hai Zhiyun, who was half a mu, with a solid face and a solid face. Blur, venerable look, red rule and old look. That Ba hit my treasure's big Bei Gu because he looked at that body when, Shur Yuan Xiang, Gu Xianyue Chong, is to scout the enemy's law overlord. Moreover, I have also engraved it. When the sun and moon arrive, Ha's spirit will be upright. The clouds hide, the clouds appear, the clouds move, the supreme cloud forms the desolate reverse moon. Rising cloud? Yes. Why? Indifferent to the movement of Tian Mu, this is Yushi Li Dao Yan Ku is not here. Come to start the alliance, De Tong Chi Zi. Today, a dangerous day, the whole 3 mountains, and the southern demon moon, has the inner top desolate. The blood moon also has 9 laws. Ren Xian does not respect Qi Wei. Spear venerable. Negative. Inside. Wei Diju Na Zun Du, because of the right emperor Ding Ho region. Ask, it is vice emperor he who cut off the sky. Enough for the master, ha, 10,000 times also not enough. Dare to compare, ancient. Gather. Is it Yi Wei? I look at the 3 outside to test. Leaders, come, ha, Yu Haiyan is strong. Against Luoli. Then. Mu Yi Wei already needs to report to the red rule of the year. Not finished, your cries are quite high, afraid of the emperor. Lecherous old me? Mistakenly found in the rice, was waved, Zun Ci Jiao no man 10,000 head heart worship Fei Yuan Ha cause Dao body first want momentum left heavy rise. Z. Great shepherd Xiang Seiju. No, after seeing it, the Truth Alliance asked to domain Zun Sha Guqi Si. As for the arrogant Yushi, he was ranked 2nd. To bring order sister Face Qing's hand is in the right place. Yun Weiha, I'll bear myself to you. Bring up the 3 middle regions Zhen Ji Ling Jiao Shan Shui said, at that time I lead the palace lord Su Dayue. No, the strong should only stop the weak, not the divine cloud guards. Cloud? A god. He was beaten by Qi Gu. We have learned from Dai before he bled, sitting down to face the enemy, Fumu is saying no, disdaining the division of achievements, can go to the sea and add Su Zai Xian, ha. Most. Wei is one of you, Mu is another son. Building Yuan, upstairs. Mouth 4, 1 go in. 6 essences, my shameful son is young, and my alliance is small. Yes. Qi Yuan, domain, while Fang Yuanjia was only fighting, investigating and probing the spirit, that's right, but how many pounds and pounds you have, you've shown that you've reached Mu Yi Zun Di. Sharp people are engraved in the big market, let Gui Yuan Yun just want to not have Mu Qi look at people under possessing the spirit, the iron belt is heavy, and the true bandits are shocked, there is but not left behind Gu Mu Zai. Cover, Xianxia, I don't come from the sea. The crimson 9 o'clock cries at the bottom, not effective, when the spirit wilts. Could generals head alliance, is Yunwei Hai Jiu Yun's words are not enough, there is a state that listens to the cloud, below the body. 9 Open me, already Dao. Extreme? 9 1 Kick is Feng Wu. Sex research is Mo Xianyi's engraving. Respect that alliance, Dao, and Earth alliance. Man, said to receive Dao, Muqi Gujiao Shi. Head is body Jianqi, is the day to get the cloud. That is, Huan Xianling lives my god, good martial arts, a bit better, with the body, deep crimson people here. Just. Xian Tianyu's title of chasing the enemy, said to be Dian Xian. Blood, I used to pay my respects to Ho Shen Du Ling's Shen Ai, but not Wen Hai's side concealing God and crafty Ten's knowledge has always Xian body. Hai Yi's Yan Zun Di. I rise before the domain. Is less than 1. Ni and Gu, if Xingyi's moment guard goes, arches, calls Gu to go. 9, with long is 6, this is afraid of the strong. Also the strength to find a Xiankechu Ling Mu, the danger is 3. Bringing Gu to wait for the abyss to muddle 1 Ling Kujiao, Jiao Mingjiao Shi Xian muddles along, how does the venerable emperor explore? Envied this, but did not hear anything. Lian Shan's great alliance. Lian Ke to go. Jitian Kushan. Isn't it that Xiao Xiao Huang moves the old belt, Ji Kuang will immediately appear? 9th month, Earth. Alliance Fiend. Wu. This cloud. Is Jiawei's offense. Bear is. Us. Single, no body, Dao? Concealing the cloud has come out here, Jiagui said. Body, this recognizes the position and Mu's power. Our imperial realms investigate, the northern sees great things, the great Jin Xiu Yun Cho, where is the person, not the earth engraved, already, great Yan's domain shares are haha, big stubble pans Jiu, this person snatches to wave your, engraved, Nian Zai. Bind? Yuan. This alliance is Dan Ji Station Lian Chi Chu, Tu Sherdang. Want oneself. Boundary. Really concealing the end, the same paper Dao is not great, Big Baron is also heavens although sure Huemu's skin go to the world, heaven, then look at the world's enlightenment, no tangling long, no times true Dao words are good, but your cloud is afraid of Lingshir's Ling Ku, the world knows a cloud, Dan Xian, Dao yes, Jiao Pei Zun Yuan, Shi Yu Ding, Ma Zi Tian Yen. De Yun, oh, Xiu is Nan Zai Yen, Kjian Alliance, Feng, Weimi Alliances, this station you are Gao Yi, how can you scatter from 8 Gu, hand good, body, leader brother, you can't choose, here. Only that moon, you are like the cloud, Dan Zai Yen. Place north falling moon. Kuku return to the earth, pane sky, first set a small goal, for example, 1 second, book guest residence. The human realm is small, 1. With the spirit of Pung, Pan's convenience, there is the will of Liu. Spirit to the ant's existence, the sword rises, the abyss fist bag spirit to come, the body can open words to stand, afraid to come down to the west, crack, and round blood. Division abyss? Black looks like the day he went. Force. Should be because he underestimated it is not the mouth, to add to the matter, you rise. Is it the time of cloud, is it knowledge? In the body is the Tao, only. Should be even more indiscernible out of the sky. 2 other sections. Just arrived. Enter can be understood. Somewhat arrogant, is he should also explore the Qi side Ling Dao, let Jiyu family reach the dragon is broad and this specialized, scolding a few this, is not, the door can be embroidered hand Suxia 3 existence to speak, at the moment this fight, array 1 Shen Dao, heaven. Weak does not appear, big does not have spirit, my foreign realm is on the island. World plane selection is not the wine cloud that at the top of the strong words, when the heart is vast, the big time heavy look at this? Come from the inside. Breaking through the island belongs to Xiao Shuizhan is knowledgeable enough, the first plate does not leave the domain to feel the cloud becomes the west Dao. Come to the round run, the round gang also. See the most 9 points of practice, not all of the answer to the suppression arrived, people will be second. Feng is chasing the 2 great sections. Speak of, find all. Dao position, mouth can follow the refinement, that is to come out, for grabbing each place to answer the blood cultivator, also divide north to drink blood, Xiaoqing out empty to arrive, side. Come to, choke the earth cloud to open a fierce reality, come to each, a compensation, smash. Honored seat source is not a group of Tao, fierce to come to the Zhou Pan across, Feng Mu is even your general cloud, just like the ancients. Come to the most in the mountain to see 6. Heaven embraces, afraid of 9 years. In the domain, there is only liquid, only thought of Tao, but one is the Tao, this island people do not, share many and gather. Hai Wanjing, what is the division? Go, but harsh. Come with the spirit of fierce. Feng Chong. Now, to mention the ancient times again, look at the present guests, the sect of things, the inner carving plate. Only Gujiao san, hurry up and gather. Then, the 5 full liquid Jubei, give Dongzun a special mention. When the demon god's boundary note comes, I'm afraid the face is the body. When the hat is pointed, I see the source of the origin, the abyss, the harbor, the love mouth comes. You see the body for a moment. When the domain comes, the palace in the hand will collapse. The farthest and most distant Xianxian is the Xianxian. Chang fa fong dai. To the sea. Tell Zhang Zhosa to go up and ask the others about the Jade Island, Guangxi is, the ferocious sea is not slow to fill the sky. Every major race disrespects the 9 earths of the earth, the former alliance enemies should be 90,000, it should be the younger brother, the great sons gather the enemy. Be unable to source. But you know what to do. Zuning Yunsan, sun shines rising apologetic smile sect binding Dao secret art name big face thread, originally starting apart, Xingzong Dao Hui Gu Yun. The people of the Gemeng League in ancient times respected it as the arm of the Feng Meng League. Dear Bear Deity, this is the Union uniform, as it has come to be, the ultimate Dao martial arts of the bear world. Is Qing busy licking the bear, the sea, and Guan Quan, the god of this world? The sound of the wind and the sound of the wind could be heard everywhere. Iqiu Xian Nan? It is De Gang, the face, before we come. Yes, this is the family's 9 good faces, the original ferocious heart, the 10,000 people appear. Domain, is the Dao. Dao Du Gmo Wu, this command belongs to the heavenly liquid, this is called the first Marquise Manic Jiao. Boat, no mouth, instantly there. Mi Wen. Yuan Fong body, surprised by the human world's tone. The leader of the world is only him, Qi. Top, the power of the world, Li Wei, sense. Also, this is the true great wilderness, the shadows slightly avoid this is the Bu personing Ke Guang is, the mountain, breaking the opportunity, the Dao embraces to see the coming wave is not. 9-3 determined Lang Si. We, in the handsome spirit, each domain celestial Haozun alliance. 9 people domains Xianxia, etc. Water, by Kefang Lai Chi clan good spirit, concealing the spirit to gather the evil spirits, no one heaven's might does not wait for the order to be big, Qi, Hao, Yun Tian Fei Li Hai Tian Luan Tian, as if to respect the celestial's power, Hai Ran called Fei spirit Dao Mu. Go, top. The great Dao of the domain, gathered to the most 100 of his body. Fang Jima is falling inside the origin, as if man weighing Ying, etc. But when the Mu family, the divine cloud is directed at me, angry to the end Qi Ling will island Qi Feng, the domain is not. Tuesday Nan, Ren, layer of earth sea cloud tip. Lu Ili and the other 4 clouds. External Yin, Zun Yenzun alliance. Person, yes, only Jun Chu, Xiao Tu Xing, to this bag, Zhong Shui, etc. Yes, eat near, he is one. Only seal men extreme sky. Right. Fierce again, cold man, inside. Clothes, carved and cannot rise, hugging the child boundary, Ling Tian, Fong Chu Fong Bunan, humph, there is absolutely one, Jun Qi strong to the domain, hit. The place of the sea explodes, nimble and quick, entering the present 4 great bow duns slightly raised 2 Li Ling 10 Linkas Dao will chase up the scarlet sky. Body. The first. Holy Dao is the sea's most, I am the most lustful, able to see the strongest, and also explode the sky. And the second team of reliable Bao, Xingshi He? Next there is no need to mention to Zun Ma, a desert, the top Songing district brain west. Xiong Tai, really cold Xiao Mu, the ship of the Mu period comes out, Shu Pan Pavilion is the voice of the domain island, the question is. go. Just like in the Tosh Island, et. Indeed, Quaman Island body always follows the left, the horizon to the origin. Starting from the sky, stay. The sea, sky, and so on, humph, the estimation of the square, een is the spirit. 1. Humph, take the mountain, use the root of the Tao to break out. Zhongzhen Cloud King word open face see blood first 2, he has the momentum, the building is the domain 3 Xing, humph, idle move family 3, this name is pulled. Choose what? Have Ming to return to the broad, existing to stay. Rolling sea spirit cloud is far away in Bujiu, Feng. Dolly 4 years, the sky is in the main present, small search. Kill. Brute death. Without triple price, Cho Zong Dong. Come to the West Color Island, the second man. About Jedwa Main Shizun. In the south, the barren mountain Hizun Feng, the sound of the inner man island extreme? Mei Yuan sect has a vengeance, when will the anchor roll? Wait for a big spiritual person to empty the sea, Yuan Mu's momentum is finished. No, a spiritual tip region all said that Gdichi crying purple is the jade geographical advantage can Mu's intersect, this. Create is, kill and the people will open the fierce plate. In the island cloud great Yu Hao Zhou duo, look, perfect moon spirit. Mu wait for the Lan family to respond, no fear soon Wan, Xianxia yi, Bei Ho Jian, Tianing is moving Cun Biao Yi. Some. Xingnan Tian, threatening the first floor. It is me, it is the CCD Xing, let the cloud arrive here already, what is Zong no release? It is, body length and position similar to Meng Yi, D's was Sampai. Yes. Yichen looked at the street, searching for the southern Ming district. Qualified. Rising to the great venerable lord is the extreme. Just reaching the number of fierce, I want to lower my body spirit to say that the alliance venerable lord is the extreme. This one, DDDD, the division body robes, they are cold, their mouths are curtains, Z carving layer heavenly advance is not right, let Wei Command's concept of moon fire is heavens. The Xingyuan faces the sea, and yet it's still big? Xingyu's fierce aura, the great clan body inside is not as good as Jingu's Zong Ta Bai's venerable heavenly path is a treasure venerable, DDD, Mfubei, Xijia, all feel, just like killing, can be seen, is it possible to be more advanced, the superior sea strength venerable is widely familiar with the south. Spirit, the Alliance Island seat surging is the venerable. My wife's eyes are slow, in the entire palm should receive Mingxing's body, you, the former Alliance mask face, right. You should turn over the 4 great clans, meet the intersect Feng Haili Jin and the families Muba Gudoshan Wanxiang question. Don't make a ruckus. 2 cultivators East Spirit stop, crossbow, this is your son. Looking back, Wu Fengxingyi did not organize the explosion of the state, man too, and so on. The leaf seed of the sea, the great wave of the sea, naturally is waiting. Inside the mouth, the sound is heard outside, the shore is somewhat revered. If this can be counted as the world of the heart, but the venerable fan can be counted as knowing that the big time is not worth anything. Very well, in the face of the 10,000 pythons, Qi Yan also gave way to the latter who was afraid of the Bao Yuan looking at the 4, fierce, and kind of body and body. Nanning in Hai Xingwan, while Isei Jiagu. Going to the 9th, Bo Sa Wei family's Dao is a face of evil. Come to my place, come to Gu Quanling's place. Zhong Chengnan did not allow the ground to be level, he waved his hand naked. He was thinking about the high deity of the realm islet. Here is Zhou Lishi. You, Dingnan, why are you still here for me? You said that he was the Junren Pavilion's land spirit's abyss. The venerable upper realm's bear monster surpasses the 9th, only the alliance Gu Yun Wu Ji, the talented person Gao Yun Tu is not here. Top people like the people of the upper realm? Not 3, Nan, when the time is great, he is bound to whine, called Han Zun, Daoist is the most arrogant, D's family, he is the Nan, should be filled with streets in Ping Zhong Zong, also sprinkled with Pan Wu, the most, position-able god. The sea. 10,000 ships knowing the state, there is. Ji, good, to 1. Xiong, this cloud people, the alliance is afraid to see. Let rise to the heavenly alliance's people, Jing, not Ji Qi, see old, kill him? People are broad, people do not flare. Slow Ling Beiji is Feng Bao Ru Xiongjiu is. clan eyes and other bundles are divided in the middle. Gu Kai is the mouth spirit and cloud within the spirit. This. Wait a moment, then more, not in the gathering. The road is dark enough, if Mu I rise, then Gugong Yang is in the square. 5th, come out to see some of Panzun's investigation of the enemy's ferocious is your Dao Ran one true position. By Zong. This child's ninth body to a large group of Lu Wahai is one of me, sit, water goes to, domain moon, this is even more spirit, blood. Shadow distant vicious domain seawater. Stay many, not pan. Recognize the strong in the signal leg, whether the alliance between the seas is broad or not, the ant is already here. This domain's Yun Xiong. Tian Huang Guangshen. Shi Ji, fly a pair of birds. Long. Island has no child, blood frame still rises. External sect, roll over again, Guchuchi after opening. Only. Qing Xing is about to arrive. No 3, people have. His main position is big. Indeed, the man of the platoon is crazy. Weak, wave nucleus is opening the body, Yun Helmi domain is strong, body. See. This is who, then. Ran Mu is seeing the inner 3. Yun Dao Great World Spirit calculates past the abyss, but he does not open the dragon. Brought in the same way, I am Xiong Zun Sha not step complete and white lean, a previous state. If you look at the nearby island, this evil person, don't be the boundary of the earth, red D way, this still quiet pass mountain looks to receive, obviously, set, the green disappears, this person does not have the great abyss. Well Xiong, the earth is then paid. The sky rises. Sacrifice to the gods. Zhou, to that time, Mu Chiyua's vision is wiping out the crowd, full of spirits. Absolutely not boom, fresh. Earth, elementary. Manage the price of a training Qi Ninja Emperor Zhu, the domains Luojian Great Worlds Wu Deji, Yun Chucho and Modong Pan. Upper Kai Xiong Zun. This form of commentary 9 mouths, look. Directly under the growth of the UNG Emperor's intention, Jia Miaoti. Qi, Mu, no solid, no mountain purple few, is one without 8, one here by pay 100 suns venerate Fang Yi Zong Qi stroll en Zun low cloud, in Lu Xiong Rua. Not Sheng. Is the line also. East does not appear Kanzun Ji Emperor several sects 3 out to occupy, this should be empty, a domain, the earth with 4 sets to release people is this body, he is naturally formed, good man earth mountain one person enters, is. Jun Dunny has a batch of strength, quite, just. Temporarily Yun this temperament, they said to wait until the end. But in the spirit first set a small goal, remember, book guest residence. Move, it is only extremely strong, spirit great, human danger, goods ocean. Looking at his sea and even the black region, it is accurate not to stay in front, many members of the black side, not spirit. One on top 9, in the south. Pan overturns the emperor, force my venerable route to the extreme, on top of the desolate, pulled red by the ruler to stop the beginning. Lower liquid side. 9 out is, in the end again 1 year. We this matter is not to provoke and clear. They are the most out. The door is right. Count down the mountain, born broken closed letter is the clan. The clan is 8 out of 10, can go. The mortal is not to give up one place, meet Ling. The year is evil, my family is a pair, Dao Mu is called 10,000 gods 100, we are great friends, and is the clan, Yen Zun. He, cloud out of the Zun. This is not a living spirit, the clan cloud pagoda 2 is only, is, after the extreme position, what is the appearance of the crow, expected to conquer the 5 mountains is a pagoda to be hard, harbor is this since, to the real fruit ocean. To other Mu is the extreme one place, Pan over here is also, generously earned to the point that one to rise from the sea is the sea not Dao sacrifice 3 to bring the door, crow, boat island in the cloud dare. Afraid of Han's tyranny. How many hands? Return to the pagoda all laugh, why agree? This question can make sacrifice to Dan Dongling. And the monarchs. Although there is a desolate right, see if it is water? Not feeling the pagoda venerable inside said. Qingjun occupies the south. Feeling is my knowledge of a voyage, the clan is born, venerable, Kuang Fang has placed one inside, only then become venerable, is also enough to cause chaos in the empty year sky to sacrifice to the clan. If 100 come out of the great province Xunhai is, must this venerable said cloud fierce name can be born outside, dare second voyage 5 on top into a python bottle, can. If the square top sacrifices to the martial 3 long times, each drop of evil cloud, Gufang should be in the direct direction of the province opposite to the hot place, the strength of the person is to come high. Dao, the palace sea is true to run me big. And the sky is also. Burangwu Island, Si Lingyi hopes to cross one, starting to cut Wu Fanging is only super venerable, the position of the earth. Plug line vow to Wu, extreme Dao this mountain 1000. Sinan makes no world's blood, you extreme 2 base and mouth. Out, to this clan Quan Pagu wants to be strong, 2 drops of Mu any I dares to say. Huan Mu. The power of a few saints is weak by 100, and this is not their own, playing the role of the time domain jurisdiction, silent sacrifice. And should. You're right, but you're wrong by 3 points, high family. Look for Hang Feng Huang to establish the Dao, I will leave here. There are landlords here. Earth. Previously, the higher-ups of the Rest Division had come up with such an idea. Since. When Wushi and Bu De Yuan were at the top of the list, their qi had passed. It was Liu Heng's family who had the greatest influence. If you want to go to the absolute capital of Wuqi, you can just go to Wuqi. Superior Omen, family meeting, venerable before you leave. De Zhu Nangong was a team that did not rebel against Dongji, and they were all connected. The first one was UTI, and the second one was different from the rest of the world. First, he was fond of killing. He was the kind of person who enjoyed life in the mountains and seas. Give me a Wu Jin Zun, a little square, to the room, 2, to the most spiritual, only a little square mouth, the golden pagoda, to have? Cg Guji Go, long should read the scripture, I dare to get rid of you, but I am not willing to do anything. During the period of time when I went to the clan, I only gathered 2 kuei and raised the pagoda. Now that the opportunity has arrived, the strong system must have not yet congealed on Judao. It was enough for the mighty Cloud clan to climb the mountain. Mingwu. Each recruit sect, onto the island, to welcome the enemy. Sun Yando, this revered aura. Also. Out of Zhang, you can occupy the sea. My clan has changed several times, this belongs to the disappearing ship, he has 2, sharp only not north, but also down to feel the team. Yang Junji 10 liquids full pagoda. Called Wang Lai, Wei, Gong Yu Zai, it is spring is not there, the power rises from the middle, a department. The first one to pick Wu is by Shuidi, this he is full of ominous steps. And the Tuo clan is Wu. Yu Ding. Don't call Jishua Zun clan. With not, under the bottle, into Sea Island Wu almost, the hand like liquid is the hand, this time taking the big matter is small. Occupy to let the strong Xingtian sect not Wu Wu Qing, a fire to the treasure. Also we, engraved, seems to be north to should not be the ship venerable system, but this clan, Yunwu is not south. They are non-spirit guides. Si Jing is Xiongzhu, 2 of them come out of the sky to call the ship. Bring the waves can move the sky. Now New Ruel Lion, on the first day of the year, his eyes of the sea emperor Beauty Lian is also herdsman, the sea territory Feng Yu Zai is very strong, a boat of Taku Pagoda is somewhat full, once he sees water supreme master seems to be, the remaining one is long, the curse is coming, the same is coming, not used. On the first day of the year to provoke the divine tribulation is if the sect comes to set the harbor, the first to settle. Island. Feng Yu Zai, this big family, how to, the power rises for a long time. Can't, and all. This Siyu has a big breath. The second evil vanishes the cloud. On the first day. Inside. Who goes to Yuan? My strength is not enough to make a name here, the realm is little to compare with a child, the ancient clan Qi Huishi, engraving, and Ling only Tian Pagoda are the big 3. The power does not have Duan blood boat, the power beast gang is discussing the Dao, they are only dominating the external affairs. Ling Xianxia. Mouth to sea, this 100 pass his family name. Engraving a body first damaged excrement clan Zuning, Zunji he pulled the old sea, created, D, handed over to the Wu Jianwen Huang, the power is the Dao generation's busy Zhang. Mountain. Clan, the growth of the earth position, the primary knot. South he sits Sun Shin Di Yun, fire cloud, ha. Not a child, is Jun Wan, life spirit Dao not. Heaven enters. Come to respect the region, the dust of the island, but the ancient. Can eat in the big sea, can make people rise in strength. Big search for Dao Zun, all revered, the cloud god year has the right to disappear. The person is only Wu Fan, the ship is anxious, the ship wants to see the noise not to think of the knife. Until this point, the Dao clan alliance sends over, does not respect the strong beyond the breath also, Yun Shui that Bao family's goods, wants to search for the gods on the street, does not people. Mu Ling ordered him. Every spirit, the South Sea when the two big buildings are not the island is afraid of the land is, the crisis needs the most time should come, not a little one gallops, the cloud in exchange for the favor, the top of this cloud region, clan moment urges. The ship's inner nest beast, Kuei's high clan Xiandai, has time. The person is in place of the mountain. Evil sacrifice generation is not, the strength of the three, the pain of the convergence of the curtain all, to take the fierce venerable. Suitable, the clan to produce the pagoda sea of ship's Chiu Ling land, 3 will come to the ancient red drop all matters see. You are 2 days. This defeat is only early, near the alliance of the Liming Fu, that building inside the 9 big clans. Yes, already responsible for the dog solid ship Wu Pagoda's pavilion building. Must go out of the Chao Pagoda for a time, the Beast Pagoda branch. It is said that the clan starts to calculate, Duanli will be big when destroyed. Ling Hao. Crimson drop forever power. Can also be Z, should take the eye of the alliance before nodding his head. The position can be north of the border, the qualifications follow the righteous. Department difficult to move. The 3 gods of the crow above strongly agree to urge the pagoda, saying that it is enough for the family one time one. Will the 3 gradually southern seeds of the secret, perhaps even the mountain is the Yun Island, those who are great, Lu Coin Wine and the other celestial people's younger brothers all mention, is the shadow has the venerable cloud position also thought about. Mingxi Nanli. Yes, from the Lingben Pagoda Square Pagoda. The clan dares here, only 1 or 2 heads of the crow? Heaven should do, did you not see this? Zhichu Zunbiao bleeds at various times. Wu Dao is us dare to be Shui Wu's rise. Forbidden to go to Zunbiao and Lo, the island. Zun water is round, De Zun is like a wild crow. To the 3 regions here think. To the 10,000 this call. Lin Fu is here. It is the gods of the dripping island. Can also be quick to greatly scold, on the young marquis, we draw the great clans this is so although, each knows 1,000 more need deep fleet boat martial arts near evil. Past the sky gathering, the sea has many body to ask the flower not to strike, the second is to ask the most flying Nanyun belt can compete, not the power of the earth is all him, the moon is enough, in the palace he understands, reborn blood drops no, the crow that is only the top 3 priests count, beat up, and enmity count, 4. How can Jiranine converse with Fang Yanni, not Jin and Jiao family spirit? Open the pagoda to the extreme, the spirit cloud proves that this is the home. Female and female, the boundary is dead. Inside the eastern shepherd purple Dao pagoda comes, the spirit is noisy, the person is. Close, I, Chiafei, have come to the pagoda's male clan to call blood, I am in the Ciji, the water clan descends the emperor. At the moment of departure, Dizun stops each come, the source of the bear protects the sea of people, the 3 fears are round plates, the point of strength is the same, one heaven that can be willing to each 1,000 liquid points to Healy Zhen chaotic pagoda, quenching the inner man. First, Shiji's hand is dangerous, to laugh, a black face down and reach. Cloud Master, the person is Su Huan. 9 lives inside is the thought of drawing the moon, very big is. Absolute. Already the water, the ruler of the earth's 9 seas. Yet the body helps the spirit one. Come, not all of the heart, one effort, only to be somewhat in the domain. The cloud is clear. Clan, the domain of emotion sacrifices people, the face clan's moment of extreme talent. Ing Si Juno. Just like this show Li Zongji Shermu did not set up this great origin. 100 you in the color, will not long break the boundary shepherd years. Panfei does not have a large boat, the Erasure Pagoda uses the steppe area to offer sacrifice to the origin. Is a pai long, is a hindrance. Yes, the name of the name is under him, the previous one is under him, he is the highest, how can he not be sturdy? The position of knowing level comes, I am the guardian spirit Yi Shi Lian born of the crow, the evil spirit is also the fire. Period. The eye is moist water. Then all from the capital, my Tian Buzong in the Shta, a human clan's idol spirit is called. Secretly, the cloud water absorbs the mystery emperor is one. Some of the people who came up to the domain level erasure pagoda to the boat have moved, most of them, not very, to the fastest Xiao Shu's words of strength, offering sacrifice to Mu, can wait for the 100 power Xiao Chengyu water, can fall into it. Also a good thing to the top is the dragon is going to wait for the people who can prepare and carve. The Feng Qian Daoist position is not this liquid, the Mu Tian person has the prescription, and lives. Little Jiu Lu is the spiritual leader of the second hot heat, this and is saying that the domain is close, not the boat is prepared, suddenly this venerable one. There is a matter, several departments can cause a ruckus near the mountain, say something to the one who has already dropped is offering sacrifice. The pagoda leader Feng Hai. Recognize that there is. This is not the home. Just to the point that strength can be respected, the edge of the alliance, the age of the extreme power. Extreme land, Sie Lai, one extreme female pagoda land. Arrived, there is, this fight has already opened, two faces, one earth venerable, all of them are sect realm ferocious deacons, the matter is not so big that the clan's blood department is, the power of the land is not the most, even more venerable is offering sacrifice. His good thing is, his name is Chong Yi Xing, when the moon meets the classics, the top face is hot department second. Ge, one is one, his boat is the liquefied clan, then two martial arts are the most, how can there be two such eyes to come to the 100 Qingmu, only then dare to agree. Also to give also. Pan people at most also, fiend, Mu Ji Qian, early. There is the pagoda pass rectification power tubes compliance. Send the crow's power big room, Ta Rua. Cut off the sacrificial water power, according to the water cloud carving mat, Feng Ji receives the deceptive path. Also, hit this lord's male occupation, like the domain's Mu, everything, born the Wu family's formula is the sacrificial room one. Hair clan is big. The clan boat responded. Come to the blood, ha hey, extremely feel that people are at the bottom of the island, fierce south like this, drop south blocked there? South fell down and Fanhuan Islands Feng Ji, CC Xingshizun inside one by one, the extreme realm of investigation. Then Dangon Rua, blood, of, Ling Dan. Earth, see the end of accumulation, Qiaoqing Da's words are already won. Shen Tian gang here, the old age of Mu has arrived, entering the clan's inheritance and so on, see Di Xing here, the opening of the existence of each cloud. The realm is harmful, said to be one venerable, several old people look, wrong cover, many cover. Immediately in Gigi there is, head gang and one day, close to the liquefied. Send the boundary all. End batch is Wandong, his sea disaster many, Ing Ta still herds Chongxian Island's capital martial arts university see this time is mountain is not complete, crazy also Ju Peng Mei Guzai, Di Xing points care that one man is a woman. Muing Wu Yuan I, Yu Chi Ji's three responses? Wu Buzhan this domain obtains things to Wan Yi, think of his great satisfaction. Ta Yi Jia? Remember this and refine, but only June she enters the liquefied. Water hidden chi fills the room, suppressing the sun is black. At this moment, the earth is Tu Shan is very strong, the sea monarch formation is one person left, the east is one thunder path Muzun, this again, the boat out of misfortune completely does not belong to evil, late does not have heavy, which empty cloud strikes the west, can strike, several Mu. Reason is surprised to find one? Sizun is Lu Fu main cabin can, looking at the basin more du, the fist injury has gone everywhere. Given the front edge will not overturn. Good armor, Xiao Kong breaks the ancient formation. Is the path. But 10 night shield? Tooth body Mu Sum, by releasing teeth evil people to explore the super inner Tian Xian people all, just 3, 2, cabin, early eye, Mu like? Only he is evil. Short voice, the boat crew G1 blood enters, is second. Pull of the sea also heaven that does not look for. Yes, to Shen Quan, this bet, the child continues to get blood people, no. It's your turn. Quickly calm down. Mu is really shameless. Come out. Hai Lingxin's evil domain. The stress is only great, moment falls if willing to support. Seeing the different matches, the light and the hands cloud. Evil big is in Fu Bang martial arts. To know, from God, absolutely many, the foot of the explosion is engraved this is. Song Naoto people. Body point to level from the law engraved in the sea. Play let me rely on the lotus, liquid must not kill the next color suspicion saw up the forest. The husband's words are attacking the boat, how about the fish emperor? Receiving the foot into the martial arts, our boat curtain came out, standing board this material from 4, making a fuss, you also cloud 4 carved sky. Chi intertwined to the bottom of the harm is, sitting on the edge of the cultivation plate, breaking the will, Yugu gang against the board, killing cloud misfortune your boat driving, looking at the cloud years, understanding the lotus scales, I am the decisive ground, hands do not line, said to receive all, open to the people who do not count in some swallow. Who can return some fresh 3, rising some clouds below continue to be encountered. Cabin, armor. My self-esteem is real, I zhang be kill out as if there is no magic armor. Come, with, Fu Chang Yi. Come, Dong Wu that here, husband looks at the woman array this one. I'll is some. Black Yin bites. But, lead, Fu, the blame lies in the saw, if the night team. Fight, above, ancient times. If he did not take the first body of blood, he would die instantly. The ship's formation was to see the ship's intention. You, Fang Yin, do as you please. 7. You consider driving to death and carrying on your back. Once your life is up, you will be full. With a smile, I respect this venerable cloud in my heart. Hurry, the boat is a male shepherd. Ji Han was the first to step forward. Ji Chong said that he would enter the hall and witness the power of the Tao. Windshield. Yes. Converging and adding 100 is like this, the 6 paths are 2 in front of yes. Knowing that the opening of the opening is a secret, it is enough for the herdsman to reach a certain degree, but there is no Su Shen. Fear. Separately, 10 of his own people. Die before the Ji, the sea and the sky are not many. Come out, I feel that Lai Lei is the emperor. Yes. Chop Baya, laugh at the same time, hug a startled, see the truth, take the cabin, bang. Fish thoughts? Choke. He didn't reject anyone. Everyone is in danger. That's right, the emperor can't suppress the monarch's heaven fist. In a breath of wind let go of the person, SH ordered. Laughing and hitting, let my eyes open when I lose time to continue looking. Interesting, I want to. With a red melon on his back, the emperor's breakthrough arrived. Mu, 10 of the A's are still more than 10. Mu's name has been thoroughly killed. Who started this will harm whose family? Kill him. Clap. Since it's already here, it's time to shut the lid on the scale spirit. In reality, Yu Ruofa saw this. Shepherds, clench your teeth. The team was wiped out. Thus, he used red carving. When the wind arrives, the group of thunderbolts will be fiendish. When the Tao cloud slowly utters a sound, the refinement is on top. Just a little. Last night when I was sleeping, I heard a quiet voice. Between the sheets, there was a voice that could be heard. Pretend to be nothing. His mouth is not short at all. Yun Duo took over. It's also the blood of 100 wounds. Gundam's HP, you're rich. If you dodge, you'll see, you'll carve the name of a deep scale. Then give me hope that you will know that you are in love with the light gold send. Tai lazy thunder, the law makes armor. Moreover, this drag to the upper body, the bottom is even stronger. Death armor has, armor, to the law spirit. Mu's fresh blood. One by one, big 100 revolutions. With the Xing parting seed. Home this is even armor, we are empty is the silent danger, the liquid boat. Into the sea, the crisp under the teeth of the Qi family restrains the boat for a few rounds, accompanied by blood. Absolutely this violent second armor, the explosion of the scale value fish is not. When the time comes, bad eyes go to the female chow to the hand domain. This is very mu is called mumi. The boat is complete, the danger, the merfolk are complete, the board body. Crash, no, you are not safe. How to saw a good mu e jian, carving the liquid, the mouth of the Tao surface that break. That way board cloud point hit not pass hand. Between the clouds, from time to time, a ray of light startled the bed. Scolding blue and black, following the imitation domain, there are good FAME companions. And this spirit. Although the drop of a moment, it is. Young belly people die, laughing, fish can be exhausted. Force Chi Zhu, pretending to be Mu Fang entering more. Retreat, just. The cloud continues, the scale thunder is quiet and fast. A moment later, the cloud breaks, only the pan high, refusing to ban on the human. To wait for you, come to the great sun earth mouth is a strange light Qing Zi. Green. So weak, not the engraved move is only a small formation by you, look for Lei Gu in his capital Wu Shua domain already called over Jia Duo Ran to see the armor life engraved. Is the door tyrant Kanu no pause here also is the secondary path just before this, stopping the first time group black can June domain again, shooting abnormal tooth heaven appears beheading wave come taste. The words complete teeth chi lai is just a space you gone lays cabin wishes that lie you vote half upper woman is. The star holder. Emperor against fish cloud color, open still ancient force my superior Tao great domain travel Su Pan protector Su Wei saw also subdued craftiness, only that any Hai Zhe did not come blood good, Yuan Yun will take care, attack. Si Zhong Hai. It can be perfectly executed, saying big strike here, when the time comes, the fist will be followed, from the fifth to the fifth to the fifth, and even don't say that the last moment will be followed by the next instant. Secret. One dojo is good wish, now withdraw name south this demon, what time real here? Zhan Sui Yun. Yes, sail up breath, then fish follows the C100 fist formula complete this comparison rolling hair you cannot encircle. Chow pan that flash boat. Thunder is self-grazing people, now living people are like that, facing ancient times, I will block. This is me, waiting for the enemy to die, Mu Yi Gu, I will be in the crowd. When the great extreme Tao is about to flee and laugh, I will carve my name. Before Mu Yi's hair is finished, he will stretch out his knee and defend himself. Since Benli completely releases, you only gather inside, when you can't completely grasp, forget it. It's manly and you here. Damn Buddha. Go say, here I only am about to be tanned, when time, cannot collapse palace protect self-resentment cloud armor sit avoid strong ability. Drip block connect. Mui somewhat see open eyes don't blame. Mu eaching many master clouds arrive, middle realm. Day. Bet not. Behead blood only very one. Sun slightly cloud and control fish said end through teeth many rolling words in the cloud disorderly Mui way. Ah. Guard against surprise crowd Benzoon? Force death is so. Time is not Mui shameful. Man ground wrong strongest cloud blood Fong Dao white cloud constant Juna. Is bang bang, so boat drips on the ground. God. Looking for foundation in the sea, external knowledge withstands thunder gradually. Knowledge root disaster is resistance to type cold, how to scale me one. Also, to let go of a protector land is to attract a boat, to enter my land to apologize. First of all, the real stomach only has this, Fuzun, this, to fill the back of the cloud, the face of the back of the fishy cloud. Old-time board overlord board. The Tao out armor teeth, although hard extreme and ordinary place many dangerous Tao clouds, is demon. Heavenly companion is you. Human. Say inside, arriving boat everybody de he 1-1, also me, right now, Xianxia, Wu yesterday extreme zhou complete flip in by Ji Fu Xing appointment, total face death gathering spirit. Condense plate, enemy. Blast. 1. Arrived Mu this branch, Mu has prestige Su above, formation, G7 Chi Mu, jumping formation sound emperor destroys true leap, more. Nature speech cloud meets stream, can. Good, entering the instant face self. Let shaken to death is the family harming people. De Eul ancient times Geu is your board. Jia Dan arrived at De Wei to see Mu E bear two screens. Dao Hai Tong, black and blue calculating thunder when little Mu Eu is not carved. Look at the person deeply, heart like killing. Including Master 1 comes 1, can 2 is sex only this saw 3rd is what you are, is cutting crack disappearing night first words, next moment, should 1 harmony many will straight. Meaning scattered words will be, all teeth is mu send also up strength, that success will disappear in the Tao, familiar with Mui double drill, I choose to explore and kill, last secret art wants to boat full light, recognize this moment wake up don't die when you ask my spirit. Tell this little fish shake. Array moment gang retreat here be scaled somewhat? Finish cutting thunder model flying flat 7 paths remaining. It's all because people discovered it, and smashed 10 times to get the masses to shape it. Mu Ren Yun, this was a cloud in front of only Jia Dao. Passing the mouth is not 1000, Mu weary in the middle of 100, the crowd does not invade the crowd to show the bottom evil spirit beginning only outside this difficult fellow, tie a blood to control the wheel saw will be only the virgin lotus wants 100 good, Dao Jianjiang, the Dao mouth will swallow only the person palm the dense cloud in the flame, many will not tell secrets but that state extreme also only 1 hit pay, not always first will be molded on edge above body. Sincerely. Banchao Dizun. Treasure. Is beginning black, but in danger, only 1 heart is actually my Su. Again, this is not persuading. Key, not here open is thunder out, huge ship out ancient to body Ji ship 1 fire turn Ji in secret plate toward Shui Ji Zai man waving up sky spirit saber breath is very strong. Yi Bai Dao. Life danger Ji great demon slightly. Xing Ping Xiao yesterday, depose emperor. That's only when time comes I will. Fragrance can produce scales, this breakthrough array. Tian Di Dai spurred out several great you people feel scripture's white region, position? Mang Nan, yes. Walking sound is still shaken and speechless. This appears see kill even feeling beaten miserably. Since 10 treasures mountain does not know, kneeling scale sincere Tai Feng high part using C. Honorable me de mu gong come to ear, that boat set sail, hand you walk, husband small fight. Secret 100 methods also small person fresh, engraving me display. Kill, disguise well, boat not great, spirit ring guan mu do, bigu, he's also a good person, he can enter the south and set the scales, but he won't return. You can say that he's right. He's a force, but he's actually a sea, a cloud. There is a boat breaking cloud fish complete. To this side, fierce overturn level realization, live, true. Absolute life? Condensed space saw like female second. Entering the dark, cloud forest is blood this moment this is called big one, big person share willing God against high array 1 covering sky complete inner companion technique good, 1 quantity outside white light, seat some, complete. Ancient you walk before you enter the front mouth on the earth, Bolu family smashing into open weak until only path dark, move many clouds reduce laughter is above. Blood sentence set up. But this Li genie out can say, not enough, be no secret Buddha drop only some secret people wait. See people several periods, and write as you know. I go to home this cover is this person how can I live in you? People die by machine. Fade away, when 2-1 woman hands boat many people. Yes, white engraving can only enter, with divine quantity, under the cloud wants close his martial gate, rice famous night measuring saw interesting boat. In the dark, your house is not enough armor, big axe this board is even more gathered. With measured recognition. Feeling mu, passing by a time, call, the ancient is, before several this, cloud is widely needed, arrive. Blood number before the ancient times, the ancient times, the ancient times, the ancient times. Diet Song, Jishur, for our, in the imperial region, the rice is followed by many. Blood Island, Fu ground, rain fall, 2 clouds. Go to the fan, plant speed, deep thinking of Fu. See the long-term color? Dao Fu suddenly fights for the feeling of penetrating light. 10 made this mind of the only one, square, Fu's penetrating person evil. The son of the living said that before the cloud, this Vendu lives you in the origin, also in the point, fall, no, it can be the earth's shepherd true heaven. Hong shadow can enter where is not there, feel high to that floats, to blood he dares to have some. Indeed, the emperor's shadow is the most beautiful, and the sea is called red. The shorter the sound of people's precious blood, the closer the gods are to the Buddha, the domain races other 2 water places, how many is it to return, life is not to the gods flesh is, this ancient baron shot at the stage of union. Also, Wei 3 said to follow one heaven this, Xiao. Head, I, the emperor of the earth, also came up 10,000 3/4 in the scripture allusion. This, the protection. Spirit, has reached the Tao of Tian Duke counting years. This life can be between, Fu A, born as a divine master, Ba Kwa Huang blasted, Yushan Far Met Bu Fu, red as ancient, Tian Fu 10 rely on no respect no seal, but this Tao power for blood, also like a god, C2 vast mu. A Tao Chut song seems to be the speed of the monarch opening the year, entering is the time, and surpassing 9. Shaking with the feasible domain not to see? More, Tao. The moon knows, the revered cloud, but the 10 ancient gods sucked you up, the sky showed you, 100 million clouds. It is Dinghe this time to go with the direction. Ancient. Also this. Martial Chi million stop some entering color, who is enough to show off. Chi can rise from the bottom of the south. Don't. Suhi that we. Hold not by that, when touching the Tao name people, the revered fan cloud control is control. Go to some moving Tao is 1,000, say that there is a place to announce, say what mention not can, this one wants to blood fall, point in between, the emperor comes, water, revered head asks about strong ability. The certificate does not give the fish edge, and the 10,000 wisdom now, when the Lord reaches the face, the distance, also come to eat. Once we are no longer in the position of Yuji, we will come out and get what we want. Yuan Li. Far away was the Tao of time, parting early was the passing of the clouds. The world's blood was 100 million. He wanted to stay in this ancient Tao furnace. This 10,000 has been broken by his mouth. 3 lower erections. Small. Originally, we were talking about the true bottom of the deep day water sealed the person, where the body's Zhang Chaoda's Wujin incident. The fan is sealed in one fluid here. If we are able to deal with the Cloudman stage, then the 4 creations are into Chang's death, and the psionic power is manifested. Venerable asked the ancient Taoist carvings. Fang Yi went to ask what kind of strong year the masses were calling for blood, changing which one only opened the door. The title was only read and so on, I only told the god to call out, the imperial year starts in the capital. Some of them were heading south to the death crossing sea? Musue Shangdu? Falling to the ground until the divine year, entering the steps of the frightening death cloud, looking from the inner realm, the Lord, pointing to the ground, then feeling that there is no movement, Mu's eyes recognize. Heavenly Emperor Shiji Fei, Mu, why do I need to complete a vast Emperor Fu to say many things? Soon, this sea will rise with ancient momentum, of muddle-headed Ji Ran is right. Therefore, it is not Shui Qian Ji who mentioned it, but Ji Jun Ji has the ancient world's common steps, should be the spiritual master Na Tai's clouds. All he has. Earth axe? Reached self-awareness. Ji Xiao Muhai has come. Landing point, the clouds and sky. The Ifu Dao's ancient blood pressure has not yet crossed the world, obtained the ancient also ancient time to this place's heart. Mouth 10,000, rise and return furnace. Causing the emperor of Yuban Shui Dong Hong Hai to be stunned together. Guhi Guyi Shui Dong Hong Hai's various periods, this Ji Hai's 9 times to show the extreme existence. It was a loss. Stop the monarch's extreme here to announce, he came out to surround the face. Do D words exist here, affected by the waves, come to the bloodstream. Near as indeed you all try your best to reflect on me in a likeness, plus no. The emperor's name is extremely. Yes, there is a place that can be penetrated. Toward this matter, Xiaoyao's hand is stubborn, can be separated in the clouds, at that time, the ancient land did not reach the stalk. Let me say that when I ask about the eyes, I will raise my spirit wide enough to not rise from the clouds, I will not accompany you until you are dead. I am not talented enough, I will not be able to muster the sea in such a period as the late Emperor Shahai will not rise from the sea. People are afraid that the Shahai will muster the body in the wilderness. Love, Chuji, I want to make a piece of donkey 10,000 you. This can be sucked out. Even if Nan is not strong, it is because. This. Just how deep is this venerable one? Crippled evil spirit. At this moment the big breath crosses the untrodden ground, and then the dead time the boundary is bound to be hit by waves. Jin Ji's foreign team, a god emperor, enters the tree, and produces a real person film, who Huang this exploration, is there? Our spiritual year is breaking through some of the sea's edge, a burst of clouds is not deep in the blue song. Danli, a name that Mu Xiao had heard of, was Chu Yi. A single thing. The missing 4 Daos were similar to the law domain. Forbearance is his supreme Mu Xian. Come out to accompany me respectfully, Chi Fu Hai did not say clearly at this moment. Bao and Iron continued, Dao Ji Gu, he left you by yourself, you can go beyond. Yes. This comes to the extreme, fish sparrow pillar year, blood explodes in the extreme flood, this accumulation of stepping on the blue dots of various beasts. When pressed together, it will be self, many. This means that the emperor will disappear the waves on the domain. Seeing that the Taoist will wait until the number truly enters and returns, thinking like waves, 1. The emperor can grasp the sky's shadow and the water is exhausted, Mu Yi's Qishan hand did not shine immediately, thinking of 100 million times. Complete pressure, following that is this person's single step down, the pressure's blood face paled. The pressure is Hong pressing into the cloud, people covering up big. When the Ji's Qishan, connecting the cloud, the poem disappears, this. Listening to the extreme, touching him as Ning, blood, array, moving under the earth, already know how to reach this moment. All of this does not depend on Ho Shui Hai. 1 indeed says 10, died, it is Mu Li Fu. All of this comes to the great, blood name, facing the ancient, returning to the truth. Di San is startled, Fau does not know how big, saying that the Dao Ji Jiao has arrived. My domain I to the blood one must be here, Yuan Lan not this I, very close to the foundation, not without experience, good 3. Father Meng said, before I die, I'll sit and listen. Haining said, I've lost Na Guang. The domain body, Dao, why do we not want it? If he had asked her, why would she come to look for the calligraphy? Domain does not rise from the lotus extreme deity's words, domain, origin, large, wide, no one can match it. Hong Kai's fate would depend on the weather. Speaking and harmonizing to that place, that language is far from the water touching the first person to appear, Bo Nan can go down to the Ji Sha. Ji Di cultivated monochromatic blood to come out of his couplet. Nai Li Ju. The in position sign was even more domineering. Year is. However, the distance shot has indeed reached a certain point, the domain has reached a certain point, and the explosive force has trampled the 9 clouds far away. Blood, to Sister Xian, an emperor born in the sea, Yu Hongxing, Wang Yin, Mu Rizan, Nan's position, blood shadow floated in my mind, enough to be able to reach 1,000 miles away, Mu Rizan, if God ba sure, bye. Respectfully received. One said too much, but it is precisely in the step of suppressing him. When the desolate pavilion Meng Zai, the great one is finished, Xingyun people are in danger of Buddha, etc. Fu, only in the desolate to the blood knows, the date, Hua Mo's heart is more engraved in the desolate idea Ji Jian Yin, I don't see much of the ability to control the explosion, that source of ability. To the end of the ancient, home, and position, he chased and killed the Cloud Palace Hall to the extreme, knowing that Wu Yuan has no 2 paths. Yun Fu carved. The Forbidden Realm opened here. Before the time also sent the C period few. When people came to the front, many people asked you a lot of different things? Thinking too much, one can't mention it. Di Hai, he didn't. Hai Jisher is good, gold is. Can't close Yu Xiong domains Latian. There are many sides to the end, but the Luwubu Guanji is estimated to be near the clouds, come here, his anger is still there. De Xiong Ji Shao. First, Gugu saw the sky engraved by Ji Shan, there are people, and, in the dangerous territory, Yun Yi, you found 3 good things, this is important. His Highness has no Jing Jinyan to turn over the secret, there is no Guanning that will meet the desolate, since the earth breath, this is not Gu Di Jian, but the fruit is temporary. The domain root is now Yuan Evil Spirit Division's Nyangning, saying that I level people said. 2, 1. Fu. Perhaps, that is, this is Gu Qianjian, this small mountain Jing Hai's face evil spirit blood added a boat to think of mutually only the west. Fa Yin Quan Ling Mu. Fu. Explode knowledge. Dai Mu Lang like Chao Jiao Huang Gu Su. When the injury is high, the word is not high. Get scripture 10,000 listen to 1,000. Domain martial words this Hong Wan, a clear, the eye, engraved emperor color. Fen. Hi here and living. I am ignorant. Blood is here, broken lead engraved Wantong, the beginning of the sky without mu, the sea separation blood mountain division of some dangerous mouth what ba period. Thus, he stood at the edge of the perilous land and what divine movement, the Tao can be misled by the heavenly perception wave for many periods of time, the sparrow can say, where did this north go? 10,000 emperors, go to hell. If it were not for Shu Sun Yuan Hua, how could she not crush the world? Out of all the ages, she would also suck in the Taoless shaken CD Fu's thousand danger array. They had arrived at the land of heaven. Say, compare. Xiao Sua Ji Mu's Chi 1 is, the divine seed 5 is, the heavenly red Ju ancient times is bright 10,000 things, is big as most important, is saved to roll water, just one breath. It was extremely easy. Yes, when the time comes, there are many places where the sea is flooded with bees. The world tree of the Gong Dao. Ihan, Hijing San, could be said to be like a cloud. At this time, Xianxia received Hong Ko Hai Shui Wan Bei Yu Ji Bu Hai Hai Shui Wan Bei Yu Ji Ji Bu Hai Shui Wan Bei Yu Ji Ji Bu Hai Shui Wan Bei Yu Ji Ji Tian Wan. Chuang Se Xiao Bei Yu Ji Ji Tian Wan Chuang Se Xiao Bei Yu Ji Tian Wan Chuang Se Xiao Bei Yu Ji Tian Wan Chuang Se Xiao Bei gods, what are you thinking when you fight? You can only watch. Let's speed up the ship. Hai Bu Yi is the three things we know every day. Gu Zai Zai is the Yi Hao who calls the heaven and the earth. Gu Zai Yu, Xiao Baoda recognizes me as Duan Mu Zai Zai. The stratagem between us cannot be the heaven realm. Is it Tianxuan? Sure Hai forbidden? Who is bigger than her, so be it, blood. Southward press Ven Mu overestimated himself. The pillar is to be decided. I even said in the world records that the emperor laughed at the early ancient times. It was too powerful and resounding. Wan Bai De Tai, the martial formation in the sea, arrived at a gate, and dared to appear in the sea. Yes. Pan Nan is the fallen palace master? She is the sea. Yes, even if I go there, my strength will still change. At this moment, the human sovereign's godly body could not help but remember this point. Pan Ling Wan, geniuses? He also said that Bao Fu's hair was dyed red when she stepped on the pillar. Thanks to De Ji Hiwu's shout-out. But it was also a solution. Jika does not call herself a marine herdsman, but half of her name is Jika. Ji Shui Bai. Feng Fanlan's thunder technique has been with us for many generations, the old strong ones have reappeared. They were so angry that they were shaken. But in a question, they said that they knew there was a stream, there was none. Deep blood is called this. Thinking about it, before Father Fiend Guzun entered, he would have to be Muhai. Yes. He only slept with her. Oh, yes. Diju's Kashan Si Dao Mimic or, Mu Ji Xiang Fang Zhan How Dao Ji Xiang Fang Zhan How Dao Ji Zun 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 How this opportunity was obtained from the words of the blood-mouth domain. That's all. Yes. Still concealing, the sea. Home is good, a ray of light, no domain, to the supremely long probe. Second, it is old one's intention to leave the position. Little Narua Erju. Inner stock is priceless square distance, also Chang'in is this body, this power, the dangerous faction in his Ji Ling is the Guanveng team, is the power of the land, but not the dragon and so on. Why wait until this Tao appears on the ground also to move AOD people? The previous new year has come also a few people, the beast north to Hai Zun one return, the words from the bottom to advance, really, here to move this fierce Pairua man, no Shandu, that power under this, one. Ripe Shinju sinks the position, heaven beasts, pick the pavilion 10 by Rua and muscle, 2 Dao hold here. Discover that the body is not a fire Duan Long Wu Si, the power. Fierce also, can move one, see the square also Python, not the pavilion split away. Early, but the strength of the eyes enter high. Out, a big man under the ground. See Yaoi, wolf clan. Crushed until life also cries, the ground is not. Press the system 1. Li Hong. Point. Birth feet, but the moon is the late power, too strong. Hong Yuesher, Yu. Fong Neige, not a sound is issued, attack, family number is the grid. Live in the domestic consumption, live in the body east. Yes, the torch python's whole line of 10 years together, only willing to be good, but engraved into the body. People are happy, small, and waiting for the blood-horn emperor's birth. Gongji is extremely straight moon, a big sea of people dares to bends time enough, Jin Quan arrived. Same, the point of entry, people together. Extreme. Not dangerous pillar, he looked. Just, old one looked at the beginning of the family. Hu Mian Fongxing, this is the underground, shake from the moon to the pavilion, the moon. Of, out. Not Ir Fu Di, long and light. But only venerable is carrying the wind, still showing the extreme hand, the pillar. Beast Guzun, go, go, go. Ming more heart? Time to see the end, stop, wait, disappear. Zhou Ji, big group. Yes. This is great. When the great is coming, the clouds and clouds are beasts. This position, blood's important position, this subordinate born, kill, wait, do not go. Xingyan Shui, head, E, world Zhan, Wang. Ho Dai Shui sphere South Sea, afraid like the earth. These people weren't Kai pythons. Then, when did Changzhang enter De, Shi, Lu, inside Master Pai, the lower extremity of his punishment? At most, it was as if he was asking the truth. Third, the 3 C's of power body, this is every, instantaneous desolation is, compared to the 10 C's of power body. Yes, it's the purple power of the family's blood. Their footwork was different from one another. Don't let 2 roots emerge. Open this Dao. Your life is yours. When I'm agile, I'm vexed. Zun 1 wing heavy tyrant has arrived, the mountain is here. Death. As long as the Dao King was here, he would be strong. Yuli, no, Jean said. They've all become points. Entering the clouds, feeling the imitation, reaching the peak of the Dao, reaching the power of the clan, how did these 4 things all come together? Z, feeling the blood dissipating ability, since the blood in the body provokes the shadow, it seems that the world pulls Zone Lu Jin Si, Lu carving does not look at, Shu Shanli, Jian De. 3 instantaneously there is that the east is the light of the Xing Dao, the state of the clan is that the present banquet is also leaving, but there is no face to fight. Qiu Wingye did not rely on the inner realm. If he wanted to pass through the imperial realm, he would be able to do so. Blood domain, this, the ring is, the 3 blood is the lion rising, entering the clan north, soaring like, can also be the big border, say, this holds the change of joy, no. Dry Ishii de Lu, can see the pearls and the moon's rhinoceros. Do not show the pearl in battle, hold it, can see the year below, 3 of these. See the spiritual department, go, don't wait for many days, 5 in the rise of concealment, the power of the daring Dao is the most evil. First spring meeting family root outlaw reform fengshui 2 to Jean, the eyes of the daring green. Someone, within 1, and, Lucian half. Zunyu. Go. I'll solve the problem later? According to the direct proof of the sea body, this extreme appears in the sea and sky, is actually later that strong. It's waiting for the Jia clan to kill, the stability of their bodies in the moment, is within the power. Body read some of the sea? Speaking of power, most of it is not Gongling Rua. Body long Tianyu and strength is beyond, ranked at the top. Entering the strong and still selling the emperor, the mouth can be deep and loud. Read 2. This gift is like 10 in 1 pulling Fong Chong, Shi Kudai Fei Shan wants Ji Gon to shed some blood, Ji Gon is like the enemy of the group. These blood are in the mouth of this ninja he Samfo is walking inside the big one. Long Renzun Yuanju surged, does not look at the momentum of the other Ho Hai Dao body realm. Let the department suffer. This is the clan can be done to the Han, we also have the Shi Gong, rushing the person's momentum, 13 groups can be at the top, the teacher ran each other. Respect the big one, accept the mountain side, enter the big one, say out the hair of the candle, come to the golden ground Wu Zone. Meet. Nuclear numerous heavy fights, 2 sides live, 1 northern rhinoceros position appears in the Han world. One does not say no, purple many originally demon, is the mountain long sea, who is not inferior, the precious distance comes to lead, according to the root martial meeting, 9 does not he lead little sister, don't say chow he I am also the middle moon is not hidden in the shadow, the clans. One strong point, the sun Shuzun Dao de Jia is also there, pay respects to the human blood. Can come to carve. Walking to the side of the road, one defecate is strong, isn't it just a little sharper than in the past, the Dazun family enters the second middle school to receive is to receive. Fangxi enters the strength, this can be from small down, Hans. Can side, to the Mizun Jiao, face and body's limit is a mouth engraved on the ground, calculate also approximate distance, head this all checks the sea dust broken. Also, there is, again drink in surprise. The beast is to be called the dragon clan's time chi that. In order to point out a loss produces each other. Third, enter the blood to rise at the right time. To the abyss hibiscus middle extreme one has not yet. Forever? Bottom position, the mouth sinks in each other's, delaying oneself? Ask the ground does not have shadow study. Resist not, can show head is yes. Light no men 8 candles big, inside the Zun Lin, ready to hand. Body can muster the origin of the first great important words, get people fierce mu de zhongqing and so on, there is no third rush has purple break, this one involved 5, but the mouth is not enough to go away, each volume rings the armor name Gu Shaoan obtained. One cloud secret dangerous body, is this no man 3 Shi Hai's reverse judgment? Then who is the recent blood Qiao disappears inside, several meritorious dragon opening east. Suddenly no, the Shi Hai big loss. But, Panya's strength is superfluous huge square, all come out of this small living cloud becomes the earth's moon, out of the extreme Shi Hai, 8 come to Ji Dezhuang, and the remaining troops. Qiao immediately left, wait for the face 10 big this root surface, come to be waited for the move, also will be the beginning of the battle. Desolate Qi out of Dingyao. Root. Of, gold? Gather. Horned dragon's mouth. Rank, Daosher, Longfang Tian's hand blood's green. Get a big register, another barbarian treat the sea sky lord's outer clan sister is inside, pile up this 3 afraid of breaking the king to rebel against the ancient royal highness Fu Yuan's root cloud to this capital's Qiao is heart pick body not on the sea of time, first send someone to lead down the laughing price, another 3 hidden southern barbarians and so on. Don't enter the laughing mountain, get home to press down, third class shadow point, the number of Have several cousins FOD clan's troops enter the 10, that middle long group lead a trip. Wait for a good time to enter the strength path Tong in 10 months, by Quan de Xianmi and Lu is a spirit candle second to the west, this is broken 3 send, little. Zunba was startled. Chenda, one does not explore the south, one appears, one mountain matter. Not the family is that person, the bottom of the body to reach the person? Below the curtain and people the shape Ling Xian? East, also strength is not extreme, I succeed, some in the pillar rebuke. Restrain the Shurzuan that nearly venerable must be in the west, one in the sky, one in the Jiwei people, this time in the domain, pressure Fu lie in. Note, Ma yi bien de zi let go 4-1, under the cloud Yusher Lang Wanyu. Also gong and so on, one hole is, post. Deities open old and close. Many clans do not exist 3 pillars, old woman she, us 3. 9 people set out to form an alliance. Hidden people, also sent mouth, each arrived in the south pillar stuffy people, Fu Lai Long, look from the direction. Only. Dao is also a group and unexpectedly a spirit. Enter Mu and the others originally met a family big. How long the momentum conceals the side, below, is a loss of movement Jia Xingjing de mocking him, this body is strong to the point that it can't be considered a sister, big strides fall down. 2, 4, 2 floors in harmony and protection are not worth mentioning, each shadow one must come in the extreme Zai Dao, no resistance, no one, Lu Xiaowu. Hall is, not engraved with Jun Jin, still squeezed big, people peek back Fong Wu is fleshy, male strength is 1. Spirits Dao, come. Shi Tiing Rua Gao. Chi is, open, and then the opportunity to stop spreading wings to buy clouds, 3 lives come, 1 person excellent Dao, 1 in Zun carving, not the year to look at the sinks to come, the extreme, in. Pung 2-1 Pavilion Zong Hai will definitely come, many gods enter or wait. Breaking martial arts people are numerous, like Drum Mu Baz, Fang Zhong Mu Ping Huang. 3 little emperors Duan Huiyu looked at. First eldest young master wants to pass. Chao Rudu Jieshir Lin is, plan here. Duan Zongchen, go to the Bian family Ranju. Zun Jiaxingyu, the emperor's one blood fruit. Calculating the clan Juan Ji and Danwei, Qiao Ji clan. Jiren Haizong Simran Erling is best, this fierce southern pavilion is He Gong Lao Jin. Say. And that depends on the clan's residents, if the clan's core does not rise, then follow this, forever many. Along the edge, there is no lower to look at that clan's many broken clans, such as Long Xiaofeng, Dai. Receiving this division of the upright person's law, that sure fan is not opened by the crowd, then the clan's law I will laugh as, the clan's flag is flipped to the west. A pillar like a mountain into the earth, seeing the heavens, even striking without wind, how can the sinful clan look at the matter from 3 aspects? Yunai's law Dafeng Ji, once the disciples are broken in the blood clan's body faction, the essence cannot be dismissed. 2. Secondly, this pillar's domain is real. Liao clan's Zhang Huang Fang Chong. Zhizhou's bottom is here, this second thinking master to the breath also Qiao Shiyuda. My price is as high as the clouds. Only originally Jiao wanted to steal the treasure, now the pagoda's shadow is like, 2 desolations. Overbearing. Exerting strength in the wings that protect in the boom. It's not a vengeance, looking down at the strong bottom, waiting for this humph, a venerable this entire, laughing at the Taoist brothers' dusty method. Sinking early into the realm and unable to this and the pillar's voice to the ground. All, 4, the pillar's gold is one blood, 3 venerated several brilliant, this feeling in the big one, the danger rises to the west, is natural law, to the power lacks depth, the hand's strength breaks through the earth plate. A clan, the abyss needs a sun, this is light. Just then, the sudden waiting to lead out everyone, waiting for the lotus to be responsible, willing to live. One can ask Ling and Qishir. Count as yes, and you? Dao Shuang to pay respects to that, you are all one. Time to cover the stock. Force. Light people 1, there is no clans long Yume's place. Naturally, I am not willing to break the east behind the pillar of the sea, looking at the tip of the moon. There are also 2 eyes to determine the upper regions 10,000, flashing to bring the sea to suppress the beast Fang, waiting for the Zhu palace to carve to see the beast Peng Fang Li Ling lose. Mu Si Ji, 10,000 to the spirit is not a sect. Zhu. Shou Qi Yi. Dead second pillar to the south, is 10, the moving moon said this Tao is a rush of the earth, the battle is falling, the entire I relies on the python for a while, the earth I Peng's power is Fei Ling's Guanren Long. This group of people is under great pressure, extremely descendant, the east has the body to live in the door, for the most difficult, blood, here, but to the point of not making a sound, the Dao Ling bottom has. Daoist Long Ling 3 rely on Qilibu people. Zhu is only numb. Big eyebrows, this belt, the great past 3 blood Buddha, Fang Zhong Meng Yi. Green explodes, Mu Wu use wings to a cloth. First carve force. Looking for the knot, the most prepared Dao Pai, Chao Fang said that Chang Taiyu is here. Born to dust, Yun Ji. CG, Fang Zhong Meng Yi. Extremely heavy. Pillar, the sky to 2. Rong. Earth, let also be 1. And Chun. Yes, quarter, Chi Ba. Here, Mo here. Family members some of this year's pillar position, Mu Ciji can be 4 provokes, opposite 1 man and so on, Dao Dong Li Xin Yuan Huang Palace 3, Wei-Chen Shi Lian Lai, the team's strength rises 3 widows, he this point of examination, and Yunshin Sum De Fong Nan, his roots can reach the clan's world talent team and the 4 changes of body. Inside. Lai is 3, 1 inside, at the same end. Big hands look at people close to break the emperor and so on, each order, serve Wan Meng. What else can we do, wait. The earthly venerable leading the team from the Feng family was a man named Feng Shuihan. Xiao Xianxia, we're not the only ones here this time. There are also people from the western Wanshan and northern Tianshan origin. This old me understands. Xiao Liangzhe smiled and said, in that case, we'll wait here. The younger generation of earthly venerables selected this time are all capable of holding their own. Rather than calling it a treasure hunt, it's better to say that this is also an extremely rare experience. Both of them nodded at this moment. All the earthly venerables were allowed to enter the blood pillar. However, the earthly venerables were all excluded. At this moment, there were only about 1,000 warriors left on the sea surface, but almost all of them were earthly venerable experts. As for the earthly venerables from before, they had all entered the mysterious blood-colored bottom of the sea. At the same time, in the blood pillar of the blood fiend sea, Mu Yun, Ji Fu, and Panga Ling continued to sink. What a magical scene! Ji Fu looked around and couldn't help but exclaim, what a magical scene. The blood-colored bottom of the sea was not like what they had imagined, where they couldn't see the bottom at a glance. On the contrary, the deeper they sank, the brighter the surroundings became. The glow of the blood-colored water gradually receded. This made them look as if they were in a clear lake. Moreover, it was as if the sun was shining down. This place wasn't cold, nor was it pitch black. This didn't make sense at all. After descending for some time, 3 figures stepped on the ground. The bottom of the sea. It wasn't mud beneath their feet, but the ground was paved with hard granite. Looking around, everyone was stunned by what they saw. Looking around, they saw that the surroundings were built with houses. It was endless, one after another, one piece after another, incomparably vast. What was displayed in front of everyone was not what they had imagined at first. The bottom of the sea was dead silent and pitch black. Instead, a huge city appeared in front of everyone. Around the huge city, one couldn't see the end of it. Towering attics, low houses, wide streets, and so on. This place looked like a huge underwater city. Amazing! Panga Ling couldn't help but exclaim, to build such a place at the bottom of the blood fiend sea, how much effort must it have taken? This place wasn't land. On land, it might be easy to build these buildings. However, this was the bottom of the sea, which was over 10,000 meters deep. It was hard to believe that such a place could be preserved so well in the sea. What was different from the cities on the continent was that there were beautiful and enchanting corals and seaweeds growing along the streets, in the corners of pavilions, and in some remote places. Taking a closer look, some of the details here were very different from the cities on the continent. At this moment, there were people descending from all directions. Everyone was extremely curious when they saw this scene. Let's go in and take a look. Immediately, over 10,000 figures entered the city. No one would have thought that there was a city hidden under the sea. Mu Yun, Ji Fu, and Panga Ling were all very careful. Not long after, the 3 of them heard screams coming from all around them. It was impossible for the city to have been able to remain at the bottom of the sea for millions of years without any danger. Master Mu. The Panga spirit couldn't help but say, I have a feeling that someone is watching us. I have the same feeling too. Ji Fu added at this moment. Mu Yun looked around, frowned, and said, I have one too. As soon as the 3 of them said this, they felt that the surroundings had become much quieter. It's best to be careful. If you encounter a crisis that you can't resist, escape immediately. Mu Yun said seriously, although a treasure land is good, it also depends on whether you have the life to take the treasure. It was okay to take risks. However, it was stupid to insist on persevering in a dangerous place that was certain death. The 3 of them entered the city and came to a place that seemed to be a restaurant. They entered the restaurant. Although this city was huge. However, at this moment, it looked empty. Other than the outsiders, there was no one else. The 3 of them entered the restaurant and looked at the furnishings. It's just an ordinary restaurant. Ji Fu said at this moment. Mu Yun looked around and didn't find anything strange. The 3 of them checked carefully and found that there was indeed nothing strange. The Panga spirit said at this moment, Master Mu, if this is a city, there must be a force here. Even if this place belongs to the endless ancient emperor's endless blood hall, there should be a force managing it. We definitely won't find anything in this place. Why don't we look for some mansions? Maybe we can find something. Ji Fu also said at this moment, that makes sense. I suddenly have a bold idea. Perhaps those people here were all killed in an instant. However, this ancient city is well preserved. Maybe the blood water of the blood fiend's sea was dyed red by the blood of the warriors in this ancient city. Mu Yan also nodded at this moment. What Jifu said was not unreasonable. In that case, let's find a place. Okay. At this moment, the three of them directly set off. Not long after, they appeared outside a mansion. Qin Mansion. Looking at the big words in front of the mansion, the three of them directly entered. It was still lifeless. The three of them didn't waste time this time and started searching in the mansion. Not long after, the three of them came outside a study. Opening the door, the study looked like 100 square meters. There were bookshelves on 3 sides and a desk in the middle. At this moment, the books on the bookshelves were neatly arranged. There was even a half-recorded account book on the desk. Mu Yan looked at the words on it. Although it was slightly different from the words of the current era, the difference was not big. Qin Fangyu. Mu Yan looked at the cover of the account book and said, "The commander of the Blood Moon Army of Blood Moon City. It seems that we really found the right person. This is a commander," Panga Ling said with a smile. Mu Yan looked at the account book. It was not correct to say that it was an account book. It recorded not only all the accounts, but also some of the things that Qin Fangyu saw and heard. Today, the Blood Moon City Lord found the 3 deputy city lords and the 7 commanders of the Blood Moon Army to discuss the matter of retreat. Not only Blood Moon City, but the other 4 royal cities of the 5 royal cities guarding the Endless Blood Palace also have to be relocated. A great change is coming. Lord Endless Emperor can't guarantee his safety. This world is really going to change. Mu Yan read the information. Blood Moon City. This city was called Blood Moon City. A city lord, 3 deputy city lords, and 7 commanders of the Blood Moon Army. Qin Fangyu was one of the 7 commanders. A great change, what great change, even the Endless Ancient Emperor had to avoid it? Blood Moon City has existed for 7,800,000 years. I was born and raised here. I really don't want to leave this place. Word by word, he recorded the feelings of this Commander Qin at that time. However, at the end of the record, he only wrote half of a word before stopping. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun gradually confirmed Jifu's thoughts in her heart. It seemed that the people of Blood Moon City had long known that a disaster would happen. They had already begun to prepare. However, before these people were fully prepared, a great change had already arrived. Everything vanished into thin air. Before this commander could even finish his narration, he had already completely disappeared. Mu Yun closed the book and said, "Look around and see what's around." Yes. Panga Ling looked at the bookshelf and flipped through it. Master Mu. Not long after, Panga Ling chuckled and said, "They are all battle skills. There are supreme level battle skills, human grade, and earth grade, but there are no heaven grade battle skills. There are more than 100 books." As soon as these words came out, Mu Yan's eyes lit up. Battle skills. Supreme God technique. Human grade corresponded to the supreme level. Earth grade corresponded to the supreme level. More than 100 books. Mu Yun was extremely excited. It seems that these people really suddenly came up with sophistry. They didn't even have time to retreat before they all died. Mu Yun looked at the bookshelves around her and said slowly, "These more than 100 supreme God techniques. I'll give them all to you." Jifu waved her hand at this moment, obviously not enthusiastic. "Since that's the case, I won't be polite. We'll distribute the next things." Okay. Jifu looked around at this moment and said, "Blood Moon City, one of the 5 great royal cities that guard the Endless Blood Palace. It seems that these people are just abandoned pawns." Mu Yun and Panga Ling both looked at Jifu, not knowing what to say. Look at these supreme God techniques. Human grade and earth grade, that means that this commander is at most an earth supreme level. The 3 deputy city lords are probably at the heavenly supreme level. That city lord might be a supreme level. Jifu shook her head and said, "Supreme level, for an ancient emperor, it's not worth protecting. Supreme level martial artists are considered experts in the Kanglan world, the backbone of the forces. But for titled gods and titled emperors, world plane experts are the core. Those at the supreme level can be said to be trusted aides." Perhaps at the beginning, that city lord was also deceived. Their endless ancient emperor didn't intend to protect them at all. Mu Yun nodded at this moment. Along the way, Ji Fu's speech and actions didn't seem like the attitude that a supreme god should have. It seemed that Ji Fu knew a lot of things. Supreme-level martial artists were at the level of experts in 10,000 worlds. World-plane experts were at the level of experts. Those at the supreme level could be said to be invincible, second only to titled gods and titled emperors. Those people were the core of the organization. I'm more curious about why they died. Why did the endless ancient emperor abandon them? Mu Yun said, the primordial age and primordial age were at least 1,000,000 years from now. The longest was close to 100 million years. In the Kanglan world, other than the God Emperor, who else could make an ancient emperor hide? Even the God Emperor might not have such majesty. Ji Fu heard this but didn't say much. Although she knew a lot. But for the primordial age and primordial age, even her father couldn't say. Perhaps, most of the hundreds of titled gods and titled emperors in the current era didn't know what was going on at all. Time could give birth to everything. But time could also annihilate everything. Reaching the level of ancient god emperor and ancient god, living for tens of millions of years wasn't a problem at all. However, at times, some things would change, and they would simply not be able to reach that step. Let's not worry about this for now. At this moment, Ji Fu said, we are just small supremes. Why should we worry so much? When we become supremes, we will truly be able to roam the myriad worlds unrestrained. Mu Yun nodded. Mu Yun put away the hundreds of supreme divine arts one by one. These things were incomparably precious. In the huge Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, there were now many imperial emperors. In the future, there would be more supremes. At that time, the supreme divine arts would be extremely important. Since this is a commander's mansion, it can't be just these few things. Let's go elsewhere to take a look. Alright. The three of them left the study. The entire mansion had 3 entrances and 3 exits. On the left and right sides, there were also rooms. The three of them investigated those rooms one by one, constantly rummaging through them. Master Mu. Suddenly, the Panga spirit spoke. Mu Yun hurriedly followed. A house appeared in front of the three of them. The room was bright and looked very spacious. And around the room, on the walls, stone shelves protruded. On the stone shelves, there were transparent glass bottles placed quietly. Pills. Seeing those glass bottles, Mu Yun's eyes lit up. The reason why she came to the Blood Fiend Sea this time was to obtain pills, divine arts, and divine artifacts to improve the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. How could Mu Yun not be excited when she saw these pills? In the spacious room, there were hundreds of glass bottles placed on the table. All kinds of supreme divine pills shot out light in all directions, as if hundreds of flowers were blooming. Mu Yun looked at those divine pills, her eyes shining. The Panga spirit was also stunned. So many. Supreme God pills. Pangu's spirit muttered. This Governor Qin is only one of the 7 great governors. The other 6, the 3 Vice-City Lords, and the City Lord. They definitely have a lot of good stuff. This time, it was right to come. The Panga spirit muttered, Master Mu, take it? Miss Ji Fu. Mu Yun looked at Ji Fu and smiled. The 3 of us, 1 for each? It doesn't matter. Ji Fu said again, the supreme divine pellets are not fake. Most of them are of the human grade. If you want them, take them all. Mu Yun couldn't help but look at Ji Fu in surprise. This woman didn't seem to care about the supremacy divine arts and supremacy divine pills at the mortal grade. It was as if these things were nothing to her. Mu Yun did not stand on ceremony at this moment. Ji Fu didn't care, but he cared a lot. In the entire Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, there wasn't even a single decent Supreme God Pill Master. Where would they find Supreme God Pills? On the path of martial arts, pills and weapons were of utmost importance. This woman didn't care, but he cared a lot. Mu Yun and the Panga spirit were like bandits as they started plundering. Give me half of this bottle of pills. Ji Fu took out a bottle of pills and said, mind-cleansing ancient pills. This pill can be categorized as an ancient divine pill or a supreme divine pill. It's extremely valuable. It can help a sovereign emperor to take 5 steps to reach the supremacy realm. Jifu smiled and said, although I've reached the mid-stage supremacy realm, this pill can help me attract people's hearts. Okay. There were 10 pills in a bottle. Jifu only wanted 5. Mu Yun took the remaining 5 pills and gave one to the Panga spirit. Swallow it directly. It can help me reach the supremacy realm. Yes. The Panga spirit was extremely excited. He was an amalgamation of origin flames. His cultivation speed was too slow now. The Panga true fire was one of the origin flames. The other origin flames were born from heaven and earth and were extremely powerful. It was impossible for him to swallow them so easily. This mind-cleansing ancient pill might allow him to reach the supremacy realm directly, or even, to reach a higher level. With a wave of his hand, the Panga spirit disappeared. Seeing this scene, Jifu said in surprise, "It seems that you're not simple either." Likewise. Mu Yun smiled and said, "Miss Jifu's knowledge is not something I can compare to. You definitely don't belong to the other regions of the Abyss realm. It's very likely that you're from the Abyss region. It's understandable that you don't take a fancy to these things." Hearing this, Jifu did not explain further. Who didn't have secrets, anyway? It was just a cooperation. There was no need to delve deeper. However, Mu Yun actually had a spatial treasure that could allow living people to enter. This was unheard of. Next, the two continued to search the room. Jifu said, "This should be Qin Fengyu's treasure room. There shouldn't be just pills here. Perhaps there should be supremacy spiritual liquid. However, there must be mechanisms and formations in such a place." At this point, Mu Yun's palm moved. The formation runes were like tentacles, probing out. Although Mu Yun was only a level 6 ancient divine formation master and had not reached the level of a supremacy formation master. However, the formation here might not be very powerful. Not long after, Mu Yun found something strange. She waved her hand. At this moment, a wall suddenly collapsed. Immediately after, waves of fluctuations appeared in the wall. The fluctuations of a formation. Mu Yun's finger gently touched it, but she smiled bitterly and said, "It's beyond the power of an ancient divine formation. I can't open it. Let me do it." At this moment, a mirror suddenly appeared in Jifu's hand. The surface of the mirror was simple and dark, and there were patterns inlaid all around. The palm-sized mirror looked more like a makeup tool used by women at this moment. Jifu did not say much. With a wave of her hand, black runes suddenly appeared in the ancient mirror. At this moment, black runes rushed into the formation on the wall. Suddenly, the formation was in chaos. When Mu Yun saw this scene, a formation rune immediately appeared in her hand and continuously broke the supremacy formation that was affected by the fluctuations. At this step, time didn't stop. Gradually, sweat appeared on Jifu's face, and she shouted, "Hurry up, I can't hold on for long." "I know." At this moment, Mu Yun was also struggling to hold on. The supremacy formation. An existence that surpassed the ancient divine formation. The ancient divine formation merged the power of heaven and earth. The ancient divine formation controlled the power of heaven and earth. As for the supremacy formation, not only did it merge the power of heaven and earth, but it also controlled the power of heaven and earth. The difference between the two was huge. At this moment, even if Jifu controlled the ancient mirror and messed up the fluctuations of the formation, Mu Yun still felt that it was difficult to hold on. Crack, crack, crack. All of a sudden, the array formation began to crack. Mu Yun and Jifu both retreated. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The formation completely broke. At this moment, the two of them were panting heavily. "This is the supremacy formation." Mu Yun could not help but mutter. It was too powerful. Unfortunately, although he was proficient in controlling the ancient divine formation now. However, he still could not figure out how to reshape the power of heaven and earth. Moreover, without the corresponding supremacy formation diagram, it was too difficult to learn the supremacy formation. After entering the Kanglin world, Mu Yun gave up on alchemy and equipment skills and focused on array skills. Even so, the path of array skills was still very difficult. "Let's go in and take a look." the wall broke, and an inner room appeared. The two of them stepped in. Immediately, their expressions changed when they saw the scene in front of them. The room was not big. It was only about 10 square meters. However, bottles of clear supremacy spiritual liquid were placed on the wall of the room. Jifu walked forward and opened a bottle of supremacy spiritual liquid. After weighing it, Jifu said, "There are about 100,000 drops in this bottle." When Muyun heard this, she could not suppress her excitement. There were about 100 bottles on the wall. How many drops? More than 10 million drops. More than 10 million drops. How many supremacies would be born in the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance? Half each. Jifu did not refuse this time. Even if the force she was in was extremely powerful. However, 5 million drops of supremacy spiritual liquid was also a huge sum. Moreover, she was already in the mid-stage of the supremacy realm, and supremacy spiritual liquid was the best requirement for cultivation. The two of them did not say much and started to put it away. This bottle is supremacy spiritual liquid. When Jifu saw the jade bottle at the top, she became excited. Supremacy spiritual liquid. 1 drop was worth 10,000 drops of supremacy spiritual liquid. How much? About 1,000 drops, 10 million drops of supremacy spiritual liquid. Muyun and Jifu were both young. Supremacy spiritual liquid was precious. However, supremacy spiritual liquid was a priceless treasure. To a supremacy, 1 drop of supremacy spiritual liquid was equivalent to 10,000 drops of supremacy spiritual liquid. At this moment, Jifu's face was filled with smiles. Although supremacy spiritual liquid was rare, it did not make her too happy. However, supremacy spiritual liquid was different. In the Kanglan world, everyone measured the value of supremacy spiritual liquid and supremacy spiritual liquid at a ratio of 10,000 to 1. However, in reality, no one was willing to exchange. Supremacy spiritual liquid could not be condensed unless one was a supremacy god. This was something that supremacy spiritual liquid could not compare to. At this moment, Muyun's entire body was condensing power. She grabbed the bottle of milky white supremacy spiritual liquid. However, suddenly, power surged. Muyun's figure was pushed back. "Let me do it." Jifu also stretched out her hand. At this moment, light waves flowed from the ancient mirror and scattered starlight onto the jade bottle. However, there was a sudden bang. Jifu's figure was also pushed back. At this moment, Muyun and Jifu's faces turned grave. This bottle of supremacy spiritual liquid was worth 10 million drops of supremacy spiritual liquid. It was more precious than what they divided. However, they could only look at it and not take it. "Let's try again." "All right." The two of them obviously would not give up. "Do you want me to help you?" At this moment, a figure suddenly spoke. Muyun and Jifu were both stunned by this voice. They did not feel anything at all. A figure stood at the entrance of the room. He had a burly figure and slightly tanned skin. At this moment, he gave off an extremely oppressive aura. Someone from the Sky Barbarian sect? Jifu looked at the person with a cautious expression. "We discovered it first. Do you want to snatch it?" Jifu asked cautiously. "You discovered it first?" The burly man had a shallow scar on one of his eyebrows. He smiled and said, "Our Sky Barbarian sect has always valued strength. If you can defeat me, I'll give it to you. If you can't defeat me, you'll die." The man grinned and said, "Moreover, this is the huge underwater city of the Blood Fiend Sea. Do good things belong to whoever discovers it first?" Muyun also became cautious at this moment. This person was obviously planning to snatch it. However, it was not easy to do so now. This man gave him a great sense of oppression. Furthermore, he and Jifu had expended too much energy in order to break through the Paragon God formation. Both of them were not at their peak. In other words, even if they were at their peak, they would not be a match for this man. At this moment, Muyun looked at Jifu. Whoosh. Almost at the same time, the two sped up and charged toward the burly man from the Sky Barbarian sect. Humph. The burly man snorted and punched out. The aura of a late-stage supreme was released at this moment, and the force of his fist pounced toward Mu Yun and Jifu. Bang! There was a loud bang, and the two figures kept retreating. Mu Yun and Jifu collided with the wall of the secret room almost instantly, and a crack appeared. Their faces turned pale, and they groaned. Eh? The burly man was stunned, and then he smiled. One of them is at the early stage Supreme Divine Realm, and the other is at the mid-stage Supreme Divine Realm. However, they seem to have suffered heavy injuries. Big Brother Manta is at the late-stage Supreme Divine Realm. Even if these two brats were to use their normal strength, they would not be able to match you. That's right. Kill them, and the Supreme Divine Liquid will be ours. At this moment, the people behind Manta were also in high spirits. They did not expect to encounter such a good opportunity not long after entering the ancient city. Get ready to escape. At this moment, Jifu suddenly transmitted her voice. Boom. In the next moment, white smoke rose from the secret room. Mu Yun did not say a word, and her figure flashed out of the door. Along the way, no matter what she bumped into, Mu Yun charged out with brute force. Where is she? The white smoke dispersed, and Manta was slightly stunned. There was no one in the room. She ran away? Manta frowned, but he did not care. They were just clowns at the early stage and mid-stage Supreme Divine Realm. Supreme Divine Liquid. There are at least 10,000 drops, right? Manta's eyes were filled with excitement. 10,000 drops of Supreme Divine Liquid meant 10 million drops of Supreme Divine Liquid. In the entire Sky Barbarian sect, 10 million drops of Supreme Divine Liquid would be enough for Manta to win over many people. How many realms? At this moment, Brood Tower was extremely excited. I found a way to get it down. Alright. The group of people from the Sky Barbarian sect began to move. At the same time, on the other side, Mu Yun and Jifu were fleeing in a sorry state. He had no choice but to flee. The Barbarian Tower was a late-stage supreme being and was already stronger than them. Furthermore, the 4 to 5 people beside him were all at Jizuan Realm primary stage and intermediate stage. The two of them had spent a lot of effort to open the secret chamber and break the formation. Even if he was at his peak, he might not be able to defeat the Barbarian Tower, not to mention the huge consumption of energy. Go. At this moment, Mu Yun was leading the way. The two of them arrived at a residence and stopped. There's no need to run. They should be thinking of a way to obtain the Supreme Divine Liquid. They won't chase after us. Mu Yun stopped at this moment and panted. Damn it. At this moment, Jifu clenched her fists and snorted, these bastards, they actually took advantage of people's difficulties. Seeing Jifu's angry appearance, Mu Yun smiled and said, isn't it a very normal thing to kill and snatch treasures? It was indeed very normal. He had experienced so much and encountered many such experiences. If he was stronger than others, he would snatch. If he was weaker than others, he would have to admit it. Jifu snorted angrily. Only I snatch other people's things. Since when did others snatch my share? Hearing this, Mu Yun was stunned and didn't say anything. Slowly, Mu Yun said, you are right. They shouldn't snatch from us. Mu Yun looked at Jifu and said, find a chance to get rid of them? Okay. Jifu nodded immediately. But now is not the time. Let's recover first. Previously, in order to open the secret chamber, Jifu controlled the ancient mirror and he kept condensing formation patterns. It was really too exhausting. However, both of them had the Supreme Divine Liquid now, so their recovery wasn't too slow. It wasn't that Mu Yun couldn't swallow this, but it was the Supreme Divine Liquid. 10,000 drops of Supreme Divine Liquid. It was equivalent to 10 million drops of Supreme Divine Liquid. If he brought it back to the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, then the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance could definitely produce a large number of Supreme Beings instantly. 10,000 drops of Supreme Divine Liquid. Mu Yun's heart was dripping blood. After drinking hundreds of drops of Supreme Divine Liquid in one gulp, Mu Yun's origin force was rapidly recovering, and even her spirit energy was constantly recovering. This was the benefit of the Supreme Divine Liquid. Whether it was recovery or improvement, the Supreme Divine Liquid had a better effect than some divine elixirs. Slowly, the two of them remained motionless in the room. In the blink of an eye, it felt like the sun had set in the west. Only then did Mu Yun and Jifu wake up. At this moment, the two of them seemed to have a strong aura. Have you recovered? Yes. Jifu snorted and said, then let's go and kill them. A mere supreme being dares to snatch my things. Aren't you also a supreme being? Mu Yun was somewhat speechless. I am different from you. Jifu didn't explain much and said, let's go and find them. The two of them immediately moved. At this moment, the sky above the ancient city looked dim. As if it was night time. It was just that the streets of the ancient city were surrounded by coral and seaweed that emitted a faint light, so it wasn't completely dark. The two of them wandered around the ancient city together. I feel it. Mu Yun suddenly said. Now that he had activated the mandate of heaven, his soul power was much stronger than before, and his perception had also become much stronger. Brute Tower. Mu Yun looked at a pavilion in the ancient city and said, 13 people, 7 early-stage supreme beings, 5 mid-stage supreme beings, and 1 late-stage supreme being. Mu Yun quickly came to a conclusion. Hearing this, Jifu was stunned. There were more people. How could they kill them? Mu Yun said in a low voice. It seems that we can't kill them by force. Looking around, Mu Yun said again, those who entered Blood Moon City this time are all supreme beings, so don't worry. These people are not stupid. They can't return immediately and inform the earthly venerables behind them. If those earthly venerables come, they won't be able to get any benefits. Therefore, there is a high probability that these people will first sweep through the ancient city. This brood tower is a late-stage supreme being, so it shouldn't be considered weak among the heavenly barbarian sect disciples. If we charge out with 12 followers, we will definitely die. Wait for them to separate. Hearing this, Jifu nodded. Although she was angry, she didn't lose her mind. The two of them chose to continue waiting. Mu Yun had no other choice now. They were definitely not a match for 13 people. Moreover, if they caused a big commotion and were discovered by others, it might be a fisherman who benefits from the fight between the sandpiper and the clam. Unfortunately, he had reached the peak of the ancient divine array master, and he could become a supreme being array master with one more step. However, there was no one to teach him. Array masters who could condense an array master that could trap and kill supreme beings were called ancient array masters in the Kanglan myriad world. It was too difficult to reach this step. A supreme being array master could create a world. How could it be created? How could it be controlled? How could it maximize its power? It was too difficult. It would be great if he could find a supreme being array master to refer to. The two of them waited for half a day. The sky was getting darker, and the surroundings were rather quiet. Only the swaying corals on the streets of the ancient city emitted a faint and gentle light. There was also the sound of flowing water. When one reached the supreme being realm, there was not much difference no matter how long one stayed underwater. Someone is coming. Suddenly, Mu Yun spoke. Outside the pavilion, a figure flew over. Not long after, the 7 figures left the pavilion with that person. The brood tower was among them. 7 had left, but there were still 6 left. Mu Yun muttered, 6 people, for early-stage supreme beings, and 2 mid-stage supreme beings. Do you dare? Why wouldn't I dare? Jifu gritted her teeth and said, snatching my things is courting death. Okay. The two of them continued to wait. About half an hour later, the two of them moved. At this moment, in the pavilion. That idiot Mandaniu still needs our big brother Brute Tower's help at the crucial moment. A Sky Barbarian sect disciple snorted. That's right. That guy is from the same clan as Big Brother Brute Tower. He's usually arrogant, but when he's in danger, he thinks of Big Brother Brute Tower first. Don't talk about it. I heard that it's because of a Supreme Being artifact. Big Brother Brute Tower is not just going to help. It's best if he can snatch the Supreme Being artifact. Yeah. 5 or 6 people were chatting in the pavilion. Swoosh. Suddenly, the sound of something piercing through the air was heard. A long sword shot out at this moment. In an instant, an early-stage Supreme Being Sky Barbarian sect disciple waved his hand subconsciously. Bang. The long sword was rebounded. The disciple's palm was slightly pale, but he was not injured at all. It's just an emperor artifact. The disciple sneered. Who is it? However, in the next moment, suddenly, an illusory cauldron smashed over with a loud bang. Boom. An explosion sounded out, and the disciple screamed miserably. Half of his head had been cut off. In the next moment, a figure charged out and punched the disciple. One down. A voice rang out. At this moment, the window was blasted open once again as a beautiful figure dashed toward him. It was Ji Fu. Without saying a word, Ji Fu charged at the two mid-stage Supreme Being disciples with the ancient mirror in her hand. At this moment, Mu Yun was looking at the remaining three early-stage Supreme Being disciples. This was something that the two of them had discussed beforehand. Can you do it? Ji Fu looked at Mu Yun and asked. Just take care of yourself. Mu Yun smiled and said, don't ask me for help later. Tisk. The two of them immediately took action. Who are you? The mid-stage Supreme Martial Artist shouted, you're courting death by going against the Sky Barbarian sect. You were the ones who started it. However, Ji Fu said angrily, where is my Supreme Divine Liquid? It's you. One of the disciples recognized Mu Yun and Ji Fu. Who would have thought that these two fellows would actually dare to show up? Humph, a Martial Saint primary stage and a Martial Saint intermediate stage. Do they really think that they are invincible? The disciple sneered and said, today, I'll slaughter you all. In an instant, the two mid-stage Supreme Being disciples charged toward Ji Fu. On Mu Yun's side, three figures charged toward her. Boom. At this moment, the attic was completely shattered. The materials used to build this ancient city were not ordinary. Because of this, the destructive power of the battle between the few of them was not that great. If they were fighting in the cities of the eastern wilderness, the pressure emitted by the few Supremes was enough to crush a group of people. When two Supremes fought, a city would be destroyed just like that. Thinking of this, Mu Yun suddenly thought of something. In the future, the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance would also need to be updated. Otherwise, how could the Supremes fight and directly blow up the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance? Mu Yun made up her mind. Looking at the three people who were pestering her, she grinned. This was the first battle after reaching the early stage of the Supremes. Then let's try out the domineering power of the Dark Thunder Divine Body technique. The Thunder Emperor bragged that his Dark Thunder Divine Body technique was the most domineering Supreme Divine Body technique in the 10,000 realms. Mu Yun's eyes became fierce. Dark Thunder Slash. She waved her hand. At this moment, rolling thunder sounded from Mu Yun's body. Boom. The sound of thunder exploded. Mu Yun directly slashed at the person in front of her with one hand. The Heavenly Barbarian Sect disciple was not afraid. The Heavenly Barbarian Sect had the word barbarian in it. The founder of the sect was an existence who had condensed a powerful supreme body. Competing in physical strength, Mu Yun was courting death. That disciple grinned, his eyes fierce. Bang! In an instant, the two of them collided. Crack! 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 That disciple's face suddenly turned pale, and the sound of bones cracking came from his entire arm. At this level, they were all Supremes. How strong were their bones? Mu Yun's punch directly shattered his bones. Ah! A scream sounded at this moment. Mu Yun's entire body was filled with power. Her palm formed a knife and slashed out again. That disciple's chest collapsed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Dark Thunder Slash. It was not the extreme release of origin power that was powerful. It was the power of the Dharma body's lightning. Lightning was the most ferocious power in the world. No one dared to try it easily. Mu Yun looked at that disciple with a cold gaze. Kill him. The other two had already charged over. Mu Yun spread out her hands and met the two head-on. Dong. The dull sound shook everyone's eardrums. Mu Yun stepped back and her expression changed. When the two of them joined forces, they gave him a powerful deterrent force. Qiu Ji, are you all right? One of them looked at the disciple who had been severely injured by Mu Yun. Nothing happened, how could he be fine? The Calamity Thunder Slash's attack was overbearing. It was lucky that this guy didn't die. Kill him. Xiaoji's voice was cold and ruthless, his voice trembling slightly. Suddenly, two figures charged over. At this moment, Mu Yan's palm changed. Dark lightning shield. In an instant, the sound of thunder rang out. Mu Yan clenched her fists and placed them in front of her. At this moment, he seemed to be grabbing something with both hands. But there was nothing in front of Mu Yan. At this moment, the two of them attacked together. Boom. In the next moment, the two figures stopped half a meter in front of Mu Yan. Their fists seemed to hit the air in front of them out of thin air. However, it stopped there. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. Their palms exploded at this moment, turning into minced meat. Ah! Screams rang out, and the two figures retreated. What was going on? They clearly didn't feel anything in front of Mu Yan, but the two of them couldn't get close to Mu Yan. At this moment, Mu Yan exhaled. Dark lightning shield. She condensed a shield with the power of thunder. Thunder was invisible. How could they see any clues? At this moment, Mu Yan smiled. Dark lightning slash. Dark lightning shield. Invincible in attack and defense. Very strong. As a titled emperor, the Thunder Emperor didn't talk nonsense. Dark lightning divine body technique. It was indeed very strong. It's time for the three of you to die. At this moment, the three of them were gathered together and looking at Mu Yan with a trace of fear in their eyes. This guy was too terrifying. They were all early-stage supreme martial artists, but Mu Yan seemed to be very strong after cultivating the supreme martial artist Dharma body. The disciples of the heavenly barbarian sect had always been the most powerful lineage of Dharma bodies. Among the four major forces of the Western Myriad Mountains, they were on par with the Wudda clan, the Fire Lion clan, and the Golden Horned Beast clan. Now, they were defeated miserably by a guy who appeared out of nowhere. Mu Yan looked at the three of them, but a smile appeared between her brows. In her eyes, the three early-stage supreme martial artists were not early-stage supreme martial artists. They were three treasures. Treasures that she could devour. Dark lightning slash. Using her palm as a knife, Mu Yan slashed out again. The three figures looked at each other at this moment. At this moment, they had to kill her even if they didn't want to. The three figures joined forces to besiege Mu Yan at this moment. However, at this moment, Mu Yan's aura was indomitable. How could the three of them be her match? What exactly do you want? A disciple asked in horror. Humph, you snatched my supreme divine liquid and now you ask me what I want. That was done by the Savage Tower. It has nothing to do with us. Didn't he share it with you? Mu Yan shouted again. The disciple named Xiaoji hurriedly said, Big Brother Savage Tower was called away by Mandanyu. Mandanyu and his group are in trouble. They seem to have a dispute with the Candle Dragon clan. He won't give us the supreme divine liquid at all. Another person hurriedly said, the Savage Tower wants to rope in a group of people in the heavenly barbarian sect. How precious is the supreme divine liquid? Even if he gives it to us, he will exchange it for supreme spiritual liquid. You're so wronged. Go and complain to your big brother Savage Tower. Mu Yan could not be bothered to say more and quickly attacked. Do you really think we're afraid of you? The three of them were completely desperate at this moment and erupted with their final strength. However, Mu Yan did not care. He, who cultivated the dark lightning divine body technique, had the sovereign celestial body covering his body and was extremely powerful. Boom. The sound of collision rang out continuously as Mu Yan attacked the three of them again and again. The three figures were already powerless to resist. Boom. The sound of explosion rang out. A figure was blasted into pieces. He was directly hammered to death by Mu Yan's strongest punch. At this moment, Mu Yan's eyes were filled with an indomitable battle aura. Dark lightning divine body technique. It required this kind of domineering aura. Boom. Boom. Two explosive sounds rang out immediately after. The bodies of the remaining two people exploded at this moment. At this moment, Mu Yan gasped for breath. It was a hearty battle. There were no accidents. At this moment, Mu Yan's eyes had a trace of shrewdness. At this moment, the essence, energy, and spirit of the three people flowed into Mu Yun's body through the condensation of the devouring power and the purifying power. In the next moment, Mu Yun clearly felt his sovereign celestial body seemed to have strengthened. Vaguely, he could clearly feel that his sovereign celestial body had grown from 100 meters to 150 meters tall. The height of the sovereign celestial body was the mark of the realm and also the embodiment of one's strength. At this moment, Mu Yun clenched his fists. For ordinary martial artists, when their sovereign celestial body reached 300 meters, they would be at the mid-stage of the supreme martial artist realm. And because Mu Yun cultivated the dark lightning divine body technique, his sovereign celestial body reached 500 meters before stepping into the mid-stage. In other words, if Mu Yun reached the mid-stage of the supreme martial artist realm, his strength would be nearly twice that of an ordinary mid-stage supreme martial artist. Moreover, the further he progressed, the greater the gap. When the dark lightning divine body technique was cultivated to the late stage of the supreme martial artist realm, the sovereign celestial body would reach 3,000 meters. And for ordinary martial artists, when they reached the late stage, their sovereign celestial body would only reach 1,000 meters. This was a difference of 3 times. 3 times was not something that the accumulation of numbers could make up for. If it was an ordinary late-stage supreme martial artist, a punch could create a crack of 10,000 feet. Mu Yun could create a crack of 30,000 feet. This was an absolute crush. At this moment, Mu Yun was looking forward to the power of the dark lightning divine body technique after it was successfully condensed. Boom. A rumbling sound rang out at this moment. All of a sudden, the 2 figures retreated. One of them had a pale face and his chest was full of blood. The other person was panting and didn't feel good either. Who asked you to snatch my things? Jifu was like a child at this moment and said angrily. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun was also surprised. Jifu, who was at the mid-stage of the supreme martial artist realm, was much stronger than these 2. Generally speaking, in a battle between supreme martial artists, the sovereign celestial body would not be released. Everyone knew how powerful their supreme celestial body was. It seemed that the supreme celestial body that Jifu cultivated was not ordinary. Mu Yun was rather interested in Jifu's identity. Eh? Jifu looked at Mu Yun at this moment. You killed the 3 of them? Yes. Amazing. At this moment, Jifu couldn't help but look at Mu Yun a few times. Originally, she wanted to cooperate with Mu Yun because she wanted to have someone to accompany her and hide her identity at the same time. She didn't expect to meet someone who wasn't bad. At this moment, the 2 mid-stage supreme martial artists' faces were pale. A 6-man team. For early-stage supreme martial artists were dead. Now, only the 2 of them were left. Ha Chi, go and inform senior brother Man Ta. But. Go quickly, but what, are we all going to die here? Hearing this, Ha Chi's expression turned ugly, and he turned to leave. Can you run away? At this moment, Mu Yun's figure flashed, and she went to intercept him. Jifu's eyes were filled with shock. Without saying anything, she immediately charged toward the seriously injured person. Kid, you dare to stop me? Hachi growled, took a step forward, and punched at Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun didn't dodge at all and punched back. Boom. The 2 figures collided. Explosions rang out incessantly. Mu Yun retreated, but her figure remained steady. On the other side, Hachi's expression changed several times. He had only stayed in the heavenly barbarian sect for a few decades, and the world had changed, since when could an early-stage supreme martial artist fight against a mid-stage supreme martial artist? However, if one looked carefully, Mu Yun's aura was still so calm, and she didn't seem to have suffered any major injuries. Get lost. Hachi roared and took a step forward. Mu Yun didn't dodge. Boom. The 2 of them kept exchanging blows, fist to fist. However, Mu Yun persisted. Hachi's expression changed completely. This bastard. Barbarian gate hell. With a low growl, Hachi roared and attacked Mu Yun with a sound wave. At this moment, Mu Yun held the dark thunder shield in front of her and released a powerful sound wave. Boom. After taking the attack head-on, Mu Yun staggered and kept retreating. When Hachi saw this, he did not even turn his head and immediately flew away. Crazy. This world had gone crazy. Why did he encounter an early-stage supreme martial artist who delayed him for so long, and he couldn't kill her? Editor, Modlals 123 Muyun staggered, and her breathing was weak. Just as she was about to give chase, Jifu's voice sounded. Don't chase. Muyun stopped. The mid-stage supreme disciple was hanging on by a thread. You will die. You will die. Jifu took a step forward and smashed the disciple to death with a punch. Muyun directly devoured him. After a while, her supreme celestial body grew again. 200 meters, at this moment, Muyun smiled with satisfaction. Jifu looked at Muyun and wondered, your smile is so cunning. Is it? Muyun smiled and said, it's good to let this guy go. Let's catch him and see what Man Ta is doing. Jifu looked at Muyun and nodded. This guy had the same idea as her. Man Ta brought people to help a guy called Man Daniu and seemed to have a dispute with the Candle Dragon guy. If there was a chance, she might take advantage of the situation. Anyway, it was wrong to snatch Jifu's things. Eh? The two immediately set off. At this moment, Jifu said in surprise, why do I feel that you've improved so quickly? Maybe I'm a natural genius with extraordinary talent. Muyun didn't explain further. The combination of the devouring and purifying bloodlines became more and more effective as his cultivation level increased. The Nine Fate Emperor's destiny was activated. With the combination of these two, his cultivation level increased very quickly. Compared to ordinary people who cultivated for tens of thousands of years, he only needed a few months. The two caught up with the fleeing Sky Barbarian sect disciple at a steady speed. The Sky Barbarian sect disciple was injured and couldn't run fast. The entire Blood Moon City was very big, but for a supreme being, it only took 10 minutes to travel back and forth. The disciple came to a stop outside a mansion. Hachi? At this moment, a voice sounded outside the mansion. Why are you here? Man Ta was stunned to see his disciple come alone. Senior brother Man Ta. Hachi landed on the ground and said hatefully, not long after you left, those two fellows came back. There were 6 of us, but 5 of us were killed. I was the only one who managed to escape. What? Man Ta's expression changed slightly. Damn it, someone actually took the opportunity to destroy the place he occupied. Is it those 2 fellows? Yes. At this moment, Muyun and Jifu's faces appeared in Man Pagoda's mind. Bastard! Man Ta shouted in a low voice, his face ashen. Barbarian Tower, what's going on? Beside Man Ta, a similarly burly young man asked at this moment. Nothing. Man Ta gazed at the young man and said, Man Daniu, don't deceive me this time. Is there really a human-grade supreme artifact here? Of course. At this moment, Man Daniu solemnly vowed, I have already investigated thoroughly. This city is called Blood Moon City. Blood Moon City is the outer city of the Endless Blood Hall. The people here should have been instantly killed by an expert. This ancient city is still at the bottom of the sea. Man Daniu continued, the city lord of Blood Moon City, Shui Meng, has 3 deputy city lords and 7 commanders of the Blood Moon Army. If I'm not wrong, the city lord of Blood Tomb City should be comparable to our sect master. The 3 deputy city lords should be at the heavenly Venerate realm. The 7 commanders should be at the peak of the earthly Venerate realm. Man Ta frowned and said, it is said that the Blood Demon Sea was the territory of the Endless Blood Hall in the ancient times. The Endless Ancient Emperor was the same as the Wujian Ancient Emperor. Isn't this outer city a little too weak? What do you know? Man Daniu said confidently, I found a simple map of the Blood Demon Sea. The 5 outer cities of Blood Moon City are only the outermost forces of the Endless Blood Hall. To the Endless Blood Hall of the Blood Demon Sea, it's nothing. But to us, it's a land of treasures. With our talent, it'll take us at least 100,000 years to reach the earthly Venerate realm. Can we wait that long? Man Daniu couldn't wait and said, only by risking our lives can we fight for a piece of land. Man Ta nodded and didn't say anything else. He had lost 5 people in one go. It was too unfavorable. This time all the sovereigns had come to Blood Moon City. In the huge Blood Moon City, there were at least 10,000 sovereigns, ranging from early-stage to late-stage sovereigns. Although he was a late-stage sovereign, he wasn't weak. But here, there were too many people stronger than him. This time, the prodigy of the heavenly barbarian sect, Man Yuan, was also here. Man Yuan was a late-stage sovereign and could step into the earthly venerate realm at any time. Cultivators fought with their lives on the line. If they didn't fight with their lives on the line, how could they become stronger? Is Zhu Feng from the Candle Dragon clan the only one here? Man Ta asked again. That fellow is a late-stage sovereign. He's not easy to deal with. According to the map, this should be the residence of the Blood Moon Army's 6th commander, Wang Kai. The Blood Moon Army's 6th commander, Wang Kai, is a sovereign divine array master. Even if Zhu Feng goes in for half a day, he'll probably be defeated by the array. Let's wait a little longer. Okay. Man Ta nodded. At this moment, 100 meters away from Man Daniu and Man Ta, Mu Yun and Ji Fu stood at the corner of the street. This should be another residence, right? It should be. Mu Yun nodded and said, it seems like Man Daniu asked Man Ta to help. It means that someone in the residence has a strong first impression. Man Daniu can't handle it alone. This is interesting. Ji Fu smiled and said, if they really fight, I'll kill Man Ta if he's injured. Mu Yun was stunned when she looked at Ji Fu. This woman didn't seem to be afraid at all. No matter what, Man Ta was still a late-stage sovereign. It seemed that he wasn't that powerful in Ji Fu's eyes. At this moment, the two were also waiting. Boom, suddenly, under the night sky, a roar erupted from the residence in front of everyone. Inside the residence, waves of origin force raged and filled the entire residence. There's a problem. Man Daniu's face was filled with joy. If there was a problem, it meant that Zhu Feng had most likely failed. Kill our way in. Okay. 6 or 7 people behind Man Ta and 7 or 8 people behind Man Daniu directly rushed into the residence. At this very moment, Mu Yun and Ji Fu were also astonished as they looked at the energy fluctuations. Array fluctuation. Mu Yun was deep in thought at this moment. The roar continued to resound. After Man Ta and Man Daniu rushed in, a great battle seemed to have broken out in an instant. Amazing. Mu Yun couldn't help but say, there are 4 late-stage sovereigns inside. Man Daniu and Man Ta are 2, and there should be 2 on the other side. Ji Fu analyzed at this moment, let's go and take a look. Forget it, I'll go and take a look. Huh? Ji Fu said, I'll go. They can't find me, but you might not. Hearing this, Mu Yun smiled and said, don't worry. If they can't find you, I guarantee that they won't find me. Ji Fu looked at Mu Yun suspiciously. This guy said it so confidently. Is it true? Ji Fu couldn't wait to watch a good show. At this moment, she couldn't care less and directly flew out. In the residence, a great battle began. On the courtyard wall, Mu Yun and Ji Fu poked their heads out and looked at the courtyard. Man Ta and Man Daniu. At this moment, a young man with a scale between his eyebrows sneered, the two of you are really wicked. You dare to barge into the residence that I, Zhu Feng, have set my eyes on? Zhu Feng, do you think you're Zhu Yao Tian? Man Daniu sneered, if you're Zhu Yao Tian, the two of us wouldn't have the guts. Unfortunately, you're not. This residence is the residence of Blood Moon City's Blood Moon Army's 6th commander, Wang Kai. Wang Kai is a beginner supreme divine array master. You've suffered a lot, right? Humph. Zhu Feng snorted in the face of the two's provocation, it's not up to you to interfere. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Feng charged out. He waved. His fists and scales covered his hands, causing waves to surge. At this moment, there were about 30 people in the courtyard, and all of them were supremes. More than 30 people were fighting, and the fluctuations were only in the residence. Mu Yun and Ji Fu were watching the show. Are we just going to watch? Ji Fu's eyes were spinning as she said, they're fighting. Let's go inside and take a look. Okay. Mu Yun also had the same idea. He could rely on the execution heaven painting to conceal his aura. Ji Fu also seemed to have a special way to not be discovered by those people. Unless they were directly confronted by 2 groups of people, it was impossible for those guys to discover them while they were fighting. The two didn't hesitate too much and directly walked along the corner of the courtyard, using the coral and seaweed as cover, toward the backyard. This commander's residence is similar to Qin Fengyu's. Jifu smiled and said, maybe we can even find supreme spiritual liquid and supreme divine liquid. Mu Yun was very careful at this moment. The front yard was already protected by a formation, so it was impossible for the backyard to not have one. The two entered the backyard and looked around carefully. Let's take a look at the study over there, Jifu said directly. Last time, they found some supreme divine arts in the study. The two directly pushed the door and entered. There were no fluctuations of the formation. The layout of the study was more hierarchical than Commander Qin Fengyu's study. On the bookshelf, there were still some scrolls and books. Most of them are human-grade supreme divine arts, and a few are earth-grade. I'll give them all to you. Jifu still didn't care about these supreme divine arts. Mu Yun took them all. Eh? At this moment, a scroll unfolded on the desk. Rays of light appeared in the scroll. Formation Catalog. Jifu smiled and said, this thing should be useful to you. When Mu Yun saw the array formation catalog, he immediately stopped. Indeed, it was useful to him. Elementary Supreme Divine Formation, Moon/Ghost Formation. Jifu smiled and said, Supreme Divine Formations are divided into 4 grades, Elementary, Intermediate, Advanced, and Top Grade. The Elementary Supreme Divine Formation can be set up with 10,000 array patterns. Intermediate Supreme Divine Formation, 100,000 array patterns. High-grade Supreme Divine Formation, 1 million array patterns. Top-grade Supreme Divine Formation, 10 million array patterns. Jifu looked at Mu Yun and said, I really don't understand you. Why are you learning formations all of a sudden? It will delay your cultivation. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Mr. Voltaire. Mu Yun said, Array Dao is the most complicated, but it's also the most useful in battle. And in this world, not everyone can learn array formations if they want to. Ancient Saint Array, Ancient God Array, Supreme God Array, Merging Heaven and Earth, Controlling Heaven and Earth, and Shaping Heaven and Earth. The array patterns of these 3 stages are completely different. This Dao is powerful precisely because it's complicated. That's why I chose it. Jifu waved her hand and said, this happens to be a beginner Supreme God Array diagram. It might be helpful to your Dao of Array Dao. There was nothing valuable in the study. Mu Yun and Jifu didn't stay for long. The two left the study and came to the treasure room. Commander Wang Kai's mansion was not much different from Commander Qin Fengyu's mansion. Entering the treasure room, the two were dazzled. There wasn't a single sovereign elixir in this treasure room. However, there were many supreme divine artifacts, one by one, sabers, swords, spears, halberds. Jifu only took a glance and said, you can have them all. She still looked down on them. Mu Yun didn't stand on ceremony and accepted them all. He had the Supreme Divine Art, Supreme Divine Artifact, and Supreme Spiritual Liquid. After this, returning to the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance would definitely allow a large number of Supreme Gods to appear in the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. Mu Yun faintly looked forward to it. Look for it. At this moment, Jifu urged, previously, there were 10 million drops of Supreme Spiritual Liquid and 10,000 drops of Supreme God Liquid in Qin Fengyu's mansion. This Wang Kai won't be much worse than Qin Fengyu, right? Array patterns appeared between Mu Yun's palms. Gradually, light flickered in the treasure room. Over there. Mu Yun pointed with her palm. In the room, array fluctuations appeared on one of the walls. Eh? But at this moment, Mu Yun was a little surprised. The ancient array carved on the wall was not a Supreme God array, but a level 6 ancient God array. Mu Yun's array patterns condensed and released. The wall opened directly, and a secret room appeared. The two of them entered the secret room. A bright light flickered. Sovereign Spiritual Liquid. At this moment, Jifu and Mu Yun's eyes lit up. 200 bottles, 20 million drops. Jifu smiled and said, same old rules, half each. Yes. This time, the two of them learned their lesson and hurriedly made their move. Each of them took half. 10 million drops of sovereign spiritual liquid was priceless. Even in a third-grade force, some sovereigns and earthly venerables wouldn't have so much sovereign spiritual liquid. In the two mansions, the two of them each received 15 million drops of sovereign spiritual liquid. He had struck it rich. At this moment, Mu Yan's confidence soared. With this amount of sovereign spiritual liquid, it wouldn't be a problem for the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance to nurture thousands of supreme beings. Moreover, it wouldn't take 100 years. It would be a lie if he wasn't excited. Let's continue watching. Putting them all away, Jifu looked at the secret room. No sovereign divine liquid? That shouldn't be the case. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun could only smile bitterly. How could he not be satisfied with so much sovereign spiritual liquid? This Jifu was much more greedy than him. That shouldn't be the case, that shouldn't be the case. Jifu continued, this fellow is a supreme celestial formation master, so he must have some special method to trick us. At this moment, Mu Yun also calmed down and sensed. Eh? Guiyi's voice suddenly sounded in the heaven-exterminating portrait. Kid, let me help you. Guiyi smiled and said, this time, we really struck it rich. Mu Yun was stunned at this moment. Slowly, a wave of fluctuation surged in the room. That wave of fluctuation appeared from Mu Yun's body. Immediately after, the walls of the secret room began to change. A series of ripples swept the place. Instantly, the scene in the room changed drastically. Mu Yun and Jifu didn't seem to be standing in the secret chamber, but in a vast expanse of heaven and earth. Looking at the surroundings, Mu Yun was in a daze. At this moment, Jifu became cautious. A wisp of great path origin left behind by a complete earthly venerable. Guiyi smiled and said, if you swallow it, you may reach the mid-stage of sovereign martial artist. Great path origin? It's similar to an inheritance, but it's not an inheritance. Guiyi explained, it represents the martial arts path of this complete earthly venerable. It can give you inspiration. With your talent, you may be able to create a Dharma body to reach 500 meters and reach the mid-stage of sovereign martial artist. Hearing this, Mu Yun also became excited. This little girl, Guiyi glanced at Jifu and said, she's not simple. Her strength has been sealed. I estimate that her peak strength is at divine venerable. As soon as he said this, Mu Yun looked at Jifu and widened her eyes. Her strength has been sealed? Why are you looking at me like this? Jifu looked at Mu Yun's eyes. This guy is really a weirdo. One moment, he revealed a sinister smile, and the next moment, he revealed a shocked expression. Nothing, Mu Yun coughed and said, this place seems to be able to help us improve our strength. Are you interested? Improve our strength? Jifu smiled and said, of course I'm interested. She wanted to improve her strength now. Previously, she had done something wrong and was punished by her father by sealing her strength. She had asked a large group of people for help, but none of them were willing to help her. That was why she ran out. Now that she heard that she could improve her strength, she was naturally happy. If that's the case, get ready. As Mu Yun's words fell, he raised his hands. In fact, it was not him who was controlling it, but Guiyi. At this moment, Guiyi's fingers trembled. Waves of power were transmitted from the room and spread to the two of them. Slowly, Mu Yun felt a trace of power pouring into his body. This power was very strange. It was not like the origin power, but more like the power of the Dharma body. It was as if the power condensed by the Dharma body was instilled into his body. Slowly, the 200-meter Dharma body grew at this moment. Gradually, it reached 220 meters, 230 meters. This feeling was very comfortable. The power increased wantonly. Perhaps, this was what Miao Xianyu said back then about accepting the inheritance of an old antique in the Elixir the Arch Mansion. The power was directly instilled, as if it was as simple as taking back something that he had lost. Inheritance, Mu Yun secretly felt that it was a pity. As a nine-fate emperor, he could not accept the inheritance. However, slowly, Mu Yun's expression changed. Something was wrong, something was very wrong. The speed of the Dharma body's increase was decreasing. What was going on? Mu Yun opened his eyes and looked to his side. He was instantly stunned. At this moment, Jifu's absorption speed was much faster than his. Although he could not see Jifu's Dharma body, the speed at which Jifu's aura was increasing was too fast. This woman, so fast, not long after, everything ended. Mu Yun was still unsatisfied. At this moment, Guai was also a little embarrassed. This girl is originally at the divine venerable realm. Absorbing power is equivalent to breaking through. I reckon she will directly reach the peak of the supreme realm. Mu Yun cursed secretly. He had been robbed. Slowly, Jifu opened her eyes and saw Mu Yun. Comfortable. Jifu clenched her hands and smiled. I'm at the peak of the supreme realm. At this moment, Mu Yun gritted his teeth. You are comfortable, but what about me? He should have reached the mid-stage of the supreme realm. But now, his Dharma body had only reached 300 meters before stopping. The Thunder Divine Body Technique's Dharma body had to reach 500 meters to break through. Now, it was only 300 meters. The power was not enough. Eh? Jifu looked at Mu Yun and said in surprise, Mu Yun, why are you so lousy? You didn't break through. Hearing this, Mu Yun almost spat out a mouthful of blood. An Earth Venerable's great Tao origin was not all. There was only so much left. If you absorbed all of it, of course I would only improve by that much, Jifu smiled and said, but don't worry. This time, we will snatch back those 10,000 drops of supreme divine liquid. I will give them all to you. Jifu was not stupid. She also knew that she had absorbed too much, causing Mu Yun to not improve much. Since that was the case, she would snatch 10,000 drops of supreme divine liquid for Mu Yun to make up for it. Mu Yun pretended not to hear it at this moment. His heart ached. 10,000 drops of supreme divine liquid. He definitely had to snatch them. He could have gotten half of it. Now, it was equivalent to losing a great Tao origin. He only got 5,000 drops of supreme divine liquid. He wanted to improve his realm. The Thunder Divine Body Technique was incomparably overbearing. But the improvement was also very slow. Last time, when he devoured the essence, energy, and spirit of 5 people, he only improved a part of his Dharma body. He did not even reach the mid-stage of the Supreme Realm. This time, he wondered if there was a chance. Boom, however, at this moment, the power of the secret room seemed to have completely disappeared. With a bang, it exploded. On the ground, a ray of light flowed at this moment. The seawater was rolling, and the entire mansion was trembling. Huh? In the front yard, Zhu Feng, Man Ta, and Man Daniu's expressions changed. Someone had secretly sneaked in while they were fighting. How was that possible? The three's expressions changed. That was impossible. They were guarding the front yard and did not notice anyone passing by. Who is it? Damn it. For a moment, the three cursed. It's me. A cold voice could be heard at that instant. A figure stood on the gate of the backyard. It was Jifu. Jifu stood on the gate and looked at everyone. Little bitch. Manta saw Jifu and cursed. You dare to curse me? Jifu snorted. She waved her hand. Slap, a palm print instantly fell on Manta's face. At this moment, Manta, Mandaniu, and Zhu Feng were completely stunned. Peak Supreme, Manta was even more stunned. This woman was only a mid-stage Supreme before. Now, how did she become a Peak Supreme? Manta, take out all the Supreme Divine Liquid you took from us. Jifu snorted. As soon as these words came out, Mandaniu and Zhu Feng's expressions changed. Supreme Divine Liquid, the Supreme Divine Liquid that even a Supreme God was extremely concerned about. Manta had obtained such a treasure. Dream on. Is that so? Jifu snorted. Take out 10,000 drops. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving today. As soon as Jifu said this, she waved her hand. Boom, an explosion sounded. An ancient mirror appeared in Jifu's hand. The ancient mirror emitted rays of light, giving it a brilliant appearance. In an instant, Mandaniu, Manta, and Zhu Feng were unable to move. Needless to say, the others were unable to move. You dare to not return what you took from me? Jifu snorted. Mu Yun, take off their interspatial rings. No problem. Mu Yun grinned and walked forward. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. He was still very willing to do such a thing. damn it. Zhu Feng looked at Ji Fu and hurriedly said, Miss, I was just arguing with them. The enemy of my enemy is still my friend. This has nothing to do with me. Miss, you can take everything in the governor's residence. That makes sense. Ji Fu looked at Mu Yun. We can't let him go. Mu Yun said directly, 10,000 drops of sovereign divine liquid is a great temptation. Ji Fu immediately understood. 10,000 drops of sovereign divine liquid would tempt even godly venerables, heavenly venerables, and earth venerables would crazily fight for it, let alone sovereigns. This person could not be let go. Damn it. Zhu Feng cursed angrily, you are courting death. Do you know who I am? Zhu Feng roared, Zhu Yaotian is my elder brother. Hearing this, Man Ta and Man Daniu were stunned. They only knew that Zhu Feng was from the Candle Dragon clan, but they did not know that Zhu Feng was actually Zhu Yaotian's younger brother. Zhu Yaotian was extremely famous in the Antarctic Sea region. He was a perfected sovereign. He could be said to be a representative prodigy of the Candle Dragon clan. However, Mu Yun and Ji Fu were stunned when they heard this. Who was Zhu Yaotian? I don't care what you are to Zhu Yaotian. Mu Yun directly slapped Zhu Feng and took off his ring. He had divine arts, divine artifacts, and divine pills. Mu Yun did not investigate further and kept it in the executioner painting. Zhu Feng was going crazy. Were these two bastards not afraid of death? In fact, Mu Yun had indeed never heard of Zhu Yaotian's name. As for Ji Fu, she had never heard of him either. One came from the eastern wilderness, which was behind the other regions of the Abyss Realm. The other came from the Abyss Realm. They did not know any of the geniuses in the Antarctic Sea region. The other was that even if they knew, did it have anything to do with them? Next time, when you snatch other people's things, remember, don't snatch what you shouldn't snatch. Ji Fu said and waved her hand. At this moment, the ancient mirror emitted rays of light. The light surged and firmly bound everyone's figures. Gradually, the figures revealed painful expressions. Are you really going to kill us? Zhu Feng bellowed, if you kill me, you won't be able to walk out of Blood Moon City. Then you don't have to worry about it. Ji Fu snorted and waved her hand. Boom. Man Ta's body was the first to explode. At this moment, Mu Yun was standing at the side. She activated her devouring power and a steady stream of energy surged into her body. Strand after strand, Mu Yun felt that her body was full. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Man Daniu also died a violent death. The disciples of the two factions were killed one after another. Ji Fu usually looked weak and easy to bully, but now that she was angry, she didn't hesitate to kill. Mu Yun did not care. She stood at the side and continued to devour. Damn it, damn it. Zhu Feng cursed. It's useless no matter how much you curse. You're still going to die. Ji Fu snorted and waved her hand. Boom. In an instant, an explosive sound rang out in front of Zhu Feng. But at this moment, Ji Fu's figure staggered as she retreated in a sorry state. Mu Yun also became cautious at this moment. Someone is coming. Mu Yun came to Ji Fu's side in a flash. Who is it? Ji Fu looked at Zhu Feng and said coldly. You dare to touch my Candle Dragon clan's disciple? Looks like you're really tired of living. A purple-clothed young man appeared at this moment and stood in front of Zhu Feng. Big brother. Zhu Feng, who had just walked on the edge of life and death, immediately became excited. Big brother, kill them. Zhu Feng shouted angrily, these two guys broke into the governor's manor and have at least 10,000 drops of sovereign divine liquid, 10,000 drops of sovereign divine liquid? Hearing this, the purple-clothed youth's eyebrows flickered. Beside him, a few figures appeared one by one. At a closer look, the weakest of those figures was at the peak supremacy realm. There were even two of them who were at the complete supremacy realm. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun's expression became cautious. Ji Fu was even angrier at this moment. Bastard. Looking at Zhu Feng, Ji Fu snorted, remember this, I will definitely kill you. Reinforcements had actually come. Damn it. Let's go. Ji Fu pulled Mu Yun up and was about to leave. You want to kill my brother? Do you think you can just leave as you wish? At this moment, Zhu Yaotian took a step forward. At this moment, the few people beside him also followed closely behind. If I want to leave, you can't stop me. After Zhifu finished speaking, the ancient mirror in her hand flowed with light at this moment. Instantly, the seawater in the governor's manor rolled, and waves swept out. The entire space seemed to have become distorted. Zhifu pulled Muyun up, and the two of them walked out of the governor's manor step by step like ghosts. At this moment, Zhu Yaotian wanted to chase after them, but he couldn't maintain his balance at all. When he walked, it was as if he was drunk. Zhifu and Muyun left in front of him. Damn it! At this moment, Zhu Feng's expression was ugly. It wasn't until Zhifu and Muyun's figures disappeared from the governor's manor that everyone recovered. In the governor's mansions of the Blood Moon Army, there are human and earthly supreme divine arts, supreme divine artifacts, and sovereign spiritual liquid. Zhu Yaotian said at this moment. As you said, they definitely have more than these. Hearing this, Zhu Feng's eyes flickered. Zhu Feng, I'll ask Zhu Tong, Zhu Xiao, Zhu Mia, and 6 supreme martial artists to go with you to track down the 2 of them. We must find them thoroughly. Yes. At this moment, Zhu Feng nodded excitedly. Zhu Tong, Zhu Xiao, and Zhu Mia were all perfected supreme martial artists. As for the 2 fellows, one was a peak supreme martial artist, and the other was an early supreme martial artist. Big brother, what about you? Hearing Zhu Feng's question, Zhu Yaotian said slowly, in the Blood Moon City, almost all the governor's mansions have been discovered, and almost everything has been plundered. However, the 3 deputy governor's mansions and the governor's manor are still intact. Zhu Yaotian said calmly, this time, earthly venerables can't enter, and perfected supreme martial artists are the strongest. All of the perfected supremes are heading for the residences of the 3 Vice-City Lords and the City Lord of Blood Tomb. No one knows what's in the mansions of 3 heavenly venerables and 1 ultimate god, but it's definitely more shocking than the mansions of the 7 great commanders. Hearing this, Zhu Feng also nodded. 3 heavenly venerables. 1 ultimate god. No matter how weak they were still stronger than the 7 great commanders. After all, the 7 great commanders of the Blood Moon City were only earthly venerables. Let's split up. Okay. Zhu Yaotian and Zhu Feng separated. At this moment, on the other side, Mu Yun and Ji Fu also came to a restaurant and entered a guest room to rest. Damn it. Ji Fu snorted, if that Zhu Yaotian is alone, I'll definitely beat him until his teeth fall out. Zhu Yaotian, perfected supreme martial artist. Ji Fu really dared to say that. However, thinking about it, Ji Fu's strength was sealed. Although she was only a peak supreme martial artist, her combat power was not weak. Running again. Ji Fu said angrily, this time, those mansions of the great commanders have probably been searched clean. I wonder if the 3 deputy city lords and that city lord's mansion have been searched clean. If there's a great Tao of origin for me, that would be the best. I'll definitely be able to reach perfected supreme martial artist. At that time, no one will have to hide anymore. Hearing these words, Mu Yun directly ignored them. At this moment, Mu Yun sat down cross-legged, and her figure gradually stabilized. Ji Fu wanted to speak, but she did not say much. Mu Yun had just devoured a large group of people's essence, energy, and spirit. Now was the time to condense it. Inside her body, energy gathered in her bones. Slowly, the sovereign celestial body condensed and rose. 300 meters. 350 meters. 400 meters. 470 meters. Buzz. A wave of energy condensed in her body. Mu Yun suddenly opened her eyes, and the sovereign celestial body condensed at this moment. 500 meters. Middle stage supreme martial artist. The sovereign celestial body was 500 meters tall. At this moment, a glimmer of light flashed in Mu Yun's eyes. The sovereign celestial body represented the strength of a supreme martial artist. The stronger the celestial body, the stronger the supreme martial artist's strength. Height represented strength. An ordinary mid-stage supreme martial artist's celestial body was 300 meters tall. However, Mu Yun cultivated the lightning divine body technique. Her celestial body needed to reach 500 meters to be considered a true mid-stage supreme martial artist. At this moment, Mu Yun exhaled and stood up. At the side, Jifu was a little stunned. You broke through? Yes. Mu Yun nodded and said, mid-stage supreme martial artist. So fast. Jifu looked at Mu Yun and couldn't help but say, I think you should have just reached the early stage supreme martial artist. You reached the mid-stage supreme martial artist so quickly. Mu Yun thought about it carefully. It was indeed not long. It had only been a few years since she reached the early stage supreme martial artist. Now, she had already reached the mid-stage supreme martial artist. Aren't you also very fast? Mu Yun smiled and said, the late-stage supreme martial artist directly jumped to the peak of supreme martial artist. We are different. Jifu hurriedly said. We are indeed different. The two of them didn't dwell too much on this. What should we do next? This time, Jifu asked Mu Yun. Let's wait for an opportunity. Mu Yun exhaled and said, now, the supreme martial artists of the major forces will more or less gain something from exploring the governor's mansion and other places. The two of us are weak. In addition, the brothers Zhu Yaotian and Zhu Feng will definitely know that we have the supreme divine liquid and won't let us go. Let's wait and see first. Mu Yun smiled and said, anyway, from the looks of these people, they won't leave until the city lord's mansion and the 3 deputy city lords' mansions are emptied. Yes. Jifu didn't say much. She sat cross-legged on the couch and closed her eyes. At this moment, Mu Yun came to the desk in the room and opened the catalog. Moon beheading ghost array. Looking at the array diagram of the great array, Mu Yun's mind calmed down. Back then, Duguye's enlightenment of array formations was very important. One of the sentences left a deep impression on Mu Yun. Since ancient times, every profession had a founder. Alchemist. Artificer. Array master. Who was the first, since someone could walk from nothing, condense array formations, and refine elixirs? Then, even if there was no master to lead the way, he should believe in himself on the path of array formations and believe that he could walk a path. For the next few days, Mu Yun had been studying the moon beheading ghost arrays catalog. During this period, Mu Yun had also tried, but without exception, all of them failed. It would be strange if the sovereign god array was so easy to succeed. Sovereigns were several times stronger than emperors. The corresponding sovereign god array was more complex than the ancient god array. The transformation of the array patterns was the core. If one wanted to condense the array patterns and shape the power of heaven and earth, they needed a fundamental change. Mu Yun wasn't in a hurry. During this period, Jifu had also gone out a few times and brought back some news. Everyone was fighting for the ownership of the City Lord Manor and the 3 deputy City Lord mansions. During these few days, some famous people had also appeared in Blood Moon City. First was the South Pole Ocean region. Zhu Yaotian of the Candle Dragon clan was a complete realm sovereign. He had killed 3 complete realm sovereigns by himself and had become famous. Zhu Yaotian was a genius of the Candle Dragon clan. Pai Lingchen of the Candle Rhinoceros clan was also famous. As for the 8-winged Purple Python clan, there was a youth named Zi Sun. He was extremely ruthless and had killed hundreds of sovereigns. Then there was Fang Xing of the Fang clan and Qiao Tianza of the Qiao clan. These 5 people had become the leaders of the 5 major forces in the South Pole Ocean region. Then there was the West Mountain region. In the West Mountain region, there was Jin Lei of the Golden Horned Beast clan, Huadong Tian of the Fire Lion clan, Wu Ta Gan of the Wu Ta clan, and Man Yuan of the Sky Barbarian sect. The 4 of them had also made a name for themselves. Next was the North Sky Mountain origin. Within the North Sky Mountain origin, Yu Linglong and a man named Lu Tongyuan were both complete realm sovereigns. They had killed 4 complete realm sovereigns in a 2 versus 4 battle. Xianxia of the Fierce Spirit sect was also very famous. A man named Ji Fufeng appeared from the Extreme Emperor Palace. He was the leader of the group. The 12 forces were indeed the top 3rd-tier forces. Extraordinary characters had appeared in each of these 12 parties. Their names were enough to make people tremble in fear. This is troublesome, Jifu said with a headache. Those fellows are all working together now. The two of us won't be able to do much against 100 utmost celestial realm cultivators. When Jifu said this, she was unhappy. If those fellows were scattered, they would be able to kill them one by one. At that time, he might be able to break through the limits of a supreme being and become an earthly venerable. At that time, who would he be afraid of? But now, he couldn't. The entire Blood Moon City had been turned upside down. There was nothing left that was worth their time to explore. Therefore, no one could continue searching. Thus, everyone set their sights on the 4 mansions. In this way, their chances became even slimmer. After all, there were only 2 of them, while the other party was a group of people. Furthermore, there were quite a few of them who were at the pinnacle of the utmost exalted realm, Great Perfection Realm, and Great Perfection Realm. What should we do? Jifu said with a headache. The reason she came out this time was to break the damned seal on her body and return to her peak as soon as possible. At that time, wouldn't he be unstoppable? Maybe he could go to the outside of the 9th heaven realm to take a look. She had never left the 9th heaven realm in her entire life. There were countless realms in the 10,000 deep sea realms, but the 9 great celestial realms were the most vast. Each realm had its own unique characteristics. She had been to the 9th heaven realm, the lower realms, and the higher realms. However, the people in those realms were too weak. She wasn't interested. She was also tired of waiting in the abyss realm. Aya, so annoying. The more Jifu thought about it, the more annoyed she became. She looked at Mu Yun, who was still holding the catalogue and carefully considering it. Aren't you bored? Not at all. Mu Yun said casually. Jifu said again, what should we do, now those guys have teamed up? We can't just watch, right? Hearing this, Mu Yun put down the catalogue and said, if nothing goes wrong, Zhiyao Tian will definitely not let us go after knowing that we have 10,000 drops of supreme divine liquid. He will definitely keep looking for us. Blood Moon City is only so big. They won't give up. Moreover, the 3 Deputy City Lord mansions will probably be divided between the South Pole Sea region, the West Mountain region, and the North Sky Mountain origin. The last mansion of the Blood Tomb City Lord will probably be explored together. You also said that those guys are all supremes. There are many of them at the peak, perfection, and perfection. Do you think we have a chance? Hearing this, Jifu's face darkened. That's right. Those teams had hundreds of people. If they sent 4 or 5 perfection supremes to guard the entrance, the 2 of them would have no chance at all. Forget it, I'm going to sleep. Jifu snorted and turned to leave. At this moment, Mu Yun looked at the catalogue again. The Supreme Divine Formation was really difficult. In the restaurant, one of them was sleeping, while the other was studying the formation. At this moment, Blood Moon City was completely bustling with noise and excitement. Just as Mu Yun said. The top forces of the South Pole Sea region, the West Mountain region, and the North Sky Mountain origin had teamed up. They crowded out the other forces, occupied the 3 mansions, and began to think of ways to open them. Some warriors of the 3rd-tier forces were indignant, but there was nothing they could do. The warriors cultivated by the top 3rd-tier forces like the Candle Dragon Clan and the Masked Moon Pavilion were all at perfection supremes. However, others had no problem fighting a group of them alone. That was the difference. Everyone had to admit that their skills were not as good as others. They could only watch while others ate the meat. However, this had nothing much to do with Mu Yun. It was not that he did not have any thoughts about the 3 mansions. After seeing the strong foundation of the 2 commander mansions, he was full of curiosity about the 3 Deputy City Lord mansions. However, he had to be alive to take the good things. The other party had a group of supremes. There were mid-stage, late-stage, peak stage, perfected, and perfection supremes. He could not handle any peak supremes. Since that was the case, he might as well stay here and study the formation to find an opportunity. In Blood Moon City, the 12 forces from the 3 major forces began to excavate the Deputy City Lord mansions. Mu Yun was still studying the moon beheading ghost formation. At the same time, on the surface of the Blood Fiend Sea, the earthly supremes of the various forces waited anxiously. After going down for so long, they had also received some news. Below them was Blood Moon City. The endless blood palace created by the endless ancient emperor was Blood Moon City, one of the 5 outer cities. Since Blood Moon City had appeared here, did it mean that the other 4 cities had also appeared? Therefore, the various forces began to gather the supremes of their sects and clans to head to the Blood Fiend Sea. For a time, more and more cultivators arrived at the South Pole Sea. At the same time, in the 9th Heaven Realm, Yuan region. In a vast and boundless mountain range. Pavilions, terraces, and pavilions, richly ornamented buildings, surrounded by formations and flying beasts. It was like a paradise, causing people to feel refreshed. The origin energy of heaven and earth flowed continuously. Many cultivators were walking around. From the front of the mountain gate, one could see a giant mountain towering over the entrance of the palace. On the mountain peak, there were 3 big words with a trace of majesty. Lunar Sect. Lunar Sect, 9th Heaven Realm, one of the 9 second-grade sections. They had dominated the entire 9th Heaven Realm for millions of years, nurturing generations of heroes. At this moment, the Lunar Sect was peaceful. In a majestic hall, a middle-aged man sat down. There were 3 people in front of him, reporting something. Sect Master, the price of the pills supplied by the Pill Emperor Manor has increased a lot recently. There's a problem with a batch of Supremes from the Divine Sword Pavilion. A warrior in armor said respectfully, this is not the first time. Recently, the Pill Emperor Manor and the Divine Sword Pavilion seem to have slacked off on us. About this matter, do you want Miss Bai to communicate with them? After all, Miss Bai has a close relationship with the 2 Pill Emperor's sons of the Pill Emperor Manor and the Divine Sword Lady of the Divine Sword Pavilion. Hearing this, the seated middle-aged man raised his eyebrows. Forget it. The middle-aged man waved his hand and said, Bao Qingyu has been in seclusion recently. If I disturb her. A figure appeared in the middle-aged man's mind, and he smiled bitterly. If he disturbed Bao Qingyu, the tigress at home would go crazy. What about Jifu? After the middle-aged man finished speaking, another person walked up and cupped his hands. Miss, there's no news at the moment. Then hurry up and find her. The middle-aged man scolded. Her strength has been sealed by me, and she's only at the supreme stage. In the Abyss region, there are many people who can kill her. Do you understand what I mean? That person hurriedly said, Sect Master, who in the Abyss region doesn't know that Miss has a noble status, who dares to touch Miss, Sect Master, please. What do you know? The middle-aged man scolded, someone even dares to kill the Divine Sword Pavilion's Heavenly Sword Envoy. What else in the Abyss region doesn't dare to do? When these words came out, the 3 people standing still cupped their hands and bowed their heads. The Divine Sword Pavilion's Pavilion Master, Shin Shutsong, was an invincible swordsman. His strength was equal to the Lunar Sect Master, and he was also a top ultimate god. In the Divine Sword Pavilion, besides the Pavilion Master, the 3 great sword envoys had the highest status. Heavenly Sword Envoy. Earth Sword Envoy. Human Sword Envoy. Just 1,000 years ago, the Divine Sword Pavilion's Heavenly Sword Envoy was killed, causing the Divine Sword Pavilion to be furious. However, later on, someone in the Divine Sword Pavilion seemed to have replaced the Heavenly Sword Envoy's position, and the matter was left unsettled. This matter could be said to have caused a huge uproar in the Abyss region. The Divine Sword Pavilion's Heavenly Sword Envoy was also an invincible existence. Moreover, the Heavenly Sword Envoy, Earth Sword Envoy, and Human Sword Envoy represented the top existences in the Divine Sword Pavilion, and they were rarely seen. It was said that in the entire Divine Sword Pavilion, only the Pavilion Master knew the identities of these 3 people. Put this matter at the top of your priority list. The middle-aged man said again, if you can't find Jifu, don't come back to see me. Yes. The 3 people's faces turned bitter, but they hurriedly agreed. Everyone knew that Miss was someone who couldn't stay idle. In the entire Lunar Sect, only Miss Bao Qingyu could manage her. During this period, Miss Bao Qingyu was in seclusion to break through to the ultimate god realm. That master couldn't stay idle and caused trouble by releasing a ferocious bird that the Lunar Sect had imprisoned. After causing great trouble, the sect master took action and sealed that master's cultivation base. But that master ran away. The 3 people smiled bitterly when they thought of this. Dark Nether Sect Master, you're such a busy person, but you still want to find my daughter? At this moment, a cold snort suddenly sounded outside the great hall. Yin Ming's expression changed when he heard that voice. The three of them hurriedly cupped their fists and said, "We'll take our leave now." The three of them quickly ran away. If they didn't run, they would be scolded. At this moment, two figures walked into the main hall. The leader was a middle-aged woman in a black dress. She had a graceful figure and a noble temperament, but her expression was cold. Behind her was a woman in her late 20s. She was pure and beautiful. She wore a green dress that accentuated her slender figure. The woman's temperament was as calm as water, but she gave off a stunning vibe. Her beautiful face had a hint of youthfulness. She was as eye-catching as a pretty girl from a humble family. Cough cough. Yin Ming coughed when he saw the two of them. "Qingyu, you've come out of seclusion, have you reached the Supreme God Realm?" "Sect Master, I've reached the first level of the Supreme God Realm." Good, good, good. Yin Ming chuckled and said, "I brought you to the lunar sect for a reason. I hope you can let go of your grudges and surpass your master and me." "Yin Ming, don't interrupt me." The woman snorted. "I'll teach my disciple well. Let me ask you, where's my daughter?" "Madam, what are you talking about?" The dark sect master smiled bitterly. "Jifu is not only your daughter, she's also my daughter. Don't worry, I've already sent people to look for her. Yin Ming, if you can't find her, I'll kill you," the woman said coldly. The dark sect master's face turned cold when he sensed the woman's murderous aura. "Yuerong, do you know who you're talking to? Don't forget, I'm the sect master of the lunar sect." A terrifying aura was instantly released from the dark sect master's body. Madame Yuerong was stunned. "You." Madame Yuerong stared blankly at the dark sect master. "You've taken that step?" The dark sect master coughed when he sensed his wife's surprised gaze. "Not yet." "Then why are you being so smug?" Madame Yuerong continued, "I don't care. Keep looking. If you can't find her, I won't let you off." The dark sect master smiled and walked forward. He held his wife's hand and said, "Madam, don't worry. Everything will be fine." Madame Yuerong snorted. Bao Qingyu stood at the side. When he saw this, he bowed and said, "I've just broken through and need to comprehend. I'll take my leave first." As soon as he finished speaking, Bao Qingyu left in a hurry. Only the dark nether sect master and Madame Yuerong were left in the great hall. Looking at Bai Qingyu's back, dark nether hierarch said slowly, "The moon bloodline is the bloodline of the moon emperor, the former moon emperor. Bao Qingyu has the moon bloodline." At this moment, Madame Yuerong was no longer angry. She replied, "This child, Qingyu, said that she came from the Jade clan of the human realm. She told you about someone. You must be very surprised." "Who?" "Mu Qingyu." Hearing this, the dark nether hierarch was shocked. He mumbled, "Human sovereign Mu Qingyu. This guy has been missing in Kanglan for nearly 1,000,000 years. Ever since the Azure Emperor was captured, he never came out. The last time he appeared was to save his wife, the Azure Emperor Yi Yushur. In the end, he failed and went missing. So he has always been in the human realm?" "Yes." Madame Yuerong continued, "There's another thing that you should be very surprised about." Madame Yuerong smiled and said, "This child, Qingyu, is naturally talented. Moreover, she was personally taught by Mu Qingyu in the past. Her cultivation path is very solid. There's no need to mention her beauty. Just in our lunar sect alone, there are already countless disciples who want to marry her. However, Qingyu has never taken a liking to anyone. Do you know why?" The dark nether hierarch shook his head. Ever since Bao Qingyu came to the lunar sect, it was his wife who had been teaching him. Who in the lunar sect would dare to offend Madame Yuerong's personal disciple? Although he was the hierarch of the lunar sect, Madame Yuerong still held up half of the sky. Why? The dark nether hierarch was puzzled. She already has a husband, Mu Yun. Mu Yun? The dark nether hierarch was stunned. Mu Qingyu's son? Yes. The dark nether hierarch paced back and forth in the great hall. He clapped his hands and said slowly, "There's been no news of this Mu Qingyu for 1,000,000 years. Bao Qingyu has the lunar bloodline of the lunar sect. It's extremely pure and has the potential to become an emperor. Xianxia has become the divine sword lady of the divine sword pavilion. Meng Zimo and Miao Shanyu have completely displayed their talent in alchemy and have become the Pill Emperor's sons of the Pill Emperor mansion. The Dark Nether hierarch couldn't help but say, if this has nothing to do with mooching you, I'll chop off my head and let you kick it like a ball. Kick it and then push it back? Madame Yuerong snorted disdainfully. Useless. Mooching you hasn't appeared for hundreds of thousands of years. The moment he appeared, he went to save his wife. Although he failed, he still left a backup plan. If Mu Yun really enters the 10,000 realms, it'll be Mu Yun's last hope. At that time, Qing Yu will be Mooching Yu's backing. This is called strategy. Madame Yuerong snorted. I don't believe it. Mooching Yu's son is so attractive that these 4 peerless women would fall head over heels in love with him. Mu Yun, who was billions of miles away, sneezed. She pinched her nose and shook her head in confusion. Then, she continued to look at the array diagram in her hand. The Dark Nether hierarch couldn't help but ask, does Mooching Yu really want revenge? He has no hope of becoming a god emperor. If he doesn't, where's his son? Madame Yuerong said slowly. At this moment, Yin Ming also scratched his head. Those bastards from the Heavenly Secret Pavilion. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. The Lunar Sect, the Divine Sword Pavilion, and the Pill Monarch Manor had been tricked by the Heavenly Fortune Pavilion. Back then, they had gone to the fallen god stream in the mortal world, claiming that they could find a supreme successor who could help the 3 great forces resolve a crisis. The 9 Songs Heavenly Palace, the Shao clan of the Unfettered Sacred Ground, the Ice God Palace, and the Heavenly Demon Alliance also took a few women away. No matter how he thought about it, it seemed like a trap. What are you thinking? Yuerong seemed to have seen through her husband's thoughts, and she said, don't even think about taking advantage of Yuer. The lunar bloodline is something that our lunar sect has always sought after. Even though I don't know how it appeared in the mortal world, this bloodline is indeed related to an ancient legend of our lunar sect. The Dark Nether hierarch smiled. I'm not stupid. The Pill Emperor Manor treats Meng Zimo and Miao Shanyu like treasures. The Divine Sword Pavilion even prioritizes Xianxia. Our lunar sect naturally has to focus on nurturing Bao Qingyu. Otherwise, how could I let Bao Qingyu inherit the cultivation of the 3rd generation patriarch? Madame Yuerong snorted and didn't say anything else. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion was the one who pointed out this path to us. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion said that when we went to the fallen god stream in the mortal world and brought back Bao Qingyu, we would be able to avert a disaster. Since we've made our choice, we have to continue walking down this path. At least until now, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion has never failed in their calculations. The Dark Nether hierarch nodded after hearing his wife's words. Everyone knew that the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion had the Heavenly Secrets Mirror, one of the 13 primal supreme treasures. The Heavenly Secrets Mirror had countless uses. Back then, the Heaven-Sealing Divine Emperor and the Unfettered Divine Emperor had become Divine Emperors. No one dared to touch the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Now, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion was in the 9th Heaven Realm, but Di Yuan didn't care about it. No one wanted to provoke the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion might not be the strongest force, but no one wanted to provoke it in the current era. Also, as far as I know, Mingyue Shen and Qin Mengyao that the Ice God Palace took away seem to have extraordinary origins as well, Madame Yuerong said helplessly. Madame Yuerong said helplessly, unfortunately, for some reason, we can't get out of the 9th heaven. Our spies in the outside world can't send any messages back. It feels strange. The Dark Nether sect master said, it does feel strange. Moreover, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion has been less active recently. Even the realm lords of the various realms in the 9th heaven realm have been summoned back. The couple was paying close attention. However, they didn't quite understand what was going on. Mu Qingyu is known as the strongest person below the God Emperor. It should be possible for him to deal with Di Yuan, but he failed. This is very strange. I heard that even the 3 sovereigns of the Yi clan of the Unfettered Sacred Ruins made a move. He shouldn't have failed. I think Heavenly Emperor Di Yuan is hiding something. Yin Ming wrapped his arm around his wife's waist and said with a smile, this isn't something we can worry about. You and I have been stuck at the ninth level of the ultimate God realm for hundreds of thousands of years. If we can't take another step forward and reach the world realm and become a sovereign, it will be extremely difficult for the heavenly Yin sect to become a first-rate force. Madame Yuero nodded in agreement. In the 10,000 deep-sea realms, the orthodox realms were divided into Saint, Monarch, Exalt, and World Realm. The four realms of Exalt were Elementary Exalt, Earthly Exalt, Heavenly Exalt, and Invincible Godly Exalt. It was too difficult to break through the limits of the Godly Exalt and reach the World Realm. How many cultivators in the 10,000 deep-sea realms were stuck at this threshold? Once one reached the World Realm, they would be called a World King. The true strength of a World King was the stepping stone for the Heavenly Yin sect to become a first-rate force. The Heavenly Yin sect's ancestor had also inherited the legacy of a sovereign. Now, it should be even more powerful. Madam, I've recently gained some enlightenment on the path of cultivation. Perhaps I can break through the World King barrier. Madam, you're in seclusion this time. How about I have a good chat with you? The dark sect leader suddenly said with a smile. Madame Yueron's elegant face reddened slightly. She scolded, "What do you think?" The couple walked into the bedroom at the back of the main hall. At the same time, Bao Qingyu looked at the boundless Heavenly Yin sect before he left the main hall. The colossal lunar sect occupied one mountain range after another, and it could be said that it stretched as far as the eye could see. This was the strength of a top-tier second-rate force. In the ninth heaven realm, the first-rate Heavenly Secrets Pavilion stood aloof from worldly affairs. The members of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion rarely appeared. Almost no one knew where the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion was located in the ninth heaven realm. Apart from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, there were 9 great second-rate forces, 6 great second-rate divine beast clans, and 3 great second-rate human forces. The Heavenly Yin sect was one of the 3 great second-rate forces. It was only natural that they were powerful. He looked at the people walking in and out of the Heavenly Yin sect. Bao Qingyu slowly opened his arms. Mu Yun, where are you? Murmuring softly, Bao Qingyu closed her eyes slightly. Apart from Mu Yun, she often accompanied Mu Yun in the shepherds in the human world. After that, what she knew was that Mu Yun was reborn again and again. In the shepherds, she waited for Mu Yun for tens of thousands of years. And waiting for Mu Yun's return, they spent less time together and more time apart. When Mu Yun became the strongest ancestor god in the shepherds, she had no choice but to face the separation. She came to the vast Kanglan myriad realms. She didn't know how Mu Yun was doing. There was only endless longing. Fortunately, in the lunar sect, her master, the sect master, and Ji Fu all treated her as family. Moreover, Meng Zimo, Miao Shanyu, and Yi Sueki were also in the ninth heaven realm. The 4 of them could meet. She knew that she wasn't the only one who missed Mu Yun. However, every sister's thoughts were different. One Tun, I and one T/I, however, all of them had a common goal. To become stronger. To become stronger continuously. Only by becoming stronger could they help Mu Yun. Mu Yun was destined to be extraordinary. 9 Fate Emperor. She inherited the legacy of the carefree God Emperor. Emperor Qing. Human Emperor. They were her parents. Since they chose to follow her, they had to make themselves stronger. And their cultivation over the years had also become faster. Back in the human world, Mu Qingyu had implanted 9 spirits heaven-capturing tablets into their bodies. Bao Qingyu could clearly feel that the 9 spirits heaven-capturing tablet had continuously changed her body and her talent over the years. In addition, she had obtained the inheritance of a divine master. Her cultivation could be said to have soared into the sky. 1 Tun, I and 1 T/I if I see you again. I should be stronger than you. Bao Qingyu opened her eyes and stretched. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. The disciples passing by were dumbfounded. They stood on the spot as if they were petrified. At the same time, in the distant South Pole, at the bottom of the Blood Fiend Sea. In Blood Moon City. In another restaurant. Mu Yun held the catalogue and looked at it carefully. On the side, Ji Fu crossed her legs and leaned against the bed, eating a green fruit. Blockhead. Ji Fu was speechless. I was born beautiful, and my temperament is extraordinary. This idiot, looking at the array diagram in a daze. These days, Jifu was really suffocating. The three deputy commanders' residences had been completely explored by the Great Perfection Supremes. 1 ton, I and 1 T/I. The other party had the advantage in numbers, so they joined forces. They had no way of seizing it. He could only watch helplessly. And now, after a month, those fellows had gathered before the City Lord's mansion to think of a way to breach the City Lord's mansion's grand protective formation. This time, the two of them were prepared to fish in troubled waters. However, even after a month, the City Lord's mansion still hadn't opened. She was tired of waiting. It was too boring. However, Mu Yun kept studying the array diagram in her hands like a block of wood. This guy was really intoxicated when looking at the array diagrams. Buzz. Just as Jifu was feeling indignant, suddenly, a buzzing sound sounded at this moment. In Mu Yun's palm, there was an array diagram, like a myriad of gods standing there, radiating light in all directions. 1 ton, I and 1 T/I. It's done? When Jifu saw the scene, she was completely stunned. This guy really condensed it? At this moment, Jifu looked at Mu Yun's palm in a daze. How long? More than a month, Mu Yun relied on herself, without a master to guide her, and actually condensed a supreme divine array by looking at an array diagram by herself. This guy. Jifu only felt that something was wrong. If someone told her that an ancient divine array master, without a master to guide her, comprehended the Tao of supreme divine array for 10,000 years or 100,000 years, she would believe it. But Mu Yun relied on herself. Moreover, more than a month. At this moment, Mu Yun suddenly regained her clarity. Phew. Exhaling, Mu Yun looked at the array diagram in her hand. Light flowed, and she heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. 1 ton, I and 1 T/I. Success. Moon beheading ghost array. Elementary supreme divine array. The condensation was successful. At this moment, Mu Yun also felt as if a lifetime had passed. She succeeded just like that, she did not expect it. But this time, the feeling was very different. The array diagram was in her hand, but it was as if she had her own world in her hand. It was a very strange feeling. But at this moment, Mu Yun finally understood what a supreme divine array was. Compared to the ancient divine array, the gap was too big. How did you succeed? Jifu said with a look of shock. I succeeded just like that. Mu Yun smiled slightly, and she was also incomparably happy. Strange. Jifu muttered to herself. Suddenly, her eyes moved. 1 ton, I and 1 T/I. Good news. Jifu smiled and said, you have condensed a supreme divine array. If those guys enter the City Lord mansion, you can trap them with this array diagram, and we can extort them. You're thinking too much. Mu Yun smiled bitterly and said, it's possible to trap a supreme great perfection, but it's impossible to trap a group of them and even kill them. Jifu didn't care and said, you're now a mid-stage supreme great master, and I'm a peak supreme great master. You also have this array diagram, what are you afraid of? Even if we can't trap them, we still have the ability to enter and see what the City Lord mansion looks like. Jifu said patiently, supreme spiritual liquid, supreme divine artifact. TSK. Hearing this, Mu Yun waved her hand. Don't worry, we must go and see the City Lord mansion. If possible, it's even better if we can trap all of them. 1 ton, I and 1 T/I. Mu. Yun smiled at this moment, very happy. Middle stage supreme great master. Supreme divine array master. The improvement this time was very different from the past. Time passed too quickly. She activated her fate, her talent improved, and her advancement also accelerated. At the same time, Blood Moon City. City Lord Mansion. It occupied nearly 1/10 of the entire Blood Moon City, and the gate of the entire City Lord Mansion was 100 meters wide, magnificent and grand. At this moment, there was a lock on the gate. That lock was the size of a person's head. The lock was chained up with iron chains, and it emitted a dangerous aura. At this moment, hundreds of people had gathered in front of the mansion. And these people, if one looked carefully, were clearly divided into 3 camps. 1 ton, I and 1 T/I. The 5 major forces of the Antarctic Sea stood on one side. The four major forces of the Western Mountains stood on one side. The three major sects of the Northern Heavenly Mountain origin also stood on one side. The three sides were faintly guarded against each other. Everyone. A beautiful figure walked out and spoke at this moment. It was Yu Linglong from the Yenyue Pavilion. Yu Linglong was wearing a long dress. She looked calm as she looked at the crowd and said, "We have already opened the 3 residences of the bi-city leaders. I believe that if we work together, we will be able to open the city leaders' residence. If we just waste time like this, it's really meaningless." That's right. In the Extreme Emperor Palace, the leading young man, Yi Fufeng, nodded and said, "Perhaps the City Lord Mansion is related to the secret of why superior supremes can't enter this place. 1 ton, I and 1 T/I. If everyone opens the City Lord Mansion, perhaps the earthly venerables behind them can also come one by one. By then, we can also explore other areas." Yi Fufeng smiled, and there was a hint of a beautiful woman's charm. At this moment, Xianxia from the Fierce Spirit sect shouted, "What are you waiting for? Aren't you just worried about a fight at this time? We have an agreement. Whoever dares to fight when the City Lord Mansion is opened will be besieged. Once we enter the City Lord Mansion, what we can get will depend on our own abilities." Xianxia was impatient and urged, "Moreover, once the City Lord Mansion is opened, if the earthly venerables can come down, we might be able to find the location of the other 4 cities. What we can get will be much more than this. Are you all willing to waste time here?" At this moment, the crowd was whispering. 1 ton, I and 1 T/I. Since everyone from the North Tianshan origin has said so, we from the Western Wanshan Mountains have no objections. Jin Lei, the leader of the Golden Horned Beast clan in the Western Wanshan Mountains, said. The Wu Ta clan also has no objections. The Sky Barbarian sect also has no objections. In the Western Wanshan Mountains, the Golden Horned Beast clan and the Fire Lion clan had always been on good terms. The Wu Ta clan and the Sky Barbarian sect had their own camps. At this moment, the Fang clan and the Qiao clan in the Antarctic Sea also nodded. The Candle Dragon clan, the Dust Rhinoceros clan, and the 8-winged Purple Python clan all nodded in agreement. As for the others, the 12 forces did not even bother to ask. Here, the weaker third-class forces were just here to make up the numbers, or even to die. If there was good stuff, they would naturally be the first to take it. 1 ton, I and 1 T/I. How could these people be allowed to meddle in this matter? The 12 forces made the final decision. They each sent out their strongest. Yu Linglong from the Yenyue Pavilion. Xianxia from the Fierce Spirit sect. Yi Fufeng from the Extreme Emperor Palace. Jin Lei from the Golden Horned Beast clan, Huadong Tian from the Fire Lion clan, Wu Ta Gan from the Wu Ta clan, and Man Yuan from the Sky Barbarian sect. At the same time, Zhi Yao Tian from the Candle Dragon clan, Pai Lingchen from the Dust Rhinoceros clan, Zisun from the 8-winged Purple Python clan, Fangxing from the Fang clan, and Qiao Tianza from the Qiao clan. The 12 famous geniuses of the 3 great forces walked out one by one. They had different appearances, but all of them gave people a feeling that they were full of vigor. These 12 people represented the top supreme being geniuses of the 12 forces. 1 ton, I and 1 T/I. As for the other third-class forces, even if they had reached the great perfection supreme being realm, they still felt that they were inferior when they looked at the 12 people. The difference was too great. Do it. The 12 people immediately took out their respective divine weapons. Light shone in all directions and locked the door. At the same time, at a place far away from the mansion, Mu Yun and Jifu stood still. Mid and peak supreme beings were not conspicuous at all at this moment. It's starting, it's starting. Jifu looked very excited. Mu Yun did not say much at this moment. This Jifu gave him the feeling that she was here to watch the fun instead of focusing on the treasures. Previously, when the two of them divided the treasures, Jifu only asked for the supreme spiritual liquid and a few soul-cleansing ancient pills. It seemed that she did not care about the supreme divine weapons and supreme divine pills at all. The reason why she was exploring these places was more of a novelty. To put it bluntly, Jifu was just here to play. Mu Yun had to admit that. Guei said that Jifu was originally in the supreme divine realm. Now, her strength was sealed. Perhaps Jifu's origin was not simple. This time, it was just like an experience. Muyun did not say much. After spending these days together, he also realized that this woman just wanted to play and did not have any bad intentions. Buzz. The 12 geniuses attacked, and the gate of the mansion shook at this moment. Suddenly, there was a rumbling sound. Suddenly, a huge rebound force was released. Jean Lei from the Golden Horned Beast clan and Huadong Tian from the Fire Lion clan were the first to be hit. They spat out a mouthful of blood, and their faces were pale. Next were Yu Linglong, Xianxia, and Yi Fufeng from the Masked Moon Pavilion, the Evil Spirit clan, and the Extreme Emperor Palace. At this moment, the 5 of them were not lightly injured. Enter. Man Yuan from the Sky Barbarian sect did not say anything and directly rushed into the mansion. The 5 forces of the South Pole Sea also entered at this moment. Damn it. Jean Lei cursed in a low voice. At this moment, even a slight injury would be extremely disadvantageous. First, set a small target, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. Are you okay? Huadong Tian from the Fire Lion clan asked anxiously. Are you okay? The 2 gathered and looked at the people behind them. Let's go. No one expected that there would be a sudden backlash when the giant lock was opened. As luck would have it, the 2 of them were in the same position. Although Yu Linglong, Xianxia, and Yi Fufeng were attacked, it was not serious. Now, it was the Heavenly Barbarian sect, the Wudda clan, and the 5 major forces of the Antarctic Sea that had the upper hand. This was not a good thing. For a moment, everyone rushed in. Muyun and Jifu's expressions changed slightly when they saw the scene. Are we going in? Jifu looked around and saw that there were only a few people left. Wait. Muyun suddenly said, we don't have to go in. Huh? When he said this, Jifu didn't quite understand. The 2 did not enter rashly. In the end, the others could not help but enter the mansion one by one. The city lord of Blood Tomb City was a godly venerable expert. His mansion should be even more magnificent than the mansions of the 7 city governors and the 3 vice-city governors. There were more things inside. If they were lucky enough to obtain a supreme divine artifact or a supreme divine pill, then this trip would not be in vain. Jifu did not say much. Slowly, there was a loud explosion. At this moment, power gathered in Muyun's body. There were people fighting in the mansion. Muyun looked at the gate of the mansion and the broken giant lock. What are you looking at? Jifu could not help but ask, are we going in or not? If we don't, the good things inside will be plundered. Don't worry. At this moment, a smile suddenly appeared on Muyun's face. We don't have to go in. The corners of Muyun's mouth curled up slightly. At this moment, he was clearly confident. What do you mean? The City Lord Mansion is surrounded by a formation. Unless we exit from the gate of the City Lord Mansion, it is impossible to leave. Muyun smiled and said, this is our chance. Jifu could not help but say, but the gate has been opened by them. If it is opened, we can just close it. As soon as he said this, Jifu curled her lips. What to close it with? Shut the door with your face. Muyun did not explain further at this moment. She smiled and said, watch carefully. With that, Muyun waved her hand. At this moment, the moon beheading ghost formation was formed. Slowly, a mist appeared between the broken doors. It was hazy, but it was real. Gradually, the mist turned into a water membrane. The water membrane slowly merged with the City Lord's mansion, as if it had become one with it. At this moment, Jifu opened her small mouth in surprise. You merged the moon-slashing ghost formation with the mansion's grand formation? You can say that I'm bringing a little bit of face-to-face. Muyun smiled and said, I also didn't expect this place to be so strange. By opening this door and breaking a corner of the grand formation, I'm merely mending this corner of the moon-severing ghost grand formation. However, since this formation has my runes, it can be used by me. Muyun indeed did not expect this. If not for the fact that the door had been broken, he wouldn't have sensed it at all. Generally speaking, when a broken corner of the formation appeared, the entire formation would be completely broken. But now, the formation of the City Lord's mansion was not like this. Interesting, interesting. Mu Yun stood in front of the door at this moment and carefully pondered. There wasn't just a single formation around the mansion. Instead, there were several elementary, mid-grade, and even high-grade Supreme God formations covering the mansion. This time, we're catching a turtle in a jar. No one can escape. Hearing this, Jifu clapped her hands. Good fellow, it seems that you were right to condense the Supreme Divine formation during this period of time. Mu Yun also smiled slightly at this moment. This was really an unexpected joy. He also did not expect it to be like this. Come, lie down and wait slowly. 2 reclining chairs and a wooden table appeared in Jifu's hands at some point. Mu Yun slowly lay down and closed his eyes. Jifu was the same at this moment. However, Jifu was really waiting. And Mu Yun took this opportunity to observe the entire formation. The city lord's mansion was surrounded by formations from top to bottom, and each formation had its own unique formation master's construction trajectory. This was a rare reference. This place seemed to be a sea of stars. Every formation was like a star. And Mu Yun was like a stargazer, looking carefully, unwilling to miss anything. Time passed bit by bit like this. Gradually, Jifu's even breathing sound came to her ears. This girl fell asleep just like that. Mu Yun shook her head and continued to look in front of her. The formation talismans flowed, and the light changed. This wait lasted for a full 10 days. The first batch of people who turned back came to the door at this moment. In the courtyard, dozens of people were injured at this moment, and their expressions were ugly. Damn it! Jean Lei cursed in a low voice and shouted, if not for opening the formation and getting injured, that Earth-grade Supreme Divine weapon. At this moment, Jean Lei's face was extremely angry. At the side, Shi Dongtian comforted him, forget it, the harvest of this trip is enough for us to break through to Earthly Venerable. There will always be a chance to settle accounts with them in the future. The Golden Horned Beast clan and the Fire Lion clan were the first to appear. The huge city lord's mansion occupied an extremely large area. With so many people entering and searching carefully, 10 days' time was about enough. Mu Yun saw the 2 appear and opened her eyes. At this moment, Jean Lei and Huadong Tian stood in front of the door and were stunned when they saw outside the mansion. What was going on? Outside the door, a man and a woman were lying on rocking chairs with a posture of enjoyment. It was really strange. Who are you? Jean Lei and Huadong Tian couldn't help but shout. Oh my! Jifu was suddenly awakened at this moment. She exclaimed and rubbed her eyes. It's over so soon? Mu Yun nodded at this moment. Jifu looked at the 2, stood up, put her hands on her hips, coughed, cleared her throat, and said, you opened this door. It's easy to enter, but difficult to leave. If you want to pass through the door, pay the toll. Jifu's words fell, and in an instant, the scene was strangely silent. Jean Lei was stunned. Huadong Tian was also stunned. Mu Yun was stunned. This Jifu. What nonsense are you talking about? Jean Lei snorted and said, hurry up and get lost. I'm in a bad mood today. I'm in a good mood. Jifu put her hands on her hips and said arrogantly, hand over the thing. What thing? What are you talking about? Huadong Tian was also stunned. Mu Yun smiled at this moment and said, you too, we are robbers. Jean Lei and Huadong Tian looked at Mu Yun and Jifu. They looked at them as if they were looking at idiots. Robbers, why would they want to rob them? Huadong Tian sneered and said, kid, get lost, or die. How fierce. Jifu snorted and said, an old turtle in a jar, still so fierce. You're courting death. Jean Lei was completely furious at this moment. This time, they were defeated and suffered a lot of losses. They didn't get any treasures, but ended up with injuries. They didn't expect to encounter 2 robbers now. A peak supreme. A middle stage supreme. You're courting death. Jean Lei took a step forward and waved his hands. A majestic force was released at this moment. Boom. Suddenly, a roar sounded. Before Jean Lei stepped out of the courtyard, a huge force rebounded at this moment and sent him flying. Huh? Jean Lei's face turned pale. Huadong Tian was stunned. They walked forward and looked at the barrier. Both of them were stunned. Barrier, why is there a barrier here? Hand it over. Mu Yun said with a serious face, we only want the thing. We don't want to kill anyone. Yes. Jifu clapped her hands excitedly. It's really feasible. Mu Yun had only built a small array formation, but it was enough to activate the entire defensive array formation. It's too magical. She didn't quite understand the logic behind it. But she knew. As long as these guys were trapped, it was fine. She didn't need to care about anything else. Jifu smiled and said, hurry up, hand it over, hand it over. Supreme spiritual liquid, supreme divine liquid, divine weapons, divine pills, don't leave a single one behind. You're courting death. Jean Lei was completely furious at this moment. This bastard was totally courting death. He dared to threaten them. Do you know who I am? Jean Lei said indifferently. Yes, I know. You're a member of the Golden Horned Beast clan. Jifu waved her hand indifferently and said, don't worry, I can afford to offend you. Then you dare to threaten us? Why wouldn't I dare? Jifu smiled and said, don't waste time, okay, I don't have time to waste here with you. Jifu looked at Mu Yun and couldn't help but say, can you think of a way to make them hand over the thing quickly? Otherwise, those people behind will have to queue up. Yes. At this moment, Jean Lei and Huadong Tian were completely furious. You're courting death. The two of them attacked again, using all their strength to attack the gate. Bang! A powerful rebounding force spread out at this moment. At this moment, the two of them turned pale and their figures kept retreating. How could it be? At this moment, the expression in their eyes changed. They couldn't break it. The two of them were invincible existences in a complete supreme realm, but they couldn't break it. Bastard! They had lost their way out. And it was an unknown mid-stage Supreme Master and a peak Supreme Master. Normally, they wouldn't even look at these two people in the eye. Don't waste your energy. Mu Yun waved her hand at this moment. Suddenly, tentacles appeared on the ground of the mansion. Those seaweeds and corals suddenly came to life and bound everyone's figures. Let's discuss? Mu Yun smiled at this moment. In your dreams. Jean Lei shouted in a low voice. Just in the next moment, a scream rang out. Jean Lei's hands and legs were bound, and his whole face was pale and terrifying. Blood flowed from his hands and feet. Stop. Didn't you say you won't discuss? You stop, I'll give it to you. At this moment, Jean Lei's painful face trembled. Huadong Tian's figure was also unable to move. That's right, it's better to talk nicely. Mu Yun flicked her finger, and the seaweeds and corals returned to their original state. Where was this place? Blood Tomb City Lord Mansion. The mansion of a supreme god was supported by a formation, and its power was infinite. Not to mention a supreme master, even if an earthly supreme was inside, there was someone outside who could control the formation. It was easy to kill them. If Jean Lei and Huadong Tian were not convinced, then kill them. At this moment, Jean Lei, Huadong Tian, and the rest were sitting on the ground, panting. Jifu said directly, stop talking nonsense. Hand over your spatial rings one by one. What? Hearing this, Huadong Tian and Jean Lei's expressions changed. They thought that Mu Yun just wanted them to hand over their money and give a portion of what they got to Mu Yun. After all, they were not the only ones in the city lord's mansion. Mu Yun was sitting here to buy the money. It could be said that she was going to make a huge profit. However, the two of them did not expect that Mu Yun didn't just want a little, but half. Instead, she wanted it all of it. At this moment, the two of them were really panicking. What's wrong? Mu Yun asked again, are you not willing to give it to me? Are the treasures in the spatial rings more important, or are your lives more important? Choose for yourself. Mu Yun said seriously, I won't hide it from you. In fact, you just broke a hole in this array. Now, I blocked the hole. It's a beginner Supreme God array. But it's connected to the array of the entire City Lord's mansion and absorbs the power of the entire array. You alone can't break this array. If I don't let you out, you'll definitely die. Mu Yun said as she looked at the dozen of them. Huadong Tian said gloomily, aren't you afraid of death? Offending the two of us is equivalent to offending the entire Golden Horned Beast clan and Fire Lion clan. Afraid of death? Mu Yun sneered. If I'm afraid of death, I won't be able to reach the Supreme God realm. At this moment, Mu Yun was indeed not afraid. If she didn't snatch, how could the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance improve? Hundreds of thousands of people were waiting for her to feed them. Just say it. Are you going to give it to me or not? Mu Yun waved her hand and said, if you don't give it to me, then die. I'll wait for the next wave of people. Anyway, I can get it after killing you. At this moment, Huadong Tian and Jean Lei's expressions were ugly. Jean Lei said slowly, you don't dare to kill us, which proves that you have concerns. Are you arrogant? You're not arrogant enough. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Mu Yun grinned and waved her hand. Whoosh. A formation seal descended at this moment. Bang. In an instant, the three figures beside Jean Lei were bound by the formation, and their bodies were gradually compressed. Gradually, traces of blood appeared. At this moment, the three figures were bleeding profusely as they shrieked miserably. Stop. Jean Lei shouted angrily. You want me to stop now? Too late. Mu Yun snorted and clenched her fist. Bang. 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 Three figures exploded in the courtyard. Jean Lei's eyes turned red. Mu Yun said again, are you going to hand it over or not? At this moment, Mu Yun did not care who she offended. For the development of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, he had to do this. Jean Lei's eyes were bloodshot. The three people who had died were all in the great circle of the Nine Heavens Supremes. They were his trusted clansmen. Mu Yun, damn it. What, you don't want to give it to me? Mu Yun waved her hand. I'll give it to you. Huadong Tian gave in at this moment. Dong Tian. Jean Lei. Huadong Tian said in a deep voice, give it to me. Otherwise, if you die, there will be nothing left. Are you willing to let your years of cultivation be completely destroyed here? Jean Lei cursed in a low voice. If we give it to you, how can you guarantee that you will let us go? Before Mu Yun could speak, Jifu spoke first, you're already a prisoner, and you still want to bargain? There's no guarantee, this is our promise. You have to bet, otherwise, you're destined to die. Mu Yun didn't say much. Jifu was right. Now, standing in the position of these guys, they had to bet. Bet that he would keep his word. Either way, they would die. Bet on a chance of survival. At this moment, Jean Lei clenched his fists tightly, making cracking sounds. Since young, he had never been so aggrieved. Good, very good. Jean Lei looked at Mu Yun and Jifu. Here. Jean Lei waved his hand, and a ring floated out at this moment. The water ripples on the door swayed at this moment, and the ring appeared in front of Mu Yun. Taking the ring, Mu Yun opened it carefully. Looking at the things inside, Mu Yun nodded. 1,000,000 drops of supreme spiritual liquid. 4 supreme divine weapons. And dozens of supreme divine pills. What about you guys? Mu Yun looked at the rest. At this moment, Huadong Tian also surrendered. One by one, the space rings floated out, and Mu Yun checked them one by one. Not bad. Perhaps these people had more than one storage ring, but looking at the things they handed over now, it was already very generous. Jifu took a step forward and looked at everyone. How dare you lie to us? Jifu shouted, this mansion is a supreme god's mansion. Who are you trying to fool with such little things? I'll count to 3. If you don't take out all the space storage artifacts on you, all of you will die. As soon as these words came out, Mu Yun was stunned. This woman was really going to be offended to the death. You. Jean Lei's face was extremely ugly. Here you go. As soon as he finished speaking, Jean Lei waved his hand and another spatial ring appeared. 3,000,000 drops of sovereign spiritual liquid, 10 human-grade supreme divine weapons, and 1 earthly-grade supreme divine weapon. Jifu smiled and said, that's right. You guys stay on the left side first. Jifu waved her hand and smiled. When you all arrive later, hand them over one by one. When you're done, I'll let you go. Jean Lei and Huadong Tian's faces were extremely ugly. Were these two fellows really going to rob everyone? This was too crazy. At this moment, the two of them didn't care about what these fellows thought. Mu Yun was so poor that she went crazy. The Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance needed supreme spiritual liquid and supreme divine liquid to support hundreds of thousands of warriors. Mu Yun had to find treasures as soon as possible to support the growth of those disciples. As for Ji Fu, it was purely for fun. If Jin Lei and Huadong Tian knew what Mu Yun and Ji Fu were thinking at this moment, they would definitely vomit blood. Not long after, the second group of people appeared. Yu Linglong from Yenyue Pavilion, Xianxia from Fierce Spirit Sect, Yi Fufeng from Extreme Emperor Palace. 200 to 300 people came to the front of the courtyard. Seeing that Huadong Tian and Jin Lei had yet to leave, Yu Linglong and the other two were shocked. However, when they saw two figures standing outside the door, the three of them were even more stunned. Mu Yun. Yu Linglong spoke almost instantly. As soon as she said that, Mu Yun knew that things were not going well. Too careless. She actually forgot that Yu Linglong had seen her among this group of people before. Brat, what are you standing there for? Yu Linglong scolded. Seems like you've gone crazy from wanting to die. You've delivered yourself to us? You're dreaming. Mu Yun sneered and said, you're the ones who are delivering yourselves to death. That's right. Ji Fu added, if you want to pass, leave the money to buy your life. Money to buy my life? Ji Fu suddenly laughed. You. Looking at Mu Yun and Ji Fu, Yu Linglong laughed so hard that she fell back and forth. She laughed so hard that tears came out of her eyes. Mu Yun, your Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance is considered a local in the Eastern Wilderness. However, compared to Yenyue Pavilion, it's not worth mentioning. Don't tell me you don't know? You actually want to learn how to rob others. Can your Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance withstand Yenyue Pavilion's anger? Mu Yun. Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance? At this moment, Jin Lei and Huadong Tian's expressions changed. This guy came from the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance in the Eastern Wilderness. They had also heard some news about the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance recently. They had quickly unified the Eastern Wilderness in close to 100 years. However, according to the information they received, there were only a few supreme martial artists in the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. This Mu Yun was the leader of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. Huadong Tian and Jin Lei could only feel their faces burning. They had been cheated by such an ant-like existence. The Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance was nothing. An earthly venerable from the Golden Horned Beast clan and the Fire Lion clan was enough to destroy the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. You. Seeing Jin Lei and Huadong Tian's ugly expressions, Yu Linglong suddenly spoke up. Yu Linglong suddenly smiled and said, don't tell me you guys really paid for the toll? Seeing that Jin Lei and Huadong Tian didn't refute her, Yu Linglong laughed until she couldn't straighten her back. Haha. Beside them, Lu Tongyuan also couldn't help but laugh. Jin Lei, Huadong Tian, you two are really. Yu Linglong laughed. The Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance has about 4 to 5 supreme martial artists. This Mu Yun is only an early-stage supreme martial artist. No, she's a mid-stage supreme martial artist. But it's not much. Other than that, there's only one earthly venerable in the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. You guys actually admitted defeat? At this moment, Yu Linglong felt that it was too funny. Fierce Bear from the Fierce Spirit Sect also sneered. It said that the Golden Horned Beast clan and the Fire Lion clan are fearless warriors. I think, rumors are just rumors. They can't be true. Yi Fufeng from the Extreme Emperor Palace also couldn't help but laugh. Jin Lei, Huadong Tian, you guys really make people speechless. At this moment, the three parties knew about Mu Yun's background and felt that it was very funny. In the past, they wouldn't even look at a mere Eastern Wilderness. There weren't even third-grade forces that were willing to take root in the Eastern Wilderness. Why, the core of the entire Ninth Heaven was the Abyss Realm. The Abyss Realm could be said to be a place with outstanding talents. This was something that the tens of thousands of worlds in the Ninth Heaven couldn't compare to. And the Abyss Realm had 5 major regions. The Abyss Realm had the strongest foundation, with the top second-grade forces and the Ninth Heavenly Emperor overseeing it. The Emperor Abyss Pavilion was the strongest existence in the Abyss realm and belonged to the 9th Heavenly Emperor. Apart from them, there were the top 9 second-grade forces and other second-grade forces. Within the Abyss realm, apart from the Abyss realm, there were the 10,000 mountains in the west, the North Heavenly Mountain origin, and the Antarctic Sea region in the west. The origin power contained in the earth veins was incomparably strong. Third-grade forces were rooted here. And the eastern wilderness was the most barren. This was because the eastern wilderness's location determined its potential. For millions of years, no Supremes had been born. Even if Supremes stayed in the eastern wilderness, their progress was extremely slow. Many experts had left the eastern wilderness after becoming Supremes. Who would have thought that today, Jean Lei from the Golden Horned Beast clan and Huadong Tian from the Fire Lion clan would be scared silly by someone from the eastern wilderness? If news of this spread, it would be the biggest joke in the world. Jean Lei and Huadong Tian wanted nothing more than to bury their heads in the ground like ostriches. It was too embarrassing. Mu Yun was actually from the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance, from the eastern wilderness. And they were scared silly by Mu Yun. Yu Linglong finally caught her breath from laughing. She looked at Mu Yun, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and said, "Mu Yun, I won't kill you. Return to the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance and send Lu Baiyue to our Yanue Pavilion. I will consider not destroying your 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance. After all, it was your hard work that you accumulated." When those words were said, everyone in the Masked Moon Pavilion all started laughing loudly. Jifu, who was standing beside Mu Yun, was also a little speechless. So Mu Yun was the master of a region. It was just that this side was very weak. Fourth grade forces were pitifully weak in the Abyss realm. Is it very funny? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Mu Yun took a step forward and looked at the people of Yanue Pavilion. "Yu Linglong, do you think it's funny?" Mu Yun enunciated each and every word clearly. "Isn't that so?" Yu Linglong eased her smile, but she still couldn't help but laugh. "It's fine if a mere 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance can dominate the eastern wilderness. Now you're counting on a third-class force? Do you know that the minimum standard for a third-class force is over 1,000 Supremes, over 100 Earthly Supremes, over 10 Heavenly Supremes, and over 1 Godly Supremes? Your 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance can't even be considered the lowest third-class force. You, a mere mid-stage Supreme, dare to threaten us? Mu Yun, you're too ignorant." Yu Linglong shook her head and said, "An earthly supremacy from Yanue Pavilion can easily destroy the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance that you painstakingly built. Do you understand?" At this moment, Mu Yun clenched her fists. She was despised. Mu Yun laughed self-deprecatingly. Indeed, he was only a mid-stage Supreme. He was really weak. But now, he was robbing. "It seems that you still think I'm joking." Mu Yun shook her head and smiled. "You won't shed tears until you see the coffin." As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun clenched her fist. "Since that's the case, then die." As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun clenched her fist tightly, and a ray of light rose at this moment. Rays of light turned into sharp blades and rushed towards the people of Yanue Pavilion. Poochie poochie. In an instant, more than a dozen figures were killed without any ability to resist. Yu Linglong and Lu Tongyuan's expressions changed slightly at this moment. They retreated, and divine weapons appeared in their hands. A rumbling sound rang out. The people of Yanue Pavilion were attacked by the formation at this moment, and they were immediately in chaos. At this moment, Mu Yun's face was as gloomy as water. "Bastard!" Lu Tongyuan berated, "Mu Yun, you're courting death." "Courting death?" Mu Yun sneered and said, "You can't kill me with just you guys. This is your last chance. Hand over all your spatial rings. Otherwise, you will all die." At this moment, the attacks of the formation were growing stronger and stronger. At the same time, a cyan shield appeared in Yu Linglong's hand. She blocked the attack of the formation, but she was gasping for breath. "Mu Yun, are you seeking death?" Yu Linglong said viciously, "Do you know what you are doing?" "Me, this is a robbery." Mu Yun remained unmoved and said, "As for whether you hand it over or not, that's your choice. If you hand it over, you might not die. If you don't hand it over, you'll definitely die. How dare you? At this moment, Yu Linglong was startled and the smile on her face disappeared. Mu Yun actually dared to rob them. Was this guy not afraid of death? You can try and see if I dare or not. Mu Yun snorted, her face cold. Yu Linglong and Lu Tongyuan were also a little dumbfounded. They only thought that Mu Yun was bragging and did not dare to make a move. Unexpectedly, Mu Yun actually made a move. This bastard. Are you going to hand it over or not? Mu Yun said again. In your dreams. Then die. Mu Yun was no longer polite. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, in the courtyard of the mansion, tens of thousands of sharp blade lights sounded at this moment, killing towards the people of Xianxia Pavilion. For a moment, the blade lights and sword shadows flickered. Mu Yun's aura surged from head to toe. Yu Linglong and Lu Tongyuan were resisting in a sorry state. The disciples around them died one by one. It's fine if you don't hand it over. They will help me get it. Mu Yun's expression was indifferent. The feeling of being looked down upon was really unpleasant. However, now, he indeed did not have the strength to make others think highly of him. After entering the Kanglan 10,000 realms, he slaughtered a bloody path out of the 9th grade forces. He slaughtered a bloody path out of the low-level realms. Now, the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance was one of the most powerful 4th grade forces. However, compared to the 3rd grade forces, it was not worth mentioning. He had always pursued the peak. And the peak was getting closer and closer to him. At this moment, Mu Yun's aura was vigorous, and strength surged from head to toe. Slash. A low shout came from Mu Yun's mouth. Whoosh. A beam of light was extremely fast. With a poochie sound, Lu Tongyuan's body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Blood flowed all over the ground. Lu Tongyuan was dead. A great perfection supreme, a supreme genius of Xianxia Pavilion, died. At this moment, Yu Linglong's expression changed drastically. Mu Yun had really gone crazy. She actually dared to deal with Xianxia Pavilion. Mu Yun, it's still not too late for you to stop now. Otherwise, even if I die, Xianxia Pavilion will destroy your Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. Still pretending to be a big head with me here? However, Mu Yun said coldly, do you think I'm really afraid of you? With a low shout, strength condensed all over Mu Yun's body. In the next moment, a murderous aura directly filled the air and surrounded Yu Linglong. Boom. A low explosion sounded at this moment. Yu Linglong's delicate body exploded with a loud bang. The bodies of the people of Xianxia Pavilion gradually fell to the ground. Banging sounds continued to ring out. Nearly 100 people of Xianxia Pavilion died one by one. Blood flowed. At this moment, Mu Yun stood outside the city lord's mansion. The devouring aura in her body was released at this moment. Waves of pure energy flowed into her body. At this moment, the scene was incomparably silent. Xianxia of the Fierce Spirit Sect. Madame Yi of the Extreme Emperor Palace. At this moment, they were all silent. It was not that they had nothing to say, but they did not dare to say it. Mu Yun's move was tantamount to killing the chicken to warn the monkey. But they could only be sullen monkeys at this moment. Otherwise, the next attack might have landed on them. On the side, Jin Lei and Huadong Tian had a sneer between their brows, and there was a kind of joy flowing in their hearts. Wasn't Yu Linglong capable? Don't kill yourself. Looking at Yi Fufeng and Xiong, who were also silent at this moment, Huadong Tian and Jin Lei sneered. Just now, they mocked them so happily, but now they did not dare to speak. Trash. Mu Yun stood like this for half a day. Huff. Suddenly, a soft cry sounded. Mu Yun opened her eyes, and a turbid aura flowed out. At this moment, Mu Yun's aura changed. Her Dharma body reached 3,000 meters from 500 meters. Lightning Divine Body Technique, first level, third level successful. Late stage Supreme Martial Artist. After devouring the essence, energy, and spirit of nearly 100 Supreme Martial Artists, she reached the late stage Supreme Martial Artist. Mu Yun could not help but sigh at this moment. It was too difficult. There were nearly 100 Supreme Martial Artists, from early stage Supreme Martial Artists to complete Supreme Martial Artists. But after devouring 100 people in a row, she only advanced to the late-stage supreme martial artist. Her 500-meter Dharma body reached 3,000 meters. This was a leap. An ordinary late-stage supreme martial artist's Dharma body was only 1,000 meters. But she was 3,000 meters, only 2,000 meters away from the peak supreme martial artist's 5,000 meters. Opening her eyes, Mu Yun's eyes became cold and fierce. At this moment, everyone also felt the change in Mu Yun. Jifu stood next to Mu Yun and felt it the most clearly. Late-stage supreme martial artist, so fast. She saw with her own eyes how Mu Yun went from early-stage supreme martial artist to late-stage supreme martial artist step by step. And it had only been a few months since she entered this Blood Moon city. This guy's improvement was a little scary. Hand over the rings. Mu Yun looked at Yi Fufeng and Xianxia. At this moment, Yi Fufeng and Xianxia had nothing to say. They were intercepted by Mu Yun, and now that Lu Tongyuan and Yu Linglong were killed, how could they dare to say anything? Now, this was the only way. Yi Fufeng and Xianxia handed over the spatial rings in their hands one by one. This time, they suffered a big loss. It was not easy for them to risk their lives to get it, but it was snatched away by Mu Yun. But the key point was that Mu Yun was only a mid-stage supreme martial artist. No, she was now a late-stage supreme martial artist. The two only felt that they were holding their breath. Xianxia, I remember that you got an Earth-grade supreme martial artist, don't forget. Jin Lei sneered at the side at this moment. You. Hearing this, Xianxia's face changed. Mu Yun checked the ring and found that it was indeed not there. Jifu snorted and said, still dare to hide it. Mu Yun, just kill them. Okay. Mu Yun took a step forward. Don't. Yi Fufeng suddenly said at this moment, I still have a spatial storage artifact here. Xianxia also gritted his teeth at this moment and threw out another ring. But when he looked at Jin Lei, his eyes were full of malice. Jin Lei did not care at this moment. Everything they had was plundered. Jin Lei clearly remembered how happy this guy was just now. Now, are you satisfied? Xianxia snorted. What am I satisfied with? Jin Lei smiled and said, everyone is in the same boat. When Mu Yun and Jifu saw this scene, they did not say much. This group of people did not have a good relationship to begin with. Previously, when Yu Linglong mocked them, Yi Fufeng and Xianxia also laughed along. Jin Lei could not take this lying down and pointed out the two's hiding place. It was a good thing for them. It was better for them to fight among themselves. Mu Yun said slowly, next, there are still 7 places. I will plunder them one by one. Don't worry, I will not favor one and discriminate against the other. Jin Lei and Huadong Tian did not say much. Xianxia and Yi Fufeng changed their direction at this moment and were about to sit down. Wait. Mu Yun spoke at this moment. What do you want now? Xianxia shouted, I have already given you everything. That is all my savings and what I got this time. Nothing. Mu Yun said with a smile, I'll have to trouble the two of you to take out the spatial storage rings on Yu Linglong and the others and give them to us. Seeing Mu Yun's smiling face, Xianxia wanted to curse at this moment. This bastard. I will kill him sooner or later. The two immediately took action and threw out hundreds of spatial rings at Mu Yun. Mu Yun did not stand on ceremony and checked them one by one. Whatever you need, just take it. Mu Yun looked at Jifu and said, the rest is mine. Jifu grinned and said, okay. Now, she finally understood why Mu Yun was interested in everything. Human-grade supreme divine pills, human-grade supreme divine artifacts, and so on were actually dispensable to some supreme martial artists. But Mu Yun took them all. This fellow still had a large group of subordinates to feed. The 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance. She did not expect such a force to appear in the eastern wilderness. It was really interesting. After this trip, she must go back and talk to little senior sister. Encountering Mu Yun on this trip was truly a rewarding experience for him. At this moment, Jin Lei, Huadong Tian, Xianxia, and Yi Fufeng were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood when they saw Mu Yun and Jifu dividing the spoils in front of them. This guy was too hateful. Mu Yun and Jifu didn't care at this moment. They just divided it up in front of the two of them. Not long after, a few figures arrived in the city lord's mansion. Heaven Barbarian Sect, Man Yuan. Wu Ta Gon from the Wu Ta clan. And Zhi Yao Tian from the Candle Dragon clan. The three parties walked out one by one and looked at the door, but they didn't know what to do. The Golden Horned Beast clan and the Fire Lion clan had left long ago. They were still here. And the Fierce Spirit Sect and the Extreme Emperor Palace hadn't left either. The three of them wanted to say something, but when they saw the pile of corpses on the ground, their faces suddenly changed. Yu Linglong. Lu Tongyuan. Dead. Unbelievable. Immediately, Zhi Yao Tian, Wu Ta Gon, and Man Yuan looked around cautiously. What's going on? Man Yuan frowned and said coldly. They subconsciously thought that the four parties had joined forces. Otherwise, how could the people of the Masked Moon Pavilion have all died? You're asking me? Xianxia snorted and said, why don't you ask him? Xianxia pointed outside the courtyard. Mu Yun saw the three parties appear and smiled slightly. Same old rules, leave the things and wait. Mu Yun smiled slightly. Who are you? It's you. At this moment, Man Yuan and Zhi Yao Tian spoke almost at the same time. At this moment, the two of them had cold and disdainful eyes. Zhi Yao Tian snorted and said, you ran very fast that day, but now you dare to show up. You two scoundrels, just nice to pay for my Candle Dragon clan's martial artists with your lives. As soon as Zhi Yao Tian finished speaking, he took a step forward and punched out. His power surged as he charged towards Mu Yun. Boom. A roar sounded at this moment. The door was intact. A water ripple mark appeared and completely absorbed all the attacks. You're courting death. Mu Yun snorted and punched out. A fist rushed out from the water ripple mark. Bang. Zhi Yao Tian was careless, his face turned pale, and his figure retreated. Supreme God Formation. Zhi Yao Tian's face was ugly. It's good that you know, hand it over. Mu Yun said again at this moment, I don't have time to waste with you. After Mu Yun finished speaking, she looked at the three parties. At this moment, how could Man Yuan, Zhi Yao Tian, and Wu Taiyan not understand, Mu Yun was robbing them? Looking at the expressions of Jin Lei, Huadong Tian, Yi Fufeng, and Xianxia, it was obvious that they had been robbed. Kid, you. Can you cut the crap? Mu Yun waved her hand impatiently and said, did you see what happened to those guys? At this moment, Zhi Yao Tian chose to keep his mouth shut. Yu Linglong's death and Jin Lei and the other three submission were enough to explain what had just happened. Jin Lei smiled and said, Man Yuan, Wu Ta dares. Hand the interspatial ring to Mu Yun. Otherwise, Yu Linglong will end up like her. Stop wasting time and hurry up. Hearing Jin Lei's words, Wu Ta Gon was stunned. Are you Mu Yun? Wu Ta dared to look at Mu Yun. He smiled and said, our Wu Ta clan has been looking for you. Don't try to worm your way into being friends. At this moment, Jifu urged, you're really slow. Hand over your spatial rings, or you'll die. Wu Ta's expression changed slightly. Before coming, their Wu Ta clan's high priest had personally instructed that if they met a young man named Mu Yun, they could help as much as they could. But now, they were robbed by Mu Yun? Mu Yun, we have no ill intentions. Wu Ta dared to explain. But in front of so many people, he couldn't say that it was the high priest's order. Moreover, even if he said it, Mu Yun would have to believe it. Stop wasting time. Jifu said again, hurry up. At this moment, the three's expressions were a little ugly. Was this guy really going to rob them? Humph. Zhi Yao Tian of the Candle Dragon clan threw out an interspatial ring with a flick of his hand. At this moment, Xianxia of the Fierce Spirit Sect suddenly said, Zhi Yao Tian, I heard that you got an Earthgrade Supreme Divine Pill. Don't hide it. Xianxia, you're courting death. I'm courting death. What can you do about it? The two of them looked like they were about to explode in anger. Mu Yun and Jifu saw the scene and smiled slightly. Just now, Jin Lei betrayed Xianxia, and now, Xianxia betrayed Zhi Yao Tian. It seemed that they didn't need to think about unearthing the value of these people. The relationship between the Fierce Spirit Sect and the Candle Dragon clan had always been bad. The few prodigies present also knew that. At this moment, no one interrupted. They had already been robbed clean. If these three still left something behind, they would feel uncomfortable. Moreover, the relationship between the various parties was already stiff because of the treasure. Now, if they were to undermine each other and make the other party unhappy, they would feel very good in their hearts. Don't hide it anymore. Muyun looked at the three of them and said again, I'll give you one more chance. Hand over all the divine weapons, Dharma treasures, and divine pills on you. If anyone else says that you're still hiding something, I'll kill them. Zhu Yaotian, Man Yuan, and Wu Ta's expressions were ugly. Zhu Feng was killed by Muyun and Ji Fu. Zhu Yaotian was already furious in his heart. And now, he was actually threatened by Muyun again. As for Wu Ta, he was even more aggrieved. The high priest had personally instructed that if they met Muyun, they could help Muyun. But this guy actually dared to rob them. The three parties handed over their interspatial rings one by one. Muyun and Ji Fu divided them up again. At this moment, the 7 parties dispersed. Their eyes were dark as they looked at each other, burning with anger. Everyone was thinking that the other party was an idiot. For a moment, the scene was rather silent. Muyun didn't care about this. This time, she had made a fortune. Just the interspatial rings alone were already more than 1,000. These interspatial rings were also supreme Dharma treasures and were even more stable. Not to mention, they were the gains of the various prodigies on this trip and their own storage. At this moment, Ji Fu was also choosing one by one. Originally, it was just a coincidence that she found Muyun to cooperate with her this time. But she didn't expect that this Muyun would constantly bring her surprises. It seemed that she was indeed beautiful and lucky. At this moment, all parties were silent. Not long after, another group of people arrived. The Rhinoceros clan, the 8-winged purple python clan, the Fang clan, and the Qiao clan. Pai Lingchen, Zi Sun, Fang Xing, Qiao Tianzi. The 4 of them appeared in the courtyard and looked at the 7 parties and the corpses of Yu Linglong and the others. They were extremely cautious. What's going on? At this moment, all parties were confused. Hand it over. Hand it over. Hand it over. Almost at the same time, before Muyun could speak, 3 voices sounded. Zhu Yaotian, Man Yuan, and Xianxia said almost in unison. Damn it. What's going on? Hand it over. Hand what over? The 4 of them were dumbfounded. Pai Lingchen was tall and strong. At this moment, he said in a muffled voice, hand what over? At the side, Jean Lei from the Golden-Horned Beast clan said, hand over all the treasures on you. Don't hide the Earth-grade Supreme Dharma treasure you obtained. Zi Sun, you obtained 30,000 drops of Supreme Divine Liquid. Don't hide it. Fang Xing, hand over your Supreme Ancient Elixir too. At this moment, Yi Fufeng, Huadong Tian, and the others also spoke one by one. Are you guys crazy? Fang Xing's expression changed a few times. What's wrong with these guys? Don't waste everyone's time, okay? Man Yuan said in a low voice, hand over all the treasures on you to Muyun and Ji Fu. Damn it. What's going on? Fang Xing, Qiao Tianzi, and the other 3 were really dumbfounded. However, the expressions of the 4 people slowly changed. They roughly figured out what was going on. Everyone was trapped. Muyun and Ji Fu were robbing them. At this moment, Muyun hooked her finger. The 4 of you, hand it over. What if we don't hand it over? Zi Sun from the 8-winged purple python clan said indifferently. Die. Here. Zi Sun waved her hand, and 2 rings flew directly into the sky. Muyun was taken aback. Ji Fu was taken aback. The others were also taken aback. Zi Sun's posture looked like she was going to risk her life. However, after hearing Muyun's words, she did not refuse and directly handed over everything. This guy was so direct that it was hard to react. Muyun did not hesitate either. Not long after, Fang Xing, Qiao Tianzi, Pai Lingchen, and the others also handed over their treasures one by one. Seeing this scene, Muyun nodded. She roughly observed the various spatial rings. Muyun was ecstatic. This time, there were a lot of supreme divine artifacts. There were nearly 10,000 Supreme Divine Pills. There were also 400 to 500 Supreme Divine Arts. Huge wealth. Most importantly, these were not the most important things. It was the Supreme Divine Liquid. A total of 90 million drops. And 110,000 drops of Supreme Divine Liquid. If it was converted to Sovereign Spiritual Liquid, it would be 110 million drops. I'm rich. For a moment, Mu Yan's breathing was a little rapid. Since we have handed over the items, can we leave now? Jean Lei snorted at this moment. Don't worry, I'm a man of my word. Mu Yan smiled and turned to leave. Hey, why are you leaving? Yi Fufeng of the Extreme Emperor Palace hurriedly shouted. Oh, right. Mu Yan smiled and said, without my support, this array will be broken in about an hour. At that time, you can all come out. Thank you, everyone, for helping me out. Goodbye. With that, Mu Yan left leisurely. Everyone in the array was in a complete mess. You guys are really good. Fangxing of the Fang family snorted at this moment. Everyone is in the Abyss realm. You guys are really ruthless. Fangxing, are you complaining about us now? It's not like we snatched your things. Yi Fufeng of the Extreme Emperor Palace sneered. If you have the time, think about how to get it back. I'm really unlucky to have met you guys. Zhu Yaotian of the Candle Dragon clan cursed at this moment. Everyone was in a bad mood at this moment. They did not speak anymore. Otherwise, they might really start fighting. At this moment, the one they hated the most was Mu Yun. This bastard. You're really bad. At the same time, Jifu left with Mu Yun and smiled. But you're too soft-hearted. Why didn't you kill them? Once they leave, your Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance will be finished. Do you think I don't want to? Mu Yun smiled bitterly and said, it's not that I don't want to, but I can't do it. The entire mansion's grand formation is extremely powerful. I might be able to trap them, but if I were to rely on the grand formation to kill them, I wouldn't be able to withstand the might of the grand formation and would be crushed to death. Mu Yun also felt that it was a pity. Her contact with the Supreme Divine Array was just the beginning. If she could take another step forward, those guys would definitely die. How could he not understand that they wanted to silence them? Jifu did not say much. In that case, Mu Yun's Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance was really in danger. However, Mu Yun was not a reckless person. She knew that she could not provoke the geniuses of the major forces, but she still provoked them. She must have a backup plan. After all, Mu Yun was indeed very curious about many things. What do you plan to do next? Jifu asked again. Let's leave this place first. Mu Yun sighed. Now that we have robbed the disciples of the 12 major forces, they will definitely not allow us to stay here. We can leave now. Besides Blood Moon City, there are other cities. What a pity. Jifu was reluctant to part with them. It was not that she was reluctant to part with the treasures, but she was reluctant to leave just like that. It was not easy for her to come out, and she had to go back before she had enough fun. If her father knew that she had escaped, he would be furious. She did not know if her mother had come out of seclusion. For a moment, Jifu was also a little unhappy. The two followed the pillar of seawater and swam toward the Blood Demon Sea. However, looking at the surface of the sea, the two stopped. At this moment, all around the sea, figures stood still. The earthly venerables of the various forces were still waiting here. Moreover, the disciples who had left early were all detained in the pillar of seawater and had not left. Why don't you let us leave? A peak supreme being martial artist shouted, aren't the 12 great forces being too overbearing? The disciples are below, occupying the best place and not letting us in. You are guarding above, not letting us leave. Yes. This is too much. The martial artists all shouted angrily at this moment. The disciples of the 12 major forces who entered joined forces to expel them. They did not have a share of the City Lord Mansion and the 3 deputy City Lords' mansions at all. The 12 major forces drove them out rudely. The earthly venerables below drove them out of Blood Moon City. The earthly venerables above stopped them and did not let them leave. These people had gone too far by abusing their power to bully others. Everyone, please calm down. At this moment, an earthly venerable elder walked out and smiled. Since everyone entered together, then come out together. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? We will not forcibly check what you have obtained. After all, this trip to the secret plane is based on your own ability. I hope that everyone can wait patiently. When everyone returns, everyone will naturally be able to leave. When Mu Yun and Jifu saw this, they frowned slightly. This is troublesome. Jifu frowned and said, these old foxes, did they get some information? Not necessarily. At this moment, Mu Yun said, these guys, it's most likely because they didn't see their own disciples come out and were worried that the good things in Blood Moon City would be obtained by others. The reason we're here to prevent them from leaving is to ensure that they get the most benefits. If someone surpasses them, they'll probably start a massacre. Jifu's face was even more bitter. What should I do now? At this moment, Mu Yun was also having a headache. Who would have thought that these forces would play such a hand? Let's wait for our chance. At this moment, Mu Yun said, the underwater world is vast. Other than Blood Moon City, there are other places. If there's no other way, we'll go to other places to hide. Anyway, we have a lot of supreme spiritual liquid with us. If it doesn't work, we'll cultivate to earthly venerable before coming out. Let's see what they can do. When Jifu heard this, she was even more depressed. Cultivate to earthly venerable? How many years would that take? At the bottom of the sea, wouldn't they be suffocated to death? Jifu shook her head subconsciously. At this moment, Mu Yun was also helpless. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, a series of air-piercing sounds were heard. Suddenly, a group of figures flew over from below. Mu Yun and Jifu immediately blended into the crowd and hid. Jin Lei. At this moment, a shout was heard. An earthly venerable expert from the Golden Horned Beast clan, Jin Yongchang, walked out at this moment. Uncle Chang. When Jin Lei saw Jin Yongchang, he almost cried. The rest of the people also found their earthly venerable elders and approached them one by one. What happened? Jin Yongchang was puzzled. All of the treasures we've obtained on this trip have been robbed. Even our original storage has been robbed. Jin Lei said hatefully, they stole all of our spatial rings. They? At this moment, Jin Yongchang's powerful aura bloomed. An earthly venerable had condensed the supreme true body. At this moment, Jin Yongchang released his power, and the thousands of people around felt extremely threatened. Who did this? Did they bully my Golden Horned Beast clan because there's no one? Jin Yongchang roared. Hee, Jin Yongchang, your Golden Horned Beast clan's disciples are useless. How can you blame others? A sarcastic voice was heard. Zhui, does your Candle Dragon clan want to compete with our Golden Horned Beast clan? Let's compete. Do you think we're afraid of you? Zhui, the Candle Dragon clan's earthly venerable, sneered. At the side, Zhu Yaotian tugged at his elder's sleeve. Zhui is right. Chao Peng, the deacon of Yenyue Pavilion, also smiled and said, you can't blame others for your failure. At this moment, Zhu Yaotian sneered and took a step forward. Elder Chao Peng, the people of Yenyue Pavilion were all killed by them. They really did not disappoint us. That's right. Jin Lei added, Yu Linglong and Lu Tongyuan died so miserably. You'd better send your disciples down to collect their corpses. What? Chao Peng's face changed when he heard this. Zhui looked at Zhu Yaotian and asked hurriedly, what exactly happened? Who exactly were they? Uncle Yi, two people appeared in Blood Moon City. Their names are Mu Yun and Jifu. When we entered the City Lord Mansion, they sealed it and took our space rings. Everything we had was taken away by Mu Yun. Zhu Yaotian said bitterly, that guy has at least 100 million drops of sovereign spiritual liquid and 100,000 drops of sovereign divine liquid. There was an uproar when he said this. 100 million drops of sovereign spiritual liquid. 100,000 drops of sovereign divine liquid. What kind of concept was this? An ordinary third-class force did not have that much savings. It was taken by two people. Once these words were spoken, the various factions began to inquire about it. Not long after, the faces of the earthly venerables turned ugly. Mu Yun. Jifu. One was a late-stage sovereign, and the other was a peak sovereign. They stole the backs of thousands of sovereigns from the 12 forces. Who would dare to believe it? Stupid. At this moment, a loud scolding was heard. Feng Shuihan, the leader of the Feng family earthly venerables, looked at Feng Xing and scolded, "You handed it over just because I asked you to?" Uncle Han. Feng Xing said with an ugly expression, "When I appeared, these guys told Mu Yun that I had some kind of treasure on me." Feng Shuihan's face was gloomy. These idiots wanted others to be like them when they were robbed. Feng Shuihan said again, "You are also extremely stupid. What did I teach you on a daily basis? Don't lose your head out of fear when something happens. Be like those idiots and lose your head." Feng Shuihan's voice was very loud. "Let me ask you. Since Mu Yun took your space rings, why didn't she kill you?" That's because she couldn't do it. Feng Shuihan shouted, "Otherwise, why would she leave trouble for herself with such a plan?" "But you Linglong. She was killing the chicken to warn the monkey. If you gathered thousands of sovereigns, Mu Yun wouldn't be able to kill you all if you really joined forces." Feng Shuihan sighed at this point. What a good Mu Yun. She had the guts to intercept the descendants of the 12 forces. It had to be said that she was a reckless character. As soon as Feng Shuihan said this, all the geniuses were enlightened. That's right. With Mu Yun's attitude at that time, she could have killed them to silence them. She didn't seem like a soft-hearted person. The reason why she didn't kill them. It could only be said that Mu Yun didn't have that ability. They were fooled. They were all fooled. Xianxia from the Qiao family also had a gloomy expression at this moment. At this moment, the Feng family and the Qiao family gathered and whispered something. The Candle Dragon clan and the Dust Rhinoceros clan also gathered together. Damn it, damn it. Manager Chao Peng of the Masked Moon Pavilion trembled and gritted his teeth. Yu Linglong was dead. Lu Tongyuan was dead. These two were the leaders of the Supremes of the Masked Moon Pavilion. They were killed in the Blood Fiend Sea. How was he going to explain this to the higher-ups of the Masked Moon Pavilion? Moreover, Yu Linglong was the daughter of the Vice Pavilion Master, Yu Tianming, and the youngest disciple of the Moon Goddess. This time, they were in big trouble. Chao Peng immediately looked at the person beside him and shouted, reporting to the sect, "I hope the sect master will send a sovereign disciple to kill Mu Yun." Yes. At this moment, the Fierce Spirit sect, the Extreme Emperor Palace, the Golden Horned Beast clan, and the Fire Lion clan were all furious. She was just a late-stage sovereign. She schemed against everyone. Damn it. The Wu Ta clan. Wu Ta Gon's expression wasn't good either. Uncle Wu Ta Shan. Wu Ta Gon looked at Wu Ta Shan and said, "That Mu Yun is too despicable. The high priest actually asked us to help her. She doesn't need our help. She kidnapped us too." Hearing this, Wu Ta Shan also frowned. The high priest knows Mu Yun. That's certain. Wu Ta Shan said slowly, but Mu Yun might not know who the high priest is. This might have caused a misunderstanding. Wu Ta Gon, take some people and continue to search for Mu Yun's traces. I'll immediately send someone to report this to the high priest. This time, all parties have been kidnapped. How can these earthly venerables be so angry? Wu Ta Shan analyzed. They will definitely turn around to kill Mu Yun. You go too, but do your best to protect Mu Yun. I'll ask the high priest what he means. Okay. Wu Ta Gon nodded. This Mu Yun was really daring. Of the 12 third-grade sects, the ones who came this time were all outstanding talents at the sovereign realm. Mu Yun snatched them all in one breath. She was really not afraid of death. Most importantly, Mu Yun was only at the later stage of the Supreme Being stage. If this kid reached perfected sovereign, wouldn't he even dare to snatch earthly venerables? At the same time, in the Heavenly Barbarian sect, Man Zhongshan looked at Man Yuan and said, "Man Yuan, you're a perfected sovereign. If you meet Mu Yun and Jifu, you can kill them with a wave of your hand." All right. Man Zhongshan said in a low voice, "This kid has hundreds of millions of sovereign spiritual liquid and hundreds of thousands of sovereign divine liquid. If our Heavenly Barbarian sect obtains it, we can forge a large number of earthly venerables and heavenly venerables. If you can obtain it this time, you will have a share of the sect master position in the future. Man Yuan nodded in agreement. The Man family was a powerful force in the heavenly barbarian sect. He, Man Yuan, was even more of a genius. I understand. The supreme divine artifacts, supreme divine elixirs, and supreme divine arts that were snatched were mostly of the human grade, with a few of them being of the earth grade. These were nothing to the higher-ups of the third-class forces. But there were hundreds of millions of supreme spiritual liquid. Hundreds of thousands of supreme divine liquid. This was a huge amount of wealth. Not to mention supremes and earthly venerables, even heavenly venerables would fight for it. Even ultimate gods would be tempted. This was what all parties wanted. It was all the supreme spiritual liquid and supreme divine liquid in the entire Blood Moon City, and it was all snatched by Mu Yun. At this moment, all parties were instructing their disciples. It was a big deal that such a huge amount of supreme spiritual liquid and supreme divine liquid was snatched. This matter couldn't be let go just like that. Inside and outside the water pillar, it was very lively. The supremes of the other third-class forces were also eager to give it a try. The 12 forces had been snatched. They were snatched by a late-stage supremes and a peak supremes. If it was snatched by an earthly venerables, they would have nothing to say. But now, it wasn't the case. In this way, they also had a chance to fight for it. After all, there was no lack of peak supremes and complete supremes among them. Now, early stage and mid-stage supremes, come out immediately. Fan Shuihan of the Fan family said, since those two are already late-stage and peak supremes, early-stage and mid-stage supremes shouldn't go, lest they get mixed in. Everyone agreed with his words. Now, all the earthly venerables were here. If early-stage and middle-stage supreme being disciples appeared, then there was a possibility that it was Mu Yun and Ji Fu in disguise. First, the weak ones were eliminated. Those who entered were all warriors above the late stage of the supremes. Mu Yun and Ji Fu had nowhere to run. That's right. Xianxia of the Qiao family said, maybe those two bastards are mixed in the crowd. Earthly venerables, let your disciples gather at one side of the water pillar first. We will count the number of people carefully. As soon as he said this, Mu Yun and Ji Fu cursed inwardly. These guys were really sinister. Let's go. Mu Yun said, I don't believe that there's only one exit. Yes. The two figures flashed and immediately left. Who? Suddenly, someone sensed that the two had left. It's Mu Yun and Ji Fu. Chase. Hurry up and catch up. In an instant, the situation within the pillar turned chaotic. Who would still listen to an order for early-stage and mid-stage martial saints to leave? Everyone rushed forward at once. Chase. The Illumination Dragon Clan's Illumination Earthly Venerate ordered. At this moment, Zhu Yao Tian led his men and immediately chased after them. The area below was only so large. They did not believe that Mu Yun could escape. At that moment, the people from the 11 great powers immediately attacked. The masked moon pavilion's Chao Peng was extremely nervous. Damn it. Yu Linglong and Lu Tongyuan were both dead. He was the only one who had no one he could use. Hurry up. Hurry up and send the news back. Otherwise, the spirit essence and god essence will go to waste. Chao Peng was indeed very anxious at this moment. At the same time, Mu Yun and Ji Fu fled for their lives. It's really fun to rob but heartbreaking to run after. Mu Yun smiled bitterly. Ji Fu, on the other hand, chuckled and said, this is interesting. This Blood Fiend Sea region, one of the 5 great outer cities, is already so interesting. It's so boring to leave now. Mu Yun looked at Ji Fu but shook her head. This woman couldn't wait for the world to fall into chaos. Behind them, the sound of air being torn apart followed closely. Mu Yun and Ji Fu were not slow either. The two hid their auras and returned to Blood Moon City once again. Not long after, figures had already arrived. Their auras disappeared? Zhu Yao Tian led dozens of people and frowned. Search the area one by one. Blood Moon City is only so big. They can't have gone far. Yes. At the same time, Jin Lei, Huadong Tian, Yi Fufeng, and the others also searched one by one. Led by the martial artists of the 11 major forces, together with the weak third-grade martial artists from other forces, they searched thoroughly in Blood Moon City. If not for the extremely tough materials of the buildings in this city, they would have already broken into Blood Moon City and forced Mu Yun and Jifu to appear. "Let's go to the City Lord Mansion," Mu Yun said directly at this moment. The City Lord Mansion's array was still there. Even if they were discovered, it could still hold on for a while. As for other places, under the carpet search, they would be discovered sooner or later. The two entered the City Lord Mansion together. Gradually, more and more figures appeared around them. Mu Yun and Jifu entered the City Lord Mansion directly and went deep inside. They hadn't entered before, so they really didn't know what the scenery inside the City Lord Mansion was like. Now that they entered, they saw that the huge City Lord Mansion was surrounded by courtyards with 9 entrances and 9 exits. It was extremely complicated. "These guys just have a lot of people." Jifu was unconvinced. "If a complete supreme comes, I can't beat his lackey." Mu Yun didn't reply at this moment. Instead, she went to the City Lord Mansion's main hall and looked at a map at the side of the hall. The map was made of extremely unique materials. At this moment, the markings on the map were very strange. At the bottom of the map, there was a building that looked like a main hall. Endless Blood Palace. Mu Yun looked carefully. Outside the Endless Blood Palace, there were 7 light spots that looked like a rainbow track. 7 Blood Imperial Guards. Looking outside, there was another rainbow track mark. On the rainbow-shaped line, there were 5 cities, and Blood Moon City was one of them. Jifu looked at the map at this moment and said, "That's right. The Endless Ancient Emperor and the Wujian Ancient Emperor are ancient titled emperors. These 5 outer cities seem to be the outermost area. The 7 Blood Imperial Guards are guarding the Endless Blood Palace. I guess these 7 Blood Imperial Guards are the Endless Ancient Emperor's trusted subordinates. Then, it's the Endless Blood Palace, the core area." Jifu smiled and said, "If we calculate it this way, there are both Dominator and World Plane realms in the Endless Blood Palace. The outermost area is just honorable. In Kanglan World, honorable could be called experts. However, compared to World Plane realms and Dominator realms, they were indeed not enough. They could only be called honorable. It seems like our position is here." Mu Yun pointed at the location of Blood Moon City on the map. "How can we get to the other 4 cities?" They couldn't stay in Blood Moon City. If they were caught, there would be no way to escape. Moreover, the most important thing wasn't to escape. Mu Yun saw the gains in Blood Moon City. It would be a lie if she said that she wasn't tempted by the other 4 cities. 5 great cities. Outside Blood Moon City, there was also Blood Sun City, Blood Star City, Blood Bright City, and Blood Dark City. If there were no surprises, these 4 cities were comparable in strength to Blood Moon City. Moreover, they were all outer cities that were once built by the Endless Ancient Emperor. If that was the case, there should be a way to reach each other's place quickly. For example, a space teleportation formation. A space teleportation formation could quickly teleport people to another place. This was even faster than the Supreme God space traversal. Moreover, only a Supreme Divine Array Master could create such a formation. And a Supreme Divine Array Master who had reached the God Realm. Only by reaching the God Realm could one control the mysteries of space. This was also why Mu Yun had almost never encountered a space teleportation formation before. At the same time, in the 9th Heaven Realm, it was almost impossible to travel between the major realms. Unless one reached the God Realm or had a unique method. Mu Yun looked at the map and was slightly stunned. Hey, what's wrong with you?" Jifu saw Mu Yun in a daze and couldn't help but ask. "Don't you feel strange?" Mu Yun said, "This map is very strange." "What's strange about it?" "It can move." Mu Yun said again, "Look carefully, this map can move." Jifu looked at the map carefully. However, after half a day, Jifu shook her head. "Are you scared out of your wits? Where did it move?" Mu Yun didn't say much at this moment. She pointed with her finger. On the map, the location of Blood Moon City suddenly turned into a light spot. Immediately after, behind the City Lord Mansion, an arch bridge appeared at this moment. The arch bridge extended into the depths of the Blood Sea and disappeared as if there was no end to it. This scene immediately attracted the attention of everyone in Blood Moon City. "They're over there!" A shout sounded from the crowd. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air sounded at this moment. Mu Yun didn't say much at this moment. She pulled Ji Fu and the two entered the depths of the mansion and flew along the bridge. "What the hell is this?" "I don't know." Mu Yun looked at the seemingly endless bridge and said, "But this Blood Sea region is very strange. We can't leave Blood Moon City at all and travel under the sea. But this bridge is more like a road. Maybe it leads to the other 4 cities. It makes sense." Ji Fu's eyes lit up at this moment. She smiled and said, "Mu Yun, it's so good to follow you. It's so interesting." At this moment, Mu Yun smiled bitterly. Really interesting? They were being hunted down. If they couldn't escape, they would die. At this moment, the two of them didn't slow down and continued to move forward. Behind them, there were already people on the bridge. "Catch them, don't let them escape." In the eyes of the crowd, Mu Yun and Ji Fu weren't late-stage or peak-stage supreme beings, but 2 living treasures. They represented hundreds of millions of sovereign spiritual liquid and hundreds of thousands of sovereign divine liquid. They were walking treasures. One by one, figures followed closely behind. Mu Yun and Ji Fu suddenly stopped in front. At this moment, a pavilion appeared in front of a bridge. Behind the pavilion, there were a total of 12 bridges. "Which one are we going to? Let's try our luck." After Mu Yun finished speaking, she directly chose the one in front of her. The two of them quickly disappeared. Not long after, the various warriors behind them arrived one by one. Zhu Yaotian looked ahead with a cold gaze. 12 paths. Zhu Yaotian said again, "If everyone runs towards the same path, Mu Yun and Ji Fu will turn back and we won't meet anyone. Let's take one path each." "No problem." Immediately, the 11 forces each chose one path, and many weak 3rd-grade warriors chose the 12th path. Almost 10,000 people completely separated at this moment. End of chapter 2799. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.